The Moon and the Sun by Vonda and McIntyre. In Memoriam, Avram Davidson, 1923 to 1993. Prologue. Midsummer day's sun blazed white in the center of the sky. The sky turned blue to the horizon. The flagship of the king crossed abruptly from the limpid green of shallow water to the dark indigo of limitless depths. The galleon's captain shouted orders. The sailors hurried to obey. Canvas flapped, then filled. The immense square sails snapped taut in the wind. The ship creaked and groaned and leaned into its turn. The flag of Louis XIV fluttered, writing Nec pluribus impar, the king's motto, across the sky. The emblem of Louis XIV, a golden sunburst, shone from the galleon's foretopsail. Free of the treacherous shoals, the galleon plunged ahead. Water rushed against the ship's sides. The gilt figurehead stretched its arms into sunlight and spray. Rainbows shimmered from its claws and from the flukes of its double tail. The carven sea monster flung colored light before it for the glory of the king. Yves de la Croix searched the sea from the ship's bow to the horizon, seeking his quarry along the Tropic of Cancer, directly beneath the sun. He squinted into midsummer's day and clenched his hands around the top-deck's rail. The galleon moved with the wind, leaving the air on deck still and hot. The sun soaked into Yves' black cassock and drenched his dark hair with heat. The tropical sea sparkled and shifted, dazzling and enrapturing the young Jesuit. "Démon!" the lookout cried. Yves searched for what the lookout had spied, but the sun was too bright and the distance too long. The ship cut through the waves, rushing, roaring. "There!" Dead ahead, the ocean roiled. Shapes leapt, sleek figures cavorted like dolphins in the sea foam. The flagship sailed toward the turbulent water. A siren song, no dolphin's call, floated through the air. The sailors fell into terrified silence. Yves stood motionless, curbing his excitement. He had known he would find his quarry at this spot, and on this day he had never doubted his hypothesis. He should meet his success with composure. "The net!" Captain Deschirroux's shout overwhelmed the song. "The net, you bastards!" His command sent his crew scrambling. They feared him more than they feared sea monsters, more than they feared demons. The winch shrieked and groaned, wood against rope against metal. The net clattered over the side. A sailor muttered a profane prayer. The creatures frolicked, oblivious to the approaching galleon. They breached like dolphins, splashing wildly, churning the sea. They caressed each other, twining their tails about one another, singing their animal sensuality. Their rutting whipped the ocean into froth. Yves' excitement surged, possessing his mind and his body, overcoming his resolution. Shocked by the intensity of his reaction, he closed his eyes and bowed his head, praying for humble tranquility. The rattle of the net, its heavy cables knocking against the ship's flank, brought him back to the world. Deschirroux cursed. Yves ignored the words as he had ignored casual profanity and blasphemy throughout the voyage. Once more his own master, Yves waited, impassive. Calmly he noted the details of his prey, their size, their color, their number, much reduced from the horde reported a century before. The galleon swept through the fornicating sea monsters. As Yves had planned, as he had hoped, as he had expected from his research, the sea monsters trapped themselves in their rapture. They never noticed the attack until the moment of onslaught. The siren song disintegrated into animal cries and screams of pain. Hunted animals always shrieked at the shock of their capture. Yves doubted that beasts could feel fear, but he suspected they might feel pain. The galleon crushed through them, drowning them in their own screams. The net swept through the thrashing waves. Deschirroux shouted abuse and orders. The sailors winched the net's cables. Underwater, powerful creatures thrashed against the side of the galleon. Their voices beat the planks like a drum. The net hauled the creatures from the sea. Sunlight gleamed from their dark, leathery flanks. "Release the pigeons." Yves kept his voice level. "It's too far," whispered the apprentice to the royal pigeon-keeper. "They'll die." Birds cooed and fluttered in their wicker cages. "Release them!" If none reached France from this flight of birds, the next flight would succeed, or the one after that. "Yes, father." A dozen carrier pigeons lofted into the sky. Their wings beat the air. The soft sound faded to silence. Yves glanced over his shoulder. One of the pigeons wheeled, climbing higher. Its message capsule flashed silver, reflecting the sun, signaling Yves' triumph. Chapter 1. The procession wound its way along the cobbled street, stretching 50 carriages long. The people of Le Havre pressed close on either side, cheering their king and his court, marveling at the opulence of the carriages and the harnesses, admiring the flamboyant dress, the jewels and lace, the velvet and cloth of gold, the wide-plumed hats of the young noblemen who accompanied their sovereign on horseback. Marie-Joseph de la Croix had dreamed of riding in such a procession, but her dreams fell short of the reality. She travelled in the carriage of the Duke and Duchess d'Orléans, a carriage second in magnificence only to the king's. She sat across from the Duke, the king's brother, known always as Monsieur, and his wife, Madame. Their daughter, Mademoiselle, sat beside her. On her other side, Monsieur's friend, the Chevalier de Lorraine, lounged lazily, handsome and languorous, bored by the long journey from Versailles to Le Havre. Lotte, Mademoiselle, I must always remember to call her, Marie-Joseph said to herself, now that I'm at court, now that I'm her lady-in-waiting. Leaned out the carriage window, nearly as excited as Marie-Joseph. The Chevalier stretched his long legs diagonally, so they crossed in front of Marie-Joseph's feet. Despite the dust and the smells of the waterfront, and the noise of horses and riders and carriages clattering along the cobblestones, Madame insisted on opening both windows and curtains. She had a great fondness for fresh air, which Marie-Joseph shared. Despite her age, she was over 40, Madame always rode on the hunt with the king. She hinted that Marie-Joseph might be invited to ride along. Monsieur preferred to be protected from the evil humours of the outside air. He carried a silk handkerchief and a pomander. With the silk he brushed the dust from the velvet sleeves and gold lace of his coat. He held the clove-studded orange to his nose, perfuming away the odours of the street. As the coach neared the waterfront, the smell of rotting fish and drying seaweed rose till Marie-Joseph wished she too had brought a pomander. The carriage shuddered and slowed. The driver shouted to the horses. Their iron shoes rang on the cobblestones. Townspeople poured into the street, thumping against the sides of the carriage, shouting, begging. "Look, Mademoiselle de la Croix!" Lotte drew Marie-Joseph forward so they could both see out the carriage window. Marie-Joseph wanted to see everything. She wanted to remember forever every detail of the procession. On either side of the street ragged people waved and cheered, cried, "Long live the king," and shouted, "Give us bread." One rider moved undaunted through the crowd. Marie-Joseph took him for a boy, a page on a pony, then noticed that he wore the juste au corps à brevet, the gold-embroidered blue coat reserved for the king's most intimate associates. Realizing her mistake, she blushed with embarrassment. The desperate townspeople clutched at the courtier, plucked at his gold lace, pulled at his horse's saddle. Instead of whipping them away, he gave them the king's alms. He handed coins to the nearer people and flung coins to the people at the edges of the throng, the old women, the crippled men, the ragged children. The crowd formed a whirlpool around him, as powerful as the ocean, as filthy as the water in the harbor of Le Havre. "Who is that?" Marie-Joseph asked. "Lucien de Barenton," Lotte said. "Monsieur le Comte de Chrétien. Don't you know him?" "I didn't know—" She hesitated. It was not her place to comment on Monsieur de Chrétien's stature at court. "He represented His Majesty in organizing my brother's expedition, but I had no occasion to meet him." "He's been away all summer," Monsieur said, "but I see he's keeping his standing in my brother, the king's estimation." The carriage halted, hemmed in, jostled. Monsieur waved his handkerchief against the odors of sweating horses, sweating people, and dead fish. The guards shouted, trying to drive the people back. "I shall have to have the carriage repainted after this," Monsieur grumbled wearily, "and I no doubt will miss some of the gilt as well." "Louis le Grand puts himself too close to his subjects," Lorraine said. "To comfort them with his glory." He laughed. "Never mind. Chrétien will trample them with his war-horse." Monsieur de Chrétien could no more dominate a war-horse than could I, Marie-Joseph thought. Lorraine's cheerful sarcasm amused and then embarrassed her. She feared for the Count de Chrétien, but no one else showed any worry. The other courtiers' mounts descended from the chargers of the Crusades, but Count Lucien, as befitted him, rode a small, light dapple grey. "His horse is no bigger than a palfrey," Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "The people might pull him down." "Don't worry." Lotta patted Marie-Joseph's arm, leaned close and whispered, "Wait, watch. Monsieur de Chrétien will never let himself be unhorsed." Count Lucien tipped his plumed hat to the crowd. The people returned his courtesy with cheers and bows. His horse never halted, never allowed itself to be hemmed in. It pranced, arching its neck, snorting, waving its tail like a flag, moving between the people like a fish through water. In a moment Count Lucien was free. Followed by cheers, he rode down the street after the king. A line of musketeers parted the crowd again. Monsieur's carriage and guards followed in Count Lucien's wake. A bright flock of young noblemen galloped past. Outside the window, Lotta's brother, Philippe, Duc de Chartres, dragged his big bay-horse to a stop and spurred it to rear, showing off its gilded harness. Chartres wore plumes and velvet and carried a jeweled sword. Just returned from the summer campaigns, he affected a thin moustache like the one His Majesty had worn as a youth. Madame smiled at her son. Lotta waved to her brother. Chartres swept off his hat and bowed to them all from horseback, laughing. A scarf fluttered at his throat, tied loosely, the end tucked in a buttonhole. "It's so good to have Philippe home," Lotta said. "Home and safe." "Dressed like a rake?" Madame spoke bluntly and with a German accent, despite having come to France from the Palatinate more than 20 years before. She shook her head, sighing fondly. "No doubt with manners the same. He must accommodate himself to being back at court." "Allow him a few moments to enjoy his triumph on the field of battle, madame," Monsieur said. "I doubt my brother the king will permit our son another command." "Then he'll be safe," Madame said, "at the cost of his glory." "There's not enough glory to go around, my friend." Lorraine leaned toward Monsieur and laid his hand across the Duke's jeweled fingers. "Not enough for the king's nephew, not enough for the king's brother, only enough for the king." "That will be sufficient, sir," Madame said. "You're speaking of your sovereign." Lorraine leaned back, his arm muscular beneath the sensual softness of his velvet coat, pressed against the point of Marie-Joseph's shoulder. "You've said the same thing, madame," he said. "I believed it the only subject on which we concur." His Majesty's natural son, the Duc de Maine, glittering in rubies and gold lace, cavorted his black horse outside Monsieur's carriage, until Madame glared at him, snorted, and turned her back. The Duke laughed at her and galloped toward the front of the procession. "Waste of a good war-horse," Madame muttered, ignoring Lorraine. "What use has a mouse dropping for a war-horse?" Monsieur and Lorraine caught each other's gaze. Both men laughed. Chartres' horse leaped after Maine. The young princes were glorious. On horseback they overcame their afflictions. Chartres' wild eye gave him a rakish air. Maine's lameness disappeared. Maine was so handsome that one hardly noticed his crooked spine. The king had declared him legitimate. Only Madame still made note of his bastardy. His Majesty's legitimate grandsons raced past. The 3 little boys pounded their heels against the sides of their spotted ponies and tried to keep up with their illegitimate half-uncle men and their legitimate cousin Chartres. "Stay in the shade, daughter," Monsieur said to Lotta. "The sun will spoil your complexion." "But, sir—" "And your expensive new dress," Madame said. "Yes, monsieur, yes, madame." Marie-Joseph, too, drew back from the sunlight. It would be a shame to ruin her new gown, the finest by far that she had ever worn. What did it matter if it was a cast-off of Lotta's? She smoothed the yellow silk and arranged it to show more of the silver petticoat. "And you, Mademoiselle de la Croix," Monsieur said, "you are nearly as dark as the Hurons. People will start calling you the little Indian girl, and Madame de Maintenon will demand the return of her nickname." Lorraine chuckled. Madame frowned. "The old hag never would claim it," Madame said. "She wants everyone to think she was born at Maintenon and has some right to the title of Marquise." "Madame," Marie-Joseph thought to defend Madame de Maintenon. When Marie-Joseph first came to France, straight from the convent school on Martinique, The Marquise had been kind to her. Though Marie-Joseph was too old, at 20, to be a student at Madame de Maintenon's school at Saint-Cyr, the Marquise had given her a place teaching arithmetic to the younger girls. Like Marie-Joseph, Madame de Maintenon had come to France from Martinique with nothing. Madame de Maintenon often spoke of Martinique to the students, her protégés. She recounted the hardships she had endured in the New World. She reassured the impoverished high-born girls that if they were devout and obedient, as she was, His Majesty would provide their dowries, and they too could escape their circumstances. Monsieur interrupted Marie-Joseph. "Do you use the skin cream I gave you?" He peered at her over his pomander. His complexion was very fair. He whitened it further with powder, and accentuated his fairness with black beauty patches at his cheekbone and beside his mouth. "It's the finest in the world, but it won't work if you insist on staying out in the sun." "Papa, don't be mean," Lotta said. "Marie-Joseph's complexion is ever so much paler than when she arrived." "Thanks to my skin cream," Monsieur said. "Let her be," Madame said. "There's no shame in being a little leaf-rustler as I was. As His Majesty says, no one at court enjoys the gardens any more, except me and now Mademoiselle de la Croix. What were you saying a moment ago?" "It was nothing, Madame," Marie-Joseph said, grateful that Monsieur had interrupted her before she expressed her opinion of Madame de Maintenon. Expressing one's opinion at court was a gamble, and speaking kindly of Madame de Maintenon in Madame's presence was foolhardy. "Whoa!" the coachman cried. The coach lurched to a halt. Marie-Joseph slid forward, nearly falling from the seat. Her ankles touched the elegant long legs of the Chevalier de Lorraine. Lorraine took her arm, most chivalrously, and continued to hold her when the coach steadied. His leg brushed against hers. He smiled down at her. Marie-Joseph smiled back, then lowered her gaze, embarrassed by her thoughts. The Chevalier was devastatingly handsome, despite being an old man. He was 55, the same age as the king. He wore a long black wig, just like His Majesty's. His eyes were blazing blue. Marie-Joseph drew back to give him more room. He shifted, seeking a comfortable position. His legs pressed her feet, trapping them against the base of the carriage seat. "Sit up straight, sir," Madame said. "No one gave you leave to lie supine in my presence." Monsieur patted the Chevalier de Lorraine's knee. "I give Lorraine leave to stretch, my dear," he said. "My friend is too tall for my coach." "And I'm too fat for it," Madame said, "but I don't demand the entire seat." Lorraine drew himself up. The top of his wig brushed the roof. "I do beg Madame's pardon." He picked up his plumed hat and opened the door. As he stepped to the street, he drew the egret feathers across Marie-Joseph's wrist. Monsieur hurried after him. Marie-Joseph regained her breath and returned her attention to Madame and Lotte, where it belonged. "I'll ride back to Versailles with Yves," she said quickly. "Everyone will have more room on the way home." "Dear child," Madame said, "that had nothing to do with the size of the coach." She rose and climbed out. Monsieur handed her down, and Lorraine assisted Lotte. Marie-Joseph followed quickly, anxious to see her brother again. Lorraine waited for her, treating her as if she were nearly on a level with the family of the brother of the king. He gave her his hand. His attentions both thrilled and embarrassed her. He left her off balance. Nothing in Martinique had ever embarrassed her, when she had lived a quiet life, keeping her brother's house and helping in his experiments and reading books on all manner of subjects. She stepped into the street beside Madame, who was far too stately to acknowledge the dirt and the smells. The king wished to meet his expedition at the waterfront, and Madame was a part of his court, so Madame accompanied him and did not complain. Marie-Joseph smiled to herself. Madame did not complain in public. In private, the Princess Palatine used plain speech, and seldom held back her opinions about anything. Monsieur touched Lorraine's elbow. Lorraine bowed over Marie-Joseph's hand. He joined Monsieur, but Madame had claimed her place at her husband's side. Chartres leapt from his horse, threw the reins to a footman, and offered his arm to his sister. Marie-Joseph curtsied and stepped back. She must find her proper place at the end of the line of precedence. "Come with us, Mademoiselle de la Croix," Madame said. "The Chevalier will escort you." "But, madame—" "I know what it is to miss your family. I haven't visited mine since I came to France 20 years ago. Come with us, and you won't miss your brother a moment longer than necessary." With gratitude and wonder, Marie-Joseph stooped and kissed the hem of Madame's gown. Next to her, Lorraine bowed to Madame and Monsieur. Marie-Joseph rose. To her surprise, the Chevalier kissed Monsieur's hand, not Madame's. The Chevalier de Lorraine offered Marie-Joseph his arm, smiling his charming, enigmatic smile. Entranced, Marie-Joseph found herself near the front of the extravagant procession, where she had no right to be, in the company of one of the most handsome men at court. The king's carriage stood at the head of a line of 50 coaches. The gold sunburst gleamed from its door. 8 horses stamped and snorted and jingled their harness. They were white, with coin-sized black spots. The Emperor of China had sent the spotted stallions to his brother monarch for his coach, and spotted ponies for his grandsons. "Be careful, Mademoiselle de la Croix," Lorraine said softly as they passed the magnificent team, the pungent smell of horse sweat mixed with the odor of fish and seaweed. "Those creatures are part leopard, and eat meat." "That's absurd, sir," Marie-Joseph said. "No horse can breed with a leopard." "Don't you believe in griffins?" "The world holds unknown creatures, but they're natural beings."
"Or chimeras?"
"Not mixtures of eagles and lions."
"Or sea monsters?"
"Or demons and human beings."
"I forget. You study alchemy as your brother does."
"Not alchemy, sir. He studies natural philosophy."
"And leaves the alchemy to you, the alchemy of beauty."
"Truly, sir, neither of us studies alchemy. He studies natural philosophy, I study a little mathematics." Lorraine smiled again.
"I see no difference."
She would have explained that, unlike an alchemist, a natural philosopher cared nothing about immortality or the transmutation of base metals to gold. But Lorraine dismissed the question with a shrug.
"The fault of my small understanding. Mathematics, do you mean arithmetic? How dangerous. If I studied arithmetic, I should have to add up all my debts."
He shuddered, leaned over, and whispered,
"You're so beautiful. I forget you engage in unusual activities."
Marie-Joseph blushed. "I've had no occasion to assist my brother since he left Martinique."
"Nor to study mathematics," she thought with regret.
Young noblemen leaped from their horses. Their fathers and mothers and sisters stepped down from their carriages. The dukes and peers and the duchesses of France, the foreign princes, the courtiers of Versailles in their finery, arranged themselves in order of precedence to salute their king. Beside the king's carriage, the Count de Chrétien slid down from his grey Arabian. The other men of Count Lucien's rank all carried swords. A short dirk hung from his belt. He stood below the height of fashion in other ways. Despite his gold-embroidered blue coat, the sign of a favored courtier, he wore neither lace nor ribbons at his throat. Instead, he wore an informal Steinkirk scarf, its end tucked into a buttonhole. His small moustache resembled that of an army officer. Chartres still gloried in his success on the summer's campaign, but all the other courtiers stayed clean-shaven, like the king. Count Lucien's peruke was auburn, knotted at the back of his neck in the military style. It should be black like the king's. It should fall in great curls over his shoulders. Marie-Joseph supposed that someone who enjoyed the king's favor could dispense with fashion, but she thought it foolish, even ridiculous, for the Count de Chrétien to dress and groom himself like a captain of the army. Leaning on his ebony walking-stick, Count Lucien gestured to 6 footmen. They unrolled a gold and scarlet silk rug along the wharf, so His Majesty would be in no danger of coming in contact with slime or fish guts. The courtiers formed a double line, flanking the Persian carpet, smiling and hiding their envy of Count Lucien, whom the king favored, who served His Majesty so closely. Marie-Joseph found herself near the king's carriage, separated from it only by a few members of His Majesty's immediate family. The legitimate offspring of His Majesty stood nearest to the king, of course. Madame marched past Man and his wife and his brother, insisting on her family's precedence over the children His Majesty had declared legitimate. Count Lucien called for the sedan chairs. 4 carriers in the king's livery brought his chair, and 4 more brought Madame de Maintenon's. Count Lucien opened the door of His Majesty's carriage. Marie-Joseph's heart beat fast. She stood almost close enough to touch the king, except that the carriage door was in the way. Its golden sunburst gazed at her impassively. She caught a glimpse of the sleeve of the king's dark brown coat, of the white plumes on his hat, of the red high heels of his polished shoes. His Majesty acknowledged the cheering crowd. One ragged fellow pushed forward. "Give us bread," he shouted. "Your taxes starve our families." The musketeers spurred their horses toward him. His compatriots pulled him back into the crowd. He disappeared. His desperate shouts ended in a muffled curse. The king paid him no attention. Following His Majesty's example, everyone pretended the incident had never occurred. His Majesty entered the sedan chair without stepping on the ground or on the Persian rug. Madame de Maintenon, drab in her black gown and simply dressed hair, entered the second sedan chair. Everyone said she had been a great beauty and a great wit when the king married her in secret, or as some claimed, and Madame believed, made her his mistress. Marie-Joseph wondered if they complimented her in hopes of gaining her favor. As far as Marie-Joseph could tell, Madame de Maintenon cared for the favor of no one except the king, and God, which amounted to the same thing. She favored no courtier but the Duc de Maine, whom she treated as a son. Count Lucien led the sedan chairs down the ramp to the wharf, limping a little. His cane struck a muffled tempo on the Persian carpet. Madame de Maintenon's carriers took her sedan chair aside, waiting to enter the procession in her proper place. In public, the king's wife ranked only as a marquise. The double line of courtiers turned itself inside out to follow the king. The widowed Grand Dauphin, Monseigneur, His Majesty's only immediate legitimate offspring, proceeded first. Monseigneur's little sons, the Dukes of Bourgogne, Anjou, and Berry, marched just behind him. Monsieur and Madame, Chartres and Mademoiselle d'Orléans, and Lorraine and Marie-Joseph entered the procession. The courtiers accompanied their king in strict order of rank. Only Marie-Joseph was out of place. She felt both grateful to Madame and uneasy about the breach of etiquette, especially when she passed the Duchess du Maine, who favored her with a poisonous glare. The king's galleon rocked at the far end of the wharf, its sails furled, its heavy lines groaning around the stanchions. Apollo's dawn horses, gleaming gold, leaped from the stern, the motion of the ship giving them the illusion of life. A breath of breeze crept in from the harbor, pungent with the smell of salt and seaweed. The king's sigil fluttered, then fell again, limp in the heat. Sailors unloaded Yves' belongings to the dock, crates of equipment, baggage, a bundle like a body in a shroud. Yves swept down the gangplank. Marie-Joseph recognized him instantly, though he had been a youth in homespun the last time she saw him. Now he was a grown man, handsome, elegant, and severe in his long black robe. She wanted to run the length of the wharf to greet him. Saint-Cyr and Versailles had taught her to behave more sedately. A half-dozen sailors trudged down the gangplank, bowed under the weight of shoulder poles. A net hung between the poles, cradling a gilded basin. At the rim of the narrow ramp, Yves placed his hand on the rim of the basin, steadying its sway. The captain of the galleon joined him, and together they strode up the dock. Yves kept his hand on the basin, protecting and possessing it. A haunting air, sung in exquisite voice, flowed over the procession. The unexpected beauty of the melody so surprised Marie-Joseph that she nearly stumbled. No one in the king's entourage would sing here, or now, without his order. Someone from the galleon must be singing, someone familiar with the music of foreign lands. Yves approached. He reached into the gilded basin. The song exploded with a snort, a growl. His Majesty's court gathered, flanking His Majesty's sedan chair. Marie-Joseph found herself next to Madame, who squeezed her hand.
"Your brother safe. He's well," Madame whispered. "That is what's important."
"He's safe and well, madam, and he was right," Marie-Joseph said, only loud enough for Madame to hear. "That is what's important to my brother." Yves' small group met the king at the border of the Persian rug. The sailors did not step on the rug. The sedan chair carriers did not leave it. "Father Delacroix," Count Lucien said. "Monsieur de Chrétien," Yves replied. They bowed. Yves' pride and triumph shone behind his modest expression. His gaze passed across Louis's court. Every courtier stood on this filthy dock, as if it were the marble courtyard, because of him. Marie-Joseph smiled, taking pleasure in his position as the king's natural philosopher and explorer. She expected him to smile back, to acknowledge, perhaps with surprise, her success in her brief time at Versailles. But Yves scanned the court, and he did not even pause when he looked at her. Madame pressed forward, drawing Marie-Joseph with her, trying to get a clear view inside the basin. The song rose again, a whisper surging into a cry, into a shriek of anger and despair. Marie-Joseph shivered. The shape in the basin shuddered violently. Water splashed Yves and the sailors. The sailors flinched. The creature fought the canvas that swaddled it. Count Lucien opened the sedan chair. His Majesty leaned out. His court saluted him with bow or curtsy. The men removed their hats. Marie-Joseph curtsied. Her silken skirts rustled. Even the sailors tried to bow, laden as they were, and ignorant of etiquette. The creature shrieked again, and the strands of its black-green hair whipped over the edge as the basin rocked and tilted.
"It lives,"
Louis said.
"Yes, Your Majesty,"
Yves said. Yves pulled aside a flap of dripping canvas. The creature thrashed, splashing Louis's silk coat. Louis drew away, raising a pomander to his face. Yves covered the creature again. His Majesty turned to the captain.
"I am pleased."
The king withdrew into the sedan chair. Count Lucien closed the door, and the carriers quick-stepped away. Marie-Joseph curtsied again. Louis's court stood aside, bowing to their king as his palanquin passed. Count Lucien handed a small, heavy leather sack to the galleon's captain. The count nodded to Yves, then followed the king's conveyance. The captain opened the king's purse, poured gold pieces into his hand, and laughed with delight and satisfaction. Count Lucien had presented him with a double handful of louis d'or, the gold coins commemorating the king. For a man of the captain's station, it was a fortune.
"Thank you, Your Majesty,"
the captain called after Louis's sedan chair.
"Thank you, royal jester."
Members of the court gasped. The Chevalier de Lorraine chuckled and bent to whisper to Monsieur. Monsieur hid behind his pomander and his lace to conceal his amusement. Count Lucien made no response, though he must have heard the captain. His walking-stick thudded solidly on the carpet as he climbed to the quay. Yves grabbed the captain's arm to silence him.
"His Excellency Lucien de Barenton, Count de Chrétien."
"No!" The captain laughed and shook his head.
"Now you're playing the jester, Father de la Croix."
He bowed.
"A profitable voyage, sir. I'm at your service at any time, even if you hunt sea monsters."
He strolled off toward the galleon. Madame nudged Marie-Joseph.
"Greet your brother."
Marie-Joseph curtsied gratefully, lifted her silk skirts above the shiny, stinking fish scales, and ran toward Yves. Still he did not acknowledge her. Marie-Joseph's stride faltered. Is he angry at me, she wondered? How could he be? I'm not angry with him, and I have some right to anger. Yves? Yves glanced at her. He raised his dark, arched eyebrows.
"Marie-Joseph?"
His expression changed. One moment he was the serious, ascetic, grown-up Jesuit, the next her delighted older brother. He took 3 long strides toward her. He embraced her, he swung her around like a child. She hugged him and pressed her cheek against the black wool of his cassock.
"I hardly recognize you. I didn't recognize you. You're a grown woman."
She had so many things to tell him that she said nothing, for fear her words would spill out all at once in a tangle. He set her down and looked at her. She smiled up at him. Sun lines creased his face when he smiled. His skin had darkened to an even deeper tan, while her complexion was fading to a fashionable paleness. His black hair lay in disarrayed curls. Unlike most of the men at court, he wore no peruke, while pins and the hot iron had crafted Marie-Joseph's red-gold mane into ringlets beneath the lace-covered wire and the ruffles of her headdress, a fashionable fontange. His eyes were the same, a beautiful, intense dark blue. "Dear brother, you look so well. The voyage must have agreed with you." "It was dreadful," Yves said, "but I was too busy to be troubled." He put his arm around her and returned to the gold basin. The creature thrashed and cried. "To the quay," Yves said. The sailors hurried up the dock. Their bare, tattooed arms strained at the weight of the basin and water and Yves' living prey. Marie-Joseph tried to see inside the basin, but wet canvas covered everything. She leaned against Yves, her arm tight around his waist. She would have plenty of time to look at his creature. They walked between the lines of courtiers. Everyone, even Madame and Monsieur, and the princes and princesses of the blood royal, strained to see the monster Yves had captured for the king. And then, as Yves passed, they saluted him. Startled for a moment, Yves hesitated. Marie-Joseph was about to dig her fingers into his ribs. Yves had always been ticklish, to give him a lively hint about his behavior. As a boy, he had always paid more attention to his bird collection than to his manners. To Marie-Joseph's surprise and delight, Yves bowed to Monsieur and to Madame with perfect courtliness and the restraint proper to his station. Marie-Joseph curtsied to Monsieur. She raised Madame's hem to her lips and kissed it. The portly Duchess smiled fondly at her and nodded her approval. Yves bowed to the members of the royal family. He passed between the double line of courtiers. Graciously he nodded to their acclaim. Halfway up the dock, between the dukes and duchesses and the counts and countesses, Marie-Joseph and Yves passed the second sedan chair. Its windows were closed tight and the curtains drawn behind the glass. Poor Madame de Maintenon, whose only task was to follow the king from Versailles to Le Havre and back, showed no interest in the creature and its triumphant captor. "I wish I'd been with you," Marie-Joseph said. "I wish I'd seen the wild sea monsters." "We were cold and wet and miserable, and hurricanes nearly sank us. You'd have been blamed. On a warship a woman is as welcome as a sea monster." "What foolish superstition!" Marie-Joseph's voyage from Martinique had been uncomfortable, yet exhilarating. "You were much better off at the convent." Marie-Joseph caught her breath. He knew nothing of the convent. How could he? If he had known, he would never have left her there in boredom and silence and lonely misery. "I missed you so," she said. "I worried." "Whenever I thought of you, I heard your little tunes in my mind. Do you still write them?" "Versailles hardly has room for amateur musicians," she said. "But you shall hear something of mine soon." "I thought of you often, Marie-Joseph, though not in such a dress." "Do you like it?" "It's immodest." "It's quite proper," she said, leaving out her own first reaction to the tight waist and low neckline. She had known nothing of court then. "It's unsuited to your station, and to mine." "It's unsuited for a colonial girl. But you're now the king's natural philosopher, and I'm mademoiselle's lady-in-waiting. I must wear grand habit." "And here I thought," Yves said, "that you'd be safely teaching arithmetic." They climbed up the wharf to the quay. "I couldn't remain at Saint-Cyr," Marie-Joseph said. "All the instructresses must take the veil." Yves glanced at her, puzzled. "That would suit you." The king's departure saved her from making a sharp retort. She and Yves and all the courtiers bowed as their sovereign climbed into his carriage. It drove away, surrounded by musketeers. The ragged townspeople streamed after the king, cheering, shouting, pleading. Marie-Joseph looked around hopefully for the Chevalier de Lorraine, but he climbed into Monsieur's carriage. The other courtiers hurried to their coaches and horses and clattered after the king. Only Count Lucien, several musketeers, the pigeon-keeper, the baggage wagons, and a plain coach remained on the quiet quay. The pigeon-keeper hurried to meet his apprentice, who toiled up the dock with the baggage carriers. The apprentice balanced an awkward load of wicker cages, most of them empty. His master took the cages that still sheltered pigeons. "Put the basin there," Yves said to the sailors. He gestured to the first wagon. "Be gentle." "I want to see," Marie-Joseph said. The last carriages rattled across the cobblestones. Frightened by the clatter and the shouts and the snap of whips, the creature screamed and struggled. Its horrible singing cry cut off Marie-Joseph's words and spooked the draft horses so they nearly bolted. "Be gentle," Yves said again. Marie-Joseph leaned toward the basin, trying to see inside. "Now behave," she said. The creature shrieked. The sailors dropped the basin. The carrying poles and the net fell across it. Water splashed the cobblestones. The sea monster groaned. The sailors ran toward the galleon, nearly knocking down the pigeon-keepers. The apprentice dropped the empty cages. The master, who held live birds in his huge, tender hands, and let the pigeons perch on his shoulders and head, slipped his pets beneath his shirt for safety. "Come back!" Yves called to the sailors. They ignored him. Their compatriots, carrying Yves' other baggage, abandoned the crates and the luggage and the shrouded figure, and fled to their ship. Marie-Joseph did her best not to laugh at Yves' discomfiture. The wagon drivers had their hands full, reining in the horses. They could not help. The musketeers would not, for fetching and carrying was far below their station, and of course Count Lucien could not be expected to help with the baggage. Angry and stubborn, Yves tried to lift the basin. He barely raised its corner. Some ragged boys, stragglers from the crowd, rode the quay's stone wall and jeered. "You boys!" Count Lucien's command stopped their laughter. They jumped to their feet, about to run, but he spoke to them in a friendly tone and threw each a coin. "Here's a sou. Come earn another. Help Father de la Croix load his wagons." The boys jumped from the wall and ran to Yves, ready to do his bidding. They were dirty and ragged and barefoot, fearless in the face of the creature's moans. The boys might have worked for a bread crust. They lifted the creature into the first wagon, the baggage into the second, and loaded the shrouded figure into the wagon full of ice. A specimen for dissection, Marie-Joseph thought. My clever brother caught one sea-monster for the king and took another for himself. "Yves, come ride with me," Marie-Joseph said. "It's impossible." He climbed into the first wagon. "I can't leave the creature." Disappointed, Marie-Joseph crossed the quay to the plain coach. The footman opened the door. Count Lucien courteously reached up to her to help her in. The strength of his hand surprised her. Instead of being short, as she had expected, his fingers were disproportionately long. He wore soft deerskin gloves. She wondered if he would permit her to draw his hands. She wondered why he had stayed behind. She felt nervous about talking to him, for he was important and she was not. And truth to tell, she wondered whether to stoop to his height or stand straight and look down at him. She resolved the question by climbing into the coach. "Thank you, Monsieur de Chrétien," she said.
"You're welcome, Mademoiselle de la Croix."
"Did you see the sea-monster?"
"I'm not much interested in grotesques, Mademoiselle de la Croix. Pardon me, I cannot linger."
The heat of embarrassment crept up Marie-Joseph's face. She had insulted Count Lucien without meaning to, and she suspected he had insulted her in return. The Count spoke a word to his grey Arabian. The horse bowed on one knee. Count Lucien clambered into the saddle. The horse lurched to its feet, clumsy for an instant. Carrying its tail like a banner, the Arabian sprang into a gallop to take Count Lucien after his sovereign. Chapter 2. Sunset spread its light across the park of the Chateau of Versailles. The moon, waxing gibbous, approached its zenith. Heading for their stables, the coach horses gained their second wind and plunged through the forest along the hard-packed dirt road. Marie-Joseph leaned her head against the side of the coach. She wished she had gone with Madame in Monsieur's crowded carriage. Madame would have all manner of amusing comments about today's journey. Monsieur and Lorraine would engage in their friendly, barbed banter. Chartres might ride beside the carriage and tell Marie-Joseph about his latest experiment in chemistry, for she was surely the only woman, and perhaps the only other person at court who understood what he was talking about. Certainly his wife neither understood nor cared. The Duchess de Chartres did exactly as she pleased. It had not pleased her to come from the Palais Royal in Paris to join His Majesty's, her father's, procession. If Chartres spoke to Marie-Joseph, then the Duc de Maine might too, and then the king's grandson, Bourgogne, and his little brothers would demand their share of paying attention to Marie-Joseph. Maine, like Chartres, was married. Bourgogne was barely a youth, and his brothers were children. Besides, they were all unimaginably above Marie-Joseph's station. Their attention to her could come to nothing. Nevertheless, Marie-Joseph enjoyed it. Bored and lonely and restless, Marie-Joseph gazed out into the trees. This far from His Majesty's residence, the woods grew unconfined. Fallen branches thrust up through underbrush. The fragile swords of ferns drooped into the roadway. Sunset streaked the world with dusty red-gold rays. If she were riding alone, she could stop and listen to the forest, to the twilight burst of bird-song, to the soft dance of bat-wings. Instead, her coach drove into the dusk, its driver and its attendants, and even her brother, all unaware of the music. The underbrush disappeared. The trees grew farther apart. No branches littered the ground. Hunters could ride headlong through this tame, groomed forest. Marie-Joseph imagined riding along a brush-stroke of trail, following the king in pursuit of a deer. A scream of rage and challenge filled the twilit forest. Marie-Joseph clutched the door and the edge of her seat. The horses shied and snorted and leaped forward. The carriage lurched. The exhausted animals tried to outrun the terrible noise. The driver shouted and dragged his team into his control. The scream of the tiger in His Majesty's menagerie awoke and aroused all the other exotic animals. The elephant trumpeted, the lion coughed and roared, the aurochs bellowed. The sea monster sang a challenge. The wild, eerie melody quickened Marie-Joseph's heart. The shrieking warble was as raw, as erotic, as passionate as the singing of eagles. The tame forests of Versailles hid the same shadows as the wildest places of Martinique. The sea monster cried again. The menagerie fell silent. The sea monster's song vanished in a whisper. The carriage rumbled around the arm of the Grand Canal. The canal shimmered with ghostly fog. Wavelets lapped against the sides of His Majesty's fleet of miniature ships. Wheels crunched on the gravel of the Queen's Road. The baggage wagons turned down the Queen's Road toward the Fountain of Apollo. Marie-Joseph's coach continued toward the Chateau of Versailles and its formal gardens. "Driver!" "Whoa!" Marie-Joseph leaned out the window. The heavy, hot breath of tired horses filled the night. The gardens lay quiet and strange, the fountain still. "Follow my brother, if you please." "But, mademoiselle—" "And then you are dismissed for the evening." "Yes, mademoiselle." He wheeled the horses around. Yves hurried from one wagon to the other, trying to direct two groups of workers at once. "You men, take this basin. It's heavy. Stop, you, don't touch the ice." Marie-Joseph opened the carriage door. By the time the footman had climbed wearily down to help her, she was running toward the baggage wagons. An enormous tent covered the Fountain of Apollo. Candlelight flickered inside, illuminating the silk walls. The tent glowed, an immense lantern. Rows of candles softly lit the way up the hill to the chateau, tracing the edges of le tapis vert, the green carpet. The expanse of perfect lawn split the gardens from Apollo's fountain to Latona's, flanked by gravel paths and marble statues of gods and heroes. Marie-Joseph held her skirts above the gravel and hurried to the baggage wagons. The sea monster's basin and the shroud in the ice divided Yves' attention. "Marie-Joseph, don't let them move the specimen until I get back." Yves tossed his command over his shoulder as if he had never left Martinique to become a Jesuit, as if she were still keeping his house and assisting in his experiments. Yves hurried to the tent. Embroidered on the silken curtains, the gold sunburst of the king gazed out impassively. Two musketeers drew the curtains aside. "Move the ice carefully," Marie-Joseph said to the workers. "Uncover the bundle." "But the father said—" "And now I say." Still the workers hesitated. "My brother might forget about this specimen till morning," Marie-Joseph said. "You might wait for him all night." In nervous silence they obeyed her, uncovering the shroud with their hands. Shards of chopped ice scattered over the ground. Marie-Joseph took care that the workers caused no damage. She had helped Yves with his work since she was a little girl and he a boy of 12, both of them learning Greek and Latin, reading Herodotus, credulous old man, and Galen, and studying Newton. Yves, of course, always got first choice of the books, but he never objected when she made off with the Principia, or slept with it beneath her pillow. She grieved for the loss of Monsieur Newton's book, yearned for another copy, and wondered what he had discovered about light, the planets, and gravity during the past 5 years. The workmen lifted the shrouded figure. Ice scattered onto the path. Marie-Joseph followed the workmen into the tent. She was anxious to get a clear view of a sea monster, either one that was living or one that was dead. The enormous tent covered the Fountain of Apollo and a surrounding circle of dry land. Beneath the tent an iron cage enclosed the fountain. Inside the new cage, Apollo and his golden chariot and the 4 horses of the sun rose from the water, bringing dawn, heralded by dolphins, by tritons blowing trumpets. Marie-Joseph thought, Apollo is galloping west to east, in opposition to the sun. 3 shallow, wide wooden stairs led from the pool's low stone rim to a wooden platform at water's level. The tent, the cage, and the stairs and platform had been built for Yves' convenience, though they spoiled the view of the dawn chariot. Outside the cage, laboratory equipment stood upon a sturdy floor of polished planks. 2 armchairs, several armless chairs, and a row of ottomans faced the laboratory. "You may put the specimen on the table," Marie-Joseph said to the workers. They did as she directed, grateful to be free of the burden and its sharp odors. Tall and spare, in his long black cassock, Yves stood in the entrance of the cage. His workers wrestled the basin onto the fountain's rim. "Don't drop it! Lay it down! Careful!" The sea-monster cried and struggled. The basin ground against stone. One of the workers swore aloud. Another elbowed him soundly and cast a warning glance toward Yves. Marie-Joseph giggled behind her hand. Yves was the least likely of priests to notice rough language. "Slide it down the stairs. Let water flow in." The basin bumped down the steps and onto the platform. Yves knelt beside it, unwrapping the net that surrounded it. Overcome by her curiosity, Marie-Joseph hastened to join him. The silk of her underskirt rustled against the polished laboratory floor with a sound as soft and smooth as if she were crossing the marble of the Hall of Mirrors. Before she reached the cage, the tent's curtains moved aside again. A worker carried a basket of fresh fish and seaweed to the cage, dropped it, and fled. Other workers hauled in ice and a barrel of sawdust. Her curiosity thwarted, Marie-Joseph returned to Yves' specimen. She wanted to open its shroud, but thought better of revealing the creature to the tired, frightened workmen. "You two, cover the bundle with ice, then cover the ice with sawdust. The rest of you fetch Father Delacroix's equipment from the wagons." They obeyed, moving the specimen gingerly, for it reeked of preserving spirits and corruption. "Yves will have to carry out his dissection quickly," Marie-Joseph said to herself, "or he'll have nothing left to dissect but rotten meat on a skeleton." Marie-Joseph had grown used to the smell during years of helping her brother with his explorations and experiments. It bothered her not at all, but the workers breathed in short, unhappy gasps, occasionally glancing, frightened, toward Yves and the groaning sea-monster. The workers covered the laboratory table with insulating sawdust. "Bring more ice every day," Marie-Joseph said. "You understand, it's very important." One of the workers bowed. "Yes, mademoiselle. Monsieur de Chrétien has ordered it." "You may retire." They fled the tent, repelled by the dead smell and by the live sea-monsters crying. The melancholy song drew Marie-Joseph closer. Yves' workers tilted the basin off the platform. Water trickled into it. Marie-Joseph hurried to the fountain. "Yves, let me see." As Yves loosened the canvas restraints, the grinding and creaking of the water pumps shook the night. The fountain nozzles gurgled, groaned, and gushed water. Apollo's fountain spouted water in the shape of a fleur-de-lis. At its zenith, the central stream splashed the tent peak. Droplets rained down on Apollo's chariot, dimpled the pool's surface, and spattered the sea-monster. The creature screamed and thrashed and slapped Yves with its tails. Yves staggered backward. "Turn off the fountain!" Yves shouted. Snarling, the creature struggled free of the basin. Yves jumped away, evading the sea-monster's teeth and claws and tails. The workers ran to do Yves' bidding. The creature lurched away and tumbled into the water, escaping into its prison in the fountain of Apollo. Marie-Joseph caught Yves' arm. A ripple broke against his foot and flowed around the soles of his boots as if he walked on water. Water soaked the hem of his cassock. "My brother walks on water," Marie-Joseph thought with a smile. "He ought to be able to keep his clothing dry." The fountains spurted high, then gushed half as high, then bubbled in their nozzles. The fleur-de-lis wilted. The creaking of the pumps abruptly ceased. No ripple, not even bubbles, marked the surface of the pool. Yves wiped his sleeve across his face. Marie-Joseph, standing 2 steps above him, almost reached his height. She laid her hand on her brother's shoulder. "You've succeeded," she said. "I hope so." Marie-Joseph leaned forward and peered into the water. A dark shape lay beneath the surface, obscured by the reflections of candlelight. "It's alive now," Yves said. "How long will it survive?" His worried voice trailed off. "It need not live long," Marie-Joseph said. "I want to see it. Call it to you." "It won't come to me. It's a beast. It doesn't understand me." "My cat understands," Marie-Joseph said. "Didn't you train it all those weeks at sea?" "I had no time to train it," Yves scowled. "It wouldn't eat. I had to force-feed it." He folded his arms, glaring at the bright water. The sea-monster drifted, silent and still. but I fulfilled His Majesty's wishes. I've done what no one has done in 400 years. I've brought a living sea monster to land." Marie-Joseph leaned closer to the water, straining to see. The creature was long and sleek, longer and more slender than the dolphins that cavorted off the beach in Martinique. Its tangled hair swirled around its head. "Who ever heard of a fish with hair?" she exclaimed. "It's no fish," Yves said. "It breathes air. If it doesn't breathe soon—" He crossed the rim of the fountain and stepped to the ground. Marie-Joseph stayed where she was, gazing at the monster. It gazed back at her, its eyes eerily reflecting the light. It extended its arms, its webbed hands. Yves' shadow fell across the sea monster. The creature retreated, closing its golden eyes. Yves clenched his fingers around a goad. "I won't let it drown." He poked the goad at the sea monster, trying to chivvy the creature into motion. "Swim, damn you! Surface!" Its hair drifted about its face, its tail flukes quivered. The creature trembled. "Stop, you're scaring it, you'll hurt it." Marie-Joseph knelt on the platform and plunged her hands into the water. "Come to me, you're safe here." The creature's webbed fingers clutched her wrists and pressed heat against her skin. The sea monster's claws touched her like the tips of knives, but never cut. The sea monster dragged her into the pool. Yves shouted and jabbed with the goad. The monster floated just out of reach. Marie-Joseph struggled to her feet, coughing, soaked. The cold water lifted her full petticoats like the petals of a water lily. She pushed them down. Her underskirt collapsed against her legs, scratchy and ungainly. "Hurry, take my hand." "No, wait," she said. The creature slipped past her, fleeing, then turning back, its voice touching her through the water. "Don't frighten it again." She stretched one hand toward the sea monster. "Come here. Come here." "Be careful, it's strong, it's cruel." "It's terrified." The creature's voice brushed against her fingertips. Its song spun from the surface like mist. Barely moving, creeping, floating, the sea monster neared Marie-Joseph. "Good sea monster, fine sea monster." "His Majesty approaches," Count Lucien said. Startled, Marie-Joseph glanced over her shoulder. Count Lucien stood on the fountain's rim. He had come into the tent, crossed the laboratory floor, and entered the sea monster's cage without her noticing him. Yves remained down on the platform at water level, and Count Lucien up on the fountain's rim. The two men stood face to face. On the other side of the tent the musketeers held the tent curtains aside. A procession of torches marched along the green carpet toward Apollo. "I'm not ready," Yves said. Marie-Joseph returned her attention to the sea monster. It hesitated just out of her reach. If she snatched at it, it would leap away like a green colt. "If the king is ready," Count Lucien said, "you are ready." "Yes," Yves said, "of course." The sea monster stretched its arms forward. Its claws brushed Marie-Joseph's fingertips. "Mademoiselle de la Croix," Count Lucien said, "His Majesty must not see you in this state of disarray." Marie-Joseph caught her breath, frightened to realize she might insult His Majesty. She waded toward the platform, clumsy in her soaked skirts, unsteady in her heeled shoes on the uneven bottom of the pond. The sea monster swam around her, cut her off, and lunged upward before her. It gasped a great gulp of air. Marie-Joseph stared at it, horrified and fascinated. It splashed down and lay still, gazing at her. Though its arms and hands mimicked a human's, it was more grotesque than any monkey. Its two tails writhed and kicked. Webs connected its long fingers, which bore heavy, sharp claws. Its long, lank hair tangled around its head and over its shoulders and across its chest, its breasts, for it did have flat, wide breasts, and small, dark nipples. Water beaded on its mahogany skin, gleaming in candlelight. The monster gazed at Marie-Joseph with intense gold eyes, the only thing of beauty about it. Grotesque and magnificent, like a gargoyle on a medieval church, its face bore ridged swirls on forehead and cheeks. Its nose was flat and low, its nostrils narrow. The creature's canine teeth projected over its lower lip. "Splendid, splendid and horrible," His Majesty spoke, his voice powerful and beautiful. Count Lucien and Yves bowed to their sovereign. The king, in fresh clothes, fresh lace, and a new wig, studied his sea-monster. His gaze avoided Marie-Joseph. His court, from Monsieur and Madame to Madame de Maintenon to the grandchildren of France, stared into the fountain. Some gazed at the sea-monster. Marie-Joseph caused others even more amazement. Frightened, the creature snarled and dove. If Marie-Joseph climbed out of the fountain, she would face the king squarely. He could not overlook her. Such a breach of etiquette might force Lotta to dismiss her. She might have to leave court. Trapped, about to burst into tears of embarrassment, seeking shadows, she backed away. Her petticoats nearly tripped her. Count Lucien flung down his hat, took off his coat, and held it open between Marie-Joseph and the king. Safely concealed, Marie-Joseph stood still in the cold water. The sea-monster, a dark shape, swam away. It grabbed the bars of its cage, rattled them, turned with an angry flick of its tail, and swam to the platform again. The sea-monster peered from the water, revealing only its eyes and its tangled, deep green hair. Most of the other members of court could see Marie-Joseph perfectly well, but that did not matter. All that mattered was that His Majesty should not be offended. Madame caught Marie-Joseph's glance and shook her head with disapproval, but her lips twitched with heroically contained laughter. Monsieur, in a gentlemanly fashion, avoided looking, but Lorraine gazed straight at her. He smiled. She wrapped her arms around herself, embarrassed to be seen in such a state by such an elegant courtier. I suppose I'd laugh too, Marie-Joseph thought, if I weren't so cold.
You gratify our faith in you, Father Delacroix.
His Majesty joined Yves on the platform within the fountain's rim.
A live sea-monster.
Your sea-monster, Your Majesty, Yves said.
Monsieur Basin, what is your judgment?
Louis said.
Will it be suitable for our celebration?
Monsieur Basin, drab in the plain clothes suited to his place in the king's household, hurried forward. He bowed, rubbing his hands together, tall and thin and cadaverous as the angel of death.
Is it stout? Does it feed?
Basin peered into the pool. The sea-monster swam around the sculpture of Apollo, singing a sorrowful song. It accepts only a little sustenance, Yves said.
Then you must fatten it. You are a Jesuit,
Louis said heartily.
You're clever enough to make it eat.
The sea-monster attacked the cage again, splashing, rattling the iron bars.
Make it stop thrashing, Monsieur Basin said. It mustn't bruise its flesh.
Marie-Joseph wished she could speak to the sea-monster to calm it, but she dared not raise her voice. I cannot, Yves said. It's a wild animal. No man can control it.
It will calm,
Louis said,
when it has become accustomed to its cage.
His Majesty stepped to the ground, the high heels of his shoes loud on the wooden stairs. Yves and Monsieur Basin followed.
Monsieur de Chrétien,
His Majesty said courteously to Count Lucien. Your Majesty.
Mademoiselle Delacroix,
Louis said, when he had left the cage, when his back was still turned. Marie-Joseph caught her breath. Yes, Your Majesty?
Are you hoping for a visit from Apollo?
The courtiers laughed, and Marie-Joseph blushed at the reference. The laughter died away. No, Your Majesty.
Come out at once before you catch your death.
Yes, Your Majesty. She struggled onto the platform. Count Lucien continued to conceal her with his cape, using his walking stick to raise it as she climbed the steps. The water was cold, the air on her wet skin colder. Shivering, dripping pond water, she stepped over the fountain's rim, slipped past the courtiers, and hid in the shadows among the laboratory equipment. Keeping his back turned, the king joined Madame de Maintenon.
How do you like my sea-monster, my dear?
The Chevalier de Lorraine strode past Count Lucien to Marie-Joseph, sweeping his long dark cloak from his shoulders. Beneath it he wore a blue coat, the same shade as Count Lucien's, though with less gold lace. The blue coat marked him as a member of Louis's inner circle. Monsieur followed Lorraine with quick glances, trying but failing to keep his attention on the king.
The creature's horribly ugly, sire,
Madame de Maintenon said.
No uglier than wild boar, madame.
Lorraine swung his cloak around Marie-Joseph's shoulders. The fur-lined velvet, the warmth of his body, and the scent of his perfume enclosed her. "Thank you, sir." Her teeth chattered. Lorraine bowed to her and rejoined Monsieur. Monsieur touched his arm. Diamond rings flashed in the candlelight. "I think it's a demon, sire," Madame de Maintenon said. "Your Grace, it's a natural creature," Yves said. "Holy Mother Church has examined its kind and judged it merely an animal, like His Majesty's elephant or His Majesty's crocodile."
"Nevertheless, Father Delacroix,"
His Majesty said,
"you might have captured a beautiful one."
Yves strode to the dissection table, forcing Marie-Joseph to retreat farther into the shadows. Count Lucien continued to hide her from His Majesty. Lorraine's cloak concealed her soaked dress, but her hair hung in snarls around her face. Her headdress tilted at a ridiculous angle, stabbed her with its wires, and pulled her hair as it fell to the ground. Yves unfolded the canvas shroud from his dead specimen. Ice scattered across the planks. "The sea monsters are all ugly, Your Majesty," Yves said, "females and males alike." The courtiers clustered around him, anxious to see the dead creature. On the wall of the tent, shadows jostled for position near the shadow of Marie-Joseph's brother. Yves was the moon to His Majesty's sun, and the other courtiers hoped to capture some of the reflected light.
"It reeks of foul odors."
Marie-Joseph peeked over the edge of Count Lucien's cloak. Monsieur covered his nose with his handkerchief. Marie-Joseph could hardly blame anyone not used to dissections for wishing he had brought along his pomander.
"Stay out of sight, Mademoiselle Delacroix," Count Lucien said with strained patience.
He would prefer, of course, to be in his proper place beside the king. Louis, ever the gentleman, overlooked his absence. Marie-Joseph shrank back behind the concealing cloak, where she could see only the shadows of her brother, the king, and the courtiers. "The preserving spirits do have a strong odor, monsieur," Yves said.
"I confess, if my confessor will excuse a moment's infidelity to him."
The shadow of Louis nodded toward Father de la Chaise, his confessor, and his voice bore only the faintest hint of mockery. Father de la Chaise bowed low.
"I confess that I doubted your claims, Father Delacroix," the king said, "and yet you found the creatures in the wild sea of the New World. Your predictions were correct."
"All the evidence pointed to a single place and a single time of their gathering," Yves said modestly. "I was merely the first to collect the reports. The monsters converge in the sea of Exuma Island, where the midsummer sun crosses over a great ocean trench. There they mate in animal depravity." An expectant silence fell. "We need hear no more of that," the Marquise de Maintenon said severely.
"Every subject's fit for a natural philosopher to study,"
the Duc de Chartres broke in with the obsessive enthusiasm that earned him annoyance from the court and suspicion from the lower classes.
"How else will we ever understand the truth of the world? What is fit for a natural philosopher may trouble the minds of others," His Majesty said, "or lead us astray. But the truth—"
"Be quiet, boy." Madame's tone was soft but urgent. Marie-Joseph felt sorry for Chartres. His position warred with his desire for knowledge. He would be happier if he was like Marie-Joseph. No one. Happier, Marie-Joseph thought, but he would not have all the best scientific instruments.
"Since the time of St. Louis," His Majesty said, "no one has brought a live sea monster to France. I commend you, Father Delacroix."
His Majesty's deft change of subject eased the tension.
"Your Majesty's encouragement guaranteed my success," Yves said. "I shall commend you to my holy cousin, Pope Innocent."
"Thank you, Your Majesty."
"And I shall observe your study of the dead monster."
I, Marie-Joseph silently begged Yves to reply with adequate grace and appreciation. "Your Majesty's interest honors my work beyond imagination," Yves said. His Majesty turned to Count Lucien. They conferred for a moment. The king nodded.
"Tomorrow you may begin your study after Mass."
"Tomorrow, Your Majesty? But it's essential. The carcass already decomposes."
"Tomorrow,"
His Majesty said calmly, as if Yves had not spoken.
"After Mass."
Marie-Joseph wanted to appear from behind Count Lucien's cloak and add her pleas to her brother's, so His Majesty would understand that Yves must waste no time. But she could not add to her breach of etiquette. She could not show herself to the king. She should not even speak to him unless he spoke first. Yves' shadow bowed low against the silken tent wall. "I beg your Majesty's pardon for my excess of enthusiasm. Thank you, sire. Tomorrow." The shadows moved and melded and separated into pairs.
"I remember," Louis said, "when I was young like Father Delacroix, I too could see in the dark."
His Majesty's courtiers laughed at his joke. As the king and Madame de Maintenon led the courtiers from the tent, Count Lucien lowered his cloak and swung it around his shoulders. He clenched and unclenched his hands. Lorraine paused before Marie-Joseph.
"You may keep my cloak, Mademoiselle Delacroix."
Her teeth chattered as she spoke. "Thank you, sir."
"And perhaps you'll reward me when I retrieve it."
The heat of embarrassment did nothing to drive away Marie-Joseph's shivering. Monsieur slipped his hand around Lorraine's elbow and drew him away. They followed the king. Monsieur whispered, Lorraine replied and laughed. Monsieur looked away. Lorraine spoke. Monsieur glanced at him with a shy smile. The fountain mechanisms creaked and grumbled. The fountain of Apollo remained still, but the fountain of Latona at the upper end of the green carpet would shower water into the air for the pleasure of the king. "Count Lucien," Marie-Joseph said, "I'm grateful—"
"His Majesty must not be exposed to unseemly sights."
The Count bowed coolly. He tramped toward Yves, passing the equipment on the dissection table, disguising his slight lameness with the support of his walking stick. Marie-Joseph rubbed warmth into her chilled body. Count Lucien offered Yves a leather sack twice the size of the purse he had given the galleon captain.
"With His Majesty's regard."
"I am grateful, Count Lucien, but I cannot accept it. When I took religious orders, I took a vow of poverty as well." Count Lucien gave him a quizzical glance.
"As did all your holy brothers who enriched themselves."
"His Majesty saved my sister from the war in Martinique. He gave me the means to advance my work. I ask nothing else." Marie-Joseph stepped between them and held out her hand. Count Lucien placed the purse with its heavy weight of gold in her palm. Her fingertips brushed his glove. He withdrew his hand, longer and finer than hers, without acknowledging the touch. Marie-Joseph was embarrassed by her rough skin. He has never scrubbed the floor of a convent, Marie-Joseph thought. She could not imagine him in any but elegant surroundings. "Thank you, Count Lucien," Marie-Joseph said. "This will advance my brother's work. Now we may buy a new microscope. Perhaps, she hoped, even one of Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek's, with enough left over for books."
"Learn your sister's lesson, Father Delacroix," Count Lucien said. "All wealth and all privilege flow from the king. His appreciation, in any form, is too valuable to spurn."
"I know it, sir, but I desire neither wealth nor privilege, only the freedom to continue my work."
"Your desires of no consequence," Count Lucien said. "His Majesty's wishes are. He has given permission for you to attend his awakening ceremony. Tomorrow you may join the 5th rank of entry."
"Thank you, Monsieur de Chrétien." Yves bowed. Conscious of the honor Yves had been given, Marie-Joseph curtsied low. The Count bowed to the brother, to the sister, and left the tent. "Do you know what this means?" Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "It means the king's approval," Yves said, his smile wry, "and time stolen by ceremony that I'd rather use in study. But I must please the king." He put his arm around her shoulders. "You're shivering." She leaned against him. "France is too cold, and Martinique is too remote. Are you glad His Majesty called you to Versailles? Are you sorry to leave Fort-de-France?" "No, The sea monster whispered a song. "It sings," Marie-Joseph said. "The sea monster sings just like a bird." "Yes." "Give it a fish. Perhaps it's as hungry as I am." He shrugged. "It won't eat." He scooped seaweed from the basket and flung it through the bars of the cage. He flung a fish after it. He rattled the gate to test that it was fastened. The sea monster's eerie melody wrapped Marie-Joseph in the balmy breeze of the Caribbean. It stopped abruptly when the fish splashed into the water. Marie-Joseph shivered violently. "Come," Yves said suddenly. "You'll catch the ague." Chapter 3. The sea-monster floated beneath the surface, humming, its voice a low moan. The edges of the small water reflected the sound. A rotting fish fell into the pool. The sea-monster dove away, then circled back, sniffed at it, scooped it up and flung it away. It sailed between the cold black bars and hit the ground with a dead splat. The sea-monster sang. Marie-Joseph took Yves up the narrow, dirty stairs, through the dark hallway, and along the threadbare carpet, to the attic of the Chateau of Versailles. Her cold, clammy dress had soaked the fur lining of Lorraine's coat. She could not stop shivering. "Is this where we're to live?" Yves asked, dismayed. "We have 3 rooms," Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "Courtiers scheme and bribe and connive for what we've been given freely." "It's a filthy attic." "In His Majesty's chateau." "My cabin on the galleon was cleaner." Marie-Joseph opened the door to her dark, cold, shabby little room. Light spilled out. She stared, astonished. "And my room at university was larger," Yves said. "Hello, Odelette." A young woman of extraordinary beauty rose from the chair where she sat sewing by candlelight. "Good evening, Monsieur Yves," said Marie-Joseph's Turkish slave, with whom Marie-Joseph shared a birthday, and to whom she had not been allowed to speak for 5 years. She smiled at her mistress in a matter-of-fact way. "Hello, Mademoiselle Marie." "Odelette!" Marie-Joseph ran to Odelette and flung herself into her arms. "Where? Oh, I'm so glad to see you." "Mademoiselle Marie, you're soaked." Odelette pointed to the dressing-room door. "Go away, Monsieur Yves, so I may get Mademoiselle Marie out of these wet clothes." Odelette had never, from the time they were all children, shown Yves a moment's deference. Yves offered her a mock bow and left to explore his rooms. "Where did you come from? How did you get here?" "Was it not your will, Mademoiselle Marie?" Odelette unfastened the many buttons of Marie-Joseph's grand habit. "It was, but I never dared hope they'd send you. Before my ship sailed, I wrote to the Mother Superior. I wrote to the priest. I wrote to the governor." The clammy, wet silk fell away, leaving her bare arms exposed to the cold night air. "And when I reached Saint-Cyr, I wrote Madame de Maintenon for help. I even wrote to the king." She hugged herself, trying to ward off the chill. "Though I don't suppose he ever saw my letter." "Perhaps it was the governor. I attended his daughter during her passage to France, though the Mother Superior wanted to keep me." Odelette picked loose the wet knots of Marie-Joseph's stays. Marie-Joseph stood naked and shivering on the worn rug. Her ruined gown and silver petticoat lay in a heap. Odelette hung the chevalier's cloak on the dress-rack. "I'll brush it, and it might dry unstained, but your beautiful petticoat—" Odelette fell into their old habits of domesticity, as if no time had passed at all. She rubbed Marie-Joseph with a scrap of old blanket and chafed her fingers and arms to bring back some warmth. Hercule the cat watched from the window-seat. Marie-Joseph burst into tears of anger and relief. "She forbade me to see you." "Shh, Mademoiselle Marie. Our fortunes have changed." Odelette held a threadbare nightshirt, plain thin muslin, not at all warm. "Into bed before you catch your death, and I have to send for a surgeon." Marie-Joseph slipped into the nightshirt. "I don't need a surgeon. I don't want a surgeon. I'm just cold. It's a long walk from the Fountain of Apollo when your dress is soaking wet." Odelette unpinned Marie-Joseph's red-gold hair, letting it fall in tangled curls around her shoulders. Marie-Joseph swayed, too tired to keep her feet. "Come, Mademoiselle Marie," Odelette said. "You're shivering. Get in bed and I'll comb your hair while you go to sleep." Marie-Joseph crawled between the feather beds, still shivering. "Come, Hercule." The tabby cat blinked from the window-seat. He yawned, rose, stretched hugely, and dug his claws into the velvet cushion. One leap to the floor and one to the bed brought him to her side. He sniffed her fingers, walked on top of her, and kneaded her belly. The feathers softened his claws to a soft pressure and a faint, sharp scratching sound. He curled up warm and heavy and went back to sleep. "Put your arms beneath the covers," Odelette said, trying to pull the covers higher. "No, it isn't proper." "Nonsense. You'll die of a cold in your chest." Odelette tucked the covers around her chin. Odelette spread Marie-Joseph's hair across the pillows and combed out the tangles. "You mustn't go out any more with your hair poorly dressed."
I wore a fontange, Marie-Joseph yawned, but the sea-monster knocked it loose. She lost track of what she was saying. You should see the sea-monster. You will see it. I'm still too excited to go to sleep, Marie-Joseph thought. Then a moment later, Odelette laid her heavy braid across her shoulder. Marie-Joseph had already dozed and had not felt Odelette finish her hair. Odelette blew out the candle. The smoke tinged the air with burned tallow. A shadow in the darkness, Odelette moved toward the window. "Leave it open," Marie-Joseph said, half asleep. "It's so cold, Mademoiselle Marie. We must get used to it." Odelette slipped into bed, a sweet warmth beside Marie-Joseph. Marie-Joseph hugged her. "I'm so glad to have you back with me." "You might have sold me," Odelette whispered. "Never." Marie-Joseph did not admit to Odelette how close she had come in the convent to repent of owning a slave. She did repent. The arguments had convinced her, and guilt now troubled her. She had understood in time that the arguments were meant to persuade her to sell Odelette, not to free her. The sisters thought Odelette's abilities too refined for the work in a convent, and would have preferred the money her sale would have brought. I must free her, Marie-Joseph thought. But if I free her now, I can only send her out into the world, a young woman alone and without resources. Like me, but without the protection of good family or a brother, without the friendship of the king. Her only resource is her beauty. "I'll never sell you," she said again. "You'll be mine or you'll be free, but you'll never belong to another." A phrase of music, exquisitely complex, soared in and filled the air with sorrow. "Don't cry, Mademoiselle Marie," Odelette whispered. She brushed the tears from Marie-Joseph's cheeks. "Our fortunes have changed." "Can you hear the singing?" Marie-Joseph asked. Did I ask the question, Marie-Joseph wondered, or did I only dream it? Do I hear the sea-monster's song, or do I dream it too? A dreadful racket of tramping boots, rattling swords, and loud voices woke Marie-Joseph. She tried to make it a dream, but she'd been having a different dream. Hercule stared toward the door, his eyes reflecting the faint light, his tail twitching angrily. "Mademoiselle Marie?" Odelette sat up, wide awake. "Go back to sleep. I'm sure it's nothing." Odelette burrowed under the covers, peeking out curiously. "Father Delacroix!" Someone pounded on the door of Yves' room. Marie-Joseph flung off the bedclothes and snatched Loren's cloak from the dress-stand. She opened the door to the corridor. "Be quiet! You'll wake my brother." Two of the king's musketeers filled the low, narrow hallway, the plumes of their hats brushing the ceiling, their swords banging the woodwork when they turned. Mud from their boots clumped on the carpet. The smoke of their torch smudged the ceiling. Burning pitch overcame the odors of urine, sweat, and mildew. "We must wake him, mademoiselle." The shorter of the two was still a head taller than Marie-Joseph. "The sea-monster! The tent is full of demons!" Indoors and in a lady's presence, the musketeer corporal snatched off his hat. Yves' door opened. He peered out sleepily, his dark hair tousled and his cassock buttoned part way and crooked. "Demons? Nonsense." "We heard it, leathery wings flapping." "We smelled brimstone," said the taller musketeer. "Who's guarding the sea-monster?" They looked at each other. Yves made a sound of disgust, slamming his door behind him, and strode down the hallway with the musketeers in his wake. "Mademoiselle Marie?" Marie-Joseph waved Odelette to silence. She hung back so Yves would not order her to stay behind. When the men disappeared, she followed. She hurried down the back stairs and through the mysterious and deserted and dark chateau. Gentlemen of His Majesty's household had already claimed the partially burned candles, a perquisite of their office. Her hands outstretched, she made her way through Louis XIII's small hunting lodge, the heart of Louis XIV's magnificent sprawling chateau. Hugging Loren's coat around her, she hurried onto the terrace. The moon had set, but the stars shed a little light. The luminarias marking the king's pathway had burned to nothing. The fountains lay quiet. Marie-Joseph ran across the cold, dew-damp flagstones, past the ornamental pools, and down the stairs above the fountain of Latona. Beyond, on the green carpet, the musketeer's torch spread a pool of smoky light. Motion and a strange shape in the corner of her eye startled her. She stopped short, catching her breath. The white blossoms of an orange tree trembled and glowed in the darkness. Gardeners, dragging the orange tree cart, slipped from the traces to bow to Marie-Joseph.
She acknowledged the gardeners, thinking of course they must work at night. His Majesty should see his gardens only in a state of perfection. They took up the cart again. Its wheels crunched on the gravel. When His Majesty took his afternoon walk, fresh trees, their blossoms forced in the greenhouse, would greet him. His Majesty's gaze would touch only beauty. Marie-Joseph hurried to the sea-monster's tent. The lantern inside had gone out. The torch outside illuminated only the entry curtain and its gold sunburst. "Say a prayer before you go in," said the musketeer corporal. "An incantation. He means an exorcism." "There isn't any demon," Yves said. "We heard it, flapping its wings. Wings like leather." Yves grabbed the torch, flung aside the curtain, and strode into the tent. Out of breath from running, Marie-Joseph slipped past the musketeers and followed her brother. The tent looked as they had left it, the equipment all in place, melted ice dripping softly to the plank floor, the cage surrounding the fountain. The odor of dead fish and preserving spirits hung in the air. Marie-Joseph supposed the guards might have mistaken the unpleasant smells for brimstone. She believed in demons. She believed in God and in angels, so how could she not believe in Satan and demons? But she thought in these modern days demons did not often choose to visit the earthly world. Even if they did, why should a demon visit a sea monster, any more than it would visit His Majesty's elephant or His Majesty's baboons? Marie-Joseph giggled, thinking of a demon on a picnic in His Majesty's menagerie. Her laughter brought her to Yves' attention. "What are you laughing at?" he said. "You should be in bed." "I wish I were," Marie-Joseph said. "Superstitious fools," Yves muttered. "Demons indeed." The torchlight reflected from a splash of water on the polished planks. "Yves." A watery trail led from the fountain to the cluster of lab equipment. The gate of the cage hung open. Yves cursed and hurried to the dissection table. Marie-Joseph ran into the cage. The sea monster floated a few strokes from the platform, its hair spreading around its shoulders. Its eyes reflected the torchlight, uncanny as a cat's. It hummed softly, eerily. "Yves, it's here. It's safe. It's all right." "Stay there. There's broken glass. Are you barefoot?" "Are you?" Shards of glass flung sharp sounds as Yves swept them into a pile. "My feet are like leather. We never wore shoes on the galleon." He joined her in the cage, holding the torch out over the water. A spark fell and sizzled. The sea monster spat at it, whistled angrily, and dove. "It slithered around out here. It climbed the stairs. I didn't think it could make progress on land. It knocked a flask over. It fled back to the fountain. I must have left the gate ajar." "You tested it," Marie-Joseph said. "You latched it and rattled it." He shrugged. "I couldn't have. Tomorrow I'll get a chain." Yves sat abruptly. He slumped forward, his head down, hair hanging in rumpled black curls. Marie-Joseph snatched the torch before it fell. Concerned, she sat beside her brother and put her arm around his shoulder. He patted her hand. "I'm only tired," he said. "You work so hard," Marie-Joseph said. "Let me help you." "That wouldn't be proper." "I was a good assistant when we were children. I'm no less able now." She feared he would refuse, and that would be the end of it. "I no longer know my brother," she thought, distressed. "I no longer know what he'll say, what he'll do, before he knows it himself." He raised his head, frowned, hesitated. "What about your duties to Mademoiselle?" Marie-Joseph giggled. "Sometimes I hold her handkerchief, if Mademoiselle d'Armagnac doesn't snatch it first. She'd hardly notice I was gone. I need only tell her you need me, so your work might please the king." His brow cleared. "I'd be grateful for your help. You haven't become squeamish, have you?" "Squeamish?" she laughed. "Will you document the dissection?" "I'd like nothing better." "The dissection will occupy my time. Will you take the charge of the live sea monster, feed it?" "Yes, and I'll tame it, too." "You'll need all your ingenuity to persuade it to eat." His beautiful smile erased the exhaustion from his face. "I'm certain you'll succeed. You were better with the live things than I ever was." Delighted to be part of his life, part of his work once again, Marie-Joseph kissed his cheek. Yawning, he pushed himself to his feet. "There's time still for a bit of sleep." His smile turned wry. "Not even the Jesuits reconciled me to waking early." "I'll take that duty, too," Marie-Joseph said. "I'll wake you in time to attend the king."
"That would be a considerable kindness," Yves said. He ushered Marie-Joseph out of the cage, closed the gate and latched it, and rattled it, just as he had done earlier in the evening. The sea-monster's lament followed them. "Oof!" Marie-Joseph jumped back from something cold and slimy beneath her foot. "What is it, did you step on glass?" She picked up a dead fish. "Your sea-monster doesn't like its fish." Chapter 4. Marie-Joseph walked through the silent dawn gardens of Versailles. At first light the gardeners had vanished, but the courtiers still slept, and the visitors had not yet arrived. She was alone in the beauty, surrounded by flowers, perfumed by a cloud of orange perfume. She strode down the green carpet toward Apollo, planning her day. She would feed the sea-monster, then return to the chateau in plenty of time to wake Yves and break their fast with bread and chocolate. He would attend His Majesty's awakening. She could not accompany him, because women did not participate in the grand levee. Instead, she would wait for him in the guard-room with the other ladies and the less favored men, and join the procession to Mass. The morning delighted her. The world delighted her. When she kicked a small stone down the path, she thought, with a few strokes of my pen, with a calculation, I can describe the motion of its rise and fall. I can predict its effect on the next stone and the next. Monsieur Newton's discoveries allow me to describe anything I wish, even the future paths of the stars and the planets. And now that I am free of the convent, no one will forbid me to do so. A breeze rustled the leaves of the potted orange trees. Marie-Joseph considered how to predict the fluttering motion, and though the solution eluded her for the moment, she felt certain she could discover it with some time and consideration. Monsieur Newton must have solved such a simple problem, she thought. Dare I write to him again? Would he bother to reply at all when he condescended to communicate with me once and I failed to answer? I wish I had seen the contents of his letter. The Chateau of Versailles stood on a low hill. The green carpet led downward to the sea-monster's tent. A much easier walk than last night, she thought. She wore her riding habit, more practical and easier to walk in than court dress. As she neared the laboratory tent, a half-dozen heavy wagons rumbled along the Queen's Road toward the fountain. Barrels weighed each one down. Count Lucien cantered his grey Arabian past the wagons. The fiery horse scattered gravel from its hooves, flicked its jaunty black tail, and drew up beside the tent. Count Lucien saluted Marie-Joseph with his walking-stick. Under his supervision, the workmen raised the tent sides, and the drivers lined up the wagons. Marie-Joseph entered the tent, unlatched the cage door, and hurried in. From the fountain's rim she sought the sea-monster. The creature's long dark hair and iridescent leathery tails shimmered beneath the hooves of Apollo's dawn horses. "Sea-monster!" The creature flicked its tails, pushing itself deeper beneath the sculpture. Marie-Joseph reached for a fish, then thought better of it. The ice had melted around the basket, and the dead things reeked. "Lackey!" Unlike the sea-monster, the lackey came running, pulling his forelock and keeping his gaze on the ground. "Yes, mademoiselle." "Get rid of those smelly things. Where are the fresh fish? And the new ice?" "Coming along from the kitchen, mademoiselle, here just now." He pointed. Several men approached, one with a wicker basket, two others pushing barrows full of ice. "Good, thank you." He bobbed a bow and ran to hurry the others along. They set a wicker basket of fish inside the cage, then went to work shoveling fresh ice onto Yves' specimen. Marie-Joseph ran over the rim of the fountain and down to the platform. The sea-monster had not tried to escape a second time, for the planks were dry. It must be terrified, Marie-Joseph thought, sighing. Frightened animals are so hard to train. She splashed the water with one hand, patting the surface as she would pat her bed covers to call Hercule. "Come, sea-monster! Come here!" The sea-monster watched her from beneath the dawn chariot. Marie-Joseph swished a fish through the water. The sea-monster raised her head, opened her mouth, and let the water flow over her tongue. "Yes, good sea-monster, come, I'll give you a fish." The sea-monster spat the water noisily into the pool. "Can you make it eat?" Startled, Marie-Joseph turned. "Oh, Count Lucien, I thought—" He stood on the fountain's rim, looking at the sea-monster. She had not heard him approach. He turned his cool gaze to her. "Did you not recognize me?" Count Lucien asked, "without my mustache?" His tone was so dry that she was afraid to laugh.
afraid she might be misinterpreting his joke. He had shaved his fair mustache. Perhaps someone had told him courtiers these days wore mustaches only during military campaigns, and shaved them off to be clean-shaven like His Majesty when they returned to Versailles. He had changed his informal Steinkirk tie to proper lace and ribbons, and his tied-back military wig for a fashionably styled peruke. Its curls cascaded down the shoulders of his gold-embroidered blue coat. Most of the other courtiers wore black perukes like the king's, but Count Lucien's was auburn. The color flattered his fair complexion and his pale gray eyes. "I recognize you," Marie-Joseph said stiffly. "But you attend to the king's business, so I did not expect to speak with you."
"The sea-monster is the king's business, Mademoiselle de la Croix," he said. "Your brother has the charge of it."
"I have the charge of it, sir, while he studies the dead specimen."
"In that case you must expect to speak to me quite often. Can you persuade the beast to feed?"
"I hope so." "Your brother force-fed it." "I'm sure I can tame it to eat from my hand."
"The sea-monster need not be tame. His Majesty requires only that it be sleek."
He bowed and left her, climbing down from the fountain's low rim awkwardly like a child, and leaning on his walking-stick. On the other side of the fountain a driver backed his wagon to the cage. Workmen rolled the barrels down the wagon bed. The rolling barrels thundered. A gardener appeared from nowhere and raked the wagon tracks out of the gravel. A workman crashed his sledgehammer against the barrel top, staving it in. Sea-water gushed into the pool. As other workmen in other wagons broke more barrels, the cool scent of the ocean drifted through the air. Ripples and bubbles roiled the surface of the fountain. With a thrust of its powerful tails, the sea-monster propelled its body upward. Water spilled from its open mouth, dripped from its dark hair, and trickled down its body. A tangled lock of its hair had turned light green. Should I worry about the faded color? Marie-Joseph wondered. Could it be a sign of illness? The sea-monster trilled a musical cry and ducked its head beneath the surface. It dove into the pool, leaving hardly a ripple. When it surfaced, a live fish, a silver sea-fish, struggled between its teeth. The sea-monster flicked the wriggling fish into the air and caught it in its mouth. The tail twitched between the sea-monster's lips. The sea-monster swallowed, the fish disappeared. "Live fish," Marie-Joseph said. "It wants live fish." The sea-monster dove again and raced toward the wagons, toward the fresh sea-water. When the cage stopped it grabbed the bars and shook them. The iron rattled and rang like spears clashing. The sea-monster screamed and thrust its arms between the bars, snatching at the driver's ankle. "Get away, you devil!" The driver stumbled back, surprised and frightened. He fell against a barrel. It rolled, spun, and crashed to bits against the cage. Staves and iron straps rained into the pool. The sea-monster screamed again and shook the bars till they shuddered and clanged. Terrified, the driver grabbed up his whip. Its lash cracked in the air near the sea-monster's hands. "You damned demon!" The whiplash exploded again. The sea-monster screamed in terror and splashed away beneath the water. "Stop!" Marie-Joseph ran out of the cage and around the edge of the fountain toward the driver. The huge draft horses stamped and snorted. "Stop!" Marie-Joseph cried again. The sea-monster shrieked and whistled. Panicked and furious, the driver raised his hand as if to crack the lash again, as if to whip Marie-Joseph. Marie-Joseph froze, too astonished for fear. Count Lucien's ebony walking-stick caught the driver's wrist at its height, stopping the downstroke. The big man pushed against the cane, too frantic to understand that a touch of restraint, rather than violence, had stopped him. "Driver!" Count Lucien said. The driver realized what he had almost done, what he had done. Count Lucien lowered his cane and sat back in the saddle. The gray Arabian stood stock still, only its ears moving, swiveling toward its rider, flicking toward the driver, toward the moans and trills of the sea-monster. "Mademoiselle de la Croix has the charge of His Majesty's sea-monster," Count Lucien said. "Sir, mademoiselle, your pardon." In horror and remorse the driver flung the whip to the ground. "You are dismissed." Count Lucien's tone made his meaning clear. The driver was not to return. The driver was half again Count Lucien's height, 3 times his weight. The knife on his belt exceeded the length of the Count's dirk. His size made no difference. His punishment could have been far worse, and might be, if the musketeers arrived before he fled. The driver grabbed his reins and shouted a curse at his horses. They plunged forward. The wagon rumbled. The gardener hurried out again to sweep the tracks clear. Count Lucien? Breathless, her knees wobbly, Marie-Joseph could think of nothing to say. "You'll not be further troubled." He nodded to her. As he rode away, he leaned down, hooked the whip with his walking-stick, wrapped it into a loose coil, and laid it across the pommel of his saddle. The musketeers reached her, breathless. "What happened, mademoiselle?" asked the lieutenant. "As you see," Marie-Joseph said, gesturing to the broken barrel, the spilled sea-water. "An accident." At the chateau, Lucien saw Zélie, his grey Arabian, safely off to the stables with his groom, then climbed the stairs from ground floor to first floor, the royal floor. Orange blossoms perfumed the air. For all its magnificence, the Chateau of Versailles was an awkward and unpleasant dwelling, built over a marsh, hot and close in summer, smoky and cold in winter. The King of France paid for his glory with the sacrifice of his comfort. The musketeers bowed to him and stood aside. Lucien passed unchallenged into the hallway behind His Majesty's bedroom. His Majesty permitted only his sons and a few highly favored noblemen to use the private entrance. A footman opened the private door. Lucien entered and took his place at the king's bedside, behind the gold balustrade that separated the curtained bed from the ordinary onlookers of his awakening. Silence suffused the cold, dim, official bedroom. Tapestries of white silk and gold thread gleamed like autumn dawn. White plumes crowned the bed. Lucien bowed to Monsieur, to Monseigneur, to the grandsons. He returned Lorraine's salute. With cool politeness he acknowledged the bows of Monsieur Fagon, the first physician, and Monsieur Félix, the first surgeon. 8 o'clock chimed. Servants opened the window curtains, flooding the room with eastern sunlight and cold air from the open windows. Sunshine doubly gilded the tapestries, and the brocade bed curtains shimmered from the golden tan parquet floor, illuminated the fine paintings and the mirrors, accentuated the high relief of the image of France watching over the king's sleep. Lucien and Lorraine drew aside the tapestries of the king's four-poster bed. The first valet bent over the king to whisper, "Sir, it is time." Of course the king was already awake. He always appeared majestic. It would not do to rise bald, snuffling and scratching and rubbing the sleep from his eyes like an ordinary mortal. He seldom slept in his own bed, and Madame de Maintenon never slept in the king's official bedroom. His Majesty's custom was to sleep in her apartment and return to his own bed for his morning rituals. His Majesty sat up, with the unnecessary help of Monsieur.
"Good morning, my dear brother," Louis said. "I am awake."
"Good morning, sir," Monsieur replied.
"I am glad to see you so well this morning."
Monsieur handed his brother a cup of chocolate. The king possessed a hearty appetite, but he never ate in the morning. The liquid in his cup lay cold and congealed, brought all the way from the distant kitchens. At the Chateau of Versailles, food never reached the table hot. His Majesty deliberately traded comfort for splendor. He sacrificed his privacy for the ability to keep the aristocracy in his sight and under his control. Each member of the nobility was a potential enemy, as he had learned all too well during the civil war of his uncle's instigation. Lucien owed part of his own position at court to his father's unshakable political loyalty to his Majesty. "When I am middle-aged," Lucien thought, "crippled like my father and retired to Barenton, I hope and expect to be able to claim a similar honor." Lucien drew aside the bedclothes. Monsieur offered his hand to his Majesty to help him out of bed. His Majesty accepted Monsieur's help. Wearing nightgown and short wig, in the presence of the courtiers favored with first entry, he stepped down from the enclosure of his tall bed. Lorraine held the dressing-gown for his Majesty. At the door to the first chamber the usher knocked his staff on the floor. "His Majesty has awakened." His Majesty's confessor joined the king in kneeling at his bedside. The courtiers watched the king pray, gossiping all the while. Lucien, Monsieur, Lorraine, the doctor, and the surgeon accompanied his Majesty to his privy chair. Lucien watched his Majesty carefully for any hint that his affliction had returned. Since the operation, his Majesty's morning ablutions had ceased, mercifully, to cause him such pain. Lucien had feared for his sovereign's life. Louis was a stoic, seldom admitting any discomfort. but during that year of illness his body had tortured him cruelly. The surgeon had been as unmerciful. Fagon and Felix did cure his Majesty of the anal fistula, Lucien had to admit. The surgeon tried out the cure on any number of peasants and prisoners. He killed not a few of them and buried them at dawn. He forbade the bells to ring, so no one would know of the failures. He saved a few, Lucien thought. I'll give him that. He did return the king to us. What will happen when his Majesty dies, and Monseigneur reigns? How his Majesty could spawn such an insignificant heir as Monseigneur was a mystery that did not bear examination. Lucien took comfort in the robustness of his king. His Majesty was an old man, but an old man restored to health. Monsieur offered his Majesty a bowl of spirits of wine. His Majesty dipped his fingers. Lucien brought him his towel. He wiped his hands. Fagon examined the king as he did every day. "Your Majesty is in excellent health." Fagon spoke loudly enough for the courtiers to hear. They murmured their approval. "If your Majesty wishes, we shall shave your Majesty today." "I'm flattered, Monsieur Fagon," Louis said. "When did you last shave anyone's chin?" "When I was an apprentice, sire, but I have kept my razor sharp." The royal barber stepped aside, hiding his disappointment at being displaced on this day of all days. Dr. Fagon shaved his Majesty's face. He removed his Majesty's small mourning wig and shaved the grey stubble of what remained of his natural hair, without a misplaced motion. "Excellent work. Perhaps you are wasted as a doctor." If Fagon were insulted, he concealed his reaction. "All my talents are perpetually at your Majesty's service." As the rising ceremony progressed, the usher allowed successive groups of courtiers into his Majesty's bedroom. When fifth entry arrived, Lucien noted with disgust that Father de la Croix had disregarded his Majesty's invitation. For anyone to rebuff such an honor is appalling, Lucien thought. For a Jesuit to do so is remarkable. Monsieur divested his Majesty of his nightgown and handed him his shirt. Lace cascaded from the throat and the cuffs. His stockings were of the finest white French silk, his pantaloons of black satin. Pearls encrusted the scabbard of his sword and his sword-belt in an intricate design. Embroidered golden fleur-de-lis covered his long coat. All the fabric of his clothes came straight from the finest French manufactories, made especially for today. For today was a day to impress the Italians, who liked to pretend their cloth and lace, their leather and designs, were the height of fashion. Monsieur knelt before his brother and helped him slip into his high-heeled shoes. Though his Majesty no longer dressed in the colors of flame and sunlight, as he had early in his reign, he continued his custom of wearing red shoes for state occasions. Diamonds encrusted the heavy gold buckles. The tall heels lifted his Majesty to a height of more than 5.5 feet. A footman brought a short ladder. Lucien climbed it. The royal wig-maker handed him the king's new periwig, an elegant leonine construct of glossy black human hair. Lucien placed it on the king's head and arranged the long, perfect curls across his shoulders. The wig added another 3 inches to his stature. Somewhere near Paris a peasant girl had earned her father a year's wages by sacrificing her hair. Monsieur the Grand Dauphin handed his Majesty his hat. The white ostrich plumes glowed in the morning light. A murmur of appreciation rippled across the courtiers beyond the balustrade. As one, they bowed to their king. The king led his family and the most favored members of his court out to face the day. The workers grumbled, but Marie-Joseph persuaded them to strain the sea-water from the last few barrels. Along with bits of seaweed and a few periwinkles, the screen produced a half-dozen live fish. "Just pour the water in the fountain, mademoiselle," said the musketeer lieutenant. "The demon will catch the fish like it caught the other." "It must come to me to take its food," she said. The musketeer grimaced. "Watch your fingers," he said. "It could have bitten me last night," she said. "It could have drowned me. I'm safe enough." "You can never tell with demons," he said, as if he had considerable experience with demons. "Can you bring me more live fish?" she asked one of the workers. "Live fish, those aren't easy to get, mademoiselle." He ran his hand through his thin brown hair. "Count Lucien will pay you well if you bring live fish." "And whip you if you don't." A tanned young worker with a sweaty scarf tied across his forehead laughed at his comrade. "With George's whip." "He never would," Marie-Joseph exclaimed. But then she thought he very well might if he thought someone had slighted his majesty. "How many live fish do you want, ma'm'selle, and how much are you paying?" "Bring me as many as you'd eat for dinner, if you could eat only fish, and if you could eat only dinner." The workers dragged the last staves of the broken barrel out of the water and threw them into a wagon bed. The clatter frightened the sea-monster farther under one of Apollo's dolphins. The workers touched their hats, clambered into the wagons, and drove away. Several gardeners hurried to rake the wagon tracks and the hoof-prints from the path, to clean away every clod of horse manure, and to vanish again, leaving potted flowers and trees in precise lines, carrying with them any wilted blooms. The musketeers busied themselves lowering the sides of the tent, closing Marie-Joseph off alone with the sea-monster. She sat still in the silence, in the silken sunlight that poured through the top and sides of the tent. The sea-monster, under water, drifted closer. Marie-Joseph regarded the live fishes doubtfully. They twitched and quivered. If she did not feed them to the sea-monster herself soon, she might as well tip them into the fountain, otherwise they would die. She rolled her embroidered velvet sleeve up above her elbow, reached into the jar, and grabbed one of the fish. Gripping the wriggly thing tight, Marie-Joseph knelt and swished the fish through the water. "Come, sea-monster." The sea-monster lunged forward, but quickly turned aside. Ripples lapped around Marie-Joseph's wrist. "Come here, sea-monster. Come get a nice fish." The sea-monster swam back and forth, a few arms' lengths from the stairs. "Please, sea-monster," she said. "You must eat." The live fish writhed feebly. Marie-Joseph opened her hand. The sea-monster darted so close that her claws brushed Marie-Joseph's fingers. Marie-Joseph gasped with delight. The creature snatched the fish and shoved it into her mouth. "Good sea-monster!" Enthralled, Marie-Joseph captured another fish. "Fine sea-monster." Frightened by her own boldness, the sea-monster fled to Apollo to nestle beneath the hooves of the dawn horses. Perhaps Apollo is driving the wrong way in order to retard time, Marie-Joseph thought. Perhaps if he drives against the sun, time will go backwards, and we shall all live forever. She glanced over her shoulder toward the glow of the sun shining through the translucent tent wall. She caught her breath. The sun was high, much higher than she expected. She flung the fish into the pond, ran up the stairs and out of the cage, slammed the door, and hurried outside. When did Count Lucien ride away, she wondered. It was only a few minutes ago, was it not? She tried to convince herself that she was not very late as she ran up the green carpet to the chateau. She burst into Yves' room, hoping his bed would be empty, hoping he had gone, hoping Odalette had wakened him. But he lay snoring softly in his dark room. "Yves, dear brother, wake up, please. I'm so sorry." "What?" he mumbled. "What is it? What's wrong?" He sat up, his curly dark hair sticking out at all angles. "Is it 7 already?" "It's at least 8:30. I'm so sorry. I went to feed the sea-monster. I forgot the time." Anger would have been easier to bear than his stricken expression, his silence. "I'm so sorry," she said again. "It was important," Yves said. Marie-Joseph hung her head. Her error made her feel like an errant child, not a grown woman, and she had no excuse, no defense. "I know," she whispered. The silence weighed upon her. "Where's Odalette?" "I sent her to attend Mademoiselle in my place," Marie-Joseph said. "She had no way to know you should be awakened. This is all my fault, my responsibility." Yves put his arm around her shoulder. "Never mind," he said, his voice falsely cheerful. "I'd much rather sleep than rise at dawn to watch an old man get out of bed and use his open chair." Marie-Joseph tried to laugh, but bit her lip instead, to hold back her tears. "No one will even notice that I wasn't there," Yves said heartily. "Did the sea-monster feed?" "It ate a few fish," Marie-Joseph said miserably. "That's wonderful!" Yves exclaimed, "and much more important to the king's approval. I knew you'd succeed." "You're so good to me," Marie-Joseph said. "To suffer my error without anger, to make it sound like an achievement." "Never think another thing about it," he said. "Now leave me to dress in proper modesty." She kissed his cheek. As she passed through the dressing chamber that joined their bedrooms, he called out, "Sister, can you find bread and chocolate? I'm famished." Chapter 5. Marie-Joseph trudged back down the hill to the fountain of Apollo and the sea-monster. Beyond everything else, her error had caused her to miss going to Mass with His Majesty and his court in the Chateau's small chapel. She whispered a prayer and promised God that she would go to evening Mass, even though no one else would attend. She returned to the Fountain of Apollo and entered the tent. The sea monster's song drew her, but she hesitated. Determined to put aside her worry and embarrassment, so as not to communicate her distress to the creature, she spent some minutes arranging Yves's instruments for the dissection. The specimen lay beneath a layer of melting ice. Water dripped down the legs of the dissection table to form a puddle speckled with bits of sawdust. Marie-Joseph settled a sheet of paper on her drawing box so she would be ready when Yves began his work. Thinking again about the fluttering leaves, she scribbled an equation of the calculus in Herr Leibniz's notation. A moment told her that the solution was insufficient, and that the problem was worth pursuing. The sea monster whispered and softly cried. Marie-Joseph rubbed out the equation so no one could read it. Once more in possession of her equanimity, she entered the sea monster's cage. The creature peered at her from beneath the sculpture. Its long dark hair, with its odd light-green tangles, swirled around its shoulders. "Come to me, sea monster." She scooped a fish from the jar. The poor things gasped at the surface. They would all soon expire. Took it from the net and dipped the slippery, twitching animal into the pool. The sea monster dove toward her, its sad song rising eerily. Marie-Joseph agitated the water with the fish. The sea monster lunged forward, snatched the fish, claws scraped lightly against Marie-Joseph's hand, and stuffed it into her mouth as she dove back and away. Droplets splashed Marie-Joseph's face and beaded on her riding habit. She flicked them off before they could stain the velvet. Encouraged, if not satisfied, she caught another fish. The sea monster grew bolder. Soon it dared to take its food delicately from Marie-Joseph's hand. The touch of its swimming webs was like silk. Instead of fleeing, it floated within her reach as it ate. Marie-Joseph moved her hand closer, closer, hoping to accustom the creature to her touch. Noise and motion startled them both. The tent sides fluttered as a rider galloped by and pulled up in a scatter of gravel. The sea monster snarled and spat, reared in a backward dive, and sped to its sanctuary beneath Apollo. Marie-Joseph sighed with frustration. Chartres flung aside the tent curtains, clanged open the cage door, and tramped over the rim of the fountain. The high heels of his shiny, gold-buckled shoes struck the platform sharply. Marie-Joseph curtsied to the Duke. Chartres grinned and bowed over her hand. "Good morning, Mademoiselle de la Croix." Flustered and flattered, embarrassed by her water-wrinkled fingers, by the fish scales, and the fishy odor on her hand, she extricated herself from his grasp and curtsied. "Good morning, sir." His light brown curls, his own hair, not a wig, gleamed against the collar of his dove-gray coat. He continued to wear his informal Steinkirk tie. He kept his mustache. Lotta had confided, giggling, that he sometimes darkened its color with her coal. He peered out into the fountain, squinting. She felt sorry for him for being partly blind. "Where is it? Oh, there? No." "Under the dawn horse's hooves," Marie-Joseph said. "See? If you're quiet and still, it might come out." She captured a fish, thrust it into the cold pond, and swished it back and forth. It gave a weak twitch. "Let me feed the beast," Chartres said. "I can risk my own hand to the monster's teeth," she thought. "I can't risk the Duke's. If it bites him, Madame would never forgive me." She offered him the fish, but let it slip from her hand as if by accident. "Sir, I'm sorry." "I'll get it." To her astonishment, he fell to his knees and plunged his hand into the pool, soaking the lace at his wrist. The fish sank out of his reach. It recovered and swam forward. The sea monster appeared, swimming face up. It snatched the fish from below and darted away. Chartres nearly fell from the platform in excitement. Marie-Joseph grabbed his wet sleeve and pulled him back. "It's magnificent!" he exclaimed. "I do want to help Father Delacroix." He knelt beside her, oblivious to the effect of splinters on his silken hose. "If you talk to your brother, he might let me hand him his instruments, or hold the viewing mirror, or—" Marie-Joseph laughed. "Sir, you may claim a seat in the first rank. You'll see everything. You can concentrate on the dissection completely." "I suppose so," he said reluctantly. "But your brother mustn't hesitate to consult me, and of course he may use my observatory. Did you tell him about my equipment?" "Of course, sir. Thank you." Chartres had the newest compound microscope, a telescope, and a slide rule that Marie-Joseph coveted to the point of sin. People whispered and gossiped about what Chartres did in his observatory, about poisons and magic and conjurings. They were so unfair, for he knew a great deal of chemistry, and had not the least interest in poisons or in demons. "Sir," she said, offhand, hiding her anxiety, "have you seen my brother?" What if His Majesty had noticed Yves' absence and grown angry? What if he had called him to task? What if the king had deprived her brother of his position, of his work? "No, but look, perhaps that's him now." The guard drew aside the white silk at the entryway. Monseigneur the Grand Dauphin, heir to the throne, Chartres' cousin, entered the tent. The Dauphin had died some years before. Monseigneur was said to keep a mistress, Mademoiselle Chouin, in private apartments. She never came to court. His Majesty's young grandsons, Monseigneur's sons, the Dukes of Bourgogne, Anjou, and Berry, marched along behind their father, the Grand Dauphin, playing at dignity while elbowing each other and craning their necks for a glimpse of the sea-monster. Madame and Lotta entered. Men strolled in. Madame froze him with politeness. His Majesty might legitimize Louis Auguste, and his brother Louis Alexandre, and his half-sisters all he liked. Madame would never consider any of them, even her daughter-in-law, anything but bastards. If Madame's opinion distressed them, which Marie-Joseph doubted, they hid their concern. Men was particularly handsome today, in a fine new red coat with gold embroidery and silver lace. His hat spilled out a snowdrift of egret plumes. The coat disguised his uneven shoulders. He walked carefully, so his limp hardly showed. More courtiers poured into the tent, and visitors, too. His Majesty's subjects from Paris and the countryside, far more people than Marie-Joseph expected to come to the dissection. The courtiers milled about, seeking vantage points behind the royal family's seats. The visitors stood behind the aristocrats along the wall of the tent. Several people strolled over to the cage and peered through the bars. One even lifted the latch, but a musketeer stopped him. "You may not enter, sir," the musketeer said. "Much too dangerous." "Too dangerous for me, not too dangerous for her." The visitor pointed toward Marie-Joseph, then laughed. "Or perhaps she's a sacrifice to Poseidon's sea-monster." "Keep a respectful tongue in your head, if you please," the musketeer said. "His Majesty's invitation is for the public dissection." The townsman opened his mouth to reply, then shut it again. He bowed and took a step back. "You are correct, sir," he said. "His Majesty's invitation is for the dissection. His Majesty will show us his living sea-monster when he chooses." "Perhaps when it's tamed," the musketeer said. Marie-Joseph threw a fish into the pool. The sea-monster plunged toward it, splashing and snarling. Its teeth snapped together. Marie-Joseph felt a little sorry for the fish. Watching in vain for Yves, she climbed the stairs with Chartres and left the sea-monster's cage, locking it behind her. She curtsied to the royal family, then kissed Madame's hem and embraced Lotta, who stooped to kiss her lips and her cheek. Lotta moved carefully so as not to dislodge her fontange. Its ruffles rose over her beautifully dressed hair, its ribbons and lace spilled down her back. "Good morning, my dear," Madame said. "We missed you at Mass." "Perhaps she was with Monsieur de Chrétien instead," Lotta said with a delighted laugh. "Hush, daughter," Madame said. "Please forgive me, Madame," Marie-Joseph said, wondering what Lotta found so amusing. "Forgive you for missing that wretched priest's most boring sermon in weeks? Child, I envy you." Madame's complaints about the churchmen of Versailles always distressed Marie-Joseph. She knew God would understand that Madame meant nothing blasphemous or heretical. Marie-Joseph was not so sure the other members of court understood, especially Madame de Maintenon, especially since Madame used to be a Protestant. But then Madame de Maintenon used to be a Protestant, too. "Do you like my hair? Your Odalette is a wonder," Lotta said. "An Octavon, is she? Why have we not seen her before?" "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle. She's a Turk. She recently followed me to France from Martinique." "She dressed my hair so beautifully, and with a touch of her hand she renewed this old fontange." "I cannot afford to buy you a new one every time the fashion changes," Madame said dryly, "nor even every day." Monsieur and Lorraine joined them. Marie-Joseph curtsied, her heart beating faster when Lorraine took her hand between his, raised it to his lips, kissed it, and restrained the hand for a moment before letting her go. When she drew away, startled and shocked and excited by his provocative touch, he smiled, his eyes half closed. He had the most beautiful long dark eyelashes. Monsieur bowed coolly to Marie-Joseph. He led his family and Lorraine away to their places. Monsieur took his seat, carefully arranging his coat-skirts. Chartres drew himself into a chair beside his sister. "Mademoiselle de la Croix," he asked, "is it true that the sea-monsters eat people?" "Oh, yes," Marie-Joseph said, in as serious a tone as she could find. "I'm sure it is true." "And people," Lorraine said, "return the favor." The fountain machinery creaked to life, clanking and groaning. In the distance water gushed and flowed. "Ah," Madame said, "His Majesty is coming." In a panic, Marie-Joseph thought, "Where is Yves? If His Majesty is here, the dissection must proceed, unless His Majesty is furious and has come to banish me." "Stop it," she said to herself. "Who are you to think the king himself would punish you? At most he would send Count Lucien. More likely he would send a footman." "Pardon me, please, Madame and Mademoiselle." She curtsied quickly. Holding up the velvet skirts of her riding habit, she ran across the tent to the entrance. A horrible possibility occurred to her. What if Yves expected her to remind him of the time of the dissection? What if she had failed him again, twice in a single day? She should have gone back to the chateau an hour ago. If she left now, His Majesty would be kept waiting, which was inconceivable. She could not begin the dissection herself. She was capable of performing it, but she would be horribly outside her place to do so. She thought, "I'll ask one of the musketeers." She nearly ran into Count Lucien. She stopped long enough to curtsy to him. "Take your place, please, Mademoiselle de la Croix," he said. He glanced around the tent, his casual gaze taking in everything, approving everything, seeking any sights improper for His Majesty to see. "But my brother—" Musicians followed Count Lucien into the tent. He gestured to a spot that would make His Majesty the focus of their music. The musicians took their places. Their notes sought the proper tone, found it, combined into melody. "Father Delacroix will arrive in good time," Count Lucien said. The musketeers again drew aside the curtains. The trumpeter played a fanfare that swept across the tent. His Majesty entered, riding in a three-wheeled chair pushed by two deaf mutes. A cushion supported His Majesty's gouty foot. Yves strolled at the king's right hand. Madame de Maintenon's sedan chair followed close behind. The fanfare ended. The musicians struck up a cheerful tune. Yves gestured and spoke and laughed, as if he were speaking to a fellow Jesuit of his own age and rank. Count Lucien stood aside, bowing. Marie-Joseph slipped out of His Majesty's path and curtsied deeply. All the members of the royal family rose. Silk and satin rustled. Sword-belts clanked. Egret plumes whispered. Nobility and commoners alike bowed low to their king. His Majesty accepted the accolades as his due. Footmen ran ahead to remove his armchair, making way for his wheeled cart. The carriers lowered Madame de Maintenon's sedan chair beside him. Though the side curtains remained drawn, the chair's window opened a hand's breadth. "The ship came about so quickly," Yves said, "that the sailor tumbled over the railing to the main deck, and when he landed flat on his—" Yves hesitated, then said in the direction of Madame de Maintenon's open window, "I beg your pardon, Your Grace. I've been too long among rough sailors. I mean to say he landed in a seated position. He never spilled a drop of his wine ration." The king chuckled. No response emanated from Madame de Maintenon's chair. The king graciously indicated to the women of the royal family that they might be seated. He smiled at his brother and granted Monsieur a chair. "I missed you, Father Delacroix, this morning." His Majesty returned his attention to Yves. "I'm disappointed if I don't see my friends when I rise." A flush of embarrassment crept up Marie-Joseph's neck and across her cheeks. She took a step forward involuntarily, determined to draw the blame to herself. Count Lucien reached up and laid his hand on her arm. "I must tell His Majesty," she whispered. "Now is not a proper time to speak to His Majesty." "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty," Yves said. "I wished to prepare for the dissection so it will go perfectly. I deprived myself of your awakening ceremony. It was inexcusable of me to overlook Your Majesty's feelings in the matter." "Inexcusable, indeed," His Majesty said, kindly, to Yves. "But I will excuse you this one time, as long as I see you tomorrow when I awake." Yves bowed. The king smiled at him. Marie-Joseph trembled with guilty relief. Madame de Maintenon rapped sharply on the window of her sedan chair. The king leaned toward her, listened, and spoke to Yves again.
"And I expect to see you at Mass as well."
"Your Majesty hardly need mention it." Yves bowed in deep gratitude to his Majesty. Count Lucien spoke softly to Marie-Joseph.
"You must impress upon your brother the importance—"
Marie-Joseph interrupted him. "He knows, sir. The fault is entirely mine."
"The responsibility is his."
"You missed Mass too, Count Lucien," Marie-Joseph said, stung into a retort by the criticism of her brother. "Perhaps his Majesty will scold you as well."
"He will not."
Count Lucien limped across the tent floor to stand in his place beside the king. All the while the musicians played in the background. The sea monster trilled along with them, its song winding strangely within their melody. "Marie-Joseph," Yves said, "I need you." She hurried between the rows of courtiers and joined him beside the dissection table. "There you are," he said. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." She kept her voice neutral, hurt by his peremptory tone, but accepting its justice. She hurried to stand at her drawing-box. It held sheets of paper and her charcoals and pastels. The dry charcoal whispered against her fingers. At the convent in Martinique she had been forbidden to draw. At Saint-Cyr she had not had time for practice. She hoped she could do justice to Yves's work. "Remove the ice," Yves said. 2 lackeys scooped away the ice and the insulating layer of sawdust from the dissection table, revealing the shroud. Others stood nearby with large mirrors, holding them so His Majesty could see the proceedings without craning his neck. The operating theatre at the College of Surgeons in Paris would have been more convenient for everyone else, perhaps, and would have allowed more spectators to see clearly, but at Versailles the convenience of His Majesty overruled other considerations. At one end of the front row of spectators, Chartres watched eagerly, leaning forward, poised to leap and snatch and capture every shred of knowledge Yves offered. He caught Marie-Joseph's gaze wistfully, as if to say, "I could have moved that ice. I could hold that mirror." Marie-Joseph tried not to giggle, thinking of the consternation if Chartres performed such menial tasks. "His Majesty gave me the resources to discover the yearly gathering place of the last of the sea monsters," Yves said, "and to capture 2 of them alive. The male creature resisted to its death. The female sea monster survives, for it possesses no such will to freedom." The quartet split its melody and soared in harmony, a daring departure from the usual measured music. Marie-Joseph shivered at the beauty and the daring. Madame, who was herself an excellent musician, whispered a startled exclamation to Lotta. Even His Majesty glanced toward the quartet. The violinist faltered. The musicians had not changed the familiar piece. The female sea monster was singing. "It is like a bird," Marie-Joseph thought, delighted. "A mocking-bird that can imitate what it hears." The violinist found his place. The sea monster's voice soared above the melody, then dropped far below. The soft rumble touched Marie-Joseph's bones with a chill. The tang of preserving fluid and the dangerous sweet scent of flesh near rotting rose from the canvas and filled the air. Monsieur raised his pomander, sniffed it, then leaned toward his brother and offered him the clove-studded orange. His Majesty accepted the protection from the evil humors, nodded thanks, and sniffed the pomander. "I will first do a gross dissection, proceeding through the sea monster's skin, fascia, and muscles." As oblivious to the music as to the odors, Yves pulled the canvas aside. The live sea monster's song stopped. The male sea monster was even uglier than the female, its face coarser, its hair pale green, tangled and uneven. Its ugliness did not startle Marie-Joseph. She had helped Yves dissect frogs, snakes, and wharf-rats, slimy worms, sharks with evil toothy grins. But she was surprised by the creature's halo. Broken glass and shards of gilt metal radiated like a sunburst around its head. She sketched as if her hand were connected directly to her eyes. The shape of the head, the tangled hair, the rays of broken glass alternating with kinked gilded strips. Yves swept away the glass and the metal as if it were random debris. He picked up a lock of the creature's hair. A twist of gilded metal fell from the tangle. Yves pushed it aside with the other rubbish. Peering over the edge of the fountain and through the bars of its cage, the live sea monster whistled and sighed. Marie-Joseph slipped the sketch of the halo to the bottom of her stack of paper and began drawing another. God has given the creatures hair, Yves said, so they may disguise themselves in beds of seaweed. They are shy and retiring. They eat small fish, but the bulk of their diet, no doubt, is kelp. Marie-Joseph sketched quickly. The wild hair, uneven in places, as if it had been cut, the strong jaw, the sharp canine teeth projecting over the lower lip. "When you're done with cutting the beast," said Monseigneur, "we can roast bits of it." "My apologies, Monseigneur." Yves bowed toward the Grand Dauphin. "That's impossible. The carcass is preserved for dissection, not for eating." "No doubt pickling the thing does away with all the merits of sea-monster flesh," Lorraine said. "Save your appetite for my banquet, Monseigneur." His Majesty spoke without amusement at the banter. Everyone fell silent and watched intently, even as he did, straining to see the creature or its mirror image. Yves picked up a dissection knife and slit the dead sea-monster's skin from sternum to pubis. The live sea-monster screamed. The musicians played louder, trying to drown out the shrieks. They failed. "The sea-monster's skin is thick and leathery," Yves said, raising his voice above the cries and the music. "It provides some protection against predators such as sharks and whales and kraken. Your Majesty will have noticed that the skin of its tails is thickest, most heavily armored, proving that the beast's defense is escape." The line of Marie-Joseph's charcoal wavered as the live sea-monster's shrieks rose. Her vision blurred. "It can't still be hungry," Marie-Joseph thought. "What's wrong, sea-monster? You sound so sad. I cannot come to you. I must stay in my place and document my brother's work." She finished the sketch of the face. The servant at her side took it away to pin it to the frame behind her, so all the court could see. She lifted her hand to stop him, but it was too late. She had sketched the creature with open eyes. Large dark eyes, almost no whites, large pupils. She had sketched it alive, with an expression of grief and fear. Marie-Joseph shivered, then threw off her disquiet. What nonsense, she thought. Animals' faces have no expressions. As for the eyes, I drew the living sea-monster's eyes. Yves peeled back the skin. The female sea-monster moaned and cried. Creatures from His Majesty's menagerie answered, roaring and trumpeting, gibbering and snorting in the distance. His Majesty turned his head toward the fountain of Apollo. The simple movement informed his court that the clamor distressed and annoyed him. The musicians played more loudly. No one knew what to do, Marie-Joseph least of all. "We see a layer of subcutaneous fat, blubber, as it is known in whales and sea cows." Yves projected his voice above the cacophony. "The sea-monsters carry a relatively small amount of blubber, indicating that they do not dive to great depths or accomplish great sea journeys. We may be sure that they reach their midsummer gathering by riding the great warm current. My conjecture is that they conceal themselves in shallow water, and seldom venture far from their birth islands." Marie-Joseph sketched the male sea-monster's torso. The layer of fat softened the lines of its body, but could not conceal its well-developed muscles and powerful bones. "Mademoiselle de la Croix." Marie-Joseph jumped, startled. Count Lucien stood at her shoulder, speaking softly. With all the racket, he could have spoken in a normal voice without distracting Yves any more than he was distracted already. As for His Majesty and the courtiers, they assiduously ignored Marie-Joseph and Count Lucien's conversation. "The creature must be silenced," Count Lucien said, "for His Majesty's sake." "I fed it," Marie-Joseph whispered. "That isn't the cry it made when it was hungry. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't like the music."
"Don't be impudent."
She blushed. "I wasn't." But he was right to chastise her. If the din drove His Majesty away, his regard for Yves would fail. Yves' position and his work would suffer. "It sings like a bird," she said. "If the cage were covered, the sea-monster might fall silent like a bird." Count Lucien's disgusted glance at the cage said more than if he had cursed her for a fool. The cage enclosed the fountain and rose nearly to the tent peak. To cover it completely would require a second tent. Count Lucien limped toward the sea-monster's cage, gesturing to several footmen to attend him. "Bring that net." The stout ropes of the net clattered against planking. The sea-monster's wailing never faltered. Marie-Joseph wanted to wail herself, for if they wrapped the sea-monster in the net, if they silenced it, gagged it, all Marie-Joseph's taming would go to waste. Marie-Joseph sketched frantically to keep up with Yves' lecture. Derma, subcutaneous fat, fascia. She would draw the skin in detail, Perhaps Chartres would allow her to use his microscope until she could buy a new one, in large scale before it lost its integrity. Beyond the fountain, footmen took down the silken tent sides and carried them to the cage. Count Lucien pointed. They fastened the white silk to the bars, hanging it first between the sea-monster and his majesty. The thin curtain hardly baffled the sound, nor would it cut off enough light to make the creature sleep. Marie-Joseph supposed it was worth a try. Heavy canvas could not be brought from the town of Versailles in under an hour, from Paris in less than a day. The sea-monster's cries faded. Everyone except the king glanced toward the cage with surprise. Random whistles dissolved to quiet. A murmur of relief passed across the crowd. Count Lucien gestured. The servants returned to their places. The count bowed in Marie-Joseph's direction. She smiled uncertainly. It must be chance, not her suggestion, that the sea-monster had chosen this moment to sink into silence. The answering roars of the menagerie animals tapered off, ending with the hoarse, coughing roar of a tiger. The quartet played more softly. Count Lucien returned to his place. Yves returned to his lecture. Marie-Joseph returned to her drawing. The king watched the dissection of chest and shoulder muscles with great interest. The line of sketches stretched across the frame, half a dozen, the sea-monster's body, its leg, its webbed clawed foot. Marie-Joseph's hand cramped. "I will next expose the internal organs." His Majesty spoke a word to Count Lucien, who motioned for the king's deaf mutes to take their places. The seated courtiers leaped to their feet. The rush and rustle of silk and satin filled the tent. "Which should resemble—" Caught in his work, Yves picked up a new sharp dissection knife. "Father de la Croix," Count Lucien said. Yves straightened, looking blankly at Count Lucien, and recalled where he was and in whose presence. "Most intriguing," his Majesty said. "Immeasurably interesting." "Thank you, your Majesty," Yves said. "Monsieur de Chrétien," the king said. Count Lucien came forward. "Yes, your Majesty." "Order the Academy of Sciences to publish Father Delacroix's notes and sketches. Commission a medal." "Certainly, your Majesty." "Father Delacroix, Monsieur de Chrétien will inform you when I shall be free to observe again. Perhaps your holy father will wish to attend as well." Marie-Joseph's heart sank. Another delay. If the king did not free Yves to do his work, the sea-monster might never be properly described. Yves bowed. Marie-Joseph curtsied. Charcoal dust from her hand smeared the skirt of her riding habit. "At your Majesty's convenience," Yves said. When his Majesty had left the tent, when the musicians had followed him still playing, and his court had accompanied him, when his servants and guards and visitors departed, Marie-Joseph was left all alone with Yves and Count Lucien. Marie-Joseph sank onto a chair. Not his Majesty's, of course, for her to sit in it would be ill-mannered. She sat in the seat that was still warm from the presence of the Chevalier de Lorraine. The new shoes Marie-Joseph had been so pleased with pinched her feet intolerably. "When may I expect to continue, Count Lucien?" Without replying, Count Lucien looked thoughtfully at the display of Marie-Joseph's drawings. "Mademoiselle de la Croix, can you draw life as well as death?" "Oh, yes, Monsieur de Chrétien, life is much easier." "You may submit a drawing of the sea-monster. A live sea-monster, if you please, for His Majesty's medal. I don't promise your drawing will be chosen." "But when may my brother continue his work?" "Sister," Yves said, "Count Lucien has offered us a singular honor. Be so kind as to offer him some gratitude." "Oh, I do," she said. "Of course I do. I'm flattered, sir. I thank you. But drawings and medals don't decay. The sea-monster, the dissection—" "His Majesty dictates the progress of the dissection," Yves said. He plucked a long shard of glass from the lab table and flung it into the garbage bucket. It shattered with a sound like bells. Yves folded the canvas over the dead sea-monster's flayed body. "You said yourself only a few of the creatures remain. What if this is the only one you ever have to study?" "It would be a shame. Still, the world holds many unknown creatures." Yves directed the lackeys in packing ice around the specimen. "In 2 or 3 days the dissection might proceed," Count Lucien said offhand. "Not today?" Marie-Joseph asked. "I cannot see how that is possible. Today His Majesty welcomes your Holy Father." Yves nodded, agreeing with Count Lucien. "I must attend His Holiness. The sea-monster will have to wait." The lackeys covered the ice with a thick layer of sawdust. "Tomorrow, then?" Marie-Joseph asked. Count Lucien laughed.
I assure you His Majesty will be occupied from morning until after midnight. Ceremonies, entertainments, the luncheon in his menagerie, planning Pope Innocent's crusade against heretical shopkeepers. His Majesty expects to conduct his regular council meeting, and he must practice for carousel."
"Must His Majesty observe?" Marie-Joseph asked.
"His Majesty wishes to observe,"
Count Lucien said, settling her question. "But if he's so busy, would he even notice if Yves—"
"Your brother will gain precious little knowledge," Count Lucien said dryly, "locked in the Bastille."
"Marie-Joseph," Yves said, "I have no intention of opposing His Majesty's wishes." "Count Lucien," Marie-Joseph said, "do you explain to His Majesty. My brother's work preserves the glory of capturing the sea monsters. His Majesty's glory."
"You expect too much of me, Mademoiselle de la Croix. It might be best," Count Lucien said with some impatience, "to continue after carousel when the live sea monster will no longer scream."
"By then nothing will be left but the sea monster's bones and the vermin its flesh generates."
"Regrettable,"
Count Lucien said. "Forgive my sister, please, Monsieur de Chrétien," Yves said. "She understands little of ceremony." Embarrassed, Marie-Joseph fell silent. The lackeys swept up the wet, slushy pulp around the dissection table. Their brooms scratched softly against the planks.
"Is your understanding any better, sir?" Count Lucien asked. "You disappointed His Majesty when you missed his awakening. I advise you not to disappoint him again. He expects you at appartement for his entertainments this evening. Don't throw away these honors."
Marie-Joseph jumped to her feet. "I can't allow His Majesty to think that was my brother's fault," she cried. The sea monster echoed her exclamation. "Hush, Marie-Joseph," Yves said. "No need to involve Monsieur de Chrétien. His Majesty forgave me." "For my error!" The sea monster whistled, as if to emphasize Marie-Joseph's mistake. "What does it matter? All's well." Count Lucien considered, his brow furrowed for a moment.
"Monsieur de la Croix has the right of it," he said to Marie-Joseph. "His Majesty need not be troubled twice to forgive a single transgression. I must caution you against another lapse."
Count Lucien bowed to Yves, to Marie-Joseph, and took his leave. He leaned on his walking-stick heavily after the long hours of inactivity. Though the sides of the tent remained open, he departed through the entrance, and the musketeers held the curtains aside. Outside, his Arabian bowed. He clambered into the saddle and galloped away. When he was out of earshot, Marie-Joseph said, "I'm so sorry. I've made such a dreadful tangle of today, of your triumph." "Truly," Yves said, "it's forgotten." She gave him a quick, grateful hug. "Go feed the creature, hurry, and bid it be silent." Marie-Joseph entered the sea monster's cage and captured a fish. It twisted in the net, weak and nearly dead. "Sea monster, dinner, fish!" She swept the net through the water. Her fingers dipped beneath the surface into the low vibration of the sea monster's voice. Beneath the hooves of the dawn horses, the sea monster lifted her head. Her hair, her forehead, her eyes rose above the water. She peered at Marie-Joseph. "Will it scream again if I take down the curtains?" Yves asked. "I don't know, Yves. I don't know why it started screaming, or why it stopped, or why it sings." He shrugged. "That doesn't matter. The noise won't trouble the king." The lackeys pulled down the makeshift curtains and remade the sides of the tent. "It was in such distress," Marie-Joseph said. "Come here, sea monster, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Silent, the sea monster swam toward her. Marie-Joseph let the live fish free. The sea monster darted forward, netted it between its webbed hands, and ate it in one bite. "It's so quick." "It wasn't quick enough to escape the net." Marie-Joseph threw it another fish. The sea monster kicked its tails, jumped halfway out of the water, and caught the fish in the air. It disappeared into the pool, crunching the fish's bones and fins between its teeth. "But you said it was mating. It was entranced." "I don't care to discuss that." Yves' face flushed beneath his fading tan. "But I will not discuss fornication, even animal fornication, with my sister who is straight from the convent." Yves' tones startled her. When they were children, they had discussed everything. Of course, when they were children, neither had known a thing about fornication, animal or otherwise. Perhaps he still knew nothing, and his ignorance embarrassed him, or the truth of it frightened him, as what Marie-Joseph had learned in the convent frightened her. She netted the last fish and offered it to the sea-monster from her bare hand. The sea-monster swam within an arm's length. The fish thrashed in Marie-Joseph's fingers. "Come, sea-monster, fish! Good fish!" "Fish," said the sea-monster. Marie-Joseph caught her breath, delighted. "She talks! Just like a parrot!" She let the fish swim into the sea-monster's hands. The sea-monster crunched it between her teeth and submerged. "I can train her." "To be silent?" Yves said. "I don't know," Marie-Joseph said thoughtfully. "If I were sure what distressed her, she sounded so sad. She almost made me cry." "No one minds if you cry, but the sea-monster's wailing distressed his majesty. Come along, we must hurry." Marie-Joseph packed her drawing-box while he chained the gate and fastened it with a padlock. She drew out her sketch of the male sea-monster's face, with its halo of glass and gold. "What are these decorations? Where did the glass come from? The gilt?" "A broken flask, debris from the fountain." "The live sea-monster put them there? Is that what she was doing last night? Why?" He shrugged. "The sea-monsters are like ravens. They collect shiny things." "It looks like nothing." Yves took the sketch from her hand, crumpled it, and thrust it against the slow match. The paper ignited. The halo around the dead sea-monster's head blackened and crumpled. Yves threw Marie-Joseph's sketch into a crucible and let it burn. "Yves!" His smile dazzled her. "Come along." He folded her hand in the crook of his elbow and led her from the tent. Behind them the sea-monster whispered, "Fish." Chapter 6. Marie-Joseph stretched her arms up into the new court dress as Odelette lifted it over her head. The beautiful blue satin and silver lace banished all Marie-Joseph's regrets for the ruined yellow silk. One of Lotta's servants had brought the dress. Odelette had worked magic on it, taking it in and rearranging the trim. The boned bodice and skirt slipped down over camisole, stays, and stockings, petticoat, and underskirt. Odelette did up the fastenings, tucked back the skirt to reveal the petticoat, and deftly adjusted the ruffles. Marie-Joseph was so grateful to Lotta. Mademoiselle's gift allowed her to attend the Pope's arrival in a proper dress. Marie-Joseph wondered if she would be allowed to meet the Holy Father, to kiss his ring. Surely she would not. That privilege must be reserved for important members of court. She would see him, which she had never hoped to do, for his visit to France was extraordinary. He was such a good man, she thought. A good man, a holy man. When His Holiness and His Majesty are reconciled, they'll stop the evils in the world. Odelette brought out an elaborate new fontange decorated with leftover lace from the dress and Marie-Joseph's last few ribbons. "There's no time for you to arrange it," Marie-Joseph said. "I'll be late to attend Mademoiselle." "I worked so hard to make it beautiful," Odelette said. "And it is. Bring it with us. You may present it to Mademoiselle." Odelette reluctantly put the headdress aside and arranged Marie-Joseph's hair simply, with a single false diamond as ornament. Odelette sighed. "Wish for the king to give you a real diamond, Mademoiselle Marie," she said. "Everyone knows all you have is paste." "Everyone knows I have no money," Marie-Joseph said. "If I had a diamond, they would wonder where I got it." "They all borrow money, from the king, from each other, from the merchants. No one thinks a thing about it." Odelette plunged a lamb's wool puff into a jar of powder. About to powder the mistress's bare throat and the curve of her breasts, she stayed her hand. "No," she said thoughtfully. "No. Powder will hide the blue veins beneath your skin that prove you are fair." The floury powder rose up in a cloud. Marie-Joseph sneezed. "Good," she said. "I'm pale enough." Odelette patted her own forehead and cheeks and throat with the wool puff, mottling the smooth tan of her perfect skin with smears of white. "You're the most beautiful woman at court," Odelette said. "All the princes will look at you and say, 'Who is that lovely princess? I must marry her.' And the ambassador from Turkey must marry her attendant." Marie-Joseph laughed. "I love you, Odelette." "It might happen," Odelette said. "It happens in all the fairy tales." "Princes marry princesses, and Turkey isn't likely to send an ambassador to France." Though France and Turkey both made war against the same enemy, the king hardly considered the Turks his allies. In the past, his armies captured and sold Turkish prisoners, like Odelette's mother, into slavery. The gentleman will say, "Who is that colonial girl? I could not marry anyone so plain and unfashionable unless she had an enormous dowry. Odelette brought Marie-Joseph her high-heeled pointed shoes. Marie-Joseph stepped into them.
"There, you're perfect, Mademoiselle Marie, except your hair."
Marie-Joseph glanced at the pale creature in her mirror. She hardly recognized herself. Marie-Joseph and Odelette hurried through the cramped and smelly attic corridors. Odelette carried the fontange like a fantastic cake. They descended, down and down the narrow stairs to the royal level, above the ground floor. Threadbare carpets and dark hallways gave way to polished parquet, rich tapestries, carved stone, gilded wood. Art and fine crafts filled the chateau, so His Majesty would always be surrounded by beauty. Artists and artisans of France produced almost everything His Majesty used, and His Majesty's notice made French crafts fashionable in all the capitals of the world. Even France's enemies designed their palaces to resemble the Chateau of Versailles. In the chateau, Marie-Joseph often found herself staring helplessly at paintings whose beauty and technique she could never hope to match. Paintings by Titian, by Veronese, filled her with wonder. Today she forced herself to pass them with only a glance. At Lotta's apartments, a footman announced her. "Mademoiselle Marie-Joseph de la Croix." He held open one side of the double door. "You may enter." Lotta ran out of a cloud of multicolored silk and satin velvet, out of the midst of her ladies-in-waiting in their finest gowns and their best jewels. "Mademoiselle de la Croix!" She embraced Marie-Joseph, stood back, and looked her up and down. "You will do," she said severely, mimicking Madame. "Thanks to you, mademoiselle." Marie-Joseph curtsied to Lotta and to the other ladies, who all outranked her by every measure. "What an exciting day!" Lotta plucked at Marie-Joseph's skirt to accentuate the flounces. "But poor Marie-Joseph, were you covered with fish guts?" "No, mademoiselle, only a little charcoal on my fingers."
"Is this the famous Odelette?"
asked Mademoiselle d'Armagnac, the season's most celebrated beauty. Her skin was as fair as porcelain, and her hair as pale as summer wine. "What is that confection?" The ladies crowded around Odelette, captivated by her handiwork. Lotta laid claim to the new headdress. The ruffled tower reached an arm's length above her head, and the ribbons spilled down her back. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac brought silver ribbons to match Lotta's petticoat. Odelette wove them into the arrangement. "It's wonderful!" Lotta cried. "You're so clever!" She hugged Marie-Joseph, gave Odelette a gold louis, and sailed out of her rooms. Marie-Joseph followed, nearly lost in the crowd. At Madame's apartments, both halves of the tall carved entry doors swung open. Lotta's rank demanded that courtesy. In the anteroom, Madame's ladies-in-waiting curtsied. Lotta nodded and smiled at them. Halfway to her mother's private chamber, she turned back. "Where is Mademoiselle de la Croix? I want Mademoiselle de la Croix." Marie-Joseph curtsied. Lotta kissed her lightly, took her arm, and whispered, "Are you ready to face my mamma?" "I treasure your mamma," Marie-Joseph said sincerely. "And she likes you, but she can be so stuffy." In Madame's private chambers, a single candle burned on the desk. Madame sat writing, wrapped in a voluminous dressing-gown. The fire in the grate had gone out. The room was dim and cold. Marie-Joseph curtsied low. Madame looked up from her writing desk and laid aside her pen. "My dearest Liselotte," Madame said, "come and let me look at you." Madame and Mademoiselle shared the same pet name within their family. As Marie-Joseph curtsied, two little dogs rushed from beneath the skirts of Madame's dressing-gown. They yapped hysterically, their claws tapping and scratching on the parquet. The reek of their droppings clung in all the corners. The dogs, like walking rag-piles, jumped and pawed Marie-Joseph's petticoat. She drew back, rising even before Madame acknowledged her, to avoid a paw in the face. She surreptitiously towed Elderflower away. The ancient pug yapped more loudly, snapped at her skirt, lost interest, and wandered off, snuffled at the floor, snorted for air. Younger Flower, the other pug, followed him slavishly. Even compared to Elderflower, Younger Flower was not very bright. Madame rose, embraced Lotte, fondly patted her cheek, and stepped back to gaze at her. "Your gown was so costly. His Majesty's carousel will be the ruin of us all. But you are so beautiful, and the habit suits you." The low neckline showed off Lotta's magnificent bosom. Dove-gray satin, silver lace, and diamonds flattered her blue eyes. Healthy, sturdy, cheerful, and kind, Lotte favored her mother's side of the family, the German side, while her intensely handsome brother, in both his strengths and afflictions, could be taken only for a Bourbon. Madame looked Marie-Joseph up and down. "Mademoiselle de la Croix, I believe I have seen that gown before."
"It looks so well on Marie-Joseph, Mamma," Lotte said, "and her wonderful Odelette worked magic to change it."
"She changed it so much you could wear it again."
"No, Mamma, not a second time, not with the foreign princes here."
"Where is the palatine I gave you?" Marie-Joseph feigned surprise and distress.
"Oh, Madame, I beg your pardon. The new gown drove every other thought out of my head."
Fond as she was of Madame, she had no intention of copying her old lady styles, hiding her décolletage beneath a scarf or a tippet. "Every other thought but the current fashion?" Madame shook her head, resigned. "Very well, you will do." Madame sounded exactly like Lotte's imitation. Lotte choked down a laugh. Marie-Joseph hid her own amusement by dropping into another curtsy. "Dear daughter," the portly Duchess said, "I began to wonder where you were." Lotte laughed.
"Why, Mamma, I had to rescue Mademoiselle de la Croix from the monster fish."
Marie-Joseph approached Madame, knelt, and kissed the hem of her gown.
"Please forgive me, Madame. I didn't mean to make Mademoiselle late."
"Forgive you twice in one day?" Madame smiled. "I'm not your confessor, child, but I wonder if you have too many duties to bother with an old woman's family." She took Marie-Joseph's hand and raised her to her feet.
"Don't make me give up Marie-Joseph, Mamma," Lotte said. "I would offend Monsieur de Chrétien. Besides, I have great plans for her."
"And His Majesty has great plans for her brother, who needs her. Father Delacroix is more important to His Majesty than we are."
Madame opened her hand in a gesture that took in the whole room, with its faded hangings, the stubby candles.
"I don't begrudge him his place."
"Madame, you should see our rooms," Marie-Joseph said, though she could hardly imagine Madame climbing to the attic, and devoutly hoped she would not try. "I could fit my whole chamber within your bed curtains, and my brother's is no larger."
"That won't last long, my dear. I honor your brother for his success." She sighed. "I only wish I could provide for my children properly and pay my bills."
"Mamma, you're exaggerating as usual," Lotte said. "Why, we're rich, since dear Grandmademoiselle died."
"Dear Grandmademoiselle. Never mind, I mustn't speak ill of the dead. La Grandmademoiselle left your brother rich. Monsieur is rich, but I have hardly enough to keep my household, and I can hardly maintain Monsieur's position with one new dress every other season."
"Mamma, you have a brand-new grand habit. We must hurry. Why haven't your ladies got you dressed?"
"They fussed, so I sent them away and wrote my letters until you should come." Lotte took charge, sending Odelette to fetch Madame's stays and stockings, putting Marie-Joseph in charge of Madame's petticoat. Together they dressed the Princess Palatine. Their conversation turned to the sea monsters. "I wrote to the Rographin Sophie," Madame said. "I told her of your brother's triumph, Mademoiselle de la Croix, and of watching him butcher the monster fish."
"The creatures aren't really fish, Madame. They're like whales or sea cows. He's dissecting it to look inside to reveal the wonder of how its body works."
"Dissection, butchery," Madame shrugged.
"Chartres has all the family talent for alchemy."
Lotte shuddered theatrically.
"I couldn't understand it. If I did, I'm sure I'd never again eat or drink or breathe."
"You'd have no more choice about it," Madame said, "than you have in emptying your bowels or breaking wind."
"Mamma!"
Lotte laughed, her beautiful laugh like spun silver.
"Now you stop breathing for a moment so we may lace your stays."
Elderflower, in his wandering, bumped into Madame's feet and plopped down. Marie-Joseph and Odelette helped Madame into her petticoat. Its edge fell over Elderflower, concealing him. Younger Flower, losing sight of the older dog, ran around the room yapping in a panic. Ignoring Younger Flower, Madame bent down and pushed aside lace and ruffles to pat Elderflower's long, soft ears. "He's getting feeble. I'll be so glad when he dies. And what will Younger Flower do when he's gone?"
"Mamma, don't be silly. Elderflower's no more feeble than you are."
"We should both retire to a convent where we'd be in no one's way, and no one would have to think of us. A convent would accept a little dog, don't you think? They wouldn't deprive me of my few pleasures." They would deprive you of everything they could, dear Madame, Marie-Joseph thought, but she could not say such an irreverent thing out loud. Madame, I think you would not enjoy a convent. She and Odalette lifted the great construction of Madame's court dress and settled it upon her. Mamma, they wouldn't let you hunt. If you retired to a convent, they might not let you write your letters. What would Rographin's Sophie do without them? I'd have nothing to write about from the convent. I'd have to take the veil and a vow of silence. You'd never see the king. I see him. Madame's voice caught. I see him seldom enough anyway. And besides, you must find me a prince. You promised. Lotta's enthusiasm brought a smile, tinged only a little with sadness, to Madame's lips. She held out her arms. She and Lotta embraced again. I must, it is true, Madame said, for I failed your brother in the matter of his marriage. His father failed him, his uncle the king failed him, and our family is full of mouse-droppings. Madame sighed deeply. If Chartres had fewer foolish notions, fewer dangerous occupations. Mamma, you forget that Father Delacroix has the same sort of notions. I forget nothing, Liselott. He can afford his new-fangled ideas. Madame sat down. Elderflower clawed his way into her lap. Snuffling and sputtering, the evil pug sat its bottom on her velvet skirt and pawed the gauze covering her bosom. Madame petted the creature fondly. Everything's different for a grandson of France, but His Majesty approves in a Jesuit he cannot approve for his nephew. Madame, your son loves science, Marie-Joseph said. Forbidding him his studies would cause him infinite distress, and allowing him to continue might cost him his life. The suspicions could drag your brother down as well, and you must take care. Suspicions? Marie-Joseph shook her head in confusion. Who could suspect Yves of any base act? Who could suspect Chartres? Madam, he is sweet and good and intelligent. My husband is sweet and good and intelligent as well, Madame said, for all his faults, and even for his sins. That kept no one from gossiping that he poisoned Henriette d'Angleterre, or that he should be burned. Nonsense, Mamma. Everyone who knew the first Madame says she died because she never ate anything. She pined away for love of— Hush! You know nothing of her. You were no more than a glimmer of duty in your father's eye. And you were still in the Palatinate with Aunt Sophie. Madame bent to lean her forehead against Elderflower's soft golden fur. Younger Flower snuffled around her feet, his nose to the floor, seeking his elder companion without success. Madame sighed. And how I wish I had stayed there. She gazed at Lotta for a long minute. Her rough breath slowed and deepened, and she did not cry. Marie-Joseph's heart broke for Madame, so far from home. I will find you a prince, Liselotte, Madame said. My duty is to find him, and your duty will be to marry him. I hope you will not hate me on that day. I hope you will be happier than I. Mamma, never worry about my wedding day. You'll be proud of me, I promise. Oh, what shall we do about your hair? Give me a ribbon to tie it with, Madame said, glancing critically at Lotta's headdress. You have plenty to spare. No one will notice me. Marie-Joseph, Mamma needs your help. I can only defer to Odalette, mademoiselle. She drew Odalette forward and held the pins and ribbons while she worked. Lotta joined her, playing the part of hairdresser's assistant with enthusiasm. Mamma, please smile, Lotta said. You look magnificent. Will you send for some chocolate and cakes to sustain us for the afternoon? I should not smile because my teeth are too ugly, and I should not have cakes because I am too fat, Madame said. But I will do both, my dear, to please you. As Odalette finished dressing Madame's hair, Monsieur and Chartres and Lorraine arrived, trooping into Madame's private chamber like a trio of jewelled and bewigged peacocks. As if from nowhere, servants appeared with more pastries, with plates of fruit, with wine. Moving with her usual stolid energy, Madame rose from her chair to curtsy to her husband. Monsieur formally returned her salute. I've brought my hairdresser for you, Madame. Monsieur stroked a curl of his massive black wig and sipped wine from a silver goblet. Do let him. I've been fussed over quite enough. Madame waved Monsieur's hairdresser away. Lorraine and Chartres looked on, drinking wine, critical and amused. Bowing, disappointed, the hairdresser withdrew. Have you a new hairdresser? Monsieur asked.
The arrangement is adequate, more than adequate, with the addition of a ruffle or two. I am far too old for a fontange. No, thank you, monsieur. I prefer my hair plain, and so does your brother the king. Monsieur and Lorraine exchanged a glance. Even Marie-Joseph knew that the king, in his wilder youth, paid his serious attentions to beauties. "Who did your hair?" Monsieur asked his daughter. "It's quite delightful."
"Mademoiselle de la Croix, papa," Lotta said. "I'm so lucky to have her. She might have been trapped at Saint-Cyr forever." "Odalette is entirely responsible," Marie-Joseph said. Odalette curtsied shyly. Monsieur felt around in his pockets, came up with nothing but crumbs, unpinned a diamond from his waistcoat, and gave it to Odalette.
"Where is Father Delacroix?" Madame asked. "He promised us a few moments, a story or two of his voyage."
"He'll be here soon, madame."
"If he's late, Mademoiselle Delacroix," Chartres said, "I'll be pleased to escort you." "You'll escort your sister," Madame said severely, "as your wife doesn't see fit to grace my rooms." "Why, madame," Lorraine said, "Mademoiselle Dubois fears she'll be swept up with the other mouse-droppings." "Madame Lucifer has better things to do than spend her time with me," Chartres said, to my everlasting gratitude. "I so want to hear your brother's adventures," Madame said. "If I miss them, I'll wait another decade for any excitement."
"If you miss a single story, madame," Marie-Joseph said, "he'll tell them all over again for you, I promise."
"You are a good child." "Mademoiselle Delacroix, I have a present for you."
Chartres limped toward her, his blind eye wandering. Marie-Joseph always feared he would fall at her feet. He pulled the stopper from a beautiful little silver bottle and thrust it at her. "What is it, sir?"
"Perfume of my own making."
He dropped to one knee before her. Embarrassed, Marie-Joseph stepped back. "Oh, do get up, sir, please." He grasped her hand to dab perfume on her wrist, but Lotta stopped him. "Let her smell it first, Philippe," she said. "It might not suit her."
"How could it not?" Chartres said.
Marie-Joseph wondered if it was quite proper for a married man to give a gift of perfume to his sister's lady-in-waiting. For her to criticize his manners would be even more improper. She wondered why his wife avoided him, for despite his strange blind eye, he was handsome, and he always had something new and interesting to talk about.
"Pure essence of flowers."
Chartres waved the stopper beneath her rose, releasing a delicate tendril of scent. "Roses? Sir, it's lovely." Chartres splashed the perfume on Marie-Joseph's wrist. As he reached for her bosom, Madame snatched the bottle. Chartres pouted.
"A prince should not do a maid's job."
Madame gave the flask to Marie-Joseph.
"Let your girl send you up, Mademoiselle Delacroix, if you wish." "I only want to show Mademoiselle Delacroix I'm a chemist," Chartres said. "I could help her brother, I could study with him."
Odalette dabbed essence of roses behind Marie-Joseph's ears, and on her throat and between her breasts. The tincture evaporated, chilling her skin, enveloping her in fragrance.
"You may think yourself a chemist, Philippe," Monsieur said, "but you're only a novice perfume-maker."
Chartres' uneven gaze followed Odalette's hands. Lorraine smiled at Marie-Joseph, mocking and sympathetic. The skin around his eyes crinkled with the most attractive laugh lines.
"Sometime you must try one of my perfumes,"
Monsieur said. He waved his lace handkerchief before her face. A pungent and musky odor obliterated the fragrance of roses.
"Now, who is superior, father or son?"
"I beg your pardon, monsieur, but my nose is filled with the scent of roses, and I cannot compare another fragrance." She dared not tell Monsieur his favorite perfume overwhelmed her and made her think of Lorraine.
"You look far too plain for the importance of the day."
Monsieur peered into a mirror, plucked off one of his own beauty patches, and pressed it just above the corner of Marie-Joseph's mouth. "Thank you, monsieur," she curtsied, hardly knowing what else to do.
"Now that I've proven myself a chemist," Chartres said, "will you recommend me as your brother's assistant?"
"She will not, sir," Monsieur said. "You come to supper smelling of sulphur," Madame said. "Now you propose to add fish guts? It isn't proper for you to dirty your hands."
"Or his reputation,"
Lorraine said, a dark hint of warning in his voice.
"Be quiet, my dear.
Monsieur spoke with worried intensity, and returned his attention to his son. "Dabbling in alchemy is beneath you." "Yes, it is, sir," Chartres exclaimed. "What I study is chemistry. It's important work. We may discover how the world functions." "And what use is that, sir?" his father asked. "Will it advance the fortunes of our family?" "I married Madame Lucifer to advance the fortunes of our family," Chartres said. "For all the good that did us," Madame said. His complexion dangerously choleric, Monsieur raised his voice. "You have duties enough already." "And what are those, sir?" Though Chartres' voice held only innocence, his blind eye wandered wildly. "To please the king," Monsieur said. Marie-Joseph caught her breath with relief when Yves arrived, only a moment before Monsieur and Madame and their ladies and gentlemen departed to make their way through the chateau to the marble courtyard. He bowed gallantly. The ladies clustered around him, hiding behind their fans with feigned shyness. He stood out among the courtiers, whether he was with ladies or gentlemen, because of the plainness of his robe, because of his beauty. But he had left no time to amuse Madame with sea-monster stories. He folded Marie-Joseph's hand into the crook of his elbow. They joined the procession. She was proud to be with her brother, yet she admitted to herself a shred of envy at Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's place, fluttering her fan at Chartres, taking the Chevalier de Lorraine's arm. "What have you put on your face?" Yves whispered. "Monsieur placed it there." "It isn't the sort of thing my sister should wear." With gentle caution he plucked the beauty patch from her upper lip. "I'm sorry." Marie-Joseph kept her voice low. "I didn't know how to say he might not give it to me." "As for your dress—" With a concerned frown he tugged at the lace peeking above her low neckline, pulling the decorated edge until the camisole's plain muslin showed. She pushed his hand away, hoping no one had seen, but Mademoiselle d'Armagnac watched, and whispered to Lorraine. "Madame approved it. She's the soul of propriety." She did not mention Madame's palatine. She tucked the muslin out of sight, leaving only the silk-lace trim revealed. Marie-Joseph had been astonished to discover that Lotta's camisoles were of muslin, except the trim. Madame was not only the soul of propriety, but the soul of making the most of a sou. "You always were a quick study," Yves said. "A few months in France, 2 weeks at Versailles, and already an expert in court etiquette." 2 weeks at Versailles, all summer at Saint-Cyr, where they speak only of the king, religion, and fashion. Yves gazed at her quizzically. "I'm only teasing." "You've done well, but I'm here now. You needn't worry any more." What Yves said was true. His success overshadowed Marie-Joseph's small progress. She could hide behind his light. She could keep his house. If he were lucky, he would let her continue to assist in his work. She was selfish and foolish to wish and hope for more. Humbled, she squeezed his arm and leaned her head against the rough wool of his cassock. Yves patted her hand fondly. At Yves' side, Marie-Joseph waited in the marble courtyard, standing in her place behind Mademoiselle. Courtiers and clerics packed the square, covering its bold, concentric black-and-white pattern of newly polished marble tiles. The chateau glowed, its columns and vases polished, the gilt on the doors and windows and balconies renewed, the marble busts cleaned and repaired. Huge pots of flowers lined the courtyards that opened out, each one successively larger, to the Gate of Honor and the Place d'Armes. Thousands of spectators filled the courtyards. A double line of flowering orange trees in silver pots flanked His Holiness's route, along the Avenue de Paris, across the Place d'Armes, up to the gilded gate. Larger orange trees marked a path across the cobblestones of the minister's place, through the forecourt and between the wings of the chateau to the edge of the marble courtyard. The visitors stood respectfully behind the orange trees, leaving the pathway clear. Marie-Joseph had never seen so many people. They all wore finery, even if the finery were cobbled together. The men wore swords, as decent dress required, massive medieval family heirlooms, battered souvenirs of past wars, gilt or pot-metal blades, rented from the stands along the road from the town of Versailles. Marie-Joseph's feet hurt. The sun dipped behind the roof of the chateau, plunging the courtyard into cool shadow. Marie-Joseph shivered, despite the press of bodies and the clear, late-summer day. With her handkerchief she patted the perspiration from Mademoiselle's brow. A cheer gathered in the distance. Marie-Joseph forgot her pinched feet and her shivers. Noise struck as the voices of thousands of people rose, rejoicing in the reconciliation between Louis and the Church of Rome. The courtyard, set between the wings of the chateau, concentrated and focused the cheers, as if the busts of philosophers and heroes were shouting their acclaim, as if Mars and Hercules on their pediment cried out to celebrate Christianity's ascendance. Magnificent in their bright uniforms, a troop of Swiss guards dismounted at the gate of honor and marched between the trees. His Holiness's coach followed. Though His Majesty had given His Holiness dispensation to drive a carriage to the entrance of the chateau, the guards must walk. Louis could have commanded Innocent to approach him on foot. He had, after all, forced one of Innocent's holy predecessors to abase himself and apologize for the loutish actions of his guards. This King of France had forced Rome's representatives to yield precedence to his own. But he was a great diplomat. He would not require an old and pious and humble man to walk. He would not risk his treaty. The coach proceeded between the orange trees, keeping a stately pace. As Innocence passed, nodding to the crowd, a tide of cheers followed him. The crowd closed in after the carriage, filling the space between the orange trees. Green leaves and white blossoms quivered violently. The great doors of the chateau swung open, and the king appeared. Louis crossed the marble courtyard at a leisurely pace, magnificent in brown velvet studded with tiger's eyes and trimmed with gold lace, a green satin waistcoat heavily embroidered with gold, and diamond garters and shoe buckles. For this very particular occasion he wore the Order of the Holy Ghost outside his coat. Dazzling diamonds covered the long blue sash. Rubies and sapphires decorated the gold scabbard of His Majesty's ceremonial sword. Spanish point lace edged his hat, and the most wonderful white plumes swept over his shoulder. Marie-Joseph curtsied deeply. All around her silk rustled and velvet whispered as the other courtiers bowed. Marie-Joseph risked a peek. Below in the forecourt the Swiss guards formed a double line to flank His Holiness's carriage. The horses, stepping high, trotted to the low course of stairs at the edge of the marble courtyard. His Majesty reached the top of the steps. His Majesty allowed the cheering to crescendo. He stood in grandeur, flanked by 2 generations of his heirs, by the deposed King James and Queen Mary of England, by his ministers and his advisers. Madame de Maintenon, drab and serene, stood at the very back of the king's party. Marie-Joseph caught her breath. His Holiness's white robes shone from the dimness of the coach. His Holiness descended. His Majesty stood straight, gazing at the old man who held a key to winning the war against the League of Augsburg. The crowd fell silent. The 2 most powerful men in the Western world faced each other. Cardinals and bishops followed Innocent out of the carriage. They bowed to His Majesty. When they rose, so did Marie-Joseph and the other courtiers.
"Welcome, cousin. Our estrangement has caused great sorrow."
His Majesty honored the Pope with his courtesy.
"Cousin, I rejoice at the reconciliation of France with Rome. I rejoice at our alliance. Together we will crush the Protestants. We will eradicate their heresy from France, from Europe, from the world, for the glory of God."
The enormous crowd erupted in a spontaneous cheer of devotion to God and King. Transfixed, Madame de Maintenon clasped her hands before her lips. Her dark eyes shone with tears. Marie-Joseph felt a little sorry for her. Despite her position, married, everyone said, to the king, but secretly, never acknowledged, and therefore open to the charge of adultery and fornication. Her persuasion was the cause of this unprecedented meeting, and yet she must stand behind the bastard princes, silent, nearly overcome with emotion. As the cheering continued, one of the bishops brought forward a container of gold encrusted with pearls and diamonds. He handed the reliquary to His Holiness, who accepted it reverently. Pope Innocent raised the tall, domed receptacle to his lips, then handed it to His Majesty. Louis accepted the magnificent offering. His Holiness had brought a bone or a bit of flesh from the preserved body of a saint to reside forever in France. Perhaps His Majesty would keep it in the chapel at Versailles, where the courtiers could see it, touch the reliquary, acquire goodness and piety by its influence. His Majesty handed the reliquary to Count Lucien, who accepted it and gave it to the Father de la Chaise. His Holiness frowned at Count Lucien, then made his expression benign again, and indeed Marie-Joseph thought Count Lucien had handled the saint's relic rather off-handedly. Innocent's gift merited a golden altar, or at least a velvet pillow. Count Lucien signalled. A half-dozen footmen staggered forward, bent beneath the weight of a magnificent ebony prayer-bench of the most fashionable style. Inlays of exotic woods and mother-of-pearl, outlined with gold, illustrated scenes from the parables. His Majesty's artisans have outdone themselves, Marie-Joseph thought. The King and the Pope saluted each other, Innocent bowing with genuine humility, His Majesty deigning to incline his head to his fellow prince. The courtiers with His Majesty, the churchmen with Innocent, bowed deeply each to the other side. When they rose, Madame de Maintenon's expression shone like the sun with unutterable joy. In public she kept her own counsel. She raised her black lace fan before her face, but it betrayed her by trembling. His Majesty could give his hand only to the Emperor, the only man in Europe whose rank equalled his own. He did not breach etiquette for the sake of Pope Innocent, as he had for his deposed ally James of England. Though Innocent forbore to offer his ring to Louis to be kissed, he searched His Majesty's escort and stretched his hand toward Madame de Maintenon. Madame de Maintenon hurried forward, her black silk skirt and petticoats rustling against the black-and-white marble. A powerful, unacknowledged queen, on a distorted chessboard, she knelt, gracefully despite her age, before Innocent, and pressed his hand, his ring, to her lips. "Perhaps he'll stone her," Madame muttered, only loud enough for Lotta and Marie-Joseph just behind her to hear. Marie-Joseph felt rather shocked, but Lotta pressed her lips together and her shoulders shook. "Rise, sister." Innocent treated Madame de Maintenon with exquisite and kindly politeness, supporting the faction that believed she and the king had married. His Majesty and Pope Innocent and Madame de Maintenon walked together across the marble courtyard to the Chateau entrance, the royal family and the bishops and cardinals falling in behind, the courtiers bowing as they passed. Another cheer from the crowd rose around them and echoed from the walls, making the busts of heroes and saints shout and cry as they never had in life. Chapter 7. Marie-Joseph accompanied Mademoiselle and Madame back to Madame's apartments. Put out of sorts by Madame de Maintenon's triumph, Madame grumbled all the way. "Innocent will take all His Majesty's time," she said, "planning wars, estranging me further from my relatives. I fear His Majesty will never invite us on another hunt or even a walk." "We could walk by ourselves, Mamma," Lotta said. "It isn't the same." "Oh, Madame," Marie-Joseph said, "how can His Majesty do anything ordinary today?" "His entertainments this evening will be ordinary enough, I have no doubt. No pope will stop the gambling or the drinking, and he certainly cannot stop the boredom." Madame sighed, then brightened as she led the way into her dim, cold apartments. "I must finish my letter to Rographin Sophie." "You'll have to admit to Aunt Sophie that the Marquise de Maintenon came away unstoned." Madame made a sound of disgust. "The old whore! By your leave, Mademoiselle de la Croix." "I beg your pardon, Madame?" "And I beg yours. I cannot help my improper language, for I ran wild when I was young." "I heard no improper language," Marie-Joseph said. Madame laughed, and Lotta joined in. "So the old hag hasn't taken you in, with her piety and her mouse-turds? I knew you were a sensible young woman." "You give me too much credit, Madame." Marie-Joseph's cheeks warmed intensely with her embarrassment. "If you spoke improperly, I couldn't tell. I don't know what that word means." "Which word?" Lotta asked dryly. "Turd, hag, or whore?" "The last," Marie-Joseph whispered. "It is charming that you do not know it," Madame said. "I must get to my letters." Marie-Joseph and Lotta curtsied as Madame disappeared into her private chamber. Lotta took Marie-Joseph's arm. Together they left Madame's rooms. Odelette followed. Dusk was falling. As they passed, servants lowered the crystal chandeliers and lit masses of new candles. In Lotta's apartments, the ladies-in-waiting claimed Odelette to dress their hair. Lotta drew Marie-Joseph to a corner by the window so they could whisper together. "You have led such a sheltered existence," Lotta said. "I know that I have. A whore is a woman who sells herself for money." In Martinique we would call her a slave or a bondservant if she sold herself. Not a slave, not a bondservant, a woman who sells her body. Marie-Joseph shook her head, confused. Who sells her body to men, to any man. Exasperated, Lotta said, For sex. Sex? Marie-Joseph tried to make sense of it. Do you mean fornication? Sex without marriage? Marriage. Silly goose. Marie-Joseph fell silent. It would be improper for her to defend herself against her royal mistress's ridicule, although she felt hurt that Lotta would take such pleasure in making fun of her. You raised yourself too high, Marie-Joseph told herself. If Lotta slaps you down, then you deserve it. I don't mean it, Lotta said. Marie-Joseph, I'm sorry. You must let me teach you everything about the world. How could the nuns keep you in such ignorance? They hoped only to preserve my innocence, Marie-Joseph said. The Holy Sisters are innocent themselves. They know nothing of... Her voice fell to a whisper. Whoring, Lotta said out loud. I'll tell you of Ninon de l'Enclos. I met her, if His Majesty found out. Or Mamma. But of course she isn't a whore. She's a courtesan. What is that? Lotta explained. To Marie-Joseph, the difference could dance on the head of a pin with 1,000 angels. In the convent the nuns had repeated dire and ambiguous warnings that Marie-Joseph never understood. Only once had she asked what fornication meant exactly. A week alone in her room with nothing to eat but bread and water could not cure her unwomanly curiosity, but the punishment made her devious about how she found out the answers. The punishment left her with the holy knowledge that intimate relations between a man and a woman were evil, obligatory in marriage, and unpleasant. When she was Lotta's age, Marie-Joseph had wept for her dead mamma and papa, who had loved each other while they lived, who loved her and Yves, who had been required to submit to distress and pain to create their children and their family. She wept because she and her future husband would have to do the same thing if she wished to recreate the enchantment of her childhood. She hoped she was strong enough, and she wondered why God had made the world this way. She wondered if God had made a joke. But when she asked the priest at confession, he laughed. Then he told her people should not love each other, for such love was profane. People should love God, whose love was sacred. Then the priest assigned her such a heavy penance that she suspected she had nearly earned a beating. Once Mother Superior lectured her students about fornication. She left them in such a state of confusion and excitement that at bedtime they whispered instead of sleeping. When the Holy Sisters checked their charges at midnight, they heard the whispers. That night, and for a month afterward, the sisters laid themselves down next to the students, rigid and wakeful, to prevent forbidden words, and to enforce the proper sleeping position among their charges, on their backs, their hands on top of the covers. Now you know of Mademoiselle de l'Enclos, Lotta said, who is a wit, who was the toast of Paris, a courtesan. She committed mortal sin, Marie-Joseph said, appalled. Then everyone at court will go to hell. Not everyone, not Madame. No, not poor Mamma, Lotta said. And not His Majesty. Not now, it's true, but when he was young, why, Marie-Joseph, he was the worst. Oh, hush. How can you speak of His Majesty that way? Where do you think the mouse-turds came from? Marie-Joseph tried to reconcile her belief that children resulted only from marriage with the indisputable fact that the Duc de Maine and his brother and sisters and his half-sister existed. His Majesty can do as he wishes, Marie-Joseph said, and perhaps, Marie-Joseph thought, God makes the business of creating children less horrible for his representative on earth. That would explain why His Majesty had created so many. Not according to the Church, not according to Madame de Maintenon. The courtiers say she has him locked up in a chastity belt. Embarrassed, Marie-Joseph held her silence. She, the elder, should be the more knowledgeable. Lotta had ventured into territory about which Marie-Joseph was ignorant. And I'm not going to hell. Not for that reason, in any event, Marie-Joseph said, trying to regain a foothold. Nor are you. Are you sure? Lotta said slyly. Marie-Joseph forged ahead, unwilling to understand Lotta's innuendo. Or my brother. Oh, your beautiful brother, Lotta exclaimed. Yves is wasted on the priesthood. What a shame. Every woman at court is entranced by his eyes. Or Or Marie-Joseph stumbled, knocked off balance. Or Count Lucien? Lotta stared at Marie-Joseph, argued into concurrence. Then, to Marie-Joseph's astonishment, Lotta burst into a great, rollicking, unladylike laugh. "Dear Marie-Joseph," she said. Her laugh turned to a snort, and she caught her breath. Marie-Joseph had no idea why she was laughing. "You're jesting with me, and here I thought you were serious. I thought my friend is so learned in some ways and so ignorant in others, but you knew everything all along," she sighed. "So I suppose I mustn't try to enhance my reputation with you, for you'll know I'm exaggerating, and I'll lose your respect." "You couldn't," Marie-Joseph said, grateful for a handhold in shifting sands. "That could never happen." "I wonder," Lotta said softly. Marie-Joseph and Yves reached the foot of the magnificent ambassador's staircase, and joined the line of courtiers progressing toward the heart of the chateau, where the king entertained his guests. So many people stood crushed together on the double staircase that Marie-Joseph could barely see the elaborate decorations, the sculpture, the multicolored marble. She wore the same blue gown. She had no other fine enough for this evening. But after Odolette created another lacy tier for Lotta's fanciful headdress, Mademoiselle had insisted on lending Marie-Joseph her third-best fontange. Marie-Joseph held her head high, thinking, "Tonight I'm not quite so far out of the stream of fashion." They reached the salon of Venus. The master of ceremonies thumped his staff on the floor. "Father Delacroix and Mademoiselle Delacroix." Marie-Joseph walked into the brilliance of His Majesty's state apartments. Banks of candles gleamed and flickered, rising from gold and silver candlesticks on every surface, casting the spectrum of the rainbow through the faceted crystals of the chandeliers. The candlelight reflected from the windows, from the gold sunburst reliefs, from the gold leaf of the wall carvings and the inlays on the furniture. Light leaped and sparkled over jewels, along the gold embroidery on the men's coats, across the gold and silver lace adorning the gowns and petticoats of the noble women. It illuminated the triumphant paintings on the walls and ceilings. It gleamed across the marble floors. Music whispered through the room, mingling with gossip and chatter. Even a measured piece of court music threatened to set Marie-Joseph wildly cavorting, dazzled across the polished floor. On the ceiling, Venus, crowned by the Graces, cast garlands of flowers to enthrall the gods at her feet. She was so lovely, the petals so real, that Marie-Joseph could imagine reaching into the air and capturing a wreath touched by dew. Her perfume might emanate from those blossoms. Motifs of love decorated the salon of Venus. Under the gaze of the goddess anything was possible, even for a colonial spinster without connections or resources. After all, Madame de Maintenon had come from Martinique with even less. A crush of people, a brilliant gathering of royalty and nobility, filled the salon of Venus. Everyone in the world dreamed of attending the celebration of the 50th year of Louis XIV's reign. The foreign princes of Condé and Conti and Lorraine had arrived even before Pope Innocent to pay their respects. The nobility of distant lands, from across the Mediterranean, from across the Atlantic, from the other side of the Silk Road, would soon attend His Majesty. At the announcement of Yves' name, a murmur of recognition buzzed through the room like a swarm of bees. Everyone turned to look, to bow or smile or nod to him. Yves acknowledged the greetings in a most courtly manner, gracious yet dignified. Courtiers surged toward Yves in a wave. Before they reached him, their tide broke and parted like the Red Sea. Louis strolled through the ruptured wave. It rippled as he passed, as his subjects and his guests bowed low. The plumes of the men's hats brushed the floor, and the lace of the women's petticoats whispered into drifts, colorful spumes strewn at the monarch's feet. The sea of courtiers closed behind him, but the royal family insisted on its precedence. If Madame could not exactly part the waters of the courtiers, she would sail through them like a great ship. Monsieur trailed in Madame's wake, bringing the Chevalier de Lorraine with him. Lotta followed, on the arm of Charles, Duc de Lorraine. The foreign prince was a wealthier and more highly placed distant relative of the Chevalier, but he was not nearly as handsome. Nonetheless, Lotta glowed in Charles of Lorraine's attention. Her exuberance overcame the essential plainness of her mother's side of the family. Louis stopped some paces before Yves. Yves saluted the king graciously, yet with reserve. Marie-Joseph dropped into a deep curtsy.
"Father Delacroix," His Majesty said, "I am delighted to see you at my evening entertainments."
"Thank you, Your Majesty." Yves strode to His Majesty and bowed again.
"You must tell us your adventures, Father,"
Louis said.
"Tell us how you captured the sea monsters."
"Yes, Your Majesty." Louis turned his entire attention to Yves. Louis was the sun. His natural philosopher reflected the light of his king. Invisible in the shadow of her brother's accomplishments, Marie-Joseph was free to observe. Royalty surrounded Yves like a whirlpool, leaving Marie-Joseph in a safer eddy.
"Tell us everything, Father Delacroix."
Madame took Yves' arm, as if the king or monsieur or the chevalier might snatch him away and keep his stories all to themselves.
"Don't leave out a single monster, a single leviathan, a single sea breeze."
"It will be my pleasure, madame, though in truth the voyage held more discomfort and boredom than adventure." Courtiers jostled past Marie-Joseph, crowding between her and the inner circle. Lords and ladies alike exclaimed over Yves' voyage, his bravery, his triumph over the dangerous monsters.
"How handsome he is,"
whispered the young Duchess de Chartres, Madame Lucifer, as her husband, her cousin Philippe d'Orléans, called her. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac, attending Madame de Chartres, murmured her agreement. Madame de Chartres and her husband exchanged neither word nor glance. Madame nodded to her with scrupulously correct coolness. While Madame Lucifer gazed at Yves and fluttered her fan, Mademoiselle d'Armagnac gazed at Madame Lucifer's husband Chartres and fluttered her eyelashes. The Chevalier de Lorraine towered above His Majesty's legitimized daughter. "He will break your hearts, my ladies." His voice was low, amused, overpowering. Marie-Joseph made way for people of higher rank. In the shadows by the doorway, out of the crush, she reminded herself that she had Yves all to herself most of the time. She could hear of his adventures when they were alone. Tonight belonged to him, and he belonged to the court. He had earned every moment of his time in the illumination of the king's regard. The air was thick with smoke, sweat, and perfume. The aroma of savory pastries drifted from the salon of abundance. Marie-Joseph's stomach growled. She ignored her hunger. She had no choice. She'd eaten nothing all day but chocolate and pastry. Her head ached from too many sweets, and her stomach growled for soup, meat, salad. But the court would not be invited to the collation for hours yet. Marie-Joseph slipped across the threshold into the empty salon of Diana, glad of a moment beyond the crowd. The billiard tables waited for His Majesty's pleasure. A second chamber group played to the empty room. A flutter of inchoate music strayed in from the salon of Mars. Marie-Joseph peeked through the doorway. The musicians of still another orchestra tuned their instruments. Monsieur Coupelet, one of His Majesty's music masters, hovered nervously before them. Signor Alessandro Scarlatti of Naples loomed over his young son Domenico, who sat at a magnificent harpsichord. The scenes on its sides, inlaid in polished wood and mother-of-pearl, glowed in the candlelight. Greed was a sin, covetousness was a sin, but Marie-Joseph coveted playing the harpsichord. Scenes of war and triumph surrounded her. On the ceiling, ravening wolves pulled the chariot of the god Mars into battle. Symbols of war and victory covered every surface. Marie-Joseph wished His Majesty had chosen the Salon of Diana as his music room, for she much preferred the mythical huntress, and Monsieur Bernini's white marble bust of the king gazing upward across the chamber with youthful arrogance. She wished she had known His Majesty when he was young. He was handsome now, still, of course, but he had been so beautiful 30 years ago. Signor Scarlatti barked an order at young Domenico. Marie-Joseph made out a bit of the Italian, mostly no, no, no. Domenico stopped and put his hands in his lap. Signor Scarlatti proclaimed the tune in wordless speech, including the grace notes. Signor Scarlatti rapped the glowing finish of the harpsichord with his baton. "Doodle, doodle, doodle, capisci?"
"Yes, father."
Domenico began again. Signor Scarlatti folded his arms and glared down while he played. Marie-Joseph thought Domenico a wonderful prodigy and a sweet mischief. Signor Scarlatti spied Marie-Joseph.
"Is it the little arithmetic teacher?"
He strode to Marie-Joseph and kissed her hand.
"Good evening, signore,"
Marie-Joseph said. "You have come up in the world," he said. "I've changed my clothes," Marie-Joseph said.
And you have progressed from Saint-Cyr to Versailles. He gazed at her soulfully. Now that you are so far above me, can I even hope for a kiss? Marie-Joseph blushed. My brother would not like me to kiss gentlemen, especially married gentlemen. But if I please you, if I please him, if I please his Majesty? Sir, I didn't know my little song. My gift to you would make a debtor of me. She extricated her hand. He chuckled. Then you've not been at court for long. You know I have not. Please forget I ever asked a favor of you. Please forget I ever spoke to you. You are unkind. You break my heart, he said. The lilt of his French tempered his complaint.
Signorina Maria!
Domenico ran to her and wrapped his arms fiercely around her waist, almost disappearing in the ruffles of her petticoat. Master Demonico, you play so beautifully. He laughed, as he always did, at the nicknames she had made for him when he and his papa visited Saint-Cyr to play for the students. She knelt to embrace him. He would play more beautifully if he practiced. Signor Scarlatti sighed. Here we have practiced. He glanced back at his son. Though not enough. He ran off to play games. The day he's to play for the king, you would think he was 3 years old, not 6.
I'm not 6, I'm 8.
Hush! At Versailles you are 6. Practice. The boy drew Marie-Joseph along with him to the harpsichord. She sat beside him.
I saw your sea monster, Signorina Maria, he said.
Did she frighten you?
Oh, no, she's beautiful. She sings such stories.
You have a story to sing yourself, young man, Signor Scarlatti said. And if you don't play properly, what will your patron say? The Viceroy will send us away from Naples. He bent close to Marie-Joseph. But then I might stay in France to worship you until you reward me.
Your playing will please the king, Marie-Joseph said to Domenico, and then to Signor Scarlatti, and his reward will be more than I could ever hope to give you.
I'd exchange all of his riches for a single kiss,
Signor Scarlatti said. His importuning went beyond friendly jesting. Marie-Joseph reminded herself that while he was rich and famous, she was a lady. Signore, Marie-Joseph said sternly, when you have all his riches and his titles, we might speak again. Signor Scarlatti struck his breast.
Touché, he said. You have bested me. You may hang my heart on your wall as a trophy.
I much prefer your heart where it is, signore, so you may give it to your music.
I am ready, he said. Domenico is not so ready. He disappoints me. He disappoints Monsieur Coupelay. But no one else will notice Monsieur Galland admires our preparations. My greatest ambition is to please you.
To please His Majesty, Marie-Joseph said.
And His Majesty, said Signor Scarlatti.
Marie-Joseph kissed Domenico's cheek. You could never fail to please everyone with your playing, she said to the child, and hurried back into the crowded salon of Venus, into the merciful warmth and the smoky light. In an alcove, partly hidden by curtains and orange trees, Madame Lucifer huddled with Mademoiselle d'Armagnac. You must think of Madame Lucifer as the Duchess de Chartres, Marie-Joseph reminded herself. Marie-Joseph de la Croix must not use a nickname for a member of the royal family, especially a nickname so pointed. Madame would be amused, but she would have to be horrified in public. A cloud of tobacco smoke billowed from behind the curtains. Madame de Chartres puffed luxuriously on a small black cigar, then handed it to Mademoiselle d'Armagnac, who drew in a mouthful of smoke and puffed it out contentedly. Marie-Joseph wished she could dare to approach, to join them.
It's the little nun,
Madame Lucifer said. So it is, Madame de Chartres. Marie-Joseph smiled shyly, hoping they would condescend to offer her a taste of the tobacco. Do you suppose she's on her way to confession? Mademoiselle d'Armagnac said. Smoke dribbled from between her lips and mixed with the sweet scent of orange blossoms. Our confession, perhaps. Madame Lucifer advanced upon Marie-Joseph. The jewels on her bodice glittered as wildly as her eyes. Will you report our transgression to your brother, my dear, or to my father the king? It isn't my place to speak to His Majesty at all, Marie-Joseph said. My brother's work absorbs him. He doesn't preach or hear confession. What other unpriestly disciplines does he engage in? Mademoiselle d'Armagnac spoke in a more friendly fashion. Nothing my brother does is unpriestly. What a pity, said Mademoiselle d'Armagnac. Why, Madame de Chartres, think how many sins one could commit with such a handsome priest. I'm counting them, my dear, and I could commit one more than you. Why, two more, I believe, as you are married. Both ladies laughed. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac handed the cigar to Madame Lucifer, who slipped behind the orange trees. The herald strode to the door of the Salon of Mars and thumped his staff 3 times on the parquet. "The entertainments begin!" Madame Lucifer snatched Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's sleeve to pull her out of sight. His Majesty approached, leading the way to the Salon of Mars and to this evening's performance. His Holiness walked at his right hand. Yves walked at his left, with the King, with the Pope, in front of the King and Queen of England. Marie-Joseph was so astonished that she stood before the doorway like a gaping fool. At the last moment she scurried out of the way and dropped into a deep curtsy. His Majesty paused. She found herself looking at his white silk stockings, his high-heeled red shoes, his feet, renowned for their beautiful shape and small size, now cruelly swollen by the gout.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix," he said sternly, "do you smell of tobacco?" She rose. Madame Lucifer's gibe at Yves tempted Marie-Joseph to invite his Majesty to turn around and look behind the orange trees. But if Madame Lucifer had been so kind as to offer her the cigar, she would have smelled of tobacco, so she could not proclaim a perfect innocence. It is a custom of Martinique," she said, which was quite true. "A pagan custom," His Holiness said, "adopted from wild Americans." Marie-Joseph was close enough to kiss his ring, but he did not offer her that honor. "A nasty one at best. I disapprove of smoking, especially by ladies," Louis said. He sighed unhappily. "Even more than I disapprove of the fontange, but what influence have I at my own court? I see that you've brought one horrid custom from your homeland and attached yourself to another horrid custom here in France." "I beg your Majesty's pardon," she whispered, wilting beneath the disapproving gaze of the king. His Majesty proceeded, but as he moved forward he reached toward the trees with his walking-stick and pushed the branches aside, revealing Madame Lucifer and Mademoiselle d'Armagnac. Tendrils of cigar smoke wafted out to encircle his Majesty and his Holiness. Madame Lucifer glared defiantly before dropping into a curtsy. His Majesty shook his head sadly, with fond disapproval, and continued into the music salon. His court streamed after him. Chartres, the embarrassed young husband, ignored his disgraced wife. Marie-Joseph wondered what his Majesty thought of her behavior, if he thought of her at all, if it pleased him that she had shielded his daughter, or angered him that she had tried to deceive him. Madame Lucifer snarled a horrendous curse, flung the cigar stub to the shining parquet, and sucked her burned finger. Beneath the lit cigar the floor sizzled. In a moment the wax would burn away. The cigar would singe the wood. Count Lucien flicked the cigar into the air with his walking-stick and thrust it into the silver tub of an orange tree. His expression contained more amusement than annoyance. It escaped no one that Madame Lucifer might have spared herself the king's silent scolding if she had thought as quickly as the Count de Chrétien. Despite their mother's celebrated wit, the children of Athénée de Montespan and Louis XIV were seldom accused of excessive quickness of thinking. As Lotta swept past, she drew Marie-Joseph into the line of courtiers. She gave up concealing her laughter, chuckling with delight. Madame, with years more experience controlling her public reactions, gave one quick snort of amusement, then pressed her lips tight together. "How quick you are!" Lotta exclaimed. "How brave!" "I only told the truth," Marie-Joseph said. Madame Lucifer, still sucking her burned finger, glared at her as she passed. If Marie-Joseph hoped for gratitude, what she received was a frown of suspicion. "But if I must be scolded for smoking," Marie-Joseph said softly to Lotta, "I would rather have smoked." "Madame would slap me pink if I dared smoke," Lotta said, "and you too." "Even Madame may not slap me," Marie-Joseph said. "The nuns slapped me quite enough, mademoiselle." Chapter 8. The music began. Under the direction of Monsieur Coupelet, the chamber orchestra played a quiet prelude. The wonderful harpsichord and a lectern stood near by.
His Majesty listened, never moving, even to ease his gouty foot on its feather cushion. He sat straight and proud in his armchair. Beside him His Holiness maintained a serene presence that made him nearly a match for the king. Though he did not adorn himself with jewels or gold, his pure white robe glowed against a background of brilliant cardinal red. The king, Pope Innocent, and the King and Queen of England sat in armchairs in the front row. Behind and beside him, His Majesty's family sat in armless chairs. Duchesses and a few favored courtiers perched on ottomans. Count Lucien stood near the king, behind an empty ottoman. Marie-Joseph had noticed that he never sat when he could stand, but that he did not walk if he could ride. Yves stood with the younger courtiers, behind the Grand Dauphin, the legitimate grandsons, the princes of the blood, and the illegitimate duke. Chartres, defying custom, remained at Yves' side. Nervously waiting for the prelude to end, Marie-Joseph stood behind Mademoiselle. The salon grew warm. Marie-Joseph welcomed the heat. Lotta fanned herself with a delicate sandalwood fan. A drop of sweat ran from her temple down her flushed cheek. Marie-Joseph drew out her handkerchief and delicately dabbed away the perspiration. Monsieur Coupillet ended the prelude with a grand flourish.
"Signor Scarlatti the younger," said the master of ceremonies, "playing the harpsichord."
Little Domenico Scarlatti, dressed in satin and ribbons and a peruke, walked stiffly to the harpsichord. He bowed elegantly to His Majesty. The audience rustled and murmured, remarking on the child's youth and reputation.
"Monsieur Antoine Galland," said the master of ceremonies, "reading his translations of Arabian stories made at the command of His Majesty."
Monsieur Galland was a skittish young man. He nearly forgot to bow. He nearly dropped his slender leather-bound book as he opened it onto the lectern. He caught it. Candlelight sparkled from its jeweled decorations. Monsieur Galland bowed again to His Majesty. At the king's gracious nod, Monsieur Coupillet brought the orchestra to attention. The musicians and the little boy played. Monsieur Galland read aloud, his voice whispery. Marie-Joseph hardly perceived the words of the story, though Monsieur Galland's translation was the centerpiece of His Majesty's entertainment. Marie-Joseph wished only to listen to her own imagination made real by Domenico, by Monsieur Coupillet and the orchestra. Her little songs spun and danced with the candlelight. The notes painted a background of distant deserts and gardens, dangerous adventures, exotic scents and songs. After years of music that played only within her mind, she immersed herself in the melody that flooded the court of the Sun King. Music could never sound as she imagined it unless angels or demons performed it. Perhaps I was right, she thought, and Domenico is angel, or demon. Marie-Joseph let her eyes close. She pretended she was alone. The rustle of silk and satin and velvet, the murmur of restless courtiers with aching feet, the whispers about her handsome brother, all vanished behind a melodic picture of a daring and erotic story from mysterious Arabia.
"Scheherazade, my wife," Monsieur Galland said, his voice now confident and loud. "Thou shalt live one more night," the Sultan proclaimed. "Thou shalt tell me one more story. Then thou shalt die, for I know the treachery of women."
The story and Marie-Joseph's song ended with Domenico's flourish at the harpsichord. Breathless, Marie-Joseph opened her eyes. Her heart pounded. Elevated by the orchestra, by little Domenico's performance, the piece was unimaginably wonderful. Monsieur Galland, Domenico, and Signor Scarlatti bowed to His Majesty. As they leaned into the silence, Marie-Joseph fastened her attention on the king. She hoped for some sign from him, some indication of pleasure. His Majesty applauded his musicians, his translator. His approval freed everyone to express their appreciation or to feign it. Acclaim filled the salon. Monsieur Coupillet presented Domenico, Signor Scarlatti, the other musicians. Monsieur Galland bowed again. Pope Innocent barely reacted. Marie-Joseph wondered if such a holy man was permitted to take pleasure in any worldly entertainment. How sad if he cannot, Marie-Joseph thought. Lotta fanned her face and neck urgently. She paused, fanned, snapped the fan shut with an impatient snick, snapped the fan open, and fanned again. Marie-Joseph brought herself back to her duties, snatched Lotta's handkerchief from her sleeve, and dabbed perspiration from Lotta's cheek. Mademoiselle's rouge was not too badly smeared.
"An excellent story, Monsieur Galland," His Majesty said. "A rousing tale." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Monsieur Galland bowed again, blushing. He handed his book to a page, who gave it to the Master of Ceremonies, who presented it to Count Lucien. Count Lucien, in turn, offered it to His Majesty. "In honor of Your Majesty's patronage," Monsieur Galland said, "I cause to have made a copy of the first story in my translation of the tales of Scheherazade, the 1001 Arabian Nights." His Majesty took the book from Count Lucien, admired the lavish binding, and returned it to the Count. "I accept it with pleasure." "I am grateful for your approval, sire." "Signor Scarlatti." Scarlatti stepped quickly forward and bowed again. "Signor Scarlatti, my compliments to your patron, Monsieur the Marquis del Carpio, and my thanks to him for sending you and your son." His Majesty smiled at little Domenico. "Charmingly played, my boy." Domenico bowed stiffly from the waist, like a little string toy. His Majesty gave the boy a gold coin from his own hand. "Monsieur Coupillet!" The music-master hurried forward, bowing repeatedly. "A charming piece, Monsieur Coupillet, unfamiliar to me. Composed for this occasion." "Yes, Your Majesty," Coupillet said. "Excellent, excellent, though rather daring." Marie-Joseph waited, first baffled, then with growing outrage. His Majesty believed Monsieur Coupillet composed the piece, and Monsieur Coupillet said nothing.
Signorina Maria composed it,
little Domenico said. A ripple of shock passed through the audience, that the son of a commoner would speak unbidden to the king. Domenico, clutching his gold piece between the thumb and forefinger of each hand, holding it before his chest like a talisman, stared wide-eyed with fright, and shrank down as if he wished he were 6 after all. "Is this true, Monsieur Coupillet?" "To a small extent, Your Majesty," Monsieur Coupillet said. "I embellished it particularly, of course, Your Majesty, so it would not debase court standards." His Majesty turned his deep blue gaze upon Marie-Joseph. She wished she had never played the piece for Domenico at Saint-Cyr. His Majesty's attention was terrifying, be it reproach or approval. "Mademoiselle de la Croix!" she thought wildly as she curtsied. I should go to him, make my way around the courtiers, through them, leap over Lotta and her tabouret. When she rose, Count Lucien stood before her, offering her his arm, and a path led through the crowd. She laid her hand on his wrist and gratefully let him guide her, let him draw her solidly to the ground. Without him, she might float to the ceiling, join the painted clouds, and ride away in the chariot with Mars and his wolves. His Majesty smiled. "Mademoiselle de la Croix, you are a lady of many talents, tamer of sea monsters, companion to Apollo, and a new Mademoiselle de la Guerre." "Oh, no, Your Majesty," Marie-Joseph said. "Mademoiselle de la Guerre is a genius. I'm only an amateur." "But you are here, and she is in Paris, creative twice over, a child for her husband and an opera. I never see her, but perhaps she will dedicate the opera at least to me." His Majesty rose, pushing himself upright and lifting his foot gingerly from its cushion. Everyone who was seated rose. The royal family, the foreign princes, and the rest of the courtiers gathered around to listen, to be close to the king and to his protégé of the moment. Marie-Joseph had no idea what to do, so she curtsied again. Surely one cannot salute the king too often, she thought. She curtsied to the king, she curtsied to the Pope. Pope Innocent stretched out his hand. She fell to her knees and kissed his ring. The warmth of the heavy gold brushed her lips like a living breath. The power of God conducted through the body of His Holiness. The world blurred beyond the tears that filled her eyes. Count Lucien offered her his assistance. She rose, shaky with hunger and awe, clutching the Count's arm. "You composed this music?" Innocent asked. "Yes, Your Holiness." "You are a true child of your parents, whom I loved," His Majesty said. "As beautiful, as intelligent as your mother, as charming and talented as my friend your father. Do you play, do you sing as beautifully as he did?" "I wish I did, Your Majesty." "And you, Father Delacroix, do you too possess the musical talents of your father?" "My sister is by far the more talented musician," Yves said. "How is that possible?" the king asked, astonished.
Never mind, your father no doubt passed on other of his many rare qualities. Constraint was not among them, Pope Innocent said, or he would have given Signorina Delacroix the sense to repress this piece. It is indecent.
I beg your pardon, Your Holiness? Marie-Joseph said.
Well, you should, His Holiness said. Music should glorify God. Are you not familiar with the Church's edict? Women should remain silent.
In church, Your Holiness. Marie-Joseph was all too aware of the rule which had imprisoned the convent in miserable silence.
At all times. Music is completely injurious to your modesty. Cousin, you must censor this pagan excess.
The warmth of Marie-Joseph's joy drained away to pale incomprehension. Then she flushed scarlet. Why didn't I let Monsieur powder me, she thought wildly, to conceal my humiliation? Innocent is a holy man, Marie-Joseph thought, free of the corruption that dishonored his predecessors. If he thinks my composition improper, is it possible that he's right? She trembled, confused and distressed. She might as well be a girl back in the convent, her hands stinging from the switch, and her eyes stinging with tears, unable to understand why she had received punishment instead of a reply when she asked a question. I thought the sisters were misguided, Marie-Joseph thought, for I could not believe God wished us to exist in silence and heartache. I thought they lived too far from the guidance of Mother Church and the Holy Father, but I was wrong, and they were close to truth. His Majesty took his time answering Innocent. First he nodded to Count Lucien, who presented Monsieur Galland, Signor Scarlatti, and Monsieur Coupillet with fat leather pouches clinking heavily with coins. Musicians and translator backed away, bowing, easing out of sight. "I consider the piece charming, cousin," His Majesty said again. His voice remained courteous, yet the chill of his disapproval spread through the salon, until he smiled at Marie-Joseph, a true smile, though he never parted his lips to reveal his toothless gums. "It brings back happier times, younger days. It reminds me of a bit of music I composed. Do you recall it, Monsieur de Chrétien?" "Presented upon the return of your Majesty's embassy to Morocco," Count Lucien said. "The ambassador considered it a most signal honor, as did we all, sire." "I've not composed in many years," His Majesty said. "Oh, how staid age has made me! But that will soon change." The king laughed. Pope Innocent's pale and ascetic face colored as if Louis had laughed at him. "The story reeked of heathen indecency," Innocent said. "The music spelled out intrigue and debauchery." "Your Holiness," Yves said. "Your Holiness, I beg your pardon, but my sister is an innocent." She blessed her brother for his defense, but Pope Innocent looked Marie-Joseph up and down, her headdress, her dress, her décolletage. He shocked Marie-Joseph when he noticed what any ordinary man would see. "Is she, Father Delacroix? You should take more care with her moral instruction." Marie-Joseph thought in despair, "I only meant to please my brother, and instead I've exposed him to censure." "The piece is unfit for ladies," Innocent said, "or for righteous men." "Cousin," Louis said, "the ladies of France are wise in the ways of the world." "They are too wise," Innocent replied, "and too worldly. They've been too long estranged from our influence." "As you are estranged from theirs," Count Lucien said, "Your Holiness." Innocent glared down at Count Lucien, but he spoke to Louis. "I had no idea jesters still attended the kings of France. You are magnanimous, cousin, to continue to employ your late queen's pets." If the courtiers were entertained by the struggle of two powerful wills over the newest and most powerless members of court, the direct insult to one of their own froze them into silence, and left even His Majesty astounded. Innocent stretched his hand toward Count Lucien, offering him his ring to kiss. Count Lucien regarded the ring with distaste. "Will you dance us a jig, Signor Jester?" "Will you play your accompaniment, Signor Pope, on your celestial harp?" His tone perfectly pleasant, Count Lucien stood at his ease with his ebony walking-stick in the crook of his arm. "Monsieur de Chrétien governs Brittany, a difficult province, in my name," His Majesty said. "He is my valued adviser and my trusted friend, and he does not
Dance. Brittany, difficult indeed. Innocent's expression clouded. A province rife with pagan heresies. When he glanced again at Count Lucien, his disapproval solidified, like rain turning to hail. Count Lucien never flinched. "Mademoiselle de la Croix," His Majesty said, indifferent to the uneasy silence, in memory of your father, you shall compose a cantato for my anniversary."
"Oh, Your Majesty!" Marie-Joseph was overwhelmed with apprehension, then with determination. His Majesty's approval outweighed His Holiness's irritation.
"Your subject," Louis said, "shall be the capture of the sea-monster. Who better to write it than the sister of the hunter?"
"Thank you, Your Majesty." She dropped into a deep curtsy. Her legs trembled. She knelt on the satiny parquet with her skirts spread around her and her head bowed.
"Hunting is not a suitable occupation for a Jesuit priest," Innocent said, "and composing is not a suitable occupation for his sister. Indulge me, cousin, I am an old man, and I desire a sea-monster, a banquet, and a cantata for my celebration. Come, supper will calm us and settle our discord."
I must rise, Marie-Joseph thought, staring at the polished floor, unable even to lift her head.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix," Count Lucien said coolly, "you must rise."
She wondered if he could read her thoughts the way he read His Majesty's. He took her hand in his long, slender fingers.
"Allow me to help you,"
Lorraine said from her other side. He took her other hand and raised her easily. His Majesty led the way toward the Salon of Abundance and the midnight collation. His Holiness accompanied him, after a single glance that singled Yves out and excluded Marie-Joseph, as well as Count Lucien. Marie-Joseph looked down at Count Lucien and up at Lorraine. "Thank you, sirs," she whispered. Count Lucien bowed over her hand. Limping a little, his walking stick only tapping the floor, he left her leaning on Lorraine's arm.
"Chrétien is a worse stickler for etiquette even than the king,"
Lorraine said. Monsieur appeared at his side and took his arm.
"Come, Philippe, we must join my brother."
Lorraine bowed, gave Marie-Joseph to Yves, and strolled away with Monsieur. Ravenous, Marie-Joseph tried to follow, but Yves held her back. All the courtiers streamed after His Majesty. Beyond them, Monsieur Coupillet stared at Marie-Joseph with an expression of poisonous jealousy. He turned his back and set the chamber orchestra to playing one of his own cantatas, a pretty piece without a single daring note.
"What were you thinking of?"
Yves demanded. Shocked by Monsieur Coupillet's behavior, distressed by His Holiness's disapproval, Marie-Joseph replied defensively to Yves.
"Of pleasing you, of pleasing His Majesty."
"You should have known." "How should I know? How could I know? It was just a little song. Little Domenico heard me play it, and played it for his papa. Monsieur Coupillet heard it. He admired it." "He surely does not admire it any more," she said to herself. "Before you wanted to help me," Yves said. "You said you wanted to help me with my work. Nothing else was more important to you. Now you've succumbed to frivolity."
"I haven't. I do want to help you. How could I refuse the king?"
"He should not have asked you. When His Holiness objected, he should have submitted himself."
"He's the king. He has a right to anything he wants. He's offered our family another honor. It doesn't compare to yours, but allow me something of my own, in honor of Papa."
"Father Delacroix, Mademoiselle Delacroix."
Count Lucien stood in the doorway.
"I am concerned," he said, "that His Majesty may be disturbed by your argument. Father Delacroix, one of his observers, may report your comments to him."
A family disagreement, no more," Marie-Joseph said. He must have heard what Yves said, Marie-Joseph thought. Is it treason to say the king must submit himself to the Pope? Or would it only anger His Majesty, which amounts to the same thing?
"Resolve your disagreement elsewhere, if you please."
"Thank you for your advice, Count Lucien." With relief, Marie-Joseph thought, "He's not warning us that he will report our indiscreet words to the king. He's warning us of the others who report to the king in secret." He bowed sharply and disappeared. Marie-Joseph, faint with hunger, wanted only to abandon the argument with Yves and join the other courtiers at midnight supper. But her brother led her deeper into the state apartments. The Salon of Mercury was only dimly lit and deserted. Marie-Joseph wondered if they should be here, all alone except for Mercury. The messenger of the gods raced across the ceiling. Wavering candlelight ruffled the feathers of the roosters, drawing his chariot. "The Academy must have the sea monster drawings," Yves said. "As soon as I finish the dissection. How will you do both?"
"It's only a little song, a few minutes of music."
"The drawings are more important." "They'll be ready," Marie-Joseph said. "I won't fail you. You trusted me when we were children. Can't you forgive me a single error? Don't you trust me any more?" "You've changed," he said.
"So have you."
"His Holiness disapproves."
"But His Majesty commands."
Together, in silence, Marie-Joseph and Yves crossed the salon of Mercury. Marie-Joseph thought, "My drawings will be perfect and erase the constraints between us." In the salon of Mars, Monsieur Coupillet conducted a saraband. A single couple, all alone, danced to the measured music. Surely that was Lorraine. There was no mistaking his tall and elegant figure. He and his partner came together, pivoted, and parted to the form of the dance. Indifferent to the notice of the orchestra and careless of the attention of Marie-Joseph and Yves, Lorraine and Monsieur danced. Monsieur gazed up at his friend. Lorraine bent to kiss him. The heavy dark wings of his wig shadowed Monsieur's face. When Lorraine glided into the next step of the saraband, his gaze caught Marie-Joseph's. He smiled at her and continued to dance. Yves lengthened his stride and hurried Marie-Joseph from the music-room. He pressed his lips together in an angry line. He walked her all the way past the billiards tables in the salon of Diana, and only stopped as they were about to enter the crowded salon of Venus, where the king's guests ate hungrily. The exquisite smells from the salon of abundance beyond made Marie-Joseph's mouth water. Yves faced her, his eyes blue-black in anger. "You shouldn't have been exposed to such a sight," he said. "His Majesty's brother takes advantage."
"Of what? Monsieur is the kindest man imaginable. What's made you so angry?"
"The kiss—" Yves stopped. "You don't know why I'm angry? Good.
Why shouldn't Monsieur kiss his friend? Lotta kisses me."
Lotta's kisses had at first startled her, for affection had been forbidden in the convent. The sisters admonished the students to reserve their love for God. She treasured Lotta's affection. If Yves tried to forbid it, he would have to do worse than thrash her. "Because men shouldn't kiss each other. This is an unfit subject. We won't speak of it again." Marie-Joseph wished he would not say such things. When they were children exploring the beaches and marshes and fields of Martinique, nothing was beyond their curiosity. Marie-Joseph regretted some of the changes in her brother. But she had changed too, from the adoring little girl willing to follow him into any mischief, to the grown woman who still adored him, but was not so willing to follow him into courtly caution. He led her through the warmth and light and noise of Venus and on to abundance. She was so hungry her hands trembled. "I shouldn't let him think I agree with everything he said," Marie-Joseph thought. "But if I argue, we'll have no chance of any supper." His Majesty was no less generous than Plenty, whose image lounged on the ceiling fresco, cushioned by a bank of clouds, thinly veiled in a drift of silken scarves. Angels and cherubim surrounded her, helping distribute wine and a cornucopia of fruit. His Majesty's table groaned with the weight of roast beef and fowl, fruits and pastries. A footman appeared before Marie-Joseph and offered her a plate of the most delicate dishes, roast squab, peaches, pears. Marie-Joseph picked up one of the squabs and ate it in 2 bites. The crisp skin crackled between her teeth. The succulent flesh dissolved in her mouth. Tiny bones gave texture to the meat. The footman handed her a linen napkin. She wiped the grease from her lips. When she'd eaten 3 squabs and a peach, she felt steadier. She nibbled at the pear, which she had never tasted before she came to court. Pears and peaches and apples did not grow well in Martinique, and most of the fields were given over to sugar-cane. Monsieur and Lorraine strolled into the salon arm in arm. Lorraine guided his friend toward Marie-Joseph and Yves. He smiled at Marie-Joseph, as if they shared a romantic secret. She curtsied to Monsieur, to Lorraine. Yves offered the smallest, stiffest of bows. Lorraine returned their salute. Monsieur smiled and nodded. Footman hurried to serve Monsieur and his companion, bringing Monsieur a gold plate and Lorraine a plate of silver. Knowing the tastes of their masters, the footman brought the Duc d'Orléans pastries and sweets, Lorraine a joint of rare beef. Lorraine bit into the meat. His strong white teeth tore a morsel from the bone. Red juice dripped down his fingers and onto the silver lace at his cuff. He's very handsome, even though he is so old, Marie-Joseph thought. The king has lost his teeth, but the chevalier has all his. I wonder if he has his hair as well. He wore a beautiful black periwig of the most current fashion. The curls tumbled down upon his shoulders. No one gossiped that he wore a wig because his hair had fallen out early. He wore it because it was the style, a style the king himself had begun when an illness thinned his hair. Loren's clothes were of the finest brocade and lace, and his high-heeled shoes showed off his fine legs in their white silk stockings. He was so tall that Marie-Joseph found him awkward to talk to when they were both standing. His eyes were a beautiful blue.
"Have a taste of this pastry, dear Philippe."
Loren turned his attention to Monsieur. When his gaze left Marie-Joseph, the light itself dimmed, as if an imperceptible wind had blown out half the candles. But the crystal chandeliers still burned brightly, perfuming the room with the scent of hot beeswax. Monsieur offered his friend a tidbit of pastry, dripping with cream. A fleck of sugar clung to Monsieur's upper lip, like a beauty patch.
"It's quite extraordinary,"
Monsieur said.
"Oh, not just now, Philippe,"
Loren said.
"It does not go with the seasoning."
He gestured with the joint of beef. He put down the bone and brushed the sugar from Monsieur's face. How daring, Marie-Joseph thought, to call Monsieur by his given name. Perhaps it is an amusement between them because they enjoy the connection of the same Christian name. But he never addresses Monsieur so familiarly in Madame's presence, and surely he wouldn't breach etiquette when His Majesty was in earshot. Loren, and even Monsieur, must dread seeing the king's face go cold with disapproval. A single word of censure from His Majesty could ruin one's place at court. And I cannot even imagine what Count Lucien would say, Marie-Joseph thought. Such a strange man, his thoughts so dedicated to His Majesty. Perhaps he would reach up and rap Loren's knuckles with his walking-stick like sister penitents in the convent. Loren wore a sword, while Count Lucien carried only a short dirk. Marie-Joseph imagined having a sword, back at the convent when the sisters rapped her knuckles if she daydreamed, and slapped her face if she hummed, and thrashed the girls if they slept two in a bed for fear of the dark. If I'd had a sword, she thought, no one would have rapped my knuckles, much less thrashed me. Chapter 9.
"Mademoiselle Delacroix, you are transforming yourself," Monsieur said. "In candlelight your complexion is quite pale. Even your hands. Don't you agree, Philippe?"
"She is entrancing in any light," Loren said. "I owe any improvement entirely to you and your family, Monsieur," Marie-Joseph said, "and I am very grateful." Monsieur meant his comments kindly, and Marie-Joseph was grateful, but she wished he would not mention her colonial background every time he saw her. Chartres strolled up, Madame on his arm. He tossed off a glass of wine in a single gulp and traded the empty goblet for a full one. Chartres's eyes glittered fiercely, and his face was flush. He drank the second glass of wine just as quickly, and snatched a third glass from a footman.
"That's more than sufficient, dear son,"
Madame said.
"It's less than enough, dear mamma,"
Chartres said, and drank the third glass of wine.
"Father Delacroix, save us all from boredom," Madame said. "Tell us more of your adventures."
Chartres cut in before Yves could reply.
"I want to assist you." "My son fancies himself a natural philosopher."
Monsieur's lightly edged tone warned Chartres against this forbidden course. Chartres flushed scarlet, reacting with an intensity foreign to his usual distracted air.
"In dissecting the sea-monster."
"One person is adequate to perform a dissection, sir." Yves spoke offhand, for he did not know Chartres's interests. A natural philosopher of his erudition had no use for an inexperienced assistant.
"It's beneath your station,"
Madame said to Chartres.
"Digging around in the guts of a fish."
"Madame is perfectly correct," Yves said, bowing courteously to the Duchess. "For an ordinary dissection, even I would direct an underling in the cutting. But for the king's sea-monster," he spread his hands modestly, "for the king, I'll do the work myself."
"Don't you wish me to serve the king, mamma?"
Chartres said poisonously to his mother.
"Yes, in a manner suited to your position."
"I fear I wouldn't know what to do with extra hands, Monsieur de Chartres," Yves said quickly. "You can learn all there is by watching, and by studying the notes and the drawings." He brightened suddenly. "Perhaps— Can you draw?" Marie-Joseph caught her breath. He plans to punish me, she thought, by taking away my tasks, by giving them to Chartres.
"Yes,"
Chartres said. "I mean, a little. Under his mother's disapproving scowl he dropped his gaze. "I mean not well."
"He means no," Madame said, "and that's enough about that."
Greatly relieved, yet at the same time sorry for Chartres, Marie-Joseph cast a sympathetic glance at the young Duke, a grateful glance at Madame. But Chartres scowled, only his blind eye wandering toward her, and Madame had not spoken for Marie-Joseph's benefit. Lorraine, glancing over Marie-Joseph's shoulder, suddenly bowed. The Duchess de Chartres and Mademoiselle d'Armagnac swept into the group, as brilliant as chandeliers in their diamond-studded bodices. Madame de Chartres acknowledged Lorraine's salute with a dismissive gesture.
"Good evening, Papa,"
Madame Lucifer said to Monsieur.
"Good evening, Mamma."
"Good evening, Madame de Chartres,"
her father-in-law said.
"Mademoiselle d'Armagnac."
Madame, her mother-in-law, nodded with exquisitely polite coolness. Madame de Chartres ignored her husband. He ignored her. He drank a fourth glass of wine. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac glanced at Chartres over the edge of her fan, lowering her gaze flirtatiously when he responded, right in front of her friend Madame de Chartres. Marie-Joseph wondered what it must have been like to grow up as Mademoiselle Dubois, with no one to call Mamma or Papa. For surely Madame Lucifer could never have called the king Papa. Madame de Maintenon had raised Madame de Montespan's children. Ever since Montespan had been banished, they were doubly estranged from their natural mother. It was said that Madame de Maintenon loved His Majesty's natural children as her own, and guarded their interests jealously. She had made brilliant marriages for them, much better than they could expect. She had offended many members of court in doing so, not the least of them Madame.
"We've come to spirit Father Delacroix away,"
said Madame Lucifer.
"All the ladies want to meet him."
She and Mademoiselle d'Armagnac herded Yves off into the crowd.
"The menace of trollops," Madame muttered. "You must warn your brother, Mademoiselle Delacroix, if you hope he will keep his vows."
"He would never break them, Madame," Marie-Joseph said. "He would never do such a thing."
"Not for any temptation?"
Monsieur asked. "No, Monsieur, not for anything."
"What about the dissection?" Chartres said. "When will it continue?"
"I don't know, sir," Marie-Joseph said. "When the king wishes."
"My uncle the king may delay it until the creature rots," Chartres said with disgust.
Though she had feared the same thing, Marie-Joseph thought it politic to change the subject. "Sir, I've written to Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek, begging to purchase one of his microscopes. His lenses are said to be marvelous."
"Van Leeuwenhoek," Chartres said. "You should buy a proper French microscope, with a compound lens. Mademoiselle Delacroix, your eyes are too pretty to be ruined by Van Leeuwenhoek's difficult machine." "Which he will have to smuggle to you," Lorraine said, "if he does not keep your money and send you nothing."
"Smuggle it, sir?"
"Perhaps he'll pack it in obscene Dutch broadsheets," Monsieur said, "and smuggle 2 loads of contraband for the price of 1.
Lorraine laughed.
"We are at war with the Dutchman after all, Mademoiselle Delacroix," Madame said. "One campaign next summer will put an end to that," Chartres said. "Do not expect another command," Monsieur said. "But I led my cavalry to victory." "That was your mistake," Monsieur said.
"Natural philosophy transcends war." Into the silence Marie-Joseph said timidly, "Does it not?"
"It should,"
Chartres said.
"Monsieur de Chrétien's go-betweens may transcend war,"
Lorraine said,
"as they transcend borders. So, no doubt," Monsieur said, "you'll get your micro whatever it does."
"It reveals things that can't be seen, Father," Chartres said. "As the Bible does?" asked Madame. "Very small things, Madame," said Marie-Joseph. "If we looked at elderflower's fleas, we might see fleas on the fleas."
"We must do that straight away," Lorraine said. "I would not wish to do it at all,"
said Madame. Another footman appeared at Lorraine's elbow. Chartres reached for the wine the servant carried, but the Chevalier whisked it away so gracefully that Chartres could not object.
"You've drunk nothing all evening, Mademoiselle Delacroix," Lorraine said. "This will ease your mind from your worries of war and natural philosophy."
Marie-Joseph had no need to ease her mind, but she was thirsty, so she accepted the goblet. The red wine reflected light in patterns along the silver rim. She sipped it, expecting the bitter, watery taste of the convent's communion wine. Maroon velvet slipped over her tongue. The scent of fruit and flowers filled her nostrils. She sipped again, savoring the taste with her eyes closed. She thought, I could drink this merely by breathing. When she opened her eyes, Lorraine gazed down at her, charming her with his amused smile. "You like it?" he said. "Of course she likes it," Monsieur said. "It's a delightful vintage." "You've given me my first glass of wine," she said. "Your first?" Monsieur was horrified. "How else might I be your first?" Lorraine said softly. Marie-Joseph blushed. "You misunderstand me, sir." "What did you drink on your colonial island?" Monsieur asked, peering at her as curiously as if she were one of Yves' specimens. "In the convent, sir, we drank small beer or water." "Water!" Monsieur exclaimed. "You're fortunate to have your life." "Such delightful innocence," Lorraine said. Marie-Joseph sipped the wine and glanced up at Lorraine from beneath her eyelashes. "You flatter me, sir." "I? I'm known to speak only the strongest of truths." "And the nuns always warned me against flattery." "Ignore my devotion and my admiration, I beg you, Mademoiselle de la Croix. A broken heart will distract me." Chartres snorted and downed another glass of wine. "Ignore his meagre wit," Madame said. "He seeks only to divert himself from the tedium. The nuns would forgive even Lorraine if they had endured one of His Majesty's parties." "They endured—" Marie-Joseph hesitated to steady her voice. "We all endured the silence of the cloister." Lorraine bowed to her and kissed her hand. "You illuminate court, my dear Mademoiselle de la Croix, as your mother did." She drew her hand from his, made self-conscious by Monsieur's opinion of her skin. "Come along, my dear Chevalier," Monsieur said loudly, heartily. "You must give my brother the king a challenge at billiards." He took Lorraine's elbow and guided him around. Chartres followed, stumbling slightly, not only from his lameness. Marie-Joseph curtsied, but the three men had already turned away. Lorraine looked over his shoulder and stretched out his hand to her with a pathetic sigh. Madame seized Marie-Joseph by the arm. "If your brother will not save me from boredom, you must," she said. "Come along, we'll find a quiet corner." "Madame, how can you be bored?"
"How can you not, Mademoiselle de la Croix? Never mind, you'll understand after you've attended a year of these interminable evenings. I'd rather be writing letters or working on my collections. I do so look forward to Father Delacroix's medal. I hope it will be very dramatic." She found a bench in an alcove by the window and settled into it. She could not offer Marie-Joseph a seat in her presence in public, even had she wished to, even had the idea occurred to her. "I can tell you nothing of my brother's voyage," Marie-Joseph said. "I've had hardly a minute of his time since he returned." "Then you must tell me something else extraordinary, something to write to Rograph and Sophie back home."
"The sea monster sings, just like a bird, and it speaks like a parrot."
"Does it now? Perhaps you can train it to entertain His Majesty."
"I could if I had time, though it's very fierce. It frightened one of the workmen, and he nearly struck us both."
"He struck you?"
No, he failed, because Count Lucien— Now, do not laugh— stopped the brute."
"Why would I laugh? Monsieur de Chrétien punished the villain, I hope."
"Yes, he goes unarmed, but he shielded me with his cane."
"That is no less than I would expect from someone of Count Lucien's breeding."
"Madame, may I ask you something?"
"My dear, you honor me. Even my children never ask my advice, as you might notice from Chartres' horrible marriage."
"I fear it might be indiscreet."
"Ah, indiscreet, even better."
"Is Count Lucien very brave, or is he foolhardy?"
"How foolhardy?"
"He placed himself unarmed between me and the brute. He ignores fashion, and he spoke to His Holiness in such a way."
"What use would a sword have been? He could hardly challenge someone of the lower classes, even if His Majesty allowed duels, which he does not. No doubt the assailant realized himself lucky, for Count Lucien could have ordered his servants to thrash the man."
Madame nodded toward the other corner of the room, where Count Lucien spoke with Madame la Marquise de la Fère. The auburn peruke and gold lace of the king's pet courtier shone in the candlelight.
"As for fashion, how do you find him objectionable?"
Madame smiled mischievously.
"Madame de la Fère finds him satisfactory, and her taste is impeccable. Perhaps you compare our fashions to those in Martinique?"
"Oh, no, madame, Martinique has no fashions. We begged news of every ship that entered the harbor of Fort-de-France. The officers were of little help. The passengers, they sometimes told us what was fashionable in Paris the previous season.
I care nothing for fashion,
Madame said quite truthfully. She did not dress as drably as Madame de Maintenon, being not nearly so ostentatiously devout, but she seldom wore many jewels on her court habit, seldom chose bright colors, and always covered her ample bosom with a palatine.
I would delight in living in Fort-de-France.
I lived the last 5 years in a convent. There was no question of fashion in the convent.
How did you come, then, to judge Monsieur de Chrétien's attire?
The young ladies at Saint-Cyr, madame, when they did not speak of religion, though that was seldom, they spoke of court and of his majesty, and of every new style. Madame chuckled.
The old trollop hasn't pressed them under her heel as well as she believes. I'm glad to hear it.
They say at court only a young officer, on leave from his regiment, could cultivate a moustache, and tie his hair and untie his cravat. I suppose Monsieur de Chrétien cannot quite carry a sword, but
tonight he is clean-shaven and his peruke is in the proper style.
Perhaps someone whispered to him, Marie-Joseph said hesitantly, not to appear as an officer.
Why ever not?
Madame, too, lowered her voice.
I do not say His Majesty would overlook any officer who attended him in boots still dusty from the battlefield with his peruke knotted. But I do say he would not rebuke Monsieur de Chrétien.
Count Lucien visited the battlefield?
He commanded a regiment, like any other young nobleman, with the king's regard. At Steinkirk, last summer. At Neerwinden these past weeks. He rode all night to reach Versailles in time to accompany the king to Le Havre.
Marie-Joseph looked across the room, now seeing Count Lucien as an officer, raising a sword instead of his walking-stick. Madame de la Fère spoke. Delighted, he laughed. The lady smiled. Her fan slipped aside, revealing the scars of smallpox on her cheeks. Count Lucien sipped his wine. Marie-Joseph feared he would look around and see her, pale with mortification, and know her thoughts instantly. He did not. Unlike Lorraine or Monsieur or Chartres, he directed his attention to his partner in conversation, and did not seek beyond Madame de la Fère for better entertainment, or a higher rank, or a lady with a perfect complexion.
"Do you think," Madame asked, "that he took no part in the campaign?"
"I confess, Madame, that I did," Marie-Joseph said. "Or rather, I confess that I did not think at all, but made an assumption, and did not confirm it." She tried to smile. "My brother would criticize my methods. They would not do at all during an experiment."
"Is Monsieur de Chrétien brave, or is he foolhardy? I beg my son not to be foolhardy, yet I would not like it said he was not brave. He is brave. Chartres bore his wound most gallantly. It was not severe, but even a small wound can carry off a loved one. Once the doctors have their way."
"Monsieur de Chartres is gallant, Madame," Marie-Joseph said. "I'm sure his leg will be as good as new by winter."
"His leg?"
"Did you not say his leg was wounded?"
"No, indeed, his arm. One musket ball ripped his coat to shreds, and the next—"
Madame touched her biceps, holding her arm, wounded by the thought of her son's pain.
"He pulled the ball out himself, and allowed Monsieur de Chrétien to dress the wound. It healed so cleanly that I am inclined to forgive the Count many of his faults."
"What faults are those, Madame?" With her chin, Madame gestured across the room. The exquisite Mademoiselle de Valentinois and Mademoiselle d'Armagnac, who contended for the position of court's most beautiful young woman, had joined Madame de la Fère in conversation with Count Lucien. They flirted outrageously.
"Mademoiselle Past, Mademoiselle Present, and Mademoiselle Future, to begin with," Madame said, "though Mademoiselle Future hasn't a brain in her head, so she'll not last long. More important, his religion."
"His religion? Madame, do you mean he's—" She lowered her voice. "Is he a heretic?"
"The king's adviser? A Protestant? Certainly not. He's an atheist."
Marie-Joseph could not believe it. She smiled uncertainly, expecting Madame to laugh and assure her she had made a joke, but Madame continued her story.
"Then they returned to the cavalry," Madame said. "Chartres wasn't wounded in the leg. That was Monsieur de Chrétien."
Marie-Joseph thought, "Madame does not realize, thank heavens, I believed Chartres' lameness the result of injury, and Count Lucien's a fault of his birth. Chartres could have returned to court when he was injured, but of course he wouldn't. No more would Chrétien. Men are a mystery, my dear.
Yes, madame.
And so I cannot answer your question, madame said. No woman since Saint Jean knows the difference between foolhardiness and bravery in the field of battle, and you see what happened to her.
Marie-Joseph slipped through the knots of people, giddy with exhaustion, dazzled by candlelight and the glitter of gold and jewels. She looked for Lotta at Madame's bidding. Tobacco smoke and desperate laughter filled the gaming room. Gold coins and counters spilled across the tables. The players held their cards tight as if they could squeeze from them another king or queen, or lounged nonchalantly back with their cards nearly slipping from their languid fingers.
"Damn and blast!" Madame Lucifer slammed her cards on the table.
"Christ's blood and God's breath!"
Monsieur de Saint-Simon, an unprepossessing young man one would hardly notice if he had not been a duke and peer, drew his winnings toward him. "Madame, I beg you, respect the good father's sensibilities." Yves stood at Madame de Chartres' shoulder. She swore again and glanced up at him.
"Poor Father Yves,"
she said.
"Are we damned?"
"The sailors inured me to profanity, madame."
"I would make a good sailor,"
Madame Lucifer said. Everyone at the table laughed, except Saint-Simon. Marie-Joseph slipped into the salon of Mars. The chamber orchestra played softly, the measured music marking out His Majesty's court, describing the luxury France could sustain even in the face of war and a poor harvest. The dove-gray of Lotta's new gown shimmered in a window alcove, only partly concealed by the curtains. Marie-Joseph hurried toward her, but stopped at the last moment. Lotta was not alone. Duke Charles bent toward her, whispering, and she laughed. The glow of her delight fairly lit up the alcove. Madame would not approve, I'm sure, Marie-Joseph thought, and yet what harm could there be in conversation? Still, I mustn't embarrass my friend. She walked past the half-drawn curtains.
"Mademoiselle? Mademoiselle, where are you? Madame wants you."
Her strategy worked.
"Marie-Joseph!"
Marie-Joseph turned back. Lotta and Charles of Lorraine strolled toward her. Marie-Joseph curtsied.
"Your mamma asks for your attendance," she said. "Poor mamma. All she really wants to do is go to bed." "No, no," Lotta said. "Charles and I will attend her. I know where she sits. If you come with us, you'll be trapped too. Do you mind, Charles?"
The Duke bowed graciously. The clothes of the foreign prince lacked the sumptuousness of the court of Versailles, but he had a kind face. "I will be delighted to attend, madame," he said, "and I hope she will look upon me with favor." They departed. Marie-Joseph belonged only to herself. She moved along the edges of the rooms. In the paintings of great masters, gifts from foreign governments, heroes, mythical and real, gazed into the distance or fought their battles, reclined on velvet and satin, or galloped through clouds. His Majesty graced many of the scenes, majestic as Apollo, as Zeus, as a Roman emperor, as himself, Louis le Grand, on his war-horse, on his throne. Queen Marie-Thérèse and the young Dauphin, Monseigneur, as he was as a little boy, strolled together through their portrait in matching dresses of red and gold and black, embroidered all over with pearls. Marie-Thérèse carried a mask to conceal her identity at a ball. What a shame to conceal such a beautiful complexion for any reason, Marie-Joseph thought. The queen was so fair, her hair, even her eyebrows, the pale blonde of white gold, her eyes gray. Fancifully, Marie-Joseph curtsied to the portrait of the late queen. Marie-Joseph entered the salon of Diana, hardly noticing where she walked as she admired the paintings. She stopped. His Majesty was playing billiards with James of England, Monsieur, and the Chevalier de Lorraine. The other courtiers were watching with rapt attention. Should I curtsy? She wondered. Have I missed a ceremony out of ignorance? But no one noticed her. It would be best to draw no attention to herself. She could not stroll through this room, admiring the paintings, but she could watch His Majesty, a much greater privilege. The salon was blissfully hot and pungently smoky, but her new shoes hurt. I haven't been awake this late, Marie-Joseph thought, since
since before Yves left Martinique, when we slipped out at night to run to the beach to collect living shells that crept out in the light of the phosphorescence. In the convent she'd been obliged to go to bed not long after dark, and to get up long before dawn, and there was no question of running onto the beach. His Majesty played a masterful shot. His ball clattered into the pocket. Monsieur and Lorraine clapped, and all the spectators followed suit. James thumped his billiard cue on the floor and cursed.
"God's blood, Cousin Louis, you've beat me again. You have damnable luck, sir."
He spoke with an accent, and he lisped, and he offended everyone except His Majesty with his lack of propriety toward the king.
"A hard-fought match, sir,"
Monsieur said, speaking over James's comment.
"Thank you, my dear brother,"
Louis said, as other courtiers surrounded him with their congratulations. Marie-Joseph stayed where she was, for she should not put herself forward in this company of princes and dukes. Nearby, Count Lucien leaned on his ebony stick and sipped a glass of wine. He bowed. She returned his salute. She wanted to talk to him, not to apologize for her mistaken assumptions about him, for she had not, she hoped, given him any reason to know of them, but to make up for her uncharitable thoughts with courtesy. "Does your leg pain you much, Count Lucien?" she said. "I hope it will soon heal completely."
"Sieur de Batze's salve will put it right in a week or two," he said. "The old gentleman's mother's recipe kept the surgeons from me."
"Madame is so grateful to you for Chartres' survival, and I'm grateful too."
"For Chartres' survival?"
"For your bravery this morning." Count Lucien bowed slightly. Nearby at the billiard table, courtiers verbally replayed the king's game. Marie-Joseph wondered why Count Lucien was not at His Majesty's side. "Don't you play billiards, Count Lucien?" Marie-Joseph asked.
"I have done,"
he said.
"Tonight I forgot my billiard cue."
In a voice as dry as the Arabian desert, he added,
"The one with the curve."
He sketched the long curve in the air, the shape of a stick that would allow him to reach the table. Marie-Joseph's face flushed. "I beg your pardon," she said. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean—"
"Mademoiselle de la Croix."
She fell silent.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix, it was years ago that I noticed I'm a dwarf. It's common knowledge. You needn't be embarrassed to notice it yourself."
She had feared she had offended him once more. Now she feared he would laugh at her. He took another sip of wine, savoring it, gazing up at her over the rim of his silver cup, never gulping it as Chartres did. He stood quite steady. Only the deliberation of his movements revealed the effect of the wine. His heavy sapphire ring glowed against the silver of his goblet. "May I draw you?" Marie-Joseph asked.
"For a gallery of oddities? Shall my likeness hang among ape-men and sea-monsters?"
"No, oh no. Your face is beautiful. Your hands are beautiful. I would like to draw you." Count Lucien drank the last drops of wine. A footman appeared from nowhere to take away his goblet. The Count waved away another glass. "He will refuse me," Marie-Joseph thought, "and once again I've said the wrong thing."
"Your time is otherwise engaged," Count Lucien said, "and His Majesty's bedtime ceremony occupies mine."
Lucien bowed to Mademoiselle de la Croix and limped away. Sieur de Batze's salve would soothe the wound, Lucien thought. Exercise will loosen my joints and ease the ache of my back. The Marquise de la Fère caught his gaze as he passed. He paused to kiss her hand. Speaking to him alone, she was not so self-conscious of her marred complexion.
"My carriage waits on your pleasure, my dear Juliet," he said.
"And yours?"
"I must ride Zélie home," he said. "I'll follow when we've put His Majesty to bed."
"Your groom can ride, but I forgot no one rides your favorite desert horses but you."
"My groom could lead Zélie home, but I've stood in Diana's salon all evening. My groom cannot shake the kinks out of me."
She smiled at him, her vast brown eyes limpid in candlelight. "Of course not, my dear," she said. "That's my task." She fluttered her fan and her eyelashes elaborately, mocking coquettes. He laughed, kissed her hand again, and joined the group of nobles who would see His Majesty comfortably put to bed. Yves wrenched his attention back to Madame de Chartres. wondering how anyone so young and of such questionable birth could be so arrogant. She demanded more royal prerogatives than the legitimate members of the royal family. His Majesty was good manners incarnate. The Grand Dauphin became invisible in his self-deprecation, and His Majesty's grandsons behaved like any little boys, only better dressed.
"You brought me bad luck tonight, Father Delacroix, and I demand that you make amends for it."
"I don't believe in bad luck, Madame de Chartres," he said, "or in any kind of luck at all."
"You stood with me at the card table, and I lost, so I place my losses at your feet."
"Would you place your winnings at my feet if you had won?" he asked. She closed her Chinese sandalwood fan. She stared at him with a straightforward gaze. Golden Chinese ornaments glittered and dangled in her hair, their pendants touching delicately, ringing faintly.
"Why, Father Delacroix, I would place anything you asked at your feet, if you only would ask."
She behaved as if he were flirting, though he had meant the question in the most straightforward way. He'd been among men, sailors or other Jesuits or university students, for so long that he'd forgotten what little he had ever known about polite conversation in the society of women. Madame de Chartres gave a second meaning to his every courtly compliment. Despite the honors His Majesty had shown him this evening, despite the admiration of the courtiers and the attention of the beautiful women, he could appreciate their beauty, could he not? For God had created it, after all. Yves wished he were back in his room. He had notes to write up from the sea-monster dissection. He must be sure Marie-Joseph did not neglect the sketches, and he must get some sleep during the dark hours, so he could use the hours of daylight to complete his study of the carcass. The Master of Ceremonies strode into the room, clearing the way for His Majesty. Madame de Chartres drew aside, falling into a deep curtsy. Yves bowed, surreptitiously watching His Majesty pass. "Am I meant to watch His Majesty's bedtime as well as his rising?" Yves thought. He shrugged off the sudden apprehension, for Monsieur de Chrétien would have told him of the added duty. His Majesty passed, with King James at his left and His Holiness on his right hand, Count Lucien in the King's wake with the other noblemen. His Holiness glanced at Yves, his brow furrowed. Count Lucien passed him without word or gesture. The King's presence had filled the state apartments. Now the rooms felt empty, and in a moment they would be dark, for the courtiers left behind now hurried away, yawning and complaining of the lateness, the tedium. The servants of His Majesty's gentlemen swarmed into the apartments, snuffing out the candles before they could burn one hairbreadth shorter.
"Come with me,"
Madame de Chartres said. "I'm honored to escort you to your husband," Yves said.
"My husband? What would I want with my husband?"
She laughed at him and swept away, calling back over her shoulder without caring if anyone heard.
"You disappoint me, Father Delacroix."
Yves knew what she desired. He was not a virgin, not quite, a circumstance he regretted, but since taking orders he had never broken his vow of celibacy. Madame de Chartres' eagerness to break her marriage vows disturbed him past any threat of temptation. He was alone for the first time during the entire interminable evening. He had told the story of the sea-monster's capture 24 times, the story of the sailor's unsplit wine almost as often. Few of His Majesty's nobles had ever been to sea. They expected a wealth of adventures, exciting stories, not the truth of discomfort, boredom to equal anything they complained about at Versailles, and hours or days or weeks of terror and misery when the seas turned ugly. Yves walked through the dark apartments, abandoned by anyone of any importance. As the gentlemen's servants collected the burned candles for their masters, His Majesty's servants replaced them with fresh tapers. No candle could be lit a second time for the King. Attending His Majesty for one single quarter of a year, the usual term, could light one's house until the seasons turned. This was one of the considerable perquisites for the courtiers who attended the Sun King. Yves descended the magnificent staircase of the ambassadors, for he could not reach his tiny rooms in the Chateau's attic except by returning to the ground floor and climbing a narrow staircase. A figure in blazing red appeared from the darkness. "Father Delacroix." "Your Eminence," Yves bowed to Cardinal Ottoboni. "The Holy Father requires your presence," the Cardinal said in Latin. Yves replied in the same language.
I am at His Holiness's service." Cardinal Ottoboni swept out onto the terrace. He pointed into the garden. His Holiness stood between the parterre d'eau, gazing along the length of the garden toward the peak of the sea-monster's tent.
"Attend me, Father Delacroix," His Holiness said.
Yves hurried to Innocent's side. Ottoboni remained on the terrace. Innocent led Yves out of earshot toward the orangerie into a cloud of fragrance. They gazed in silence at the rows of small trees.
"I am distressed,"
Innocent said. "I'm sorry, Your Holiness."
"I am distressed by your worldly concerns."
"I only seek God's truth and His will in nature."
"It isn't your place,"
His Holiness said,
"to determine God's truth or His will."
Innocent's voice remained kind, but Yves did not mistake the sternness of his words.
"I'm distressed by your sister's pagan composition."
"Your Holiness, I beg you, she meant nothing by it. It was perfectly innocent."
"My son, indulge me, and my fear for both your souls."
"I'm grateful for your attention, Your Holiness."
"Our cousin's court surrounds you with danger, with debauchery, adultery, and bastardy. Heresy abounds. Atheists, monsters, advise the king."
"My vows and my faith are my protection, Your Holiness."
"When is the last time you said Mass or heard confession?"
"Not for many months, Your Holiness."
"Your vows and your faith require attention,"
His Holiness said. Innocent paced between the beds of flower embroidery. Yves followed, careful not to outwalk the Holy Father, who was decades his elder and in frail health. "Perhaps Father de la Chaise would permit me to assist him at Mass, to hear confession."
"Perhaps Father de la Chaise would condescend to hear your confession,"
Innocent said.
"I will not ask how long it has been since you made it."
Innocent reached the stairs leading to the terrace. He took Yves' elbow for support as they returned to the chateau.
"A year of meditation, perhaps, would benefit you,"
Innocent said.
"A retreat to a monastery, a year of silence."
Yves struggled to keep his silence now. He had no doubt he would be sent away if he protested, and if he were sent away he would lose the king's patronage and all it meant for his work.
"I shall observe," Innocent said, "and consider what will do you the most good."
Innocent offered Yves his hand. Yves fell to his knees and kissed the Pope's ring. Marie-Joseph ran up the narrow stairs to the attic of the chateau. The hour was late. She and Lotta had attended Madame's simple preparations, and Marie-Joseph had attended Lotta during her bedtime routine. "How can I sleep tonight?" Marie-Joseph thought, after an evening of such magnificence, such excitement. She remembered again the Chevalier's lips against her fingers, her surprising shiver of pleasure at his touch. She wondered what it would be like to kiss him. The nuns had warned her against kisses, against the sin and danger and pain that kisses led to. But a kiss to the hand, at least, proved not to be horrible at all. Laughter followed her. Footsteps sounded on the threadbare carpet. A lady, masked in the iridescent colors of a hummingbird, and a gentleman masked as a goat, or a satyr, climbed the stairs. They pressed together side by side in the narrow passageway. Marie-Joseph recognized Chartres instantly. She thought the lady was Mademoiselle d'Armagnac. She was certainly not Madame Lucifer. Chartres nuzzled her throat with the nose and horns of his mask until she threw back her head and laughed again, throaty and breathless. The lady's fashionable headdress stood crooked, and her hair tumbled around her face. Ribbons tangled with the fantastic feathers of her mask. She pulled her fontange free, hurled it down the stairs, ribbons and lace trailing through the dust, and flung herself against Chartres. They stumbled sideways up the stairs, kissing, gasping, hands fumbling desperately each on the other's body. Chartres tore at the lacings of Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's bodice. He yelped, "Do not unman me, mademoiselle!" Marie-Joseph was about to flee when Chartres, Capricorn-masked, caught her in his gaze. She dropped into a curtsy. "Sir," she said, "I beg your pardon." Mademoiselle d'Armagnac snatched her hands from beneath the gold-laced skirts of Chartres' coat and embroidered waistcoat. One of his stockings drooped down his leg, rumpling around the knee-roll.
Mademoiselle d'Armagnac glared at Marie-Joseph and straightened her mask to conceal her identity. Her disarranged habit exposed her breasts. A jeweled beauty patch sparkled just below her left aureole. She tugged at her bodice to cover herself. "I do not know you," Chartres said coldly to Marie-Joseph, glaring dark and wild from beneath the horned half-mask. His skewed gaze was as perverse as any goat's. "But, Monsieur de you have mistaken me for someone else." He grinned and raised his mask. "Unless, Mademoiselle de la Croix, you'd care to accompany us." "No!" she exclaimed, horrified. "What a shame. Good evening." He lowered the mask over his blind, erratic eye, reclaiming the visage of a satyr. He bent to kiss and nip Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's breast, baring it again. She stroked his long, curled hair and pulled him closer, tighter, gazing at Marie-Joseph all the while. When he rose, the beauty patch stuck to his chin. They both laughed and ran up the stairs, squeezing past Marie-Joseph on the landing, ignoring her curtsy and her embarrassment. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's door opened. Silk rustled, then tore. A high, harsh rip. The door slammed. The staircase, the hallway, the whole of the chateau lay silent and dark. Marie-Joseph fled. She plunged into her room and pressed the door shut. Odelette sat up in bed, blinking sleepily in the light of a single candle. "Mademoiselle Marie, what's happened?" Odelette slid from beneath the feather-bed and hurried to her. "Nothing. I saw—" "Didn't you know?" Odelette said when Marie-Joseph described what she had seen. "Didn't you notice? They pair off in the eaves, like sparrows fucking." "Don't speak so coarsely, dear Odelette." "Should I say making love? Do they love each other? I see that they fuck. I don't see that they love." Say fornicating." Odelette laughed. "Mademoiselle Marie, the common word is less ugly. Come along. Let me put you to bed." Marie-Joseph allowed Odelette to help her out of her court habit and undress her hair. "Did you find a prince tonight, Mademoiselle Marie?" "Yes." "Did he find you?" "Perhaps he did," Marie-Joseph said, "but he has no ambassador, so I wonder if you can approve him." "The ambassador always finds the stolen princess," Odelette whispered. Marie-Joseph hugged her, wishing Odelette's fairy tale could possibly come true. In her shift, Marie-Joseph gazed across the garden toward the sea-monster's tent, listening for the sea-monster's song, but the gardens lay quiet in the night. "Come to bed, Mademoiselle Marie, before it gets cold again." "I couldn't possibly sleep," Marie-Joseph said, "and I must feed the sea-monster. Help me into my riding habit and keep the bed warm till I return." "Tell me of your prince." Odelette shook out the riding habit. "Is my brother in his room?" "In his room asleep, and both doors are closed. He'll never hear what you tell me." "You saw my prince," Marie-Joseph said. "The handsome man in Madame's apartment." "There were no handsome men in Madame's apartment." Odelette buttoned the tiny jet buttons. "Chartres is handsome. He's as misshapen as a snake." "He isn't. And Monsieur is—"
"Pretty."
"I suppose you're right, pretty."
"As I said, no handsome men."
"I couldn't aspire so high, a member of the royal family. I meant the Chevalier de Lorraine."
"Monsieur's friend?"
"Yes." She prepared to defend Lorraine against the charge of being too old. Uncharacteristically, Odelette kept her silence. "He is handsome, is he not?"
"He is handsome, Mademoiselle Marie."
"But you don't like him." "He is handsome." "What does it matter?" Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "I have no dowry. He'd never think of me." She hesitated. "But he kissed me. On the hand, I mean, quite properly. Almost properly. He made no improper advances. Nothing very improper. Not like Chartres." She plunged on. "Chartres bared Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's breasts on the stairway, and she placed her hands very near Monsieur de Chartres'—" she sought the proper term, "his organ of generation."
"She seized his cock."
Marie-Joseph tried to be offended. Instead, she giggled. "On the stairway. How do you know these words, Odelette? You never knew them in Martinique."
"From the convent, of course."
Odelette jumped into bed and pulled the covers up to her chin.
from Mother Superior.
Chapter 10. The sea-monster's eerie, plaintive song filled the moonlit gardens. Marie-Joseph hurried along the green carpet. She hugged Loren's cloak close against the chill and damp. The wolf fur warmed her, and it smelled of Loren's musky scent, the scent Monsieur had also offered her. She wished she were a great lady, who could order a coach to take her here and there, or a rich one who could afford to keep a horse. She liked to walk in the gardens, but the hour was late and the night was chilly, and she still had so much to do. She laughed aloud in wonder that she was living at the center of the world. "And I've begun to train the sea-monster," she thought. "If I have a few days, I might be able to train it to keep silent when His Majesty next sees it. But if His Majesty delays the dissection for those few days, the male sea-monster will decompose, and all the training will be for nothing." Marie-Joseph's lantern swung. A wild shadow dance sprang from her feet. She skipped. The shadow leaped, its cape flying in the beautiful night. "I shall have to work on the sketches later," Marie-Joseph thought. A few hours. But the moon, almost 3/4 full, had fallen halfway to the horizon. The night was half over. Before her the tent glowed faintly. Across the garden near the fountain of Neptune, torches flickered as gardeners set out potted flowers in great drifts, keeping the gardens beautiful for His Majesty. A dark lantern flashed open, blinding her with its light. Marie-Joseph jumped, startled and frightened. "Who goes there?" "Mademoiselle de la Croix," she said, amused by her fear of the sea-monster's guards. "Come to feed the sea-monster." She held up her lantern, beaming its light in turn into the musketeer's eyes. The dark lantern rotated, spilling its light between them. Marie-Joseph lowered her lantern. The light cast a long shadow behind the musketeer and illuminated his face demonically from below. "Do you have authorization to enter?" "Of course I do, my brother's." "In writing?" She laughed, yet he barred her way, standing before the entry. Inside the tent the sea-monster whistled and growled. "Father Delacroix said, 'Let no one enter.'" "He didn't mean me," Marie-Joseph said. "He said no one." "But I am no one. He's the head of our family. Why would he think to separate himself from me?" "What you say is true." The musketeer stood aside. "Be cautious, mademoiselle. If it isn't a demon, and I don't say it isn't, it is angry." She entered the tent, grateful not to have to climb the hill and call Yves from his bed to vouch for her. Shutting her lantern so she would not frighten the sea-monster, Marie-Joseph paused to let her eyes adjust. A pale blur loomed nearby. New screens of heavy white silk woven with gold sunbursts and fleur-de-lis shielded the dissection table from the live sea-monster's sight. The white and the gold glimmered. Marie-Joseph unlocked the sea-monster's cage. Small fish swam and splashed in a jug of sea-water. A strange faint glow suffused the fountain. Could Yves have left a lit candle on the stairs, reflecting from the water? "Sea-monster," Marie-Joseph whispered, "it's only me. Come to give you some supper." Ripples spread across the pool. Marie-Joseph caught her breath. The ripples glowed with eerie phosphorescence. The glow spread. The luminescence reflected from the gilt of Apollo's dolphins and tritons. In Fort-de-France on Martinique the ocean glowed like this. The barrels must have captured glowing sea-water and brought it to Versailles. "Sea-monster?" Marie-Joseph hummed a melody the sea-monster had sung. She wondered if the songs of sea-monsters had any meaning, like the cries and yowls of her cat Hercule. "Perhaps I'm saying, 'I'm glad to be out of the awful gold basin, the awful canvas,'" Marie-Joseph thought. That would be very confusing for the poor sea-monster. She sat on the edge of the fountain and hummed a different melody. A wake like a shining arrow flowed toward Marie-Joseph. The sea-monster swam to the platform, her tails undulating gently, only her eyes and her hair revealed above the surface. Marie-Joseph sat on the lowest step, her feet on the wet platform, and held out a fish to the captive creature. Shall I hold tight to the fish, she wondered. No, if I force the sea-monster to stay near, I'm likely to frighten it. Instead of snatching the fish and thrashing away into the darkness, the sea-monster swam very close, turned, and swept past beneath Marie-Joseph's hand. The pressure of the water stroked her skin. "Sea-monster, aren't you hungry?" The sea-monster surfaced an arm's length away. "Fish," she said. "Yes, exactly, fish." The sea monster dove again. Marie-Joseph sat very still, her fingers growing numb in the cold water. Beneath the glowing surface of the pool, the sea monster's dark shape rose beneath her hand. The sea monster, floating face up, gazed at her through luminescent ripples, and placed her webbed claws directly beneath Marie-Joseph's fingers. Marie-Joseph released the fish into the sea monster's grasp. The sea monster rolled, stroking her arm along Marie-Joseph's palm. Her warmth radiated against Marie-Joseph's skin. Marie-Joseph laid her hand on the creature's back as if she were gentling a colt. The sea monster trembled. "There's nothing to be afraid of." Marie-Joseph did not like to lie, even to a creature. Floating face down, the sea monster quieted beneath her touch. Marie-Joseph smoothed one lock, then another, of the creature's dark green hair. The glossy strands lay across the sea monster's skin, iridescent black in the faint light. The sea monster hummed like a cat who purred in song. Marie-Joseph picked up a third strand of hair. The tangle would not straighten, for the hair was knotted. The sea monster rolled over again, drawing the tangled strand from Marie-Joseph's grasp. Floating on her back, she neatly bit off the fish's head, munched it, ate the other half. Her double tail fanned the water beside Marie-Joseph's foot. Marie-Joseph bent to look more closely. The tails were nothing like fish tails, and not much like seal fins. Darker and thicker skin covered the sea monster from pelvis downward. A mat of dark green hair covered her female parts. The upper bones of her tails were rather short, the lower bones longer, with powerful muscles front and back. The joint between them bent both ways. The joint connecting long lower bones to large feet resembled Marie-Joseph's wrist. The feet ended in long webbed toes and wickedly powerful claws. The sea monster used one toe to flick a drop of water toward Marie-Joseph's face. It spattered her cheek and dribbled down her face. "Don't splash me, sea monster," she said. "I already ruined one gown in your pool, and I cannot afford another. Come, leave off playing. Eat another fish. I have so much to do, I must hurry." Her stomach growled. The squabs were very long ago and very small. She smiled at the sea monster. "You're lucky, you know. I wish someone would bring me a fish to eat." The sea monster took the fish, bit off its head, and offered the body and tail to Marie-Joseph. Shocked, Marie-Joseph scooted backward. Safe beyond the fountain's rim, she gazed down at the sea monster. "Be calm," she said to herself. "It cannot have understood that you are hungry. It brought you a fish, as Hercule might bring you a mouse." The sea monster sang a few notes. "Thank you," Marie-Joseph said, speaking to the sea monster as she would speak to her cat. "You may eat it now." "Fish." The sea monster plopped the piece of fish into its mouth. A bit of the tail stuck out between her lips. She crunched it and swallowed, and the translucent fin disappeared. Marie-Joseph petted her goodbye. The sea monster grasped her wrist. Gently, firmly, the sea monster sang, and drew Marie-Joseph closer to the water. "Let go," Marie-Joseph said. "Sea monster." She twisted her hand, but the sea monster's claws pinioned her. The creature sang again, loud and insistent. She pulled Marie-Joseph's hand beneath the water. "Let me go!" Scared, she tugged her hand from the sea monster's grip, careless of the sharp claws. The sea monster freed her. She fell back, clambered to her feet, and scrambled away. The sea monster gazed after her with only her eyes above water. The creature continued to sing, but the song vibrated strangely through the water and the stone, and trembled against the wooden platform like a primitive drumbeat. Marie-Joseph felt more than heard it. She shivered, clanged the cage door shut and locked, snatched up the lantern, and hurried from the tent. "Good night, Mademoiselle Delacroix. Your monster is well fed, I hope." "I hope so," she said shortly, barely acknowledging his bow. She trudged up the green carpet, past the masses of dewy potted flowers, toward silent fountains. She was not used to being frightened by animals. Her fear distressed her. Her wrist ached from the sea monster's grip, yet the creature had freed her when it could have clawed her arm to shreds and scars. The sea monster's song followed her, discordant and eerie. She shivered. The statues loomed, white ghosts, and their shadows spread black pools through the darkness. Marie-Joseph's happiness and pride dissolved into the sea monster's fierce music. "Yves?" Her brother stood pale as the marble, pale as death, bleeding from his hands and forehead. He stood in a pool of blood. She saw him as clearly as if the music were light, and then she did not see him at all. The music stopped. "Yves, where are you?" Marie-Joseph's tears blurred the bright chateau windows, the torches' flames. She dashed the back of her hand against her eyes and raised her skirts above her ankles and fled. She rushed through the chateau, tears streaming down her face, her shoes wet with dew. She had enough presence of mind to use the back stairs, hoping no one would see her. "I must stop," she thought frantically. "I must stop crying. I must walk instead of run. I must sweep along with the hem of my skirt brushing the floor, so no one will see me and say, 'She's just a peasant, hiking her skirts up around her knees.'" She ran up the stairs to the attic, choking back her sobs, her breath ragged. She threw open the door to Yves's dressing room. A single candle lit it. Yves buttoned his cassock while a servant in the king's livery stood impatiently nearby. Marie-Joseph flung herself into her brother's arms. "Sister, what's wrong?" He held her, comforting her with his strength. "I thought you were dead. I saw—" "Dead?" he said. "Of course I'm not dead." He smiled. "I'm not even asleep, much as I'd like to be. What's frightened you so?" "Your worship," the servant said. "Hush, I'll be along." Yves hugged her again, solid and dependable. He found a handkerchief and wiped the tear-stains from her cheeks, as if she were a child who had stubbed her toe. "I thought—" The visions that had spun around her in the darkness of the garden vanished in the candlelight of his room. "I was feeding the sea monster." "In the dark? No wonder you were frightened. You shouldn't go into the gardens alone at night. Take Odalette with you." "Yes, you're right. It must have been the dark," Marie-Joseph said, all the time thinking, "How strange, I never feared the dark before." "Please, your worship, don't call me that," Yves said to the servant. "I'm coming." "Where are you going?" Marie-Joseph asked. "To His Majesty, to the sea monster." The fountain luminesced, filling the tent with an eerie glow like foxfire. Triton's trumpet shone, and the hooves of the dawn horses and their muzzles, as if they galloped on cold fire and breathed it from their nostrils. Marie-Joseph lit the lanterns. The glow vanished. The sea monster whistled and hummed and splashed, luring Marie-Joseph to her. "I can't play with you now, sea monster," Marie-Joseph whispered. "His Majesty is coming." She checked the screens of heavy silk to be sure the sea monster could not see past them, then pulled aside the dead monster's canvas shroud, exposing the carcass, spilling sawdust and melting ice to the floor. Preserving fluids and caked blood stained the canvas. The monster's ribs lay exposed, stripped of skin and muscle. One arm was flayed to the bone, and the leg on the same side. Outside the tent His Majesty's wheeled cart creaked, hooves crunched in gravel. Footsteps tramped. Yves greeted the king and Count Lucien. The king's deaf mutes pushed his chair into the tent. Count Lucien walked beside His Majesty. 4 carriers followed with a sedan chair hung with white velvet and gold tassels. Marie-Joseph hugged Lorraine's dark cloak around her and stood by her drawing-box, hoping to attract as little attention as possible.
"I think it best to examine the sea monster's internal organs in private," the king said. "Your Majesty," Yves said, "the sea monsters are ordinary animals." The deaf mutes lifted the cart onto the plank floor and pushed it to the lab table. The sedan chair followed. The carriers lowered it and fled the tent, bowing. His Majesty did not bother to dismiss his deaf mutes. He treated them, as always, as if they hardly existed. Count Lucien remained by his side, leaning easily on his staff. Marie-Joseph returned his polite nod with a quick curtsy. Yves helped His Holiness from the palanquin and conducted him to an armchair. Exhaustion paled the old man's face, and he leaned heavily on Yves's arm. His Majesty swung himself out of the cart and hobbled to the dissection table, leaning only a little on Count Lucien's shoulder. He gazed with fascination at the creature. His Majesty showed no signs of having been up all night. Even the swelling of his gout had eased. "Every feature I've studied so far," Yves said, "every muscle, every bone, has its match within every other furred creature known to natural philosophy." "Father Delacroix," His Majesty said, "I did not charge you to find what is common about the sea monsters. I charged you to find what is unique."
"I will look, Your Majesty." Yves took up his heaviest lancet. "Are you ready, sister?" Marie-Joseph settled a fresh piece of paper. Yves sliced open the creature's belly, exposing its viscera. The intestines and stomach lay flat and shriveled, empty of food. Perhaps the male sea-monster had successfully resisted being force-fed. Marie-Joseph regretted the creature's death, but she was glad the organs would not explode upon His Majesty and His Holiness when Yves pierced them. The intestines are rather short for a creature that must sustain itself mostly on seaweed, with an occasional garnish of fish, Yves said, by which I surmise that seaweed is easily digested. He cut the intestines out delicately, measuring and inspecting, taking small samples, placing the organs in jars of spirits. Marie-Joseph drew as best she could in lantern light. The sea-monster's intestines sported an appendix unusual in most animals. Yves dissected out the kidneys, the pancreas, the bladder. He even sought stomach stones and kidney stones. He found nothing unusual or notable in the lower abdomen. He might have been dissecting any carcass, or even the corpse of a man. His Majesty watched with increasing impatience. His Holiness with increasing discomfort. Count Lucien watched unmoved. With a heavy pair of shears, Yves cut open the ribs at the breastbone. He separated the rib cage, exposing the lungs and the heart. "It is as I thought," Yves said. He probed delicately into the chest, moving aside lobes of the lungs to expose the heart and the various glands. "The creature presents no attributes of the fish, neither gills nor swim bladder. It is very likely the dugong. And as you have seen, Your Majesty, the sea-monster possesses internal organs normal to all mammals."
"Father Delacroix, whether the monster is a fish or a beast is of no interest to me. What is of interest is its organ of immortality."
"I have found no evidence of such an organ, sire. Immortality, like the transmutation of gold, is the province of alchemy, abhorred by the Church and by natural philosophy."
"You dismiss ancient tales cavalierly, Father Delacroix," His Majesty said. "How did you come to accept this undertaking if you believe my quest futile?"
"I wish to please Your Majesty," Yves said, taken aback by the king's sharp tone. The quest for the sea-monsters was anything but futile. As for the organ of immortality, it exists or it does not exist. My beliefs are immaterial. Pope Innocent stared at him, exhaustion transformed by outrage. "That is to say, I might form a hypothesis, but it must be tested." Yves' voice trailed off. His quest for knowledge had for an instant overcome his restraint. He was doing himself no credit with Pope Innocent.
"If you believe the organ does not exist," His Majesty said, ignoring Yves' embarrassment, "you surely will not find it."
"If the monsters impart everlasting life to those who consume them, sire," Yves said, "why, how many sailors would be 1,000 years old?" Louis waved away the objections.
"Sailors live a hard life. Protection against old age and disease would never save a man from accident or drowning."
"Cousin," Innocent said, "perhaps your natural philosopher has the right of it. God drove us from Eden after all, where we were immortal. Now we are mortal, but we live in the hopes of joining him in everlasting life."
"If God created an immortality organ and commanded us to use beasts as we will, then it is his will that we become immortal."
Innocent frowned thoughtfully, troubled.
"Earthly immortality would be a burden, not a satisfaction."
He hesitated.
"Yet if one were called to continue God's work,
"As I am,"
His Majesty said,
one would submit, however burdened by earthly flesh."
Yves continued his exploration of the heart and the lungs. At the top of the chest, beneath the upper ribs, the highest lobe of the lung resisted his probe. He exclaimed wordlessly and pulled the lobe farther into view. "This is unique." Marie-Joseph glanced from the gutted sea-monster to her brother, to Innocent, to His Majesty. All of them stared at the unusual lobe of the lung. The color differed, and the texture. A tangle of blood vessels covered its surface. Only Count Lucien paid no attention to the carcass. He paid his attention to the king, gazing at his sovereign with hope and relief and love. Yves lifted the unusual structure and cut it free of the normal lung.
"You have found it,"
Louis said.
"What else could it be?"
Marie-Joseph hurried up the green carpet after Yves, holding her drawing-box tight against her chest, protecting the record of her brother's discoveries. Yves strode along before her. Far ahead, His Majesty's deaf mutes pushed his rolling cart at a run, and Pope Innocent's chair-carriers struggled to keep up. Count Lucien's elegant grey Arabian trotted beside them. Mist swirled at their heels. Yves might keep up with them, but Marie-Joseph never could. She broke into a run, glad she was not wearing court dress. 10 paces ahead, Yves paused and waited impatiently. Torches gilded the chateau, cast shadows across the gardens, and haloed Yves's hair. "Hurry, or we'll get no sleep at all. You do want me to attend His Majesty's awakening?" He smiled, teasing her. She looked at the ground, embarrassed all over again for failing him yesterday. They climbed the back stairs to the attic and their tiny apartment. As they ascended, a young courtier muffled in cloak and half-mask passed, creeping quietly down. He ignored their salute as if the mask made him invisible. Yawning and stretching, Yves disappeared into his bedroom to nap for a few hours. Odelette and Hercule slept soundly in Marie-Joseph's bed, cuddled together, warm and safe. Marie-Joseph put aside the temptation to join them in their comfortable nest. "If I fall asleep now," she thought, "I shall never wake in time to rouse Yves. Besides, I've not done a moment's work on the dissection sketches." In Yves's dressing-room she lit tallow candles, and settled herself at the table to begin the painstaking task of redrawing the sketches with pen and ink. As she arranged the paper, she found the equation she had scribbled and scratched out. Her thoughts wandered to the problems that fascinated her, the description of God's creations, God's will, perhaps, in precise terms. She wrote a second equation for predicting the motion of rustling leaves. She saw that it would not work either, even when she added the effect of gravity. "This is as difficult a problem as predicting the actions of my dear leaf-rustler, Madame," Marie-Joseph thought, amused. She rubbed out the equation and turned her attention to Yves's drawings. At 6 o'clock, Marie-Joseph put several finished drawings away and slipped into her room to change clothes. She and Odelette must attend Lotte. They must all help Madame dress. They must gather in the antechamber outside His Majesty's bedroom and join the procession to Mass. "I mustn't fail my duties to Mademoiselle," Marie-Joseph thought. "Not 2 days in a row. I must attend Mass." She had promised to attend last night. She had forgotten. Odelette's soft breathing was the only sound. Hercule slipped in through the open window, leaving the curtain a hand's breadth open. He stretched and yowled, demanding breakfast. Grey morning light from the west-facing window woke Odelette. She blinked, her long lashes brushing her cheeks, beautiful even a moment out of sleep. "Have you sat up all night, Mademoiselle Marie?" Odelette whispered. "Come to bed, you can rest a little while." "It's time to get up," Marie-Joseph said. "Help me change my dress, and you must do my hair. Mademoiselle wants you this morning." Sitting up, Odelette cried out. She drew her hand from beneath the covers. Blood smeared her fingertips. "Quick, Mademoiselle Marie, before I stain the bedclothes." Marie-Joseph flung open her storage chest, snatched up a handful of soft, clean rags, and took them to Odelette. Odelette thrust the pad between her legs to soak up her monthly flow, then curled miserably beneath the blankets. She always suffered terribly from her monthlies. "I'm so sorry, Mademoiselle Marie." "You must stay in bed," Marie-Joseph said. She put Hercule beside Odelette and stroked his soft fur, the tabby stripes of 2 textures, till he gave up asking for his breakfast and snuggled warm against Odelette's sore back. "In bed with our bed-warmer." Odelette smiled, though her lips trembled. "And I'll send you some broth. You must drink it, but share a little with Hercule." "Mademoiselle Marie, you must wear a towel today." She and Odelette had always begun their monthlies on the same day. They had been apart so long, surely that rule had been lost with distance. But when Marie-Joseph counted, Odelette was right. Marie-Joseph tied a rolled towel between her legs and struggled into her grand habit. She must not spoil another dress. Poor Odelette. Her women's troubles pained her so. Marie-Joseph kissed her cheek. Marie-Joseph unbraided her hair and dressed it simply, without lace or ribbons. She looked like a naive colonial girl, but she could do no more without Odelette's help. In Yves's room, she sat on the edge of his bed and shook him gently. "Yves, brother, it's time to get up." "I'm awake," he mumbled. Marie-Joseph smiled fondly and shook him again. He sat up, rubbing his eyes and stretching. "I am awake," he said. "I know." She kissed his cheek. "I must fly to Mademoiselle." She hurried down the attic stairs. She felt lucky not to suffer from her monthlies as Odelette did. If she had to keep to her bed, she would miss greeting His Majesty after his morning ceremony. She would miss following the king to Mass. She would miss caring for the sea monster, and Yves might give her place to Chartres. Lucien's carriage flew along the Avenue de Paris, and past the lines of visitors waiting to enter His Majesty's gardens. The carriage followed the same route as Pope Innocent's, all the way to the steps of the marble courtyard. Despite the inconvenience, His Majesty seldom concerned himself with the convenience of his courtiers. The king permitted few carriages to enter the forecourt of the chateau. Lucien accepted the perquisite, as the king intended, as a sign of esteem. He rode in his carriage more often than he might otherwise have done, to publicly take advantage of His Majesty's favor. His footman placed the steps and held the door. Lucien climbed down, leaning easily on his walking-staff. He had not slept, but he had refreshed himself. Thanks to Sieur de Batz's salve, his leg was nearly healed. Thanks to Juliette, thanks to the distractions of Calvados and stimulation, the pain in his back was quite tolerable. His 8 matched coach-horses stood rock-still, bay coats and harness gleaming.
"Return to my chateau and put yourself at the disposal of Madame la Marquise," Lucien said to his coachman. "She will wish to attend today's picnic at His Majesty's menagerie."
"Yes, sir." Lucien crossed the black-and-white marble of the courtyard, entered the chateau through its central doors, beneath the balcony of the king's apartment, and took his usual route to His Majesty's bedroom. Waiting by his brother's bed, Monsieur stifled a yawn. The Duc d'Orléans often rode to Paris after the king's evening entertainments, for he found Versailles constraining. On occasion Lucien joined him, though he did not share all Monsieur's tastes. He appreciated the Duke's ability to enjoy himself, but for Lucien the events of the previous night had been more rewarding than any diversion Monsieur might imagine. This morning everything was as it should be. No one could suspect last night of being extraordinary. No one could suspect the king had stayed awake all night seeking immortality. His Majesty performed the rituals of his awakening with his accustomed grace and dignity. Lucien noted with approval that Yves de la Croix had ceased to spurn the privilege of fifth entry. The Jesuit bowed to His Majesty with adequate elegance. Lucien feared de la Croix had been brought too high too quickly, that his abrupt elevation would result in disaster for him and his sister. Other men waited years for fifth entry. Unlike His Majesty, de la Croix did look as if he had been up all night. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. Perhaps the king had dozed since returning from the secret dissection, or perhaps he had lain awake, considering the implications of Yves de la Croix's discoveries. His Majesty might never die, Lucien thought. If he never dies, the realm will never be subjected to Monseigneur's reign. If he never dies, he will escape the influence of Madame de Maintenon. He will reinstate the Edict of Nantes. He will cease making war on his own people. Lucien joined His Majesty's procession from the official bedchamber. The king's gout troubled him today, but he concealed his discomfort. In the first chamber, dozens of less favored courtiers crowded together, inured to their magnificent surroundings, bored by the paintings and frescoes, the carved marble and the gilded representations of Apollo and the sun. They stood yawning sleepily, gossiping, trading insults veiled as compliments. When His Majesty appeared, they fell silent and saluted their sovereign. When they rose, Mademoiselle de la Croix gazed at His Majesty in awe. Like the colonial girl she remained. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lucien sympathized with her amazement. He loved Louis, as he had loved Queen Marie-Thérèse. He missed the Queen. He still grieved for her, though she was 10 years gone. Having spent most of his life at court, he knew better than to display everything he felt. He hoped Mademoiselle de la Croix would learn soon not to reveal herself quite so plainly. As he always did, Lucien left the procession when His Majesty approached the chapel. As His Majesty disappeared into the chapel to perform his religious devotions, Lucien wondered, does immortality extend life into endless sickness and aging? Or might it convey perfect health and everlasting youth? Marie-Joseph curtsied low with the other courtiers as His Majesty strode from his room. His brother and his son and his grandsons, and the foreign princes Condé and Conti and Lorraine, and the legitimized Duc de Maine, and the Chevalier de Lorraine, and Count Lucien followed. In their brilliant company, Yves was as drab as a cow. She wished sometimes that he was a young courtier rather than a Jesuit, that he practiced war instead of learning, that he dressed in diamonds and silk. But then, she thought, I would be even less a part of his life, and I would be nothing to his work, because he would have none. He would marry, his wife would manage his household, he would have no room for a spinster sister. She sighed, then thought, I might not be a spinster if he were not a priest. He would promote my marriage. Our family might have the resources to allow it. She shrugged off her fantasies. As the king passed, people stepped forward to press letters into his hands, to beg him for favors, for pensions, for a position in his household. Even ordinary folk could petition him as he paraded with his family on his way to Mass. Madame de Maintenon and the other women of the royal family joined His Majesty. Marie-Joseph surveyed Mademoiselle as she passed, criticizing herself. She had not dressed Lotta's hair as beautifully as Odelette would have done. A roar of greeting and affection rose from the crowd of visitors as soon as the king appeared. Lesser nobles, tradesmen and their wives, all those who presented themselves at the gate decently dressed, had the right to enter the chateau grounds and see their sovereign. The crowd parted for him, but pressed close as soon as he had passed. Marie-Joseph pushed through the crush of bodies, trying to keep her place, trying not to feel afraid.
"Your Majesty, a boon to ask. Please, Your Majesty, heal my son."
The procession paused as the king accepted the petitions of his subjects and passed the letters to Count Lucien. He laid his hand on the swollen throat of a child when the mother begged for a cure for the king's disease. The crowded, echoing chapel was a relief after the crush of the courtyard. Marie-Joseph took her place in the pew behind Madame's. Hugging her shawl close, Madame kissed Marie-Joseph's cheek. "Perhaps the new chapel will be warmer," Madame said, but her tone was not very hopeful. Marie-Joseph had to smother a giggle. References to hell freezing over often accompanied speculations about the new chapel's eventual completion. She wondered if hell, frozen, would be warmer than the old chapel. She wished she could tell Madame the joke. In her own way, Madame was very pious, but she loved God rather than the rituals and the ceremonies of the church. She had been a heretic, a Protestant, in her youth. Court gossips claimed her conversion was a fraud, entered into only to allow her to marry Monsieur. Marie-Joseph thought she might tell Count Lucien the joke, but Count Lucien was nowhere to be seen. Yves joined Marie-Joseph. She squeezed his arm fondly. "Aren't you glad you attended His Majesty this morning? Was it wonderful in his room? I wish I—" "Shh," he said gently. The choir's voices, as one, rose to the frescoed ceiling. Marie-Joseph shivered at the pure beauty of the singing. Splendid new cloths draped the altar, and 1,000 new wax candles burned in silver candelabra. Marie-Joseph admired the altar, then turned with the rest of His Majesty's court to face the back of the chapel. "What are you doing?" Yves whispered, horrified. He faced the altar with a foolish expression of confusion. Marie-Joseph tugged at his sleeve. "I should have explained," she whispered. At Mass, His Majesty's court always faced him, while he faced the altar and the priest. Yves resisted her, but yielded to the combined stares of Madame and the princes of the blood royal. He turned around. Above, His Majesty arrived in his balcony at the rear of the chapel. The king gazed down at his court, who worshipped him to worship God. With a gesture of elegant magnanimity, he directed them toward the altar. Obediently, respectfully, they all turned again, as His Holiness Pope Innocent XII came to the altar to conduct Mass. Chapter 11. The coolness of the chateau gave way to the warmth of the terrace above the gardens. The sun had already sped halfway to noon. "It's warm today," Marie-Joseph thought gratefully. Potted flowers traced the verges of the pathways. The blossoms of 1,000 orange trees perfumed the air. Bees bumbled softly through the flower embroidery. The fountain mechanisms creaked and groaned, shivering the quiet into pieces. The fountains all burst into sprays and streams, Latona and Poseidon, Neptune, the dragons. Usually the fountains played only for His Majesty, but they would play continuously until after carousel. People filled the gardens, flowing down the green carpet and pooling around the fountain of Apollo and the sea monster's tent. They carried Marie-Joseph like a stream, as if she were lighter than air. "The poor sea monster will be so hungry," Marie-Joseph thought. "I did hope to feed her as soon as the servant brought the fish, but perhaps it's just as well. I induced her to eat from my hand." Marie-Joseph rubbed her sore wrist and thought apprehensively, "If she's very hungry, perhaps I can induce her to obey me." Marie-Joseph slipped past and between groups of visitors. mothers and fathers and children, elderly grandparents, 2 and 3 and even 4 generations marveling at the magnificence of their king's home and the perfection of his gardens, strolling through the soft, warm afternoon in their best clothes, husbands wearing rented swords, wives defying the sumptuary laws with daring silver lace at sleeve or petticoat, the children in leading strings and ribbons. The townspeople of Versailles and Paris and every town in France hoped for a glimpse of Louis le Grand. The rolled-up towel chafed Marie-Joseph's legs. "Do I dare take the nuisance off until tomorrow?" Marie-Joseph wondered. Uncomfortable business. Another of God's jokes at which you can laugh only if you aren't the subject. At the convent, her confessor had been shocked when she asked about God's jokes. God performed miracles, and he meted out punishment, such as women's monthlies, but he did not play jokes. How sad, Marie-Joseph thought, to be omnipotent, to be immortal, and to possess no sense of humor. At the bottom of the slope, people shouted and clustered closer around the sea-monster's tent. Marie-Joseph snatched her skirt above her ankles and broke into a run, afraid something had happened to the creature. "Wait your turn," snarled a man in broadcloth and homespun, as Marie-Joseph tried to slip past him.
"Papa, Papa, I want the sea-monster!"
His young son pulled at his coat-tail.
"Papa, Papa!"
The 3 other boys, all so young they were still in dresses, joined the cry. Their mother hushed her brood without effect. The tradesman turned. Marie-Joseph could not be sure if he intended to slap her or the child who had started the appeal. "Sir!" Her velvet and lace protected her. She stood out in the crowd of visitors as a member of His Majesty's court. "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle." He stepped away, pulling his wife and the 4 young children with him. They vanished into the crowd, the eldest child still begging for the sea-monster. "Guard!" Marie-Joseph called. After a moment, one of the musketeers opened a way for her and led her through the crowd and into the open tent. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Why have you let everyone in?" "His Majesty ordered it," the musketeer said. "His Majesty's subjects are to be allowed to see the monster." The musketeers let the visitors file in through one open side of the tent. They looked at yesterday's sketches, not those from the secret dissection which she had left safe in the chateau, and peered through the bars of the cage and exited through a second raised section of the tent wall. The water lay as still as glass. The musketeer ushered Marie-Joseph through the gate of the cage to the edge of the fountain. "There's nothing in the fountain but Apollo," one of the visitors said. "We cannot make the creature show itself," the musketeer replied. "Shoot at it, that'll bring it out." "She's frightened," Marie-Joseph said. "Wouldn't you be if 1,000 people clustered around your bed?" "It doesn't bother His Majesty," said the musketeer. "The sea-monster is a wild creature." "So it was said of His Majesty," said the musketeer, "in his youth." More live fish flapped and splashed. The servant had brought dozens of fish, far more than any person would eat for dinner, even if dinner were the only meal. Marie-Joseph netted one. She smiled at the servant's wishful thinking, but grew solemn at the thought of his hunger. "Sea-monster! Fish! Nice fish!" She swished the net around in the water. Beneath the hooves of the dawn horses, the sea-monster flicked her tails. A few visitors saw the movement and gasped. They shouted to each other, pointed, called out to Marie-Joseph to show them more. "Be quiet, I beg you," she said. "If you're quiet, she might come out of hiding." A ripple moved through the fountain. The sea-monster's long dark hair streamed behind her, protecting her back from the sun, disguising her glowing copper skin. Marie-Joseph took the fish from the net and held it in her hand. The sea-monster hesitated. "Good sea-monster, come a little closer. Come have your fish." "Fish," the sea-monster said. The sea-monster surfaced. Marie-Joseph offered her the fish. She snatched it and gobbled it messily in several bites. Fish guts and bits of fin dribbled into the water. The audience gasped and murmured in awe and surprise and disgust. Startled, the sea-monster slipped back beneath the water. Marie-Joseph hoped that, in the time she had, she could train the sea-monster not to fear the noise. His Majesty would want to view the creature again. He would want to show off his quarry to the visiting heads of state. He would want the sea-monster to be well behaved. "It's all right, sea-monster," Marie-Joseph said. "The noise means nothing. No more than waves on a beach. It won't hurt you. Come, let me feed you another fish." If I wish her to trust me, I must trust her, Marie-Joseph said to herself. Marie-Joseph dipped her hand into the water. The sea-monster swam closer, radiating intense warmth. The sea-monster rose suddenly from the pool. Water splashed against the stairs. Her long tangled hair whipped around her bare shoulders, tumbling over her flat breasts. The paler green strand of hair stuck out at an awkward angle. Visitors gasped and cried out and applauded. The musketeer clattered away to face the visitors, ready to bully or cajole them. The peace of the king's gardens must not erupt into riot. But instead of fleeing, the visitors pressed closer, fascinated, entertained. The lucky ones peered through the bars of the cage. The rest tried to see over the heads of the front rank. The sea-monster sank back into the water. Marie-Joseph stroked the creature's hair. The sea-monster suffered her touch. Marie-Joseph reached back with her free hand. The musketeer handed her a netted fish. She offered the wriggling creature to the sea-monster. The sea-monster fumbled at the net, failing to extricate the fish. Marie-Joseph untwisted the fabric, pulled the fish from the opening, and handed it to the sea-monster. The sea-monster ate the fish in 2 quick bites, and looked around for more. Marie-Joseph continued to feed her, luring her closer, till the sea-monster slithered half out of the water and rested her elbows on the platform. The visitors whispered and murmured in awe. Marie-Joseph let the sea-monster swim away, then called her back and gave her another fish. After 3 repetitions of the simple command, the sea-monster floated just out of Marie-Joseph's reach, singing, but coming no closer. Marie-Joseph imagined that she should be able to understand the song, then chided herself. I might as well try to understand a mockingbird, she thought. Come, sea-monster, she commanded. The sea-monster stopped singing. She snorted and spat and splashed water with her tail from 10 feet away. She snarled. She swam no closer. You should beat it, said the musketeer. Then it would obey. I'd only frighten her, Marie-Joseph said. She'll not be beaten while she's in my charge. She dangled the fish above the water. Come, sea-monster. The sea-monster kicked a wave toward the platform. It splashed Marie-Joseph's shoes and the hem of her riding habit. The sea-monster sang a peremptory phrase, dove, and disappeared. Why, Marie-Joseph thought, she's bored. She's learned the lesson already. Why should she practice it? Instead of insisting that the sea-monster return, Marie-Joseph let the fish swim free, living prey. But after she had let it loose, she thought, if the sea-monster only obeys when she chooses, can I make any claim to have trained it? The sea-monster surfaced, whistling, swimming at a distance. The audience exclaimed. She splashed her tails on the surface. She surged closer to Marie-Joseph. Marie-Joseph rose. You may have more fish later if you come when I call. On a foolish whim, she added, and an extra portion if you show yourself again to the visitors. She smiled to herself and thought, if only creatures really were so easy to train. Lucien climbed the great stone staircase to Madame de Maintenon's apartment. Forced blooms glowed with fresh spring colors in gilded pots. The guard opened one side of the double doors and bowed Lucien through Madame de Maintenon's doorway. Madame de Maintenon furnished her apartment as austerely as a cell in a convent. No matter what gifts His Majesty lavished on her, she lived among drab colors. She refused flowers and jewels alike. Even His Majesty's council table was plain black lacquer with the most moderate gilt and inlay. Lucien shrugged off the uneasiness that enclosed him in these rooms. He could do nothing about the darkness, the drabness, or Madame de Maintenon's dislike of him, except to refuse to allow any of it to afflict him. A single spot of color brightened the room. A gleaming tapestry covered Madame de Maintenon's lap. Embroidered silk fell in thick, soft folds like the fabric in a great master's canvas. Gold couching and intricate embroidery in red and orange and yellow, the colors of fire, covered all the silk but the central section. Despite the room's close atmosphere, Madame de Maintenon nestled in her cushioned wicker chair, shielded from draughts by its woven sides. She placed careful stitches, covering the last bit of white with the colors of blood and sunlight. Madame de Maintenon retained the exquisite complexion and the dark, lustrous eyes that had made her a great beauty in her youth, but she had accepted age and increasing infirmity, as Louis had not. Lucien bowed. Madame de Maintenon, He made it a matter of pride, even of arrogance, to speak to her always in a friendly and respectful manner. No matter what the provocation, no matter what opportunities she offered him, few enough at that, she was no fool, he resisted exercising his wit against her.
"I trust you're well."
"Well enough to do good works, sir,"
she said.
"The ache of one's bones makes no difference there."
She did not ask after his health or his family, she never did, and she had never in his memory spoken his title. No one else of his acquaintance found any irony in applying the title Count de Chrétien to an atheist.
"Winter approaches,"
she said softly,
"and people will starve. But His Majesty spends the summer making war, and the autumn creating entertainments. Oh, forgive me for mentioning my distress. You would not understand it."
She bent again to her embroidery. Lucien regarded her with irritation and sympathy. She knew nothing of what he understood or believed. She had never deigned to find out, for she knew what any atheist must think. The whole glorious autumn stretched ahead, yet she anticipated winter. He wanted to say to her, "Madame Scarron, was your life with your crippled late husband so dreadful? Did Monsieur Scarron never spend a moment attending to your pleasure, or amusing you with his celebrated wit? If his infirmities prevented him from pleasuring you, could you find no moment of satisfaction in distracting him from his pain? Are you punishing my cherished sovereign in return?" But he did not say it, he would never say it, not to the wife of his king.
"You are engaged in an intricate task,"
he said, with a pang of unaccustomed wistfulness. The queen used to embroider constantly. He treasured a handkerchief she had given him, though it was so covered with silk flowers that it was useless. For in truth the sweet, sad, foolish lady had no occupation, no place at her husband's court. "It is a gift," Madame de Maintenon said softly. She smoothed the white silk. She held it up for him to see. People in torment writhed across satin. A man screamed from the rack. Blood flowed from a woman's entrails as an inquisitor drew her bowels from her body. The central figure, a wild-eyed man in medieval garb, twisted against the stake, flesh burning in the splash of scarlet silken flames. Lucien inspected it without reacting.
"Free-thinkers, libertines, and dangerous heretics all."
"My girls at Saint-Cyr embroidered it."
"Strong images, madame, to inflict upon schoolgirls."
"Exactly. Strong and instructive. While they worked, they considered heresy and disobedience and its consequences. I must finish it quickly."
She bent to the embroidery again, placing another scarlet stitch of fire.
"I usually do the eyes last. For this image I did them first."
She plunged the needle into the cloth.
"This is Éon de l'Étoile, arch-heretic, the leader of Satan's army."
"He was never burned,"
Lucien said.
"Indeed, surely he must have been. He made war upon the church. He plundered monasteries. He called himself God's son.
He fed the peasants with the riches of the church."
"Riches he obtained by thievery and murder."
"The church imprisoned him, and he died,"
Lucien said. L'Étoile had, of course, been a madman.
"His followers never denounced him. They were burned, but he was not."
"I resign the field in favor of your intimate knowledge of a pagan land."
Madame de Maintenon fixed another flame at L'Étoile's feet.
"No matter. He should have been burned."
"His Majesty the King!" The guard threw open both doors for Louis. His Majesty hobbled in, favoring his gouty foot. Lucien bowed to His Majesty. He acknowledged the greeting of Father de la Chaise, and the profound salute of the Marquis de Barbezieux. Louvois' vindictive and brutal son had succeeded his father as the king's military adviser. Only once had he taken liberties when speaking to Lucien. In the face of the king's sudden indifference to his interests, he proved he was not entirely stupid. He begged the Count de Chrétien for forgiveness and intercession. Father de la Chaise always behaved with perfect courtesy to Lucien, hoping futilely to convert him and save his soul. Monsieur de Barbezieux carried his tooled leather campaign desk, while Father de la Chaise carried the Pope's gift, the reliquary, with great reverence. Madame de Maintenon gasped.
"Sire, the saint's relic! It should be in the chapel under guard."
"Don't you want to look at it, Bignette?" His Majesty asked. "Once Father de la Chaise takes it away, we will never see it except on the saint's day."
She made as if to rise from her chair, then sank back within its protection. Father de la Chaise brought the reliquary to her. She whispered a prayer.
"It is beautiful."
She bit off the last strand of flame-colored silk and held out the tapestry to Father de la Chaise.
"Father de la Chaise, my girls made this. You must take it, so it may lie beneath His Holiness's precious gift."
"That will be glorious, madame."
Louis invited his advisers to sit at the council table. Father de la Chaise placed the domed cylinder before His Majesty. Louis idly caressed its chased gold sides and the pearls on its top.
"A rare gift from His Holiness,"
Barbezieux said. Lucien snorted with disgust.
"The saint had no use for the relic, and His Majesty has no need for it, or its cage."
He wondered what lunatic had first dismembered a body and enclosed it bit by bit in magic amulets. Louis chuckled, then chided Lucien gently.
"None of your atheistic wit, Chrétien. Innocent has made peace with me. I shall assume he means no insult with his cage."
His Majesty called for Quentin, his personal valet, who tasted the wine, poured for Barbezieux and de la Chaise, then for Lucien, and finally, when His Majesty's guests had also tasted the wine without being poisoned, for the king. Barbezieux toyed with his goblet.
"Your health, your Majesty."
Lucien drank, appalled by the young minister's rudeness, amused by his discomfiture. He believes the slander, Lucien thought, that Madame de Maintenon poisoned his father. He fears the same. His Majesty accepted the wishes for his health, then drank from his own goblet and settled into work.
"Chrétien," the king said, "Brittany lacks a bishop. Were I to nominate one, His Holiness will invest him with the others as soon as he signs the treaty. To whom do you wish the appointment offered?"
"To Nemo, sire."
His Majesty raised a questioning eyebrow.
"To no one?"
"If Monsieur de Chrétien has no nominee, your Majesty, the position and the revenue might best be given to—"
Lucien interrupted Father de la Chaise.
"It suits my family for the appointment to remain empty."
He finished his wine. Quentin poured again.
"Sir, you're trading the spiritual health of Brittany for a few bits of gold,"
de la Chaise said.
"Your people need direction, your family is sufficiently wealthy, and Brittany already bears the reputation—"
"Enough, sir. I asked for Monsieur de Chrétien's suggestion, and he has given it. About my decision I will see."
A new bishop would send much of the revenue from his lands to Rome. Without a bishop's household and responsibilities to support, the parishioners would pay their taxes to His Majesty, and be left with something to eat, after what threatened to be a poor harvest. "You're too proud for your own good," Lucien said to himself. "You neglect to explain yourself to His Majesty because you think Madame de Maintenon will give herself credit for your decision, because she might believe she shamed you into unaccustomed acts of charity." Explaining himself to His Majesty was unnecessary. Lucien's sovereign possessed great political astuteness. His Majesty often understood the motives of his subjects and his advisers before they understood them themselves.
"What have you for me today, Monsieur de Barbezieux?"
"Orders, your Majesty, for quartering troops among the Protestants."
Barbezieux drew papers from his campaign desk.
"Very good."
Louis signed the documents. Barbezieux and de la Chaise looked on with approval. Already busy with another piece of needlework, Madame de Maintenon smiled. Lucien said nothing, for nothing he could say would make Louis change his mind. He had already tried, harder than was prudent. The proposal was meant to hasten the conversion of the heretics, but as far as Lucien had seen, it had caused only disaster and treason, and the enrichment of men who did not deserve any rewards. Yet instead of withdrawing the failed orders, the king extended them. His Majesty's intolerance, Madame de Maintenon's, as Lucien preferred to believe, prevented him from seeing how severely the draconian measures against Protestants damaged France and His Majesty himself. It's easier to be an atheist, Lucien thought, and less dangerous. The king's troops do not have permission to quarter themselves in my house, to loot it, to abuse without limit the members of my household.
"Is that all? Good day, then, gentlemen,"
the king said to Barbezieux and de la Chaise.
Monsieur de Chrétien, you will stay for a glass of wine.
Barbezieux and de la Chaise bowed and withdrew. Quentin refilled His Majesty's goblet and Lucien's. Madame de Maintenon refused refreshment. Lucien sipped the wine. It was too fine a vintage to gulp, even for medicinal purposes. His Majesty closed his eyes, revealing for a moment his exhaustion, his age.
"Give me some simple task, Monsieur de Chrétien,"
His Majesty said.
"Nothing to do with statecraft or religion. Something I may grant with a purse, with a wave of my hand."
"There's the matter of Father de la Croix, Your Majesty. The dissection."
"Did he not complete it?"
"He completed the important part, Your Majesty. Apparently some few small muscles and sinews remain for him to observe."
"His first attention must be to the matter we investigated last night."
"Of course, Your Majesty." His Majesty waved his hand.
"Otherwise, as his time permits, he may do as he likes with the carcass."
"I will tell him, Your Majesty. He'll be grateful." They sipped their wine in companionable silence, as if they were campaigning or at Marly, where etiquette weighed less heavily.
"You trouble me, Monsieur de Chrétien,"
His Majesty said. "Trouble you, sire?"
"You ask me for nothing."
"No wonder I trouble you, sire," Lucien said. "Nothing is difficult to give, being so insubstantial." His Majesty chuckled, but would not be diverted.
"All around me people beg for rank, for position, for pensions, for themselves, for worthless family members."
Lucien wondered if he were being used to convey a message to Madame de Maintenon, who had obtained endless perquisites for her feckless brother. It was equally likely, more likely, that His Majesty spoke without considering her feelings.
"I'm afraid, Monsieur de Chrétien, that if you are dissatisfied you'll flee my court again to the adventures of Arabia."
"I have no reason to return to Arabia, Your Majesty," Lucien said. "I went there only because you commanded me to leave your sight."
"I often wished for your good counsel while you were gone. Will you not take some reward, if only a token?"
"You've given me a place in your confidence," Lucien thought, "which honors me beyond wealth or rank." "Your Majesty, I ask for nothing more than I already have."
"Some day, Chrétien, you'll ask me for a great favor. My honor will require me to grant it, whatever the cost."
Marie-Joseph closed up the cage and crossed the plank floor to Yves' laboratory. The guards had moved the screens surrounding it, hiding the shroud and protecting the equipment and the samples. She slipped past the curtains. Inside, everything was just as Yves had left it. Marie-Joseph breathed a sigh of relief. His Majesty had not bothered to tell her brother that the sea-monster would be put on display. For, after all, why should he? It was his sea-monster, and he had no doubt been certain that his guards would protect the laboratory from casual curiosity or inadvertent damage. The shroud was piled with fresh ice and a layer of sawdust. A hint of decay tinged the air. If His Majesty would only give Yves a single session, he could complete the gross dissection and preserve samples for study. She sat at the laboratory table. The sea-monster's internal organs, including the anomalous lobe of the creature's lung, lay preserved in spirits in heavy glass jars. The tissue looked quite ordinary, no different from that of the porpoise she had helped Yves dissect when they found it stranded and dead on the beach back home. Shouldn't an organ of immortality shine with light and glow with gold? Marie-Joseph wondered. If the precepts of alchemy are true, after all, if base metals may transmute to the perfect metal, gold, if living beings may achieve immortality. She had never believed in transmutation or immortality. The discipline of observation and description and deduction and interaction spoke to her more clearly. She prepared samples of kidney and liver, pancreas and lung, mounted them, and made a careful drawing of each, studying them with Yves' old microscope. The sea voyage had done the mechanism no good. She hoped Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek would condescend to sell her one of his instruments. His lenses were said to be the best in the world, though devilishly difficult to focus. She opened the final jar and carefully prepared a sample of the anomalous lung. Its texture was firmer than ordinary tissue, its tissue denser. At the microscopic level, the anomalous tissue differed greatly from ordinary lung. Instead of air sacs, the tissue lay in delicate overlapping leaves. She picked up her pen and began to draw.
Mademoiselle de la Croix.
She lifted her gaze from the microscope. Count Lucien stood within the makeshift room of white silk, aloof and elegant as always. They exchanged salutes. He not only bowed, but tipped his hat.
"I see you are a scholar," he said.
"I cannot claim such a distinction. I'm only preparing samples for Yves to study."
"Where is your brother? I have a message for him."
"I'm sure he's writing up his notes." She cut off her careless words even before he raised his hand to silence her about last night's secret meeting. "About the other matter," she said. "Has His Majesty set the time of the next dissection? Please tell me."
"His Majesty desires your brother to concentrate his efforts upon the other matter. But inasmuch as his time allows, Monsieur de la Croix may conduct the dissection when His Majesty is not present."
"Thank you, Count Lucien."
"I'll convey your gratitude to His Majesty."
"You see, I didn't ask too much of you after all."
"I'd gladly take credit if I deserved it. The decision rested completely with His Majesty. But, Mademoiselle de la Croix, have I asked too much of you?"
"In what way?"
"The submission for His Majesty's medal."
"It's nearly finished." I'm not lying, she thought, hiding her dismay. Not exactly lying. The dissection sketches have prepared me to draw a proper likeness of the living sea-monster.
"When may I have it?"
"Tomorrow, I promise."
"Very well."
"Sir, may I beg a favor of you? A word of advice. It will take a moment of your time, no more."
"Certainly."
"Well, before I entered the convent—" She stopped and waved her words away. Count Lucien had no time to spare for her history. "I would like to resume a correspondence—" She hesitated, afraid he might laugh at her presumption.
"With an admirer?"
He smiled in a kindly fashion.
"Secret letters?"
"Certainly not, sir. It would be improper. My brother wouldn't approve. I corresponded about optics and the laws of motion and asked a few ignorant questions about the nature of gravity. I only want to know who to give the letter to, so Monsieur Newton will receive it."
"Monsieur Newton," he said.
"Yes, sir."
"The Englishman?"
"The mathematician and philosopher." Count Lucien chuckled. Marie-Joseph blushed. "I'm sorry you think it absurd that a mere woman dare approach a man of—"
"I don't think it absurd at all."
He shook his head.
"If your brother's reaction to an admirer concerns you, you'd not wish to witness His Majesty's reaction to an English correspondent, no matter how learned."
"It's only a letter about a curious mathematical problem."
"Mademoiselle de la Croix, by writing to Monsieur Newton you'd put yourself in danger. I have no doubt you'd put Monsieur Newton in danger as well. We are at war with England. Do you trust a censor to understand your curious mathematical problem? More likely he'd judge your letter to be in cipher and your Monsieur Newton to be a spy."
"As the nuns judged me to be writing spells," she said.
"I beg your pardon?"
"Nothing. I'd never wish to put Monsieur Newton in danger. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize—"
"You should never have to," he said with sympathy. "It would be better if we weren't at war, if you could carry on your correspondence without concern. I regret to tell you it isn't possible."
"Thank you for your good advice," she said, downcast.
"Pardon me, I must take my leave."
"Count Lucien?" He glanced back. "Will my letter to Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek cause any difficulty for him?" Count Lucien gave her a long look of disbelief, listened to her explanation of dashing off her request and entrusting it to an officer of the ship from Martinique, told her that he hoped the letter might have been lost, and said he would see if anything could be done. In response to her thanks, Count Lucien bowed and left the makeshift room. Marie-Joseph stared at the laboratory table, distressed, grateful to Count Lucien for saving her from another misstep, angry that an innocent exchange of knowledge might be considered treason. A cheer rose outside. Marie-Joseph peeked out, expecting to see the visitors salute Count Lucien, who so often dispensed the king's alms, but the count had already ridden away. Instead, the visitors crowded around the sea-monster's cage, cheering again in response to a splash and a trill of song. The sea-monster's song, such a constant sound that she hardly noticed it while she was working, had been going on for some time. So had the applause. The sea-monster is showing herself to the visitors, Marie-Joseph thought, delight overshadowing her distress. I've succeeded in gentling her. She's no longer frightened of people. She wanted to show off the sea-monster's trick of coming when she was called, but she could not delay telling her brother, Count Lucien's good news. She stepped out of the laboratory tent. The sun had reached its zenith. If she did not hurry, she would be late to help Mademoiselle dress for His Majesty's picnic at the menagerie. She ran out of the tent and hurried up the green carpet, passing groups of people strolling down the slope toward the Fountain of Apollo and the sea-monster. Chapter 12. By the time Marie-Joseph reached Mademoiselle's apartment, she was out of breath and damp with sweat. She hesitated in the cold shadows of the corridor until her breathing eased, then indicated her presence by tapping her fingernails on the door. "Marie-Joseph!" Lotta ducked from beneath Mademoiselle d'Armagnac's attempt to rearrange her hair, and emerged from the bright crowd of ladies-in-waiting and friends. She raised Marie-Joseph from her curtsy. "You must help. My hair has driven Mademoiselle d'Armagnac to tears. Where's your girl? She's such a wonder. Where have you been?" "Tending to the sea-monster, mademoiselle." "Oh, make a lackey throw it a fish. Send for little Odilette, will you? And your dress. You can't attend His Majesty's luncheon in your riding habit." Lotta's ladies-in-waiting, all beautifully gowned for His Majesty's luncheon, arranged Mademoiselle's grand habit and petticoats, and polished her jewels with silk handkerchiefs. "I'm responsible for the sea-monster, mademoiselle. My brother charged me with keeping it and studying it." "What good will studying it do? My dear silly thing, next you'll be speaking Latin and reciting lectures on the planets like those boring old sticks from the academy." "I'd love to hear such a lecture," Marie-Joseph thought, "and to know I still remember my Latin." "Odilette is ill, mademoiselle. Your hair looks beautiful. I cannot do better than Mademoiselle d'Armagnac." "Shall I call the barber to see your girl? Perhaps she should be bled." "Perhaps she should be whipped," said Mademoiselle d'Armagnac, annoyed to have her talents at enhancing beauty compared unfavorably to those of a servant. "Isn't that what you do to lazy slaves in the wild colonies?" "No!" Marie-Joseph told the lie without a second thought, because Mademoiselle d'Armagnac made her angry, because her own family's slaves had never been whipped, and because Odilette would never be whipped if Marie-Joseph had anything to say about it. Nor would she be bled. "Please, no, mademoiselle, this is—" Marie-Joseph could not bring herself to tell the king's niece that Odilette always bled too heavily for her health. "It's an old complaint." "Ah," said Lotta. "It's like that, is it? She'll be better this evening or tomorrow. I'll tend to her as soon as you're dressed." "You'll do no such thing," Lotta said. "You'll attend me and go to the picnic." "But—" "Shh!" Lotta called for a servant to take broth and warm flannel to Odilette. "And to remind my brother of the luncheon, if you please, mademoiselle. His work engrosses him so." "If we cannot whip the slave for dereliction, perhaps we can whip the brother," Mademoiselle d'Armagnac said, and all the ladies giggled at her daring wit. "Of course, fetch Father Delacroix." To Marie-Joseph she said, "You both must see the menagerie." "Mademoiselle, I haven't anything to wear." Lotta laughed, threw open her cupboard, pulled out dresses, and chose a beautiful brocade. Marie-Joseph might have been in a whirlwind for all the power she had. Lotta's other ladies stripped her to her shift and stays and dressed her in the new gown, leaving her only a moment to blush furiously, fearing they might notice the rolled-up towel. She wished she had risked taking it off, for as yet it had been of no use. "This is my best court gown from last summer," Lotta said. "I was a little thinner, and you're not so scrawny as some fashionable ladies. Lace it up, it will look fine. Now you mustn't bother that it's a year old. With this season's petticoat no one will notice." Marie-Joseph doubted that. She was grateful for Lotta's generosity, but she wondered, shamed by her envy, if she would ever have a new dress of her own. Mademoiselle's carriage rumbled down the road toward His Majesty's menagerie. Marie-Joseph sat behind Lotta, squeezed in among the other ladies in their full court dresses. Weariness overtook her. She tried to recall when she had last eaten, when she had last slept. The gilded gates of the menagerie swung open. The sound and smell of exotic animals filled the courtyard. Chartres, on horseback, accompanied by Duke Charles, met Lotta and escorted her through the gates toward the central octagonal dome. Marie-Joseph followed with the other ladies, noticing their significant glances, hearing their whispers about the attraction between Mademoiselle and the foreign prince. They climbed to the balconies overlooking the animal pens. Cages of birds from the New World decorated the passageway, bright screeching parrots and macaws and hummingbirds who shrieked even more loudly. At the central dome, servants held aside sheer white curtains. His Majesty's guests stepped into a jungle. Drifts of orchids covered the walls and ceiling, hot with color and lush with flesh. Scarlet tanagers and cardinals screamed and fluttered on the branches, not caged, but entrapped with silken threads around their legs. A few had broken free and flew madly back and forth. Gamekeepers rushed back and forth as madly as the birds, trying to capture them before they soiled the food, trapping them in bags, tying them more tightly to the branches of the orchids. The central dome was filled with tables laden with baked peacocks, their iridescent tails spread wide, with bowls of oranges and figs, roast hare, ham, and every sort of sweet and pastry. Marie-Joseph could hardly bring herself to pass. The scents made her mouth water. Dizzy, she followed Mademoiselle past the curtain onto one of the balconies overlooking the animal enclosures. A more pungent odor overwhelmed the smell of the food. In the tiny stone enclosure beneath them, a tiger paced 2 steps, flung itself around, paced 2 steps back. It stopped, looked upward, snarled, and launched itself toward Marie-Joseph. Its claws scraped the wall beneath the balcony railing. Lotta and the other ladies shrieked. Marie-Joseph caught her breath in terror, frozen by the tiger's glare. On the ground again the tiger growled and paced and jerked its tail and sprayed a cloud of acrid musk, the hot juniper reek of cat spray. The other ladies giggled, pretending not to be frightened, pretending to be shocked. They had all been here 100 times before.
"Did it frighten you?" Lotta asked. "It frightened me the first time I saw it."
"It doesn't frighten me," Chartres said. He pitched a purloined orange at the furious tiger. The tiger swatted at its flank as if at a mosquito, catching the orange with its claw, ripping it in half, crushing it against the ground.
"I thought nothing could frighten you,"
Lotta said to Marie-Joseph.
"I thought you'd pull off one of its whiskers to study."
"I'd never pull the whisker off such a creature."
"Are its claws so much sharper than the sea monster's?"
"Sharper, and it has bigger teeth. It wouldn't sing to me when I spoke to it." The ladies laughed, as if she had commanded it. Music sparkled upward from the grotto beneath the octagonal tower.
"The musicians are in the grotto,"
Lotta whispered.
"It's full of water pipes. If you know where the faucets are, you can soak anyone who walks through. My uncle the king used to douse anyone who dared enter. Such fun."
The tiger diverted her from the fun. It hurled itself at the dividing wall between its compound and the next. The camels lurched away, grunting and spitting with fear. The stench of their shit mixed with the tiger's scent mark. Their fear aroused the lions in the next compound. The lions roared and the tiger challenged them. The camels huddled in the center of their enclosure. On the other side of the dome, the elephant trumpeted in fury. An ancient aurochs, its red hide turned roan with age, tossed its wide horns and bellowed continuously. Leashed birds, bluebirds and blue jays on the balcony shrieked and beat their wings. Torn feathers fluttered to the ground. In the distance the sea monster cried out in answer. On the circle of balconies overlooking the enclosures, courtiers shouted and applauded. Chartres was not the only one to torment the creatures with oranges or stones. Everyone, even the animals, suddenly fell silent. His Majesty had arrived. All the court gathered in the central dome, the men bareheaded, nearest His Majesty, the women at the back of the group, conscious of the honor, for women did not usually attend His Majesty's public dinner. Marie-Joseph looked for her brother, but Yves was nowhere to be seen. The bound birds cried and beat their wings. A cardinal broke free, hit the curtain like a powder puff, fell stunned, recovered in mid-air, flew into the curtain again, and tumbled to the floor, its neck broken. A servant scooped it up and out of His Majesty's sight. His Majesty sat alone at a small, elegant table beneath an arch of scarlet and gold orchids. Monsieur stood nearby with his napkin. The most favoured courtiers served his food. Count Lucien poured his wine. His Majesty ate as he performed every task, calmly, majestically, deliberately. He gazed straight forward, chewing steadily through course after course of his first meal of the day, a platter of thick soup, fish, partridge, ham and beef, a plate of salad. After the partridge, His Majesty turned to Monsieur.
"Will you be seated, brother?"
Monsieur bowed low. A servant hurried to bring a chair of ebony and mother of pearl. Monsieur sat beside his brother, facing him, holding his napkin ready. When His Majesty had finished his ham, he glanced toward Monsieur de Maine, standing in the front row with Monseigneur, the Grand Dauphin, and the legitimate grandsons.
"Monsieur de Maine, the weather is fine for carousel, is it not?"
Monsieur de Maine replied, with a bow even deeper than Monsieur's. The legitimate son watched the bastard favourite with a foolish expression of transparent envy. His Majesty ate alone. Out of respect for the king, Marie-Joseph resisted the temptation to pilfer a bit of meat from the tables behind her. No one paid her any mind. If she dared, she could take the edge off her hunger. She might also find herself curtsying and trying to fashion a proper greeting through a mouthful of food. She imagined Count Lucien's disapproval. She would die of embarrassment. "But I'm hungry enough to eat one of the sea monster's fish," she thought, "alive, wriggling." His Majesty finished, put down his knife, wiped his mouth, and dipped his fingers into a bowl of spirits of wine to clean them. When he rose, all his court bowed. An instant later, as if by coincidence, but surely by careful plan, Pope Innocent, with his retinue of bishops, cardinals, and Yves, paraded into the dome. The courtiers bowed again.
"Cousin, welcome,"
His Majesty said. His Majesty, accompanied by his brother and his sons and grandsons, and His Holiness, accompanied by his bishops and cardinals and his French Jesuit, strolled together out of the hexagonal room, onto the balcony overlooking the lion's enclosure. The musicians on the balcony, several strings and a harpsichord, struck up a bright tune. His Majesty's ravenous courtiers set to.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix, may I offer you your second glass of wine?"
Lorraine, looking particularly elegant, loomed above her. Marie-Joseph admired his smile, his eyes, his new brocade waistcoat. "You're too late for that," she said. His eyes widened, and he made one quick bark of laughter. She became frightfully aware of the daring cut of her bodice. "I would like a glass of wine, sir, thank you." He brought wine, plump strawberries from the greenhouse, sliced cold peacock, the grease congealed beneath its skin. He caressed her shoulder, her collarbone, with a peacock feather. The feather moved down her breast. She stepped away. Lorraine put the feather in her hair, so it draped along the side of her face and down her back.
"Exquisite,"
he said. Marie-Joseph sipped her wine. It tasted of summer, of sunlight, of flowers. The wine went directly to her head. Lotta had strolled onto the balcony of the Giraffes with Duke Charles, leaving Marie-Joseph with the Chevalier, the Duke's older, poorer, lower-ranking, but much more handsome relative. Lorraine stroked her cheek. He slid her hand beneath her simply dressed hair and caressed the back of her neck. She shivered. Intrigued, surprised, she let herself relax against his touch. He leaned toward her. Frightened, she slipped from beneath his hand. The Chevalier de Lorraine laughed softly. Nearby, Count Lucien drank wine with the flawlessly beautiful Mademoiselle de Valentinois, Madame de la Fère, and Mademoiselle d'Armagnac. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac flirted so outrageously that Marie-Joseph felt outraged on Count Lucien's behalf.
"Chrétien has parted with Mademoiselle past,"
Lorraine said,
"and Madame present departs soon. He stands poised on the brink of Mademoiselle future."
"I don't understand you, sir."
"Do you not?"
He smiled.
"Pay them no mind. Chrétien has too much to teach you, and Mademoiselle future has too little."
The Chevalier moved in front of her and drew her toward him. Marie-Joseph found herself gazing into his eyes.
"Have you had smallpox?"
the Chevalier asked.
"Why, yes, sir,"
Marie-Joseph said, astonished by the question.
"when I was very little."
"Then you are beautiful,"
he said.
as beautiful as you appear.
Mademoiselle de la Croix! Marie-Joseph started, nearly spilling her wine on the master of ceremonies. Lorraine chuckled and took his hand from her neck. His Majesty asks you to play a tune.
If I... Sir, play for His Majesty? I cannot.
Lorraine pressed her gently forward.
Of course you can. You must.
Flustered, overwhelmed, Marie-Joseph followed the master of ceremonies to the lion balcony. She curtsied low. His Majesty smiled and raised her to her feet.
Mademoiselle de la Croix!
He exclaimed.
More beautiful than ever, and with a sensible hair ornament. It would please me to hear you play.
She curtsied again. Yves looked troubled. His Holiness regarded her without expression. Behind them, Monsieur Coupillet stood with his back turned, facing his musicians. He did not acknowledge her. Courtiers emerged from the jungle, gathering on the balcony behind her. One disheveled, agitated yellow finch arrowed through the doorway, gold silk threads streaming from its claws. It disappeared. Little Master Domenico jumped up from the harpsichord and bowed chivalrously to Marie-Joseph.
"Thank you, Master Domenico."
She could not help but smile, though she dreaded playing after his prowess at the keyboard. She had practiced a little at Saint-Cyr, but for 5 years before that she had been forbidden to touch any instrument. Marie-Joseph seated herself. She touched the ebony keys. They flowed like silk against her fingertips. She played. She made a mistake. Her fingers tangled. She stopped, her cheeks blazing hot. She began again. The music rippled around her like waves, like wind, like clouds. The sea monster's songs touched her heart, touched her fingertips, touched the keys of the magnificent instrument she controlled. The music ended. She sat before the harpsichord like a supplicant, praying. She trembled. She hardly had the strength to lift her hands.
"Charming,"
His Majesty said.
"Perfectly charming."
More drunk with attention than with wine, Marie-Joseph ran up the narrow stairs to her attic room. The peacock feather tickled her neck. The towel rubbed her inner thighs raw. Her room was stuffy, but a candle glowed beside the bed. Odelette bent over a meringue of lace and ribbons, a new headdress.
"It's so dark in here."
"I was cold, so I closed the curtains."
"The afternoon sun will shine in now and warm you." Marie-Joseph opened the curtains, flooding the room with light. Hercule leaped onto the window-seat. A servant scratched at the door. 2 servants, one returning her riding habit from Mademoiselle's apartment, the other bringing bread and soup and wine. Marie-Joseph gave each serving-man a sou and sent them away with the empty broth bowl, and pretended not to notice their amazed disgust at her pitiable gratuity. "I'm so glad you're feeling better," Marie-Joseph said to Odelette. She stuck the peacock feather into a curlicue of the mirror frame. "I feel worse," Odelette said. Her voice quivered. Tears streaked her cheeks. Marie-Joseph sat on the edge of the bed as if her slave were a great lady receiving callers.
"What's wrong?"
"Mignon said you'd beat me. You said I'm lazy."
"Oh, I never would. I didn't. You aren't."
"She said—"
Odelette repeated a garbled version of Marie-Joseph's exchange with Mademoiselle d'Armagnac.
"Oh, my dear."
She took the unfinished fontange from Odelette's hands.
"Do you need a clean towel?"
Odelette nodded. Marie-Joseph fetched fresh cotton and put the blood-stained cloths in cold water to soak. Mademoiselle d'Armagnac made a stupid remark. Marie-Joseph tore the bread into bits and soaked it in the soup. "So I said I'd tear her hair out if she ever tried to beat you." Odelette ate a bite of bread.
"You didn't."
"No," Marie-Joseph admitted. "But I did say you'd not be beaten. And I would tear her hair out." Odelette managed to smile. Marie-Joseph dampened the cloth with rose water, wiped away Odelette's tears, and helped her drink a cup of wine. "Can you help me with these buttons just for a moment?" Marie-Joseph asked. "Are you able?" She slipped out of Lotta's beautiful gown and back into her riding habit, putting aside the uncomfortable towel until tomorrow. "I've changed clothes as often as the king," she thought, though she reminded herself that he always changed into new clothes, while she only changed back and forth. Odelette did up the buttons on Marie-Joseph's riding habit while eyeing the gown.
"It's out of fashion,"
Odelette said.
"but I could make something of it."
"You are so dear.
You aren't to touch it until you feel better. Now lie down. Hercule, come, Odelette needs a tummy warmer. Hercule, lying upside down in the sun with his legs splayed in an undignified manner, blinked, rolled over, stretched and leaped to the bed. Marie-Joseph tucked the covers around Odelette and fed her soup and bread. "How could you think I'd beat you?"
"We've been apart for so long. I thought perhaps Mademoiselle Marie has changed."
"I'm sure I have, but not like that. We've all changed, all three of us."
"Will it be as it was?"
"It will be better." Marie-Joseph trudged down the green carpet. The lovely path became longer each time she trod it, like a magical road with no end. She listened for the sea monster, but a concert near the Fountain of Neptune overwhelmed other sounds. She passed few visitors. They had gathered on the other side of the garden near Neptune to enjoy the concert, and the ballet His Majesty had been pleased to order for his subjects. In the tent, ice melted into puddles around the dissection table, and dripped loudly into the silence. Yves stood at the laboratory table sharpening his scalpels. Servants dug chipped ice away from the dead sea monster.
"Sister, I won't want your help today."
"What?" she cried. "Why?"
"Because I must dissect the parts that are improper for public view. I shall ask the ladies not to attend."
Marie-Joseph laughed. "Every other statue at Versailles is nude. If human nakedness is no mystery, why should anyone bother about a creature's?"
"I won't dissect it before ladies, nor will you draw it."
"Then who will?"
"Chartres."
Marie-Joseph was offended. "He draws the way you compose. I've drawn the sex of animals for you 100 times.
When we were children. When I didn't know any better than to allow it."
Next you'll say I should put breeches on my horse." His indignant expression amused her so she could not help but tease him. "And then you'll say, 'No lady should ride a horse that isn't wearing breeches.'"
"Lady is wearing breeches?"
Count Lucien said. Count Lucien approached from the entrance of the tent. A servant followed, carrying an ornately framed portrait of the king. The servant placed the portrait on the king's armchair, bowed deeply to it, and backed away as if it were His Majesty himself. "Horses wearing breeches," Marie-Joseph said.
"Odd fashions you have on Martinique."
Count Lucien swept off his hat and bowed to the portrait.
"Horses don't wear breeches on Martinique,"
Yves said. "Forgive us, Count Lucien. I've teased my brother cruelly, and he's out of temper. How are you?"
"I'm in a remarkably good mood for a man who spent an hour arguing with the censors of the Black Cabinet."
He handed her a letter. "What is it?"
"Your correspondence from Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek."
"Count Lucien, you are a treasure."
His shrug encompassed the diplomacy he had employed to liberate the letter from His Majesty's spies.
She read the Latin. Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek, intrigued by the interest of a young French gentleman in his work, regretted the impossibility of selling any of his instruments. For a moment she thought he referred to Yves, but she had written on her own behalf. Perhaps Monsieur van Leeuwenhoek, who is no doubt a heretic, she thought, mistook my confirmation name for my Christian name. Disappointed, she continued. But once the regrettable hostilities between their respective governments had ended, Mynheer van Leeuwenhoek would be pleased to invite Monsieur de la Croix to visit his workshop. Marie-Joseph sighed and smiled sadly at Count Lucien. "I'll not be expecting contraband after all," she said, nor, she thought, any obscene Dutch broadsheets. "It's wicked of me," she thought, "but I would like to see them."
"I know it,"
he replied, then added in response to her surprise,
"I beg your pardon, Mademoiselle de la Croix, but I was obliged to read the letter in order to explain to the censors why you should be allowed to have it."
"Thank you, sir. You see, I ask only what you can give." Count Lucien bowed. Count Lucien spoke to the servants. They rearranged the silken screens to reveal the dissection table to the audience, but conceal it from the living sea-monster. Marie-Joseph thought Count Lucien would concern himself with the sea-monster's distress only if its crying will disturb the king. "Is His Majesty coming after all?" She clapped her hands to her hair, which had begun to escape its pins.
"He is here," Count Lucien said, nodding toward the portrait. "This once he will not notice your coiffure."
Monsieur Coupelet, the music-master, shouldered past visitors coming in to watch the dissection.
"A moment of your sister's time, father."
"She's already occupied, sir," Yves said.
"I'm anxious, Father Delacroix,"
Monsieur Coupelet said.
I am anxious, Monsieur de Chrétien. Mademoiselle de la Croix, I say that I am anxious. We must discuss the cantata.
I've begun it. I can work on it at night.
You'll be busy, Mademoiselle de la Croix, Count Lucien said. Composition at night, decomposition during the day.
Marie-Joseph laughed.
Will you need an instrument? Count Lucien asked.
Of course she needs an instrument, Monsieur Couplet exclaimed. No wonder she's done no work. Do you think she's able to compose entirely in her mind? May I beg the use of a harpsichord? Marie-Joseph kept her attention on Count Lucien, afraid she would be rude to Monsieur Couplet.
Whatever you require, it is His Majesty's wish.
A very small harpsichord, sir, if you please. It's a very small sitting-room.
Sister, bring your drawing-box, Yves said to Marie-Joseph. We will begin. She curtsied quickly to Count Lucien and to the portrait of the king. She hurried to her place, relieved that Yves had given up the idea of sending her away. She wished he would send Monsieur Couplet away. Monsieur Couplet followed her.
If I may suggest, allow me to oversee the cantata's progress. He averted his gaze from the dead sea-monster. You are, after all, an amateur and a woman. Without my help, you risk offending His Majesty with incompetent work.
You needn't defile your talent by lending it to my poor efforts, Marie-Joseph said. She was nervous enough about failing the king's commission without being insulted.
Oh, there, Mademoiselle de la Croix, how can you berate me for seeking your gratitude? You tax your intelligence with natural philosophy, with music. Why, next you'll wish to study the classics. No wonder you're confused and exhausted.
Even in France, Count Lucien said, many would say women cannot excel as artists, as scholars.
Marie-Joseph looked away, hoping to hide her shock.
Do you see, Mademoiselle de la Croix? Monsieur de Chrétien agrees.
So would they say, Count Lucien said to Marie-Joseph. No dwarf can ride to war.
Monsieur Couplet drew himself to his full outraged height. Count Lucien merely smiled at him with sympathetic condescension. The music-master wilted, stepped back, and made a stiff bow.
Good day, mademoiselle,
Count Lucien said. Good day, Count Lucien, Marie-Joseph said, amazed with gratitude that he had compared her intellectual endeavors to his own exploits at Steinkirk and near Winden. Thank you for everything. Count Lucien departed, pausing to bow and to sweep the plumes of his hat across the floor before His Majesty's portrait. Your attention, Yves said, if you please. Yes, I'm ready. Good day, Monsieur Couplet. I cannot spare you any more time. Ladies of delicate temperament may wish to avoid this demonstration. Yves exposed the genital area of the sea-monster. A few gentlewomen left, along with Monsieur Couplet. The rest stayed, leaning their heads together to whisper and laugh at Yves' scruples. At sunset, a footman respectfully carried away the portrait of the king. The open tent emptied of spectators. Marie-Joseph finished a last sketch of the sea-monster's generative organs, now dissected out of the smooth, furry pouch that had held them protected within the creature's body. Exposed, they resembled the male organs of the marble statues lounging in the gardens of Versailles. Yves went away to write up his notes, leaving Marie-Joseph to arrange the shroud and direct the replacement of ice and sawdust, and feed the living sea-monster. When everyone else had left, Marie-Joseph unlocked the cage and netted a fish. Red-gold sunlight doubly gilded Apollo and his horses. "Sea-monster!" The sun fell below the horizon, leaving soft dusk behind. In silence a footman arrived, lit the candles, and departed. A damp breeze fluttered the flames. The tent flapped. Marie-Joseph shivered. The guards hurried around the tent, closing its open sides. The breeze stopped. The sea-monster whistled. Marie-Joseph swished the net through the water. "Sea-monster, fish!" An arrow of ripples streaked across the fountain. The sudden warmth of menstrual blood pressed out and dribbled between Marie-Joseph's legs, stinging her raw skin. A blasphemy passed her lips that, a month ago, never would have crossed her mind. Once again, as usual, even about inconvenient matters, Odalette was right. Marie-Joseph's impatience with the bother had made her foolish. "I'll feed the sea-monster quickly and then run back up the hill," Marie-Joseph thought, "and beg Odalette's pardon if I've stained my petticoat. I mustn't stain my skirt. Poor Odalette despairs of saving the silver petticoat, and I cannot afford to spoil more clothes." The sea-monster surfaced. Marie-Joseph stroked her hair. The sea-monster screamed and splashed backwards.
Marie-Joseph waved the desperately wriggling fish back and forth, trying to distract the sea monster from her strange disquiet.
"Sea monster, be easy."
The sea monster floated, only her eyes and forehead above the surface. Underwater, her nostrils flared and contracted. Her hair swirled around her shoulders. Marie-Joseph leaned forward, trying to see why the sea monster was in distress. The sea monster snorted violently. The surface bubbled above her mouth and nose. She swam backwards, then moaned and sighed and swam to the stairs, approaching uncertainly. Her song a question, a comfort. She opened the net and let the fish swim away uneaten. She took Marie-Joseph's hand between her webbed fingers. Marie-Joseph stayed very still. The sea monster lowered her face to Marie-Joseph's hand. Marie-Joseph trembled, afraid the creature was about to bite her, praying she was not. The sea monster's warm lips touched her skin. The beast flicked out her tongue and licked Marie-Joseph's knuckles. Marie-Joseph laughed with relief. "You're like my old pony," she said to the sea monster. "You just want to lick the salt off my skin." As Marie-Joseph fed the sea monster, she petted her, continuing to tame her to her hands and voice. "Say, sea monster," Marie-Joseph said to the creature, holding out a fish.
"Fish."
The sea monster's parroting speech dissolved in a long, complex song of melody and whistles. She snapped up the fish in 2 quick bites. "Say, Marie-Joseph."
"Fish."
"Say, Your Majesty honors me," Marie-Joseph said recklessly, flinging a fish into the pool in frustration. Again in frustration, she sang back at the sea monster. The sea monster fell silent and stared at her. Marie-Joseph continued, singing the wordless song she had played for His Majesty. The sea monster drifted closer and hummed an exotic, compelling, haunting second melody that broke every rule of music. Tears spilled down Marie-Joseph's cheeks. "I have nothing to be sad about," she thought. "Why am I crying? Because it's my time of month?" She scrubbed the tears away with the back of her hand. "But my time of month never made me sad before," she thought. "Only impatient with the inconvenience, with being told I must not do this, I must not do that." The sea monster took her hand. Hearing footsteps, Marie-Joseph waved the net behind her, hoping the guard would understand that she wanted a fish. She continued to sing. The sea monster embroidered variations on the melody. The net left her hand and returned. The sea monster must have seen the morsel, for she ended her song, accepted her reward, and submerged with the fish held delicately between her claws. "Thank you, sir." Turning, Marie-Joseph nearly ran into Count Lucien, standing behind her on the fountain's rim.
"Your song was extraordinarily beautiful."
"I thought you were the musketeer," Marie-Joseph said, too flustered to reply to his compliment. He took the net from her hand and scooped up another fish. The sea monster swam to the stairs and snarled. Marie-Joseph quickly threw her the treat. The sea monster tossed the fish in the air, caught it, and let it swim free. Marie-Joseph laughed, delighted by the sea monster's play. Beside the stairs, the sea monster rolled over and over in the water and splashed spray with her tail. "I wonder," she thought, "how His Majesty would like a sketch of the sea monster juggling fish. I wonder how Count Lucien would like it." "Stop it, sea monster!" Marie-Joseph brushed droplets from the sleeve of her habit. "What do you want? You aren't even hungry."
"It wants to play," Count Lucien said, "with the fish, like a cat with a mouse."
Marie-Joseph scooped up the last live fish and threw them into the pond. They darted away. The sea monster whistled and dived, chasing them, letting them escape, flicking spray into the air. "Good night, sea monster," Marie-Joseph whispered. The sea monster surfaced by the platform. Marie-Joseph gave her a final caress. The sea monster took her hand and held it to her lips, wailing and touching Marie-Joseph's fingers delicately with her tongue. Marie-Joseph thought, "Why would the sea monster lick salt from my hand when she's swimming in salt water?" The sea monster crawled up the steps to the edge of the small water, crying with despair and warning. The fearless, foolish woman of land walked bleeding toward great predators whose roars and snarls filled the darkness and the dawn. If the predators of land could smell as keenly as the sharks of the ocean, the woman was doomed. The sea monster echoed the land woman's simple song of childish babble. Only silence replied. The sea monster's song of warning burst through the gardens, filled them, and faded away. Calm once more, the sea-monster washed thick salt tears from her eyes. Singing a different song, soft and lyrical, she swam to shelter beneath the hooves of Apollo's horses. Chapter 13. Marie-Joseph was all too aware of the slickness of blood between her legs as Count Lucien escorted her from the tent. It was very awkward. The Count courteously tried to allow her to precede him, while she tried not to turn her back on him. She hoped her burgundy habit would not show bloodstains. Count Lucien might not realize I'm bleeding even if he saw a stain, Marie-Joseph thought. Do men take any notice? As for Count Lucien, he might not know what it means. Then she wondered, why is he here? And answered her own question, to observe His Majesty's sea-monster. Outside the tent the setting sun turned the Grand Canal molten gold. The moon, nearing full, loomed beyond the chateau. A groom on a dun cob held the reins of Count Lucien's grey Arabian and a splendid bay of the same breed. Marie-Joseph curtsied to Count Lucien. "Good night, Count Lucien." She rose, expecting his horse to bow so he could mount, expecting him to ride away.
"Can you ride, Mademoiselle de la Croix?"
"I haven't ridden for a long—" Then she thought, she hoped, he might invite her in the name of His Majesty to ride with the hunt. "Yes, sir, I can."
"Come speak to this horse."
He nodded toward the bay. His requests, the requests of an agent of His Majesty, were more important than Marie-Joseph's embarrassment. She approached the horse, apprehensive. Stallions were said to go mad in the presence of a bleeding woman, but the bay, like the grey, was a mare. She let the bay mare lip her palm and caress her with the soft warmth of its muzzle. At the scent of fish the Arabian blew out its breath, snorting softly. Marie-Joseph blew gently into the mare's nostrils. The bay pricked its ears forward and breathed against Marie-Joseph's face.
"How did you learn that?"
Count Lucien asked. Marie-Joseph had to think back to her childhood, to the happiest times of her life. "My pony taught me." She smiled and blinked and glanced away, surprised by her tears. "When I was little."
"The Bedouins speak to their horses in that manner," Count Lucien said. "At times I thought they were kinder to their horses than to each other."
"She's beautiful," Marie-Joseph said. "Do you always ride mares?" She scratched the bay mare delicately beneath the jaw. The horse stretched its head forward, leaning into Marie-Joseph's fingertips.
"It's the custom with this breed," Count Lucien said. "The mares are fast and strong and fierce. They'll turn their fierceness to your will if you request it, if they trust you."
"So will His Majesty's stallions," Marie-Joseph said.
"You must compel the fierceness of a stallion. You must waste its strength and your own."
Count Lucien's clear grey gaze lost itself in the distance. He brought himself back. His voice recovered its usual straightforward tone.
"Your time is valuable to His Majesty. You mustn't waste it trudging up and down the green carpet. Jacques will keep Zakie at His Majesty's stables and bring her to you at your request."
Marie-Joseph stroked the sleek neck of the bay Arabian mare, made shy by the attention, by the responsibility, by the doubt that she could ride this magic creature. The creature renounced its claim to magic by lifting its tail and depositing a load of droppings on the path. The gardener ran up and cleaned away the mess with a shovel, as if he'd been waiting. Perhaps he had. "I haven't ridden since I was a little girl," Marie-Joseph admitted. "I wasn't allowed in the convent because—" She hoped the reason was foolish. She did not want to sound foolish to Count Lucien or embarrass him. She did not want to find that the reason was true, for if riding truly destroyed a maiden's virginity, then no husband would ever believe her pure. "We weren't allowed."
"We'll see if you remember."
Count Lucien nodded to Jacques, who jumped down from the cob and placed the mounting stairs beside Zakie's stirrup.
"If you don't, a sedan chair would answer better."
Marie-Joseph could not bear the thought of riding in a sedan chair if she had the choice of Zakie. She hesitated. She feared her blood would stain the saddle. "I should have made an excuse, some excuse, any excuse," she thought. "There's nothing to do now but brazen it out." She had never ridden on Amazone, only astride like a boy. She was surprised at how sure she felt in the side saddle, with her left foot in the stirrup and her right knee hooked around the pommel. She settled herself on the bay. The grey Arabian bowed, Going down on one knee to lower the stirrup, Count Lucien mounted.
"Wait at the stables,"
Count Lucien said to the groom. Jacques bowed and swung up on his cob without bothering about stairs or stirrup. He slung the mounting stairs across the pommel of his saddle and urged the cob into a trot toward the chateau and the stables beyond. The grey and the bay set off at a leisurely walk up the hill toward the chateau. Even at a walk the mare moved with intense energy. A hard hand on the bit made her jig and fret. Marie-Joseph eased her nervous grip on the reins. Zachi calmed. Her ears swiveled back toward Marie-Joseph. The mare only waited for a single word, a single touch, and she would spring free into a gallop and fly out of the garden and into the woods. Marie-Joseph maintained a sedate pace. It could not be proper to gallop through the king's gardens. "Will you lend a horse to my brother?" Marie-Joseph asked. "No," Count Lucien said. The edge in the Count's voice piqued Marie-Joseph's curiosity. "Why not? Will he say," she wondered, "that Yves' legs are so long he needs no horse?"
"Because I never knew a priest," he said, "who could use a horse without ruining it."
I should defend Yves, Marie-Joseph thought, but it's true. He isn't a fine rider. Dusk softened the edges of the fountains and turned the statuary to white ghosts. The sea-monster sang. In the menagerie a lion roared. Marie-Joseph shivered. When they passed the spot where she'd seen the apparition of Yves, she glanced nervously sideways. A rippling shadow stalked the edge of the path. "Count Lucien, run!" The king's tiger, sleekly striped, obscure in twilight, glared silver-eyed. Blood dripped from its teeth and claws. Zachi shied and spun and snorted. Panicked, Marie-Joseph dug her heel into Zachi's ribs. The mare leaped into a gallop. Gravel spattered from her hooves. Marie-Joseph urged the mare faster. The Arabian bolted back down the path, past the sea-monster's tent, and through its discordant melody, along the Allée de la Reine, toward the menagerie. Marie-Joseph feared to look back, feared to see the bloody teeth of the tiger, feared she had abandoned Count Lucien to his death. Terror spun around her. Zachi slowed to a canter, to a prancing trot. Sweat dappled the mare's shoulders, but she moved as if she could run for an hour, and another. She arched her neck and snorted, swiveled her small fine ears, and switched her black tail. Marie-Joseph huddled in the saddle, shivering. Tears streaked her face, cold in the night air. "You outran it," Marie-Joseph said to Zachi. "You saved us." Zachi pranced, no longer frightened, but nervous among the musky smells of the menagerie. Zélie cantered down the path. Count Lucien drew his mare to a stop beside Marie-Joseph.
"I see that you can ride," Count Lucien said calmly.
"Thank God you're all right," Marie-Joseph said. "I shouldn't have fled. I'm so sorry. I must find the keeper of His Majesty's tiger."
"Mademoiselle de la Croix," Count Lucien said, "what are you talking about?"
"Didn't you see it, the tiger?"
"There was no tiger."
"I saw it. Zachi saw it. She was as frightened as I." The bay mare showed no sign of terror.
"Zachi will take any excuse to run," he said. "I saw nothing. Zélie saw nothing. There is no tiger."
"It must have escaped from its cage."
"There is no tiger."
"But I saw it. Today at luncheon."
"After luncheon, His Majesty's butchers took the tiger. There is no other."
Marie-Joseph sat back, startled. "They killed it? Already?"
"The furriers must prepare its pelt. Dr. Fagon must prepare its medicinal organs. Monsieur Boussin must prepare its meat for the carousel banquet."
"Then what did I see?" Marie-Joseph whispered. Count Lucien turned his horse toward the chateau. Zachi followed.
"A shadow in the darkness."
"It wasn't a shadow." Count Lucien rode in silence. "It wasn't," Marie-Joseph said.
"Very well."
"I don't see ghosts. I'm not...
I have said that I believe you."
What did I see? She asked herself. What did I see tonight? What did I see when I thought Yves was dying? Count Lucien brought a silver flask from his pocket. He opened it and offered it to her. "And I'm not drunk," she said.
"If you were, I wouldn't offer you more spirits. If you were, you wouldn't be shivering."
She drank. The scent of apples softened the harsh spirits. She took another sip.
Save some for me, if you please,
Count Lucien said. She handed him the flask. He took a substantial swallow. "What is it?" Marie-Joseph asked.
"Calvados," he said,
"from the orchards of Brittany." He smiled.
"Were it known that I drink Calvados instead of brandy, I'd be marked as hopelessly unfashionable."
"You stand at the height of fashion. Everyone says so." Only when he chuckled did she recognize her joke, however small, however inadvertent. She had amused, not offended, Count Lucien. The horses walked companionably along the path. The sea monster had fallen silent. The tent stood dark and quiet. Marie-Joseph's vision took on brightness and clarity. The stars sparkled.
"You aren't used to spirits,"
Count Lucien said. "I've drunk it," Marie-Joseph said, "but only once, when my brother and I were children. Our father distilled it from molasses, and I distilled it again for Yves' work. It tasted awful, made us dizzy, and then it made us sick. After that we only used it to preserve specimens."
Count Lucien laughed. "You are a scholar. You've discovered a use for rum."
He offered her the flask. "Thank you," she said. "I will have some more." Zachi pranced when they passed the spot where the tiger had appeared, but nothing, not even shadows, marked the verge of the path. Zachi did see something, Marie-Joseph thought. I wonder what I saw that wasn't a tiger.
"Zachi thinks you might let her race again."
"Not now," Marie-Joseph said. "You must think—" "I know better than to run a horse in the dark."
"The desert breed sees in the dark like cats," Count Lucien said. "You asked no more than Zachi was willing to give you."
"Did you live with the Bedouins in the desert?"
"I spent several years in the Levant, in Arabia, in Egypt, in Morocco."
"On the king's secret business?"
"Oh, should I tell you if it were secret business?"
He chuckled.
"I was only a youth, and at the time His Majesty wasn't inclined to give me any commissions, secret or otherwise."
"Morocco, Egypt, and Arabia," Marie-Joseph said, tasting the words. "What an adventure! I envy you." The chateau loomed ahead, rising on the crest of its low hill like a crown. The attic and ground floor windows glowed with candlelight. The windows of the first floor, the royal floor, glittered with the reflected light of mirrors and crystal chandeliers. Marie-Joseph and Count Lucien rode into the passageway between the chateau proper and its northern wing. Marie-Joseph wrestled with her velvet skirt and the unfamiliar saddle. A word from Count Lucien brought a footman. She dismounted, made awkward by apprehension. She was afraid to look at the seat of the saddle. In the years since her parents had died, she had felt despair and grief and hopelessness, fury and outrage, even moments of peace and happiness, but never helpless fear. "Thank you for your courtesy, sir," she said to Count Lucien. "I'm more grateful than you can know."
"Fulfill your duties to His Majesty," Count Lucien said, "so he knows your gratitude."
She handed him Zachi's reins. The bay Arabian lipped gently at her sleeve. Marie-Joseph stroked the mare's soft muzzle. "Does Zachi bow?" Marie-Joseph asked.
"Yes, Mademoiselle de la Croix," Count Lucien said. "All my horses bow."
Marie-Joseph crept into her room, moving quietly so as not to wake Odelette. Hercule blinked at her, his eyes reflecting green in the candlelight. She struggled out of her hunting habit. Her chemise was a little stained, but the blood had not soaked into her underskirt or spoiled her petticoat. Marie-Joseph sighed with relief and surprise, for her flow usually began heavily. She tied a rolled towel between her legs. She rinsed out her chemise and the rags she had put to soak and hung them to dry. The bed offered a warm place beside Odelette. She put aside the temptation, wrapped Loren's cloak around her shoulders, and carried candle and drawing-box to Yves' dressing-room. The light of her candle flickered across a boxy shape covered in drapery. Marie-Joseph pulled the brocade aside, uncovering an extraordinary harpsichord. The polished wood shone. The delicate frieze of inlay danced along its side. She opened the keyboard. Each ebony key reflected an orange flame. The harpsichord smelled of exotic wood, beeswax, rare oil. She sat on the matching bench and brushed her fingertips across the keys. They caressed her like silk, like Loren's manicured hands. Marie-Joseph played a chord. She winced at the discord. She looked for the tuning key, but it was nowhere to be found. Tears of disappointment and frustration sprang to her eyes. She tried to reassure herself. The instrument was not so very out of tune. She could compose on it. She could correct the tones in her mind. But she would compose without the pleasure of a true instrument. Jumping up, she ran back down the stairs to the main floor, the royal floor of the chateau. "Where's Count Lucien?" she asked the first servant she saw. "Have you seen Count Lucien?" "He went to his carriage, mademoiselle, through the marble courtyard." She ran down to the marble courtyard, crossing it on tiptoe. She was directly beneath His Majesty's bedchamber. She must not do anything to disturb him. Toward Count Lucien's carriage. Its lanterns gleamed on the polished black and white marble. The 8 bay horses snorted and champed their bits. A footman swung the carriage door closed and leapt up behind. "Up!" the driver said. The carriage rolled forward, the horses' iron shoes ringing on the cobblestones. "Wait!" Marie-Joseph called softly. "Please wait." Count Lucien leaned from the window. "Guillaume, stop," he said. The carriage halted. The footman jumped down again and opened the carriage door. Count Lucien stood to speak with Marie-Joseph. "Count Lucien, I'm so sorry. I don't mean any ingratitude. Thank you for the harpsichord. It's beautiful, but it's out of tune, and I cannot find the key."
"Monsieur Coupelet has been instructed to tune it for you in the morning."
"Monsieur Coupelet?" she exclaimed, dismayed.
"He will do exactly as you instruct him," Count Lucien said, as if giving her a gift.
"I'm grateful, sir, but I'd prefer a harpsichord key to Monsieur Coupelet."
He smiled. "It shall be as you wish. Will it wait till morning?"
"Yes, sir. Otherwise I'll wake my brother with the twanging." He chuckled. "Thank you, sir."
"You're welcome, mademoiselle."
Monsieur's carriage, bright with gilt and lanterns, rattled across the cobbles, passed through the gateway to the Place d'Armes, and disappeared down the Avenue de Paris. "Are you going to Paris with Monsieur?" She envied the men their freedom. She wished to see Paris with a longing both unsophisticated and obvious. She wished she had kept her silence. Her curiosity was ill-bred and impertinent.
"I'm going home,"
Count Lucien said. "I thought you lived here, near His Majesty in the chateau."
"In the courtier's rat warren?" Count Lucien said. "No, I seldom stay in my apartment here. I require all the comfort I can find, Mademoiselle de la Croix. Comfort is not to be found in the Chateau of Versailles."
"Lucien, come inside. You're abusing yourself with the night air."
The Marquise de la Fère leaned forward and put her hand on Count Lucien's shoulder, a gesture of concern and affection. The carriage lantern cast harsh shadows over her pox-scarred complexion. She drew a silk scarf across her damaged beauty. Count Lucien turned to her. Marie-Joseph could not make out what he said, but his voice was flirtatious and equally affectionate. The Marquise laughed softly, let the scarf fall, and stroked Count Lucien's cheek.
"Good evening, Mademoiselle de la Croix,"
the Marquise said. "Good evening, Madame de la Fère." Marie-Joseph stammered a little, with shock and surprise.
"Good night, Mademoiselle de la Croix."
Count Lucien bowed and withdrew. The carriage rumbled away. Marie-Joseph returned to her tiny apartment. Now she understood what the Chevalier had meant when they referred to Madame de la Fère as Madame Present, and to Mademoiselle de Valentinois as Mademoiselle Past, and she supposed they must have good reason to refer to the exquisite Mademoiselle d'Armagnac as Mademoiselle Future, though she appeared to Marie-Joseph already to be fully occupied with Lotta's brother. "I suppose I should not be surprised to see Count Lucien with a lover," she thought. "Why should he be any better than Chartres? He is an atheist, after all." Once more she had misunderstood him, misunderstood what everyone had told her about him. Madame had told her, without quite saying so, that Count Lucien was a rake. The Chevalier de Lorraine had warned her as well. She had no right to be disappointed in Count Lucien. "I wonder," she thought, "if Mademoiselle d'Armagnac will be the lover of both Chartres and Count Lucien. I wonder if they know they're rivals." In Yves' sitting-room she spread the tapestry over the harpsichord. At the tiny desk by the window she laid out a sheet of drawing paper and a sheet of music paper. She thought, if only I could draw with one hand and write music with the other. She chose the drawing paper. The drawing for His Majesty's medal would require less time. Besides, she had no idea what direction the cantata should take. She would wait Once she had tuned the beautiful harpsichord, playing it might inspire her. She looked through the dissection sketches and set them aside. They informed her technique, but crushed her inspiration. No illustration of dead creature, flayed skin, exposed bone and muscle would fulfill Count Lucien's request. His Majesty's medal must represent the sea-monster alive, ferocious, a suitable, dangerous prey of the most Christian king. She tried to imagine what the male sea-monster must have looked like in life, but instead she sketched its face as she had seen it, haloed by broken glass and bits of gilded lead. Only when she had finished did she understand why her brother had burned her first rendition of this drawing. The sea-monster looked like a dead god with a gargoyle face, a demon Christ crowned with thorns of glass. No wonder past generations thought sea-monsters the spawn of Satan, Marie-Joseph said to herself. She shivered and slipped the drawing to the bottom of her box. She imagined the female monster swimming in the sea, leaping like a dolphin, singing like a nightingale. She imagined it ruthless as a kraken. She drew it free, with waves caressing its tails. In the guttering illumination of the candle flame, the drawing trembled at the edge of life. The creature cried out, not with fury or fear, but with fierce joy. Marie-Joseph gasped and wrenched herself upright. Her body quivered with an intense, terrifying pleasure. Outside, a low bank of fog glowed in the darkness, filling the gardens so the marble statues walked on clouds, and the sea-monster's tent floated like an island. A warbling melody filled the night. Shadows cavorted among the orange trees. Is that Chartres and his lover, Marie-Joseph wondered, or an incubus and a succubus? The shadows turned to her. Naked and alluring they beckoned. They promised joy and pleasure in return for her submission. She shivered, distressed at the power of their temptation. She could not think of them as evil. Marie-Joseph blinked sleep from her eyes, unable to distinguish between imagination and dream. The sea-monster's song remained. Marie-Joseph opened the window. Cold, damp night air poured in with the delicate melody. She snapped up a pen and transcribed the refrain. Hours later, after the moon had set, false dawn turned the ground mist brilliant silver. The sea-monster fell silent. The shadows disappeared. The pen slipped from Marie-Joseph's cramped fingers. She gathered up the sheets of paper that had fallen to the floor all around her, the drawings and the score for the cantata. Shivering, exhausted, her eyes and her hands aching, she pulled the window shut and huddled within the Chevalier's luxurious cape. Chapter 14. Lucien laid his hand along the side of Juliette's face to remember the last touch of her warmth, her body humor, her wit, the slight irregularities of her skin that were as dear to him as her brown eyes, her long silk-straight hair defying its intricate arrangements and fashionable curls. She turned her head, shy even now of her marred skin. "I will miss you," he said. "And I you." She bent to kiss him. "But I will always cherish our time together." He handed her into his carriage and watched as it drove away into the dawn. Zélie bowed. Lucien clambered into the saddle and turned the mare toward the chateau. She walked through the beautiful autumn morning. She pranced, rudely switching her tail. He allowed her to trot. He spoke, she sprang into a gallop. Lucien let Zélie run, but even the pleasure of her speed and her spirit could not banish the sadness of saying good-bye to the Marquise de la Fère. Zélie galloped along the Avenue de Paris. Lucien coaxed the mare to a more sedate pace. Visitors filled the approaches to the chateau. He did not care to ride over His Majesty's subjects. Juliette and I will remember our last night together, Lucien thought, and the caresses we exchanged. I will not think of tonight, of my empty bed. I will think of a suitable wedding present, a proper token of my deep esteem for her, and I will anticipate Mademoiselle d'Armagnac. Zélie swiveled her ears toward the coaches, toward the children, toward the pavilions selling ice cream or renting out pot-metal swords. She had seen all these things 1,000 times. On the battlefield or on a hunt she was the most valiant of mounts, steady, watchful, and brave. At other times boredom made her flighty and fanciful, ready to shy wildly at a fallen branch, yet she would canter without flinching past the explosion of a cock-pheasant into flight. Lucien kept a light touch on the reins, reminding the Arabian of his presence and his attention. She might frolic, but he would not be unseated, not with his leg nearly healed, not in the view of the merchants and gentlemen, the housewives and ladies of Paris. They were all above the class of people to whom he threw the king's alms. Nevertheless, they knew him, or knew of him. They bowed to him as he passed. He tipped his hat. Lucien would not allow himself to regret Juliet's decision. She would have stayed, but he could not promise what she wished. Each time the impairments of his body twisted him into a knot of pain, or worse, when he was stricken at a time when he could neither acknowledge the pain nor do anything to quench it. He renewed his vow never to marry, never to father a child. In the passageway beneath the north wing of the chateau, Marie-Joseph took Zachy's reins from Jacques and climbed the mounting steps. Though Zachy stood stock still as Marie-Joseph slid into the saddle, the mare collected herself, ready with her whole being to fly through the gardens and across the forest. She switched her black tail like a flag. Such a shame, such a waste, Marie-Joseph thought, to ride such a beautiful horse only back and forth from the chateau. Jacques handed up her drawing-box. The ring of hooves on cobblestones echoed against the walls. Count Lucien rode toward her.
"Good morning, Mademoiselle de la Croix," he said.
"Good morning, Count Lucien," Marie-Joseph replied coolly. "I trust you found your comfort last night?"
"I was very comfortable indeed, Mademoiselle de la Croix. Thank you for your concern."
Faced with his perfect civility, Marie-Joseph chided herself for her common behavior. It was not her place to judge Count Lucien's liaisons or his sins. He had done nothing to earn her ire except tell her the truth. She was embarrassed. She could not even apologize, for he had refused to take offense. Hoping to redeem herself, she opened the drawing-box and gave Count Lucien the sea-monster sketches. He looked at them, raising one fair eyebrow. "Are they adequate?" she asked.
"This isn't for me to say. The king must decide."
"I thought them rather good," she said with some asperity.
"They're excellent," he said. "I never doubted they would be. Whether they're suitable, the king must decide."
"Thank you for your opinion," Marie-Joseph smiled, "and for the harpsichord key, which arrived free of any encumbrance." A footman, not Monsieur Coupelet, had delivered it. "And for the wonderful harpsichord." The instrument enhanced her playing well beyond her true ability. Zachy arched her neck and struck at the cobbles with her forefoot. The iron shoe rang on stone, filling the passageway with echoes. "She wants to run," Marie-Joseph said.
"Oh, she wants to race. It's in her blood. Tomorrow or the next day she may run. His Majesty invites you to join his hunt."
"That would be wonderful!" Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "That is to say, His Majesty's invitation honors me, and I accept with gratitude." After His Majesty's awakening, while His Majesty was performing his devotions, Lucien spent an hour reading reports and petitions, then walked through the state apartments. Wax or paint or new gold leaf shone from every surface. The king's sunburst glowed from doors and wall panels. Gold and yellow flowers decorated every candle-stand and desk, continuing the theme of the flowers in the gardens. At dusk, servants would whisk away the flowers and replace them with branching candelabra and new tapers. At Carousel, the visiting monarchs would understand that France, Louis the Great, had lost nothing in magnificence or power despite the wars. Lucien entered the chamber given over to the construction of His Majesty's carousel costume. The royal harness-makers busied themselves around a great stuffed war-horse. His Majesty stood on a low platform, wearing only his shirt and his stockings. The royal tailor and the royal wig-maker and the royal shoemaker backed away from His Majesty, bowing, carrying his costume to their workbenches.
"Monsieur de Chrétien, good day to you. A moment, please," His Majesty said. "My sons, my nephew, let me see you. And where is my brother?"
They hurried to him, Monseigneur the Grand Dauphin in the costume of an American, men in Persian dress, and Chartres robed as an Egyptian. The Persian and Egyptian costumes amused Lucien, for they looked like nothing he had ever seen in Persia or Egypt. Men's Persian coat was quite handsome. His turban of silver gauze set it off nicely. The velvet fabric copied the designs of a prayer rug. Like all his clothes, the coat disguised his twisted back. A lift in one shoe lengthened his short leg. His Majesty might laugh, Lucien thought, but Madame de Maintenon would surely be horrified to know that her favorite stepson wears religious symbols of Islam. He had no intent of informing her of the situation, and he hoped the few who might know the meaning would have the mother-wit to hold their silence. Monsieur de Maine pivoted before his father and bowed, theatrically touching his forehead and his heart. His Majesty nodded his approval. Monsieur rushed into the room. Attendants bustled to strip him and costume him. Lorraine strolled in, perfectly composed, smoking a cigar. He bowed to his Majesty, joined Monsieur to watch the fitting, and put out the smoke just quickly enough to avoid any suspicion of insolence. Chartres showed off his costume to his uncle. He wore a long robe of pleated linen, a girdle of silver and sapphires, a wide jewelled silver collar, and silver sandals. Cobra and vulture decorated his headdress. His lovers will enjoy the robe, Lucien thought, as it is very near transparent.
Very good, Chartres.
Men and Chartres, natural rivals, matched each other in magnificence. They might have been friends, Lucien thought, if they had been born to different families, if they were not kept suspicious of each other, if they were not always in doubt of their places. Monseigneur turned uncomfortably before his father in his leather shirt and leggings, and a breech-clout of fur so thick it resembled a codpiece. Gold fringe tied with feathers and beads hung nearly to the floor. He wore a fantastic headdress, a frame of bent reeds, painted gold, covered with pom-poms, egret feathers, and bunches of lace. The American fashion suited him badly. He possessed neither the figure to set off the style nor the dignity to present it. He was a decade older than men, and 15 years older than Chartres. His costume would have looked quite fine on either of them.
Monseigneur's costume misses something,
His Majesty said. The tailors clustered round, holding up drifts of lace, more gold fringe, a cape of iridescent feathers.
Emeralds,
His Majesty said. One of the apprentices whispered to the royal tailor.
I beg your pardon, your Majesty,
the royal tailor said,
but the wild Americans are not known to use emeralds.
Emeralds! Nothing better. Along the seams and the hems and sewn into the fur. A string of emeralds set in yellow gold to tie around Monseigneur's forehead.
Yes, your Majesty,
the royal tailor said with a ferocious glare at his apprentice.
Will that meet with your approval, Monseigneur?
Neither His Majesty's voice nor his expression showed any hint of amusement. Mademoiselle Chouin may approve the breech-clout, Lucien thought, when she undresses Monseigneur and finds emeralds hidden in his fur. But Monseigneur le Grand Dauphin is anything but happy.
Yes, sire, Monseigneur said. And my brother, how does your costume progress?
Monsieur tottered forward.
The shoemaker has put heels on the toes of my shoes, sir,
Monsieur said mournfully.
I fear they must be redone. I have it on excellent authority that yours are true Japanese sandals,
His Majesty said,
made in the traditional style.
Monsieur hiked up the skirts of layers of embroidered and fancifully dyed kimono. Underneath them he wore wide white silk pantaloons. He stood on sandals like small wooden platforms, gilded, attached to his feet with gold leather straps and golden buckles.
How am I to ride at carousel in this footgear? Monsieur said. The robes are exquisite, do you not think so, sir? But the sandals...
Monsieur's wig-maker appeared behind him, whisked off his peruke, and settled a new wig on his head. The hair was jet black, straight, and lacquered into a complex topknot. It left his neck and shoulders oddly bare.
Your saddle-maker will solve the problem of the footgear, I have no doubt of it,
His Majesty said.
I agree, I commend you on the choice of your robes.
Monsieur pulled aside the lapels of successive layers.
This one is embroidered with gold, this one is a weave of silver threads, and this one true oriental silk. The technique requires a year for each color.
Minuscule, twisted spots of color formed a complex pattern on the silk of the underrobe.
The artisans who create them commit ritual suicide after completing one, for their eyes will no longer bear the task. Indeed, is that true? Why, sir, I have it on the best authority of my silk importer,
Monsieur said. The wig-maker brought a mirror and held it for him. Monsieur turned this way and that, inspecting the lacquered wig. The armourer brought a long, recurved bow and an ivory quiver of wicked hunting arrows.
This mirror is too small,
Monsieur said. Servants carried in a full-length mirror.
You are the very image of a Japanese warrior, dear brother.
His Majesty said.
"It misses something, sir,"
Monsieur said.
"I shall have no hat. Are you certain the Japanese warriors wear no hat? And my hair will be naked, it wants ornament, such as the golden pins." "Those are ladies' ornaments,"
His Majesty said. His expression quizzical, Monsieur waited for an answer that applied to him.
"I have given them to my daughter, your daughter-in-law."
"She's borrowed my jewels often enough," Monsieur said, "and as often as not never returned them."
"The hair ornaments are Chinese. You must not adulterate your costume."
His Majesty considered.
"Japanese warriors are said to wear helmets. You shall have a helmet of plumes and golden scales."
"Thank you, sir," Monsieur said, somewhat mollified. Smiling, His Majesty turned to Lucien.
"Monsieur de Chrétien, is your costume finished?"
"Yes, your Majesty."
"I trust you did not skimp. It must be magnificent, though not more magnificent than mine."
"I hope it will please you, sire."
"It is finished very quickly."
"It took less time to create, sire, being smaller."
His Majesty laughed, then nodded at the roll of papers in Lucien's hand.
"What do you have for me?"
Lucien presented Mademoiselle de la Croix's drawings to the king. Louis's likeness would grace the medal's face. In the old-fashioned but appropriate for carousel, he appeared as a mounted youth, in Roman armor, gazing into the farthest distance. A sea-monster cavorted on the reverse drawing. Its grotesque face expressed joy, its tails whipped spume from the waves.
"I had expected the hunt, the captured creature,"
His Majesty said.
"but this is quite extraordinary. Chrétien, have it struck. Deliver one with my compliments to—"
Under the eye of governors and nursemaid, Bourgogne, Anjou, and Berry marched in, wearing versions of His Majesty's costume. The little boys lined up before the king and saluted, fists to their chests.
"My Roman legions!"
His Majesty exclaimed.
"I am most pleased."
Berry brandished his Roman sword.
"A fencing lesson, Monsieur de Chrétien, if you please."
Lucien bowed.
"Certainly, your Highness."
"You may have Monsieur de Chrétien later,"
His Majesty said.
"Now he is advising me."
He dismissed his heirs.
"What was I saying?"
"Your Majesty wished me to reserve a medal for Mademoiselle de la Croix, perhaps?"
"For my sister-in-law, for her collection. You suggested Mademoiselle de la Croix should have one as well."
"Yes, your Majesty. For her and her brother, too, of course."
"Have they a medal collection?"
"I doubt it seriously, your Majesty. The family is penniless."
"That will change."
"In that case," Lucien said, understanding His Majesty's intentions,
"A medal from your Majesty, commemorating the brother's capture of the monster and the sister's depiction of it, a mark of your Majesty's favour, will begin the repair of their fortunes."
Louis looked again at his own likeness.
"Unlike Bernini, Mademoiselle de la Croix understands how a rider sits a horse. Does she wish to join the hunt?"
"She is pleased to accept, your Majesty."
"And does she flatter you as she flatters me?"
"Why, your Majesty, she flatters neither of us."
"Chrétien, you fancy her, I do believe."
He laughed.
"But what of Madame de la Fère?"
"Madame de la Fère, tired of widowhood, she has accepted an offer of marriage."
"Without your counter-offer?"
"I don't intend to marry, as Madame de la Fère understands."
"You tell your lovers, but I wonder how many of them hope to change your mind."
"They cannot, sire, but I hope that's the only way in which I might disappoint them. I honour Madame de la Fère, we part as friends."
"And Mademoiselle de la Croix?"
His Majesty said, ignoring Lucien's diversion.
"She is devoted to your service, your Majesty, and to advancing her brother's work. She wishes for scientific instruments."
"Scientific instruments? I suppose she must occupy her time somehow until she is married. She needs a husband. She's a devout young woman. She prays in church instead of sleeping or ogling fashions. She's well regarded by Madame de Maintenon as well as by Madame, my brother's wife."
"Then she is remarkable, sire."
"Who shall she marry, Chrétien? I must pick someone worthy of my love for her father and mother. Some might object to her lack of connections, but I will make up for them. Perhaps I should desire you to change your mind."
"I hope you will not, sire."
Lucien spoke lightly, despite his alarm. His Majesty sighed.
My court is sadly lacking in other suitable candidates. She would prefer someone with passion, I am sure. And who else fits that description? It was different in my youth.
His Majesty might prefer someone with passion, but what Mademoiselle de la Croix desired in a husband, if indeed she desired a husband at all, Lucien did not know. How much of her character had the convent formed? How much of her natural desire had been frightened out of her? Lucien kept his own counsel. Fountains played and whispered on every pool. Flowers in all shades of gold and yellow burst from silver pots along the edges of the pathways. The gardens were filled with visitors. People were already gathered to the sea monster's open tent. They stood around the cage, pointing and laughing. Marie-Joseph hoped no one important would appear at today's dissection. No member of court had any reason to attend in His Majesty's absence. For that Marie-Joseph was grateful. She looked so plain and ordinary today. Odelette, in full health again, attended Lotta in Marie-Joseph's place, so Marie-Joseph's hair remained appallingly undressed. She wore not a bit of lace or ribbon. She did not dare put on another beauty patch. As if in compensation, her monthlies had slowed to a fraction of their usual flux. The change worried her, but it was such a relief, and she feared physicians so, she put it out of her mind. Humming the refrain of the sea monster's cantata, she entered the tent, made her way through the crowd of visitors, entered the cage, and locked the door behind her. The sea monster lurched up against the fountain's rim, reaching toward the barrel of live fish. The spectators shouted with amazement. "Wait, be patient." Marie-Joseph scooped the net through the sea-water and carried her wriggling prey over the edge of the fountain and down the wooden steps. What shall I train it to do? She wondered. The creature was remarkably quick to understand her commands. "Sea monster, fish! Ask for a fish!" The sea monster swam back and forth before the steps, diving and flicking her tail, plunging up from the bottom and leaping halfway out of the water, splashing Marie-Joseph with drops of brackish water. The sea monster sang the cantata's refrain. "What a clever sea monster! I know you can sing, but now you must speak. Say fish! Fish!" the sea monster cried, snarling. "Oh, excellent sea monster!" Marie-Joseph flung a fish. The sea monster snatched it from the air and crunched it neatly with sharp snaps of her teeth. The visitors applauded. "Now you must come closer. You must take the fish from my hand." The sea monster swam to her and took the fish. She held the fish captive between the translucent webs of her long-fingered hand. The sea monster stared straight at Marie-Joseph, her eyes deep gold. Deliberately, slowly, she opened her hand and let the live fish free. "Aren't you hungry, sea monster?" One fish remained in the net. Marie-Joseph dipped the net into the pool. The sea monster moaned. Her hand crept forward past the net and touched Marie-Joseph's fingers. Marie-Joseph stayed still as the sharp claws dimpled her skin, though the sea monster's strength frightened her. The sea monster released Marie-Joseph's hand. Though the marks of her claws remained, she had not broken Marie-Joseph's skin or even scratched her. The fish wriggled and splashed. The sea monster snorted and plucked the fish from the net, as Marie-Joseph had shown her only once. "Can you leap? Will you play?" Marie-Joseph said, speaking to herself more than to the creature. "If you entertained the king, he might spare you." She gave the sea monster another fish. "Fish! You are very clever, but His Majesty already has parrots." The sea monster splashed away, arched her back, and sank slowly head-first into the water. She waved her webbed toes in the air. Marie-Joseph laughed along with the visitors. Then the sea monster parted her double tail, exposing her female parts, opening the pink skin like a flower. Spectators tittered and whispered. Marie-Joseph slapped the water. "No," she said severely, as the sea monster splashed down and surfaced. "You're only a beast," she thought, but even a beast might offend Pope Innocent, or Madame de Maintenon. She remembered, blushing, the time at Saint-Cyr when an adolescent puppy, confused by its animal urges, had mistaken Madame de Maintenon's ankle for a bitch. Madame de Maintenon had shaken her foot so hard that the poor silly dog, its tongue hanging out, its eyes glazed with its cravings, spun across the room and fetched up against the door-post. The sea monster swam to her, singing and snarling, splashing her hand on the water as Marie-Joseph had done. "Never mind," Marie-Joseph whispered. I know you don't understand. I know you don't mean anything by it. Back in Martinique, an old man who lived on the beach used to play with the dolphins. He threw them an inflated pig bladder, and they returned it to him, passing it from one to another as if they were playing tennis. Could you play tennis, sea monster? The sea monster spat and dived. The cage door clanged. Yves descended the stairs in one long stride. The sea monster vanished beneath the water, leaving barely a ripple. "Good morning," Yves said. "Isn't it a glorious day?" "It is glorious. Your sea monster looks much healthier, practically sleek." He smiled at her. "I knew that if anyone could persuade it to feed, you could." "She begins to obey me, and to speak." "Yes, like a parrot, I know." Yves glanced away, troubled. "Don't become too fond of the beast." He sat on the edge of the fountain. "Don't make it your pet. I can't bear to think of your heart broken out of fondness for it." "Such a waste," Marie-Joseph exclaimed. "Her kind is so rare. Can't you—" "My net caught the sea monster's destiny. There's no appeal." The sea monster, swimming slowly closer, flicked droplets at Marie-Joseph's skirt. Yves offered Marie-Joseph his hand. She took it. The sea monster hissed and flung a handful of water at them both. It splashed across Marie-Joseph's neck and shoulders, soaking her cravat. "Oh!" She brushed at the water, managing to sweep away the droplets before they stained her riding habit. "Fish!" the sea monster snarled. Marie-Joseph scooped a whole netful of fish from the barrel and freed them into the fountain. The sea monster chased them, diving with a great splash of her tails. Marie-Joseph's hand cramped, and her pen flew from her fingers, splattering ink across her sketch. The page boy lunged to catch the quill, but it fluttered to the laboratory floor and stained the planking with a black blob. The boy snatched it up. "Yves, a moment, please." Stiff and pale, her brother straightened from sectioning the sea monster's brain. "What's the matter?" The page brought a fresh quill. Marie-Joseph massaged her palm. The spasm eased. "Nothing. Please continue." Yves looked around. Long shadows dimmed to dusk as the sun set. Servants moved through the tent, lighting candles and lanterns, lowering the sides of the tent against the evening breeze. The Duc de Chartres sat beside the portrait of the king. The rest of the audience, all visitors, remained standing. Yves stretched, arching his back. He squeezed shut his eyes, bloodshot from the reek of preserving spirits. "By your leave, Monsieur de Chartres, I'll continue tomorrow," Yves said, "when my sister has light enough to draw." He placed the brain in a jar and shrouded the sea monster's carcass. Servants brought ice and sawdust. The page boy pinned Marie-Joseph's final sketch to the display frame. The sequence of drawings led from a full view of the sea monster's grotesque face, through skin, layers of muscle, odd facial cavities, to its skull and its heavily convoluted brain. Chartres jumped up and peered closely at the sketches with his good eye, holding a candle so close that Marie-Joseph feared he would set the paper on fire. "Remarkable," he said. "A remarkable day. Remarkable sights. Father Delacroix, observing your work is a privilege." "Thank you, sir." "How strange," Marie-Joseph said, looking at her sketches as a progression from the intact face with its swollen resonance cavities, through skin and muscle, to bone, each layer less grotesque, more familiar. "What's strange?" Yves said. "The skull. It looks human. The face muscles—" "Nonsense. When have you ever seen a human skull? I never dissected a cadaver till I was at university." "At the convent, the relic. They brought out the saint's bones on her feast day." "It's the skull of a beast," Yves said. "Look at the teeth." He pointed to the prominent canines. "I grant you the teeth." "It's like a monkey skull," Chartres said. "An example of God's humor, no doubt, like the form of many orchids." He bowed to Marie-Joseph. "If you'll forgive me for mentioning the similarity to—" "I beg your pardon, sir," Yves said. "My sister's natural delicacy." Chartres grinned. "The creature's very little like a monkey," Marie-Joseph said quickly. "I have dissected a monkey." "Don't you think teeth are trivial, Father?" Chartres said. "After all, we lose them so easily. When we look at the female monster's skull, no doubt her teeth will be much smaller." "Her teeth are equally large and sharp, sir," Marie-Joseph said. "Your imagination is overwrought," Yves said. "Now that she mentions it," Chartres said, "this does look rather like a human skull." "Have you had much occasion to study the human skull, Monsieur de Chartres?" Yves said. "I have, Father. On the battlefield,
In the rain and the mud, the horses' hooves dig up old graves from old battles. I found a skull. I kept it in my tent the whole of the summer. Not only did I study it, I spoke to it. I asked if it had fought with Charlemagne or Saint Louis.
What did it answer? Yves asked.
A dead skull, answer.
Chartres asked quizzically. He tapped his fingernail on the edge of the paper.
But it looked very like this.
I shall mention your observation in my notes, Yves said, which I must hurry along and write.
I'll walk with you, Chartres said. You'll see my point before we reach the chateau.
Chartres paused to salute the portrait of his uncle. Yves followed suit. The two men departed together, deep in philosophical discussion. Marie-Joseph curtsied to the painting and set about straightening Yves' equipment under His Majesty's eye. When the servants came to take His Majesty's picture reverently away, Marie-Joseph felt obscurely comforted. Chapter 15. The Venetian boat glided along the Grand Canal, pulled by a gondolier singing an incomprehensible Italian folk song. In the bow of the gondola, Marie-Joseph trailed her hand in the water. Silver water-lilies bearing lighted candles spun past, swirling. Lorraine had claimed the next seat in the gondola. Madame and Lotte occupied the central bench, while Monsieur sat aft at the gondolier's feet. Ahead of the gondola, His Majesty's miniature galleon raced his galley. The gondolier had resigned himself to last place as soon as they left the bank. His passengers were entirely content with his singing. The overseer screamed at the convict rowers. He lashed their backs. The galley plunged into the lead.
Hardly a fair race.
Lorraine gazed at Marie-Joseph. The candlelight and the light of the waxing moon flattered his handsome face.
A whip against the barest breeze.
He slipped his hand around Marie-Joseph's ankle. She moved her foot. He gently restrained it. There's no harm in it, Marie-Joseph thought. His touch pleases me. Yves would not like me to allow it. But Yves allows himself his own pleasures, riding in the galleon with the king and the pope, reliving the sea-monster hunt. Why must they race? Marie-Joseph said. The poor men.
They're only convicts,
Lorraine said.
Prisoners of war or murderers.
Surely not.
Who else would suffer such treatment? My dear, His Majesty races so he may lose his bet with King James. Then James will have money for another week or two at Versailles.
His Majesty is magnanimous, Marie-Joseph said. Lorraine moved his hand above her ankle to her calf. Monsieur gazed at Lorraine. Despite the shadows of candlelight, despite his powder and diamond patches, distress showed plain in his face. Marie-Joseph wondered if perhaps the friends had argued. The galley reached the man-made island that floated where the arms of the Grand Canal crossed. A cheer went up from the English king's party.
"You're looking particularly splendid this evening,"
Lorraine said. "Thank you, sir," she said. "It's entirely thanks to you." She stroked the peacock feather in her hair. Odilette had no time for my hair. Mademoiselle needed her, and Mary of Modena particularly requested her attendance. I'm so proud of her success. But if not for your peacock, my hair would be—
What a fortunate peacock.
He closed his eyes and opened them. His long eyelashes brushed against his cheeks. The gondolier, a fine tenor, held a high note till the bow of his boat touched the island. Marie-Joseph applauded him. He bowed. Lorraine tossed him a gold piece. The passengers disembarked onto the heavy planks of the island. Lorraine took Marie-Joseph's arm and helped her onto the platform. Nearby in the galley, the rowers gasped for breath. Loincloths and chains hid their nakedness. They glistened with sweat and blood. Lorraine hurried her past them, out of hearing of their groans as their salty sweat stung deep welts. A fairyland of delicate gold archways and tall spires distracted the guests. Sprays of crystal dispersed the light of 1,000 candles in colors across drifts and wreaths of flowers. The chamber orchestra's music filled the perfumed air. The island was wonderful. Yesterday it had not even existed.
"You must have some wine,"
Lorraine said. At the edge of the island, sprites walked on water, carrying trays of wine and baskets of sweets. The supports of the island lay just beneath the canal's surface, invisible bridges for the servants in their costumes. Lorraine fetched Marie-Joseph a glass of wine.
"Is this your third or fourth?"
Marie-Joseph laughed. Oh, sir, I've lost count.
They passed beneath an arbor. Moss lay soft under their feet. Lotta plucked a strawberry from the trailing vines and ate half. Red juice shining on her mouth, she gave the other half to Marie-Joseph. She crushed its sweetness between her teeth. Lotta brushed her fingertip across Marie-Joseph's lips.
"You wear hardly any powder or rouge," she said. "There, now your lips aren't quite so pale."
She picked another strawberry and gave it to her mother. Madame embraced her daughter and ate the strawberry. The arbors hung heavy with fruit and sweets tied with gold thread. "Come along, my dear." Monsieur took Lorraine's free arm. Lorraine bent to kiss Monsieur quickly on the lips. "Rumor says our friends plan games in a hidden bower." Monsieur's manner excluded Marie-Joseph. His troubled gaze hesitated on her face, then returned to Lorraine. "You must allow me retribution after what you did to me last night. It will be my entire pleasure to gamble with you, monsieur." Lorraine's manner grew formal, and he bowed. Monsieur and his family and Marie-Joseph all followed Lorraine's lead in saluting his Majesty. The king approached, smiling, accompanied by Madame de Maintenon, Monsieur de Maine, Madame de Chartres, and her friend, Mademoiselle d'Armagnac. Madame de Chartres wore a towering fontange, but Mademoiselle d'Armagnac went against the mode in an even more extreme fashion than Marie-Joseph. She wore as a headdress a great fan of peacock feathers. Marie-Joseph wondered where Count Lucien had gone to. She always expected to see him when she saw the king.
"Good evening, my brother,"
Louis said. "Good evening, sir." Monsieur and the king smiled at each other, despite the ceremony with which they always spoke.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix."
His Majesty raised her gently.
"The image of your mother. Oh, my dear, how glad I am that you are safe in France."
"Thank you, your Majesty." She returned his smile. Despite the loss of his upper teeth, he maintained the charisma of his youth, and added to it the refinement of age. He patted Marie-Joseph's cheek. "Your floating island is delightful," Monsieur said.
"A pleasant little thing, is it not? Brother, I require your knowledge. Who's the most passionate man at my gathering tonight?"
Monsieur hesitated, but his glance touched Lorraine.
"Chrétien has declined to be entered into the race,"
the king said. "Why, your Majesty? Because he won't go to sea?" Lorraine's gesture encompassed the floating island. His Majesty chuckled.
No, perhaps because it would be an unfair competition. Monsieur de Maine is passionate, aren't you, dear boy?"
The king patted his natural son's shoulder.
"But you reserve your passion for your wife."
"I must suggest Father Delacroix,"
Madame Lucifer said.
No, he's eliminated on any number of grounds. Besides, he must dedicate his passion to God."
Monsieur finally added a word to the conversation.
"You shall choose, sir, as your decision must be correct." "I know who you'd choose, if your natural modesty didn't restrain you."
Louis spoke without irony.
"Your advice is most valuable. Now come along, I must give over to James my command of the ocean."
As Madame de Maintenon passed, she glared with an expression of ferocious resentment, leaving Marie-Joseph confused, hurt, and startled. Always before, Madame de Maintenon had treated her with the intention of kindness. His Majesty led the way to the open centre of the island. His guests gathered, their costumes as bright as the candles. The chamber orchestra played, and a wide expanse of gleaming parquet lay ready for the dance. Pope Innocent and his cardinals, in shining white and brilliant red, challenged the jewels and gold lace of the courtiers. Yves wore only black, but his presence drew the eye. Odilette attended Queen Mary, bearing her handkerchief on a velvet cushion. Louis and James met in the centre of the dancing floor. Louis crowned James with a diadem and presented him with the trident of Poseidon, an exquisite rope of pearls at least 3 arm-spans long, twined round the sea-god's weapon.
"You bested me," His Majesty said. "And in my own boat."
He laughed.
"Next time I'll command a wind from the sky, so the race will be closer."
James laughed too, and adorned Mary of Modena with the pearls. He could not reach over her fontange, it was so tall. Instead he poured the pearls across her bosom, and looped them over her bare, pale shoulders.
His Majesty took his seat before the orchestra. A little sea-nymph in golden scales ran up to place a cushion for his foot. The king invited his royal guests to join him, and the rest of the courtiers gathered behind. Marie-Joseph's mind wandered from the play and its balletic interludes, for it retold ancient history, the Fronde, the Civil War. Her attention drifted from the music. She fancied she could hear the sea monsters singing. Before her, Madame nodded, jerked awake, nodded again. Her chin sank toward her ample breasts. In a moment she would begin to snore. Marie-Joseph laid her hand on Madame's shoulder. The Duchess d'Orléans snuffled once, snapped awake, and sat up straight in her chair. Marie-Joseph smiled fondly, and tried again to follow the action on stage. A dancer represented the young king, triumphing though his uncle Gaston roused a large faction of France's aristocracy against him. The coup d'etat failed. Marie-Joseph wished she had seen His Majesty dance. When he was younger, his performances as the sun, as Apollo, as Orpheus or Mars, formed part of his legend. He had not taken part in ballets for decades. The entertainment ended. His Majesty's guests expressed their appreciation, and His Majesty accepted their gratitude. The Grand Master of Ceremonies, who had paid handsomely to hold the position for the quarter, approached Madame. He bowed to her, then turned to Marie-Joseph. "The king requests your attendance, Mademoiselle de la Croix." Marie-Joseph sketched a quick and startled curtsy to Madame, slipped out of the crowd of courtiers, and hurried after the Marquis. His Majesty sat in his armchair, listening to the music, one fine leg outstretched, the other resting on its cushion. Marie-Joseph dropped to the floor in a rustle of silk and lace. She felt improperly dressed, with her hair so simply arranged. His Majesty bent forward, lifted her chin, and gazed into her face with his beautiful dark blue eyes.
"The image,"
he said, as he always did.
"The very image of your mother. She dressed her hair in just such a manner. No towers, no apartments for mice."
His Majesty rose, drawing Marie-Joseph to her feet.
"Let us dance."
The king escorted her into the music, into the dance's intricate patterns. Before all the court, Marie-Joseph danced with the king. She could hardly breathe. Her cheeks flushed and her sight blurred. His Majesty's touch, his friendly gaze, his favor, combined to make her feel faint.
"You dance as exquisitely as you play, Mademoiselle de la Croix,"
Louis said.
"as your mother did."
"She was very beautiful and very talented, Your Majesty," Marie-Joseph said. "Much more than I."
"We all remember her well,"
Louis said. For Marie-Joseph, her parents existed in a halo of golden tropical light. Her mother wise and kind, her father absent-minded and good-humored, until the dreadful week when she had lost them both.
"My old friends and enemies, my protégés and advisers are passing,"
the king said.
"Queen Christina, Lebrun, Levaux, evil old Louvois, Molière and Lully, the Grande Mademoiselle. Sometimes, do you know, I even miss old Mazarin, that tyrant."
The king sighed.
"I miss Monsieur and Madame de la Croix."
"I miss them too, sire, terribly. Only God could have saved my mother, she was so ill. She died so quickly."
"God was tempted and he took her, but he does not allow his angels to suffer."
She did suffer, Marie-Joseph thought. Her fury at God and the physicians flared bright from its embers. She suffered dreadfully, and I hate God so much that I do not know why he has not struck me with lightning into hell. During a turn in the dance she brushed away a tear, hoping His Majesty would not notice. How could he help but notice? But he was too much a gentleman to comment. "I think they would not have died
if I had not sent them to Martinique."
"Oh, no, Your Majesty. It was the physicians, the surgeons. Your commission honored our family." Marie-Joseph curbed the uncharitable thought. "If you missed them so, sire, why didn't you call my family back to France?"
"Your father was honorable indeed,"
His Majesty said.
"Only Henri de la Croix could increase his poverty while holding a colonial governorship."
Father lingered, she whispered. "I thought he would recover, but they bled him." The king's gaze focused blankly beyond her shoulder. "I've said too much," she thought. "He has important concerns. I mustn't trouble him with my grief and my anger."
"Those times are returning,"
the king said.
"the times of youth and glory. Your brother will bring them to me.
I hope so, Your Majesty. She blinked away her tears, made herself smile, and concentrated on the perfect pattern of the dance. She feared what might happen when His Majesty realized Yves could not help him to live forever.
I must find you a worthy husband, he said offhand.
I cannot marry, Your Majesty. I have neither connections nor dowry.
You must want a husband.
Oh, yes, sire, a husband, children,
and scientific instruments.
He chuckled. If my husband allowed it. She blushed, wondering who had been making fun of her to the king. But I see no way of achieving such a dream.
Did your father never tell you? I suppose he would not. I promised at your birth that you would be properly dowered.
The music's final flourish ended. His Majesty bowed graciously. The applause of His Majesty's court raked Marie-Joseph like wildfire. She gathered her wits, fell into a deep curtsy, and kissed his hand. He lifted her to her feet. Like the perfect gentleman he was, he conducted her to the edge of the dancing floor, where Monsieur and the Chevalier stood whispering.
You will dance the next dance with Mademoiselle de la Croix,
he said to the Chevalier de Lorraine, and put her hand in his. Marie-Joseph ran up the stairs to her room, ecstatic. The candle flickered in her hand. She cupped her fingers around the flame to shield it. She hoped Odelette had returned from attending Mary of Modena. She hoped Yves had returned from attending Pope Innocent. She hoped they were both still awake. She wanted to tell them the king's wonderful news. She might tell Odelette about her long walk with Lorraine, crossing the water on the clever secret bridges, strolling beside the Grand Canal in the moonlight. She thought she would not tell Yves, not quite yet, though Lorraine had gone beyond the bounds of gallantry only once or twice. Muffled voices disturbed the quiet. Marie-Joseph smiled. Odelette and Yves have both returned, she thought, and Yves has done something to aggravate Odelette. We might as well be back in Martinique, the three of us together, with Odelette abusing my brother because he's left his linen in a pile on the floor. She opened the door to her room. She could not make out what she was seeing. The light was dim. Beyond that, she did not believe what was happening. A nobleman writhed on her bed, scrabbling beneath the bedclothes, his hat upside down on the rug and tangled with his coat, his breeches twisted around his knees, his shirt hiked up, exposing his naked buttocks. One of his shoes flew from his foot and clattered to the floor. "You want me!" Desperation thickened the familiar voice. "I know you want me." "Please!" Marie-Joseph bolted forward and grasped the young man's shoulder. Odelette clutched his arms, her fine, dark hands clenching, fighting. "Go away," said Philippe, Duc de Chartres. "Can't you see we're busy?" "Leave her alone!" Marie-Joseph cried. "How dare you!" His lace shirt tore in her hands. "Mademoiselle de la Croix!" Astonished, flustered, Chartres leaped from the bed and fumbled to cover himself. Odelette sat up, her blue-black hair spilling around her shoulders, her eyes pure black in the candlelight, her complexion suffused with heat. "How dare you, sir? How dare you come to assault my servant?" I meant to—" His hair stood out in wild ringlets. "I thought she was you." He smiled into her silence. Odelette burst into tears. Chartres bowed to her. "Though I would certainly enjoy an hour in your company." Odelette flung herself around and sobbed into her pillow. "I believe you do not dislike me," Chartres said. He held out his hand. Marie-Joseph slapped him hard. "How dare you think I'd welcome the attentions of a married man? Of any man, not my husband." Marie-Joseph pushed past Chartres. She sat next to Odelette and gathered her into her arms. "If you intended to drive me away," Chartres said, "you might as well have pelted me with roses." "Leave us, sir." "You tempted me, mademoiselle, and now you wrong me." Chartres gathered up his plumed hat, his gold-laced coat, his high-heeled shoe. The door slammed. "Oh, my dear, are you all right? Did he hurt you? I swear I never gave him reason to think or you." Odelette sobbed and pushed her away more violently than Marie-Joseph had pushed Chartres. "Why did you interfere? Why did you stop him?" "What?" Marie-Joseph asked, baffled. "He might have got a bastard on me. He'd acknowledge me. He'd buy me and free me and take me home, my royal husband." She cried out in anger and grief, and drew her knees to her chest and buried her face and wrapped her arms over her head. Marie-Joseph stroked her hair until her sobs eased.
"He can never marry you. He's already married."
"That only matters in your world, not in mine."
Marie-Joseph bit her lip. She knew only what Odelette's mother had told them both about Turkey. Odelette saw it as a paradise, but Marie-Joseph did not. "He'd never acknowledge you or any child you bore him."
"He would. He must. He has other bastards."
"But he thinks of you as a servant. He'd command me to turn you away, turn you out. You and your baby." Odelette raised her head, glaring with such fury that Marie-Joseph drew back in astonishment.
"I am a princess," Odelette cried. "Slave or no, I am a princess. My family is 1,000 years older than Bourbons or any Frenchman. My family ruled when the Romans skewered these barbarians on their spears."
"I know." Marie-Joseph dared to hold her. Odelette huddled against her, shivering with despair, crying with rage. "I know," Marie-Joseph said again. "But he wouldn't acknowledge you. He wouldn't take you to Constantinople. I'd never turn you out, but if he applied to the king and the king banished you, I could never stop him." She stroked Odelette's long hair. It tumbled down her back and pooled on the bed behind her. "I'll free you," Marie-Joseph said. Odelette drew away and looked into her face.
"She said you never would."
"Who?"
"The nun, the Mother Superior. Whenever I did her hair, when her lovers would come."
"Her lovers?"
"She did have lovers. I don't care if no one believes it."
"I believe you," Marie-Joseph said. "I'm astonished, but I believe you."
"She said you would never give me my freedom. She said you refused to give me up."
"The sisters persuaded me it was a dreadful sin to own a slave."
"It is,"
Odelette said severely. "Yes, but they never wanted me to free you. They wanted me to sell you, to give the money to the convent." She held Odelette's hands and kissed them. "I feared to do that, dear Odelette. They never let me speak to you. I never knew what you wanted, and I thought, though sometimes I wondered, no matter how dreadful it is here, it could be much worse."
"It was never dreadful at the convent," Odelette said. "I dressed their hair. I would rather embroider the linen of the nuns than wash your brother's stockings."
Tears ran down Marie-Joseph's cheeks, tears of shock at Chartres' actions, relief at Odelette's revelation, and if she admitted it, of self-pity, because for Marie-Joseph the convent had been terrible. "No wonder Mademoiselle and Queen Mary steal you away from me," she said, trying to smile. "But that doesn't matter now. I refused to sell you."
"I'm glad of that," Odelette said. "I shouldn't be a slave. I'll never be a slave except to you."
"You'll never be a slave to anyone," Marie-Joseph declared. "You are free. We shall be as sisters." Odelette said nothing. "I'll ask—" Marie-Joseph hesitated. She doubted her own judgment, for she had trusted Chartres. "I'll ask Count Lucien." Count Lucien, though a dangerous freethinker, at least was honest. "He'll know how to go about it, what papers you want. But from this moment you are free. You are my sister."
"Yes,"
Odelette said. "I promise you."
"Why have you waited so long?"
"You never asked it of me before." Marie-Joseph dashed the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. She took Odelette by the shoulders. "What was the difference in our station? We lived in the same house. We ate the same food. If you washed my brother's stockings, I washed his shirt. I never thought of you as slave or free."
"You cannot understand,"
Odelette said. "No, I cannot. Until the sisters plagued me about my sin, I never thought of it, and for that I beg your forgiveness. But, dear Odelette, afterwards I did think, and I thought, if I free you, the convent will put you out in the street with nothing, no resources, no protector, no family. I had nothing to give you."
"I can make my own way,"
Odelette said angrily. "And you shall, if you wish. But think, sister, our fortunes are improving. If you wait only a while, I'm convinced, if you stay with me, you'll share in them. You'll go into the world better than a lady's maid. You might go to Turkey, if you truly wish to go to Turkey, which you have never seen."
"As you had never seen France," Odelette said, "but here you are."
"That's entirely different," Marie-Joseph said. "How, Mademoiselle Marie?" "Perhaps it isn't different at all, Mademoiselle Odelette, but if you do go home to Turkey, would it not be better to return rich and well attended, as suits your true station, rather than as a maid-servant or a gypsy?"
"That would be better,"
Odelette said,
"but I cannot wait too long."
"I hope you won't have to," Marie-Joseph said. "Now come, go back to sleep if you can. I'll lock the door."
"Let me help you undress."
"Only help me with my gown. I have a little work to do still." First, Odelette must have something to wear, for Chartres had rent her threadbare shift beyond repair. In the wardrobe, Marie-Joseph's shift, with the turned hems, lay on top of a new one, of heavy warm flannel with 3 lace ruffles. Where did this come from?
"Queen Mary, you may wear it. I shall take your old one."
"It's yours. You shall wear it." Marie-Joseph helped Odelette into the new nightshirt, gratefully accepted her sister's help in getting out of her gown and shoes and stays, and tucked her sister back into bed. She used the chaise percée and splashed cold water on her face and hands. When she washed away the dried blood between her legs, she realized her bleeding had stopped days early. Worried, she tried to gather her courage to overcome her terror of submitting to the medical arts. For a moment she resolved to speak to a physician. But she had so many other more important things to worry about, so many things to do. The physicians here were so grand, she should not waste their time with female complaints. And in truth, she could only feel grateful for being spared more mess, more inconvenience. To be safe, she put on a clean towel and soaked the bloody one in a basin of cold water. I wonder if the sea monster bleeds, she wondered. She answered her own question. That's ridiculous. Animals don't bleed. They're free of the sin of Yves. Besides, if the sea monster bled like a woman, she would be in terrible danger from sharks. She fetched Loren's cloak. His musky perfume tickled her nose, as the curl of his peruke tickled her cheek when he bent down to whisper to her. She curled in the chair by Odelette's bed, her music score in her lap, her bare feet tucked under the warm cloak. Candlelight flickered across the pages. "I thought the score was perfect," she said to herself, "but the sea monster is so sad, so frightened in her captivity." Odelette slipped her hand from beneath the covers, reaching for Marie-Joseph, holding her fingers tight. Marie-Joseph left her hand in Odelette's even after her sister had fallen asleep. She revised the score, turning the pages awkwardly, one-handed. She dozed. She gasped awake, frightened by the pleasure that invaded her body. The sheaf of music paper spilled to the floor. The burnt-out candle, its smoke pungent, left her room without a breath of light. A song crept around her as cold as night air. The sea monster swam through the window, as if the glass were transparent to material flesh. She hovered above Marie-Joseph upside down, her hair streaming around her and toward the ceiling. Shivering, entranced, Marie-Joseph thought, "This is a dream. I can do as I like. Nothing, no one can stop me." She stood and raised up her hands to the sea monster. The song hesitated. The sea monster vanished. Marie-Joseph hurried to the window. The tent loomed at the bottom of the garden, the white silk glowing eerily. Gardeners' torches flickered in the north quincunx and the star, and reflected from the mirror fountain. The creak of the gears of the orange-tree carts pierced the soft murmuring quiet of the gardens of Versailles. Singing again, the sea monster appeared, bright as sunlight. Other sea monsters followed, swimming in the air, circling, caressing each other, creating a whirlwind, a whirlpool. Marie-Joseph stepped toward the window, expecting to pass through the panes like the sea monsters. She bumped her nose painfully. How strange, she thought. In a dream I must be able to pass through the window and swim in the air like the sea monsters. I cannot. My imagination fails me. If I open the window and step out, I would fall. Everyone says that a dreamer who falls instead of flying must die. She ran down the stairs, hugging the cloak tight against the surprised glances of the servants. They were not used to seeing members of court an hour before dawn. For some courtiers, the hour before dawn was the only time they ever slept. Beyond the terrace, the gravel cut her feet. She dreamed herself on Zachi's back. She dreamed herself a pair of stout shoes. Nothing happened. The gravel felt sharper. She ran down the stairs and stepped onto the green carpet. The grass was cold and wet, but it did not cut her. The candles verging the carpet had burned to puddles of wax and smoking wicks. The radiant sea monsters led her to the tent, The guard slept, lulled by the sea monster's song. Inside the tent, inside the cage, inside the fountain, the sea monster splashed furiously with both her tails. A waterfall of luminescence erupted around her. She sang. Marie-Joseph sat on the rim of the fountain. "If this were my dream," she said, "if this were your dream, you wouldn't be imprisoned." The sea monster cried. A male sea monster, the sea monster whose body Yves was dissecting, brought back to life by the song, swam around the ceiling of the tent. Marie-Joseph closed her eyes, but the image remained, fashioned in her mind by the singing, swimming in front of her as plain as anything real. "I see your songs," Marie-Joseph said. "And you understand what I say, don't you? Do you speak in words?" "Fish," the sea monster said, and then she sang. A tiny fish, its edges made harsh by the rasp of the sea monster's voice, flitted across her vision. The song described the fish itself and its surroundings, the sound of its swimming, the taste of its flesh. The sea monsters spoke not in words, but in images, interconnections, associations. Marie-Joseph hummed the fish's melody. An indistinct image wavered before her and vanished. "Oh, sea monster, my song must be only a blur in your ears. I'll do better, I promise. Sea monster, what's your name?" The sea monster sang a complicated melody. The song described the sea monster, and it hinted as well at joy and brashness and youthful wisdom. "How beautiful! It's perfect." The sea monster swam to her. She trailed a glowing wake. The luminescence flowed down her shoulders and along her hair. The sea monster rested her elbows on the lowest step and gazed at Marie-Joseph. Her whispered song formed shapes and scenes. Marie-Joseph ran to the laboratory, snatched scraps of paper and charcoal, and hurried back to the sea monster. She sketched the songs, not in words or notes, but rough scribbled pictures. Her eyes filled with tears. Sometimes her tears smudged the paper, but the scenes remained clear, for she heard them. In her song the sea monster swam alone. Filth and algae dimmed the fountain's clarity. Litter and coins covered the bottom of the fountain. The sea monster's song turned the water sapphire. The trash and the coins transmuted to white sand and living shells. Bright iridescent fish flitted past, changing color altogether from blue to silver as they turned. A strange sea monster swam through the tropical sea. She was older than the captured creature, her skin a darker mahogany, her hair a lighter green, her tails dappled with silver. She was pregnant. She swam through swiftly shoaling water to a white beach, an isolated island in the expanse of the ocean. The sea monster struggled onto the sand, rolling in the warmth of it, nesting in it, pillowing her belly. Marie-Joseph's sea monster writhed onto the beach beside the pregnant monster. The male sea monster followed, and another. They surrounded the mother sea monster, grooming her hair, rubbing her back, stroking her belly. The mother sea monster moaned and wailed, and her body tensed. The aunt and uncle sea monsters supported her, so she lay reclining. Marie-Joseph watched the birth with dread and fascination. It was difficult, painful for the mother, more like the birth of a baby than like the easy births of animals. But finally the wizened baby sea monster lay against its mother's breast. She held it, crooned to it, and let it suckle while her family washed it with warm sea water and unfolded its wrinkled, webbed toes. Days passed. It grew. In the shallows of the island it splashed and played with its mother and its aunts and their friends. Its mother nursed it. Marie-Joseph's and Yves' sea monsters fed the mother with fish and bêche de mer, clams and whelks and bits of seaweed for garnish. The sea monsters taught the baby to swim. They taught it to love the sea. They took it under water, showing it when to breathe and how to hold its breath, showing it the wonders of the ocean, warning it of the dangers. A shark glided by, hungrily eyeing the baby, wary of the adults, and vanished into distant blue. Dolphins sped past, replying to the sea monsters' songs with the percussion of their clicks and squeaks. The sea monsters swam between the tentacles of a huge tame octopus that lived within the skeleton of a Spanish galleon. The sea monsters played with gold pieces and jewelry fit for kings and emperors, dropped the riches unheeded on the sea bottom, and swam away. At times of great danger, or during hurricanes too wild to play in, The sea monsters sank beneath the waves, exhaling great clouds of bubbles, and grew very still. They ceased rising to the surface. They lay with their eyes closed, their mouths open, and every little while their chests heaved, as if they were breathing water. After the baby sea monster had learned how to sleep safely at the bottom of the sea, the little family group swam away from the birth island. They took turns carrying the child, and disappeared into the depths. The scenes shuddered. The captive sea monster's voice failed in a hoarse croak, and the visions with it. Sunrise dimmed the glowing water. Shivering with cold and understanding, Marie-Joseph gripped the uneven stack of paper that documented what she had heard and envisioned. The last bit of charcoal fell onto the planks, hitting as quietly as a drift of ash.
"You've shown me your life," Marie-Joseph said. "Your life, your family."
The sea monster sang again. Yves appeared before Marie-Joseph as he had appeared in apparition, standing silent and cold, bleeding. In distress, Marie-Joseph covered her eyes. The image still hovered before her, cupped in the palms of her hands. She covered her ears. The image of her wounded brother blurred and disappeared. The sea monster sang to her in images unrelated to any words. "I offered your brother the fate he visited upon my friend, but I could not frighten you by threatening to rip him open from pulse to balls." The tiger burned bright in the dawn and vanished. The sea monster sang to her, "I sang a warning against the predator, for I feared it would smell your blood as sharks smell blood from a great distance. I sang until you must be safe or dead, and until my throat hurt from crying. But you are fearless, and I could not make you my ally by warning you." The whirlwind of sea monsters streamed around the peak of the cage, sleekly stroking mates and friends, sighing their pleasure. "I abandoned fear," the sea monster cried, "and sang to you of love and passion, and finally you heard me and listened."
"Sea monster,"
Marie-Joseph whispered. The sea monster groaned harshly and clambered up the steps. Marie-Joseph held her, stopped her. The drawing spilled onto the ground.
"Don't, please, stop,"
the sea monster cried. Her claws could have ripped Marie-Joseph cruelly, but she remained quiet.
"I can't free you,"
Marie-Joseph said.
"Where would you go? The sea's too far, even the river's too far. You belong to His Majesty. My brother would be ruined if you escaped."
The sea monster snarled, baring her teeth, before she flung herself into the fountain, sending up a great angry splash. Marie-Joseph began to cry.
"Oh, sea monster! Sea woman!"
Chapter 16. Marie-Joseph stumbled up the green carpet, anxious to leave the gardens before anyone saw her running, bedraggled and dew-damp and barefoot. She wished she had Zahi to ride. She could hardly feel her toes. She clutched the sheaf of sketches, shielding her dangerous new knowledge beneath the chevalier's warm cape. The sea-woman's despair stalked her like a beast. Upstairs she peeked into Yves' room. He snored softly. His cassock, shirt, and boots lay in an untidy path from doorway to bed. She put her sketches on his desk, shook him till he sat up, mumbling that he was awake, changed her mind about the drawings, and hid them away. "If I tell Yves about the sea-woman, how can he believe me?" she thought. "But if I show him, if I show everyone—" Odelette returned, carrying a tray of bread and chocolate. In a new morning dress of sprigged muslin and lace, she glowed with health and beauty. "I'll stay with you." Odelette's expression was somber. She put the tray on the table near the window. Marie-Joseph, distracted and distressed, could not think what she was talking about, could not think where the dress could have come from. Then she remembered Chartres' assault, her own promise, Mary of Modena's favor. "But only until the family fortunes are repaired, or until I may return home unashamed. I'll make my own fortune, if I can. I'll no longer serve you, but I will help you if you request it, because, Mademoiselle Marie, you know nothing of fashion. No one may ever again call me a slave." "I accept your terms, Mademoiselle Odelette, and I'll be grateful for your help." Marie-Joseph kissed her cheek. Odelette embraced her and leaned her forehead on Marie-Joseph's shoulder. She began to tremble.
She drew back abruptly, her dark eyes glistened. "When you go, I'll miss you as my sister," Marie-Joseph said. "Nevertheless, I'll do everything I can to speed your independence." Self-possessed again, Odelette gave an elegant bow of her head. She sat at the breakfast table. Marie-Joseph joined her, sitting in the window seat. Marie-Joseph poured chocolate for them both. Hercule followed, meowing. Marie-Joseph gave him a saucer of warm milk. "Do I smell chocolate?" Yves strolled in. He ran his hands through his hair. It fell into curls as graceful as any peruke. He glanced at Odelette. "Where am I to sit?" "You may bring yourself a chair," Odelette said, perfectly composed. "You're strong and fit." He frowned. "Enough, I'm hungry. Let me have my place, Odelette." "My name is not Odelette, my name is Halid." Yves laughed. "Halid. Next you'll tell me you've become a Mahometan." "Indeed I have. I've given Mademoiselle Halid her freedom and adopted her as our sister." "What?" "I freed her." "On a whim? She's our only possession of value." "She belonged to me. I'll free her if I wish." "In 5 years, when you're of age, you may free her." "I gave her my word. She is free. She is our sister." He shrugged. "I'll sign no papers to that effect." To Halid he said, "Never fear there's a question of my selling you. But we cannot live at court without a servant." Odelette, Halid, rose from the table so quickly that the chair crashed over. She fled to Marie-Joseph's bedroom. "Yves, how could you?" He righted the chair, sat down, and poured the chocolate. "I am guilty only of protecting our station." He dipped his bread into his chocolate and ate the sweet and soggy mass, wiping his chin with his hand. "It isn't right to own another human being." Or to keep one imprisoned in a cage, she thought. "Nonsense. Who have you been talking to? What other dangerous ideas have you adopted?" She did not dare to speak of the sea-woman now. She took Yves's hand. "Don't be angry. You have the king's favor. He's promised me a dowry, a husband. You can afford to be magnanimous. Our sister—" Yves flung down his soggy bread. "A dowry? A dowry? The king never mentioned your marriage to me." "I thought you'd be pleased," she said. "I don't like these changes in you," he said. "You say your greatest wish is to assist me in my work, but—" "How can I assist you, locked away in a convent?" "You must live somewhere while I travel." "Forbidden to study, accused of—" "And Versailles is no place for a maiden." "If I were married, I wouldn't be a maiden." "Perhaps," Yves said, "if you return to Saint-Cyr." Marie-Joseph struggled to remain calm. If she showed her brother how terrified she was of his suggestion, he would think she had gone mad. Perhaps he would be right. "Madame de Maintenon ordered all the instructresses to take holy orders. That's why I had to leave." "Go back. Give yourself to God." "I'll never take the veil." The heavy clash and clink of gold interrupted them. Magnificent in outrage, Halid flung down a handful of louis d'or. The coins rolled and bounced across the carpet, clattered onto the planks, rattled to a stop in the corner. "I shall buy myself. If that isn't enough, I can get more." Haughty as any court lady, Halid wore a new grand habit of midnight blue silk, a long rope of lustrous pearls twined through her blue-black hair. "Where did this come from?" Yves said. "Where did you get that dress, that jewelry?" "From Mademoiselle d'Armagnac, from Mademoiselle Dumaine, and from Queen Mary." Yves gathered up the coins. "I'll consider your plea after you correct your errors of religion." Marie-Joseph snatched the coins and pressed them into Halid's hands. "Your prizes are yours, and your freedom." "I mean what I say!" Yves stormed from the apartment. "Yves never meant it," Marie-Joseph said. He was affected by that devil who believes all Turks should be slaves, that Christian devil, the Pope." Lucien toiled up the Queen's staircase. His back hurt. He would rather be out riding, but he must listen to the Marquis de Dangeau read his journal of the King's activities, and record His Majesty's approval. The musketeer bowed to him and opened the door to Madame de Maintenon's apartment. His Majesty sat quietly speaking to his wife, who nodded to him as she bent over a tapestry. Lucien avoided looking at the tapestry. He did not care to see more heretics burning. "Monsieur de Chrétien," His Majesty said.
Good day to you. Quentin, a glass of wine for Monsieur de Chrétien.
Lucien bowed to the king, grateful for the courtesy his sovereign showed him.
And set out a goblet for Monsieur de—
A fracas outside the apartment doors interrupted the valet. Quentin hurried to silence the disturbance.
"That cannot be Monsieur de Dangeau,"
His Majesty exclaimed. "Monsieur, you may not enter," Quentin said. "His Majesty is with his council."
"With his mistress, you mean? Let me pass."
Monsieur forced himself past the guard. Quentin, double Monsieur's size and strength, mustache bristling, barred Monsieur's way. Behind Monsieur at the top of the stairs, Monsieur de Dangeau hesitated, watched horrified for but a moment, then backed cautiously away and disappeared.
"Let my brother pass,"
His Majesty said to Quentin, who answered only to the king.
"Sir, you must stop this farce."
Monsieur stamped in as flustered and fancy as an angry circus pony.
"Farce, brother? Why must I hear from common gossip that my intimate friend is to marry a colonial upstart?"
"Perhaps because your intimate friend did not choose to tell you," Madame de Maintenon said.
"You watched me give her to him for a dance, and you made no objection, dear brother." "Dear brother."
Orleans' voice trembled dangerously close to shouting.
"How can I be your dear brother? You plan to steal all I care about, my only comfort, my only pleasure. In front of me, in my very sight, you give his hand to—
Lucien wished himself elsewhere. Observing this ugly scene would do him no good. Monsieur de Dangeau is a fortunate gentleman, Lucien thought, shocked by Monsieur's outburst. He receives a reward for being 5 minutes late.
"But you approve of Mademoiselle de la Croix,"
His Majesty said.
"She's a member of your household, after all."
"My wife's household.
"I cannot blame Mademoiselle de la Croix. She's an innocent in this. You planned it. You threw them together to steal Lorraine's affections from me." "I gave him to you,"
Louis said, his expression dark.
"I will take him back if I wish. I will give him to another if it pleases me."
"He'll never leave me. He'll defy you. I'll—"
"Philippe!"
Louis leapt to his feet and shook his brother by the shoulders. Monsieur gaped, astonished. Lucien had never heard His Majesty address his brother by his given name. Perhaps Monsieur never had either.
"I thought only of your protection, dear brother. I love you. If Lorraine marries—"
"I don't need your protection."
"Do you not? And Lorraine doesn't need a wife. She will shield him, and you, from accusations."
"He has any mistress he likes. I don't mind." No one contradicted him, though everyone in the room had witnessed Lorraine's taunting him, paying public attention to each new mistress. Everyone in the room had witnessed Monsieur's spells of bitter jealousy and despair.
"Do not force a wife on him. He's the only one who loves me."
Madame de Maintenon rose. "Love!" she cried. "How can you call that love? Your behavior disgraceful, sinful. His Majesty protects you continually. If you weren't Monsieur, you would have been burned, and your paramour with you." Monsieur flung up his arms, pushing his brother away. He glared at Madame de Maintenon with hatred and despair.
"And you," Monsieur cried, "you want to give her my lover, so she won't take yours."
Madame de Maintenon collapsed. Taken aback, Louis turned to her.
"Madame, it isn't true."
"Don't deny you're tempted, sir," Monsieur said. "By her beauty, her intelligence, her innocence. Do you believe she can replenish your youth?"
"Go away, brother,"
Louis said.
"Willingly. Give me back my cavalry. Lorraine and I will fight your war like Alexander and Hephaestion. Perhaps I'll be killed, like Patroclus. Have the dignity to compare yourself to Achilles, and you'll be rid of me. No, it's impossible. You give me nothing to do, you block my son from any share of glory, and now get out!"
His Majesty shouted. Monsieur bolted. He flung open the door himself, moaning with despair.
"How can he accuse me of treachery?"
His Majesty cried.
"How can I save him? How can I help him?"
He wept, His tears splashed on the intricate parquet. He caught his breath. He fought for control. His keenings grew louder. It filled the room with grief.
"Come to me, my dear," his wife whispered. "Come to me."
The king fell to his knees and buried his head in Madame de Maintenon's bosom. She held him, crooning. She glared at Lucien. Without waiting for his Majesty's leave, Lucien bowed, backed away, and fled. Marie-Joseph rode Zachi past the marble statues overlooking the green carpet. Grateful for a moment's peace, she looked into each serene stone face, wishing for their calmness. The orators would never hesitate to speak of the sea-woman, she thought, and no one would hesitate to believe them. Roman gods and orators would never feel guilty about skipping Mass. They would set out on adventures. They would win righteous battles, and never think twice about arguing with their brothers or failing to attend Mademoiselle. Halid will arrange Lotta's hair, Marie-Joseph said to herself, and Duke Charles will compliment her, and she will never notice my absence. At the bottom of the garden, a line of visitors snaked onto the green carpet, filing into the tent, crowding around the fountain of Apollo, applauding the sea-woman. She shouldn't be on display like an animal in the menagerie, Marie-Joseph thought. It's beneath her dignity, and I'm responsible. I taught her the foolish tricks. Marie-Joseph had no authority to close the tent. Zachi tossed her head and pranced, asking to gallop, asking to run until her mane flew in the wind, and Loren's cloak swept back like wings. "No, my charger," Marie-Joseph whispered. "We must keep to a stately pace. We might trample someone if we swooped down to steal the sea-woman away." She wondered if the sea-woman could ride, if perhaps she rode great whales through the ocean. If she could... Marie-Joseph dismissed the wild idea. She would never get the sea-woman past the guards. Double burdened, Zachi could not outrace even a cold-blooded horse. She might try and break her heart. It would be to no avail, Marie-Joseph said, for the rescue could not succeed. Yves would never forgive me for the sake of his work. Count Lucien would never forgive me for the sake of his Majesty, and I'd never forgive myself for the sake of you. "What time to return, mademoiselle?" Jacques held the stairs and helped her dismount. "I cannot say." She patted Zachi's sleek neck and her soft muzzle. She breathed into her flaring nostrils. "I'll send for her." "You're a wonder, mademoiselle," said one musketeer, "training the sea-monster to entertain the visitors." "Shame it's for such a short time," said the other. Marie-Joseph hurried to the cage. The sea-woman swam back and forth, around and around, tantalizing the spectators. The sea-woman vanished. The pool stilled. The surface roiled. The sea-woman burst from the water in a rush of spray. Her naked body gleamed. She leaped completely over Triton, flipping her tails, her webbed feet at the top of her arch. She arrowed down, vanishing without a splash or a ripple. The spectators applauded. "Throw it a fish! Make it leap again!" Marie-Joseph ignored the demands. "I will not ask the sea-woman to perform like a trick dog," she thought. She sang the sea-woman's name. The sea-woman trilled, creating curtains of light and sound that glowed and hissed like the northern lights. Marie-Joseph walked between them. All oblivious to the coruscating shimmer, the visitors waited for their entertainment. "Guard," Marie-Joseph said, "kindly call the lackeys to pour the fish-barrel into the fountain." "Give the fish to—" She gave him a haughty look. He bowed. The lackeys tilted the barrel. Sea-water and live fish gushed over the rim of the fountain. With a shriek of pleasure, the sea-woman burst through the river of sea-water. Terrified, the lackeys dropped the barrel. It tumbled into the fountain. The sea-woman dived to evade it. The servants fled, ignoring the curses of the musketeers. The visitors laughed and applauded. They might as well have been watching an Italian comedy. Her back to the rabble, Marie-Joseph scowled. "Now you've got no fish to throw to the monster," a visitor shouted. "We want to see the sea-monster." "Throw the monster a fish." "She's no monster." No one heard her. Water rushed. The sea-woman leapt, flung a fish, and splashed flamboyantly. The fish flew through the air between the bars of the cage and hit the visitor in the chest. Water spattered Marie-Joseph's face and her riding habit. Waves surged over her feet, soaking her shoes. Delighted, the visitors laughed. A child scampered forward and snatched up the fish and flung the flopping creature back through the bars. The sea-woman leapt again, caught it, and ate it in 2 bites. The tail vanished last. The child laughed. The sea-woman trilled at her. "The sea-monster wishes to train us," said the child's mother. All the crowd and the musketeers joined her laughter. The sea-woman flipped her tails and vanished. The floating barrel bobbed. The sea-woman pushed it around the fountain. She made it turn and spin. She rode the spin upward and launched herself, flying into a dive. Her audience applauded. "Stop it!" Marie-Joseph cried, humiliated for the sea-woman, furious. No one paid the least attention.
Mademoiselle de la Croix, control yourself, I beg you.
Count Lucien stood by the fountain, frowning, leaning lightly on his walking-stick. "Make them stop, please, Count Lucien."
What are they doing that upsets you so?
"Teasing her, baiting her, like a bear."
I doubt you've ever seen a bear baiting, for this is nothing like. Your sea-monster plays for them as she plays for you.
"It isn't fitting," Count Lucien chuckled. "Please don't laugh at me."
I had no intention of doing so. On the contrary, I'm sad for you if you don't know the pleasure play can bring, to people as well as to animals.
"She isn't—" The barrel bumped up against the platform, interrupting Marie-Joseph, thudding loudly again and again. Water splashed on Marie-Joseph's shoes. Marie-Joseph knelt and plunged her hands into the water. The sea-woman left off battering the barrel and swam to her, sleeking past her fingers. With one short burst of song, the sea-woman sketched her life. She caught her food, she swam through bright coral reefs in tropical seas. In the north she capered among inverted iceberg mountains. She traced the depths with an exploration of sound. She played with the children of her family. She swam among the tentacles of a tame giant octopus with her friend. Her friend, the man of the sea who lay dead and flayed on the dissection table. She and her friend made love for pleasure's sinful sake, with no thought of procreation, in the illumination of the octopus's spark-spotted skin. When desperate danger threatened, the sea-woman sank into the lightless depths and nearly ceased breathing. Ever and always the touch and the songs of other sea-people surrounded her. "I only thought of your fear," Marie-Joseph whispered. "I didn't think of how bored you must be, how lonely." She sat with her wet feet on the water-level platform, her elbows on her knees and her chin on her fists. The visitors grew impatient. "Make it leap! Make it scream and laugh!" "Sing your story again," Marie-Joseph whispered to the sea-woman, "so they can hear it." She rose and spoke to the visitors. "The sea-woman tires of leaping, but she'll tell you a story." The sea-woman sang, not the story of her life, but a story from her people's history. Surprised, apprehensive, Marie-Joseph described the images with inadequate words. 403,000 of years ago, the people of the sea first met the people of the land. An entrancing ship, its sail painted with octopuses and fish, glided graceful as an albatross. The sea people watched, unafraid, curious. Handsome, narrow-waisted youths, boys and girls alike, their hair curled in ringlets, threw off their short belted kilts and dived from the ship to meet the people of the sea. They played and sang together. The people of the land were like no others Marie-Joseph had ever seen or heard of, exotic and dark-eyed and unimaginably lovely, graceful as the wind. "We gave them songs, they gave us stories," the sea-woman sang, "that cannot be taken, only given. We met as friends." The sea-people accompanied the ship to an island, gold in the shimmering heat of the sapphire-blue Mediterranean. The ship glided into a harbor. A stone palace spread across a cliff. At the harbor side, bare-breasted women in bell-shaped skirts, their hair dressed with gold, led the way to greet their visitors. The children threw flowers into the water. The sea-people twisted the blossoms into their hair. "The sea-people entered the chief city of the land of Atlantis," Marie-Joseph said. "We rode in pools painted with dolphins and squids. The sea-people and the people of the land exchanged shells and flowers." The song changed. The melody grew dark, the harmonics threatening. Marie-Joseph fell silent as an immense explosion racked the ground and whipped a hot wind across the island. Burning cinders and molten stones rained down, ash rolled over the sea-people's chariots. The eruption ended. The city was destroyed. We searched for our friends, the sea-woman sang. We saw them no more. They were the first of us to perish when we met the people of land. That is all, Marie-Joseph said, leaving the sea-people as they accepted flowers in the lost city of Atlantis. The visitors applauded. The sea-woman snarled and splashed her angrily, demanding an explanation. How could I tell them? You must always finish the story, the sea-woman sang. Promise, or I'll tell no more. You must always finish the story. Very well, Marie-Joseph said. I promise. From now on, no matter what, I'll finish the story. Tell another, the visitors shouted. Yes, another story. A servant pushed through the crowd, hurrying to Count Lucien, handing him a note. The Count read it, then tramped to the area between the cage and the line of applauding visitors. His limp had nearly gone. Guests of His Majesty, he said. His pleasant voice, barely raised, filled the tent. The visitors fell silent, respectful of the king's representative. His Majesty asks that you leave the sea-monster for today. Without objection, without complaint, the visitors filed out. The men bowed to Count Lucien, the women curtsied. Even the little ones, delighted to face an adult at their own level, offered him childish salutes, which he returned as graciously as he recognized their parents. The sea-woman surfaced, making a rude sound, spraying water. She asked Marie-Joseph where all the people of land were going and what she was to do for amusement. Marie-Joseph leaned over the top stair. Count Lucien! Count Lucien, you were right, she said. She'd rather play and tease the visitors. I was wrong to ask you to send them away. I didn't send them away to please you, Mademoiselle de la Croix, Count Lucien said. Of course you wouldn't send them away to please me. Bone weariness caught her. She sank onto the lowest step. I'd never think such a thing. The musketeers lowered the sides of the tent, closing in the silence. Count Lucien climbed onto the rim of the fountain. Are you quite all right, Mademoiselle de la Croix? Yes, sir. And yet she did not move. Count Lucien handed her his flask. She drank the pungent Calvados gratefully. The sea-woman glided to her and hovered at her feet, one webbed hand on each of Marie-Joseph's ankles. The sea-woman poked and prodded with her sharp nails, exploring Marie-Joseph's shoes, her stockings, singing to ask, What is this strange second skin grown by the people of land? The spirits drove back Marie-Joseph's exhaustion. She rolled down her stocking so the sea-woman could touch her skin. The sea-woman's swimming webs were as smooth and fine as China silk. She stroked Marie-Joseph's leg, probing her shoe. She clucked her tongue against the roof of her mouth, her face turned toward Marie-Joseph's foot, though her eyelids drooped shut. She sank into the water, drawing Marie-Joseph's foot with her, to look at it with her voice. Wait, sea-woman, I cannot afford to ruin these shoes. Marie-Joseph bared her foot. Now you may look at my feet however you like. The cold fountain water rose above Marie-Joseph's ankle. The sea-woman submerged. Her voice tickled Marie-Joseph's toes. Marie-Joseph giggled. May I look at your foot? Without lifting her head or body from the water, the sea-woman slid one foot over the edge of the platform. Her hips and knees were far more limber than the joints of a land-human. Marie-Joseph stroked the sea-woman's instep, and the sea-woman wriggled her clawed toes. Warmth radiated from the rough skin of her legs. Mademoiselle de la Croix, I believe you've had enough Calvados. Count Lucien retrieved his flask. The scholars of the Academy of Sciences would not like to see you unclad. The Academy? Marie-Joseph exclaimed. Yves had not said a word about the honor. She snatched her foot from the sea-woman's hands, startling her so she surfaced, snorting. Marie-Joseph saw an opportunity, but she had no time to plan. She sang the sea-woman's name. Sea-woman, dive! Breathe under water! If you value your life, don't come up until I beg you to return. The sea-woman whistled in distress, kicked hard, and dove backward in a long, graceful curve. Bubbles rushed from her mouth and nose. She breathed out the last of her air and lay on the bottom of the pool, quiet as death. Outside the tent, footsteps crunched on gravel. Marie-Joseph scooped up her shoe and stocking and ran to the laboratory, her left shoe tapping on the planks, her bare right foot silent. She reached her place by the dissection table just in time to conceal her bare foot and her shoe and stocking beneath her skirt. Footmen ceremoniously positioned the king's portrait. Yves entered the tent, leading a half-dozen dark-clad scholars and their students. He barely nodded to Marie-Joseph. The scholars bowed to the portrait and to Count Lucien. They gathered around the dissection table. Count Lucien's groom brought a step-stool for him to stand on. Yves uncovered the body of the sea-woman's friend and spoke expansively in Latin before the king's philosophers. Natural philosophy proves the sea monsters are natural creatures, albeit ugly ones, like dugongs and sea cows. He had saved an arm to dissect for the gentlemen of the academy. He cut it, exposing sinews, bones, joints. In the silence of the sea-woman's languor, Marie-Joseph documented the work. She drew with difficulty. Now that she knew the truth, she saw the human features of the dead man. The long, fine bones of his fingers reminded her of Count Lucien's beautiful hands. Yves put down his knife. Marie-Joseph laid down her charcoal and flexed her cramped hand. A student displayed her final drawing. The gentlemen of the academy questioned Yves about his hunt, his work, the king's patronage. The creatures have large lungs, as one would expect, similar to those of the slower sea mammals. I've observed one to remain under water for 10 or 12 minutes. He moved quickly to the body's other organs. The heart. He never mentioned the anomalous lobe of the lung. Nothing remains to be learned from the monster's carcass, Yves said. I shall of course compare female to male, inasmuch as the female's fate allows, though we gain little knowledge from the imperfect female copy of any creature.
Remarkable work, Monsieur de la Croix, said the senior scholar, also speaking Latin. Let us observe the living sea monster for a moment, if you please.
Call the sea monster, sister. Yves left off speaking Latin as if he had no idea Marie-Joseph understood it. Hurrying ahead, a little awkward with one bare foot, Marie-Joseph entered the cage. She locked the door, put the key into her pocket, and sat composed on the fountain's rim with her hands folded in her lap. How strange it feels, she thought, to do nothing. I cannot remember the last time I sat without drawing or needlework or copying or prayer. Yves tried the locked gate. Open the gate. I cannot, Marie-Joseph replied, in Latin. Pretending nothing was amiss, the gentleman peered into the murky water, straining for a glimpse of the sea-woman. Yves frowned. Come now, command the creature to leap for the gentleman, and let me in immediately. She's displaying her ability to breathe under water.
The young lady has mistaken your creature for a fish, said the senior scholar.
The other natural philosophers chuckled.
Monsieur de la Croix, your assistant, has addled her mind by straining it with the classics.
Glowering, Yves rattled the gate. If she had gained nothing else at the convent, and she had gained very little, she had learned to face wrath and contempt with tranquillity. But facing Yves' displeasure took all her strength. Her lungs possess an anomalous lobe, unique to the sea people, Marie-Joseph said, still speaking Latin. Yves stiffened. Your comments are of no interest. He believes I'll tell the secret, Marie-Joseph thought. The false secret. She hasn't surfaced since you arrived, she said. The lobe allows the sea people to breathe under water, to breathe from the water. Come out of there immediately, Yves' voice rose. She intends to remain submerged until she proves it.
Does this anomalous lobe exist, Father de la Croix?
Yves hesitated.
It does. Why did you not mention it?
The gentleman asked. I shall write a paper about it. As I've not fully studied it, I didn't wish to pass on erroneous conclusions.
Admirable restraint.
Thank you.
A glimpse of the sea monster while it still lives would please us all.
Yves snatched up a pike and thrust it through the bars, but the sea-woman floated out of reach.
Mademoiselle de la Croix,
Count Lucien said in a courteous voice.
Will you open the gate?
I cannot, Count Lucien. I beg your forgiveness. I wouldn't resist your direction, but this is a matter of the life or death of the sea-woman.
Is she dying?
She's saving her life. She'll wake at her king's command. Chapter 17. The sea-woman lay at the bottom of the pool, aware of the dirty water, the fish schooling past, the voices of the men of land. Bright sunlight warned her that she could not dive deep enough to fall into a proper trance. She maintained the languor as best she could, because the landwoman had asked it of her. Every little while she gasped water into her lungs, then expelled it gradually. The landwoman was the first being she had dared to trust since her capture. the first being perceptive enough to understand her. She would trust her as long as she dared. She lay very still, gilded by phosphorescence. The sea-woman drifted supine at the bottom of the pool, her eyes open and staring. Her long green hair floated around her. Under water she gasped as if for air. The king arrived. Marie-Joseph rose and curtsied. Count Lucien, Yves, and the gentlemen from the academy bowed. His Majesty struggled from his wheeled chair. His gout lamed him terribly. He put one arm around Lorraine and leaned his other hand on Count Lucien's shoulder. Monsieur followed, carrying his Majesty's walking-staff, chasing Lorraine with his gaze. Monsieur Boursin shambled nervously in with the rest of the entourage. The white lace at his collar and cuffs accentuated his prominent Adam's apple, his bony wrists and skeletal hands. He carried an old book.
"Is it dead?" he muttered. "If it's spoiled, I'll be ruined. If it's dead, I'll kill myself. It was fat enough yesterday. I should have butchered it then."
Count Lucien beckoned to an artisan who apprehensively attacked the lock with a file. Metal rasped on metal. His Majesty reached the cage and peered inside.
"Have you killed my sea-monster, Mademoiselle de la Croix?"
"No, Your Majesty." Marie-Joseph's calm was as unshakable as the king's.
"Has it drowned itself?"
He raised his voice above the racket of the file. Metal shavings fell to the ground. "No, Your Majesty." Count Lucien touched the artisan's shoulder. The man stopped filing while His Majesty spoke.
"What is it doing?"
The artisan filed at the lock. "She's breathing under water, sire." The artisan stopped.
"Why is she doing this?"
and started. "Because I asked her, Your Majesty." The artisan stopped just long enough for His Majesty to speak, then redoubled his efforts at the lock.
"You've trained her well."
"I never trained her at all, sire." "She obeyed you," Yves said, "like a dog. She's demonstrating the function of the unique lobe of her lung. It isn't—" She hesitated. She kept the false secret. "It only allows her to breathe under water."
"How do you know the true function of this organ?"
"Your Majesty, the sea-woman told me." Lorraine laughed. A short, hard bark quickly suppressed. The artisan stopped, filed hard, stopped again.
"Sea-woman?"
His Majesty exclaimed.
"Do you mean to say the sea-monster speaks?"
"Marie-Joseph, enough! I forbid you—" Yves fell silent like the artisan when His Majesty held up one hand.
"Answer me, Mademoiselle de la Croix."
"Yes, Your Majesty. I understand her. She understands me." The artisan sawed at the lock again. "She isn't a monster. She speaks. She's intelligent. She's a woman. She's human, like me. Like all of us."
"Your Majesty, please forgive my sister. I am entirely to blame. I've permitted her to tax herself." "Will it awaken and return to the surface?"
"She will do as you command, Your Majesty," Marie-Joseph said. "As will I."
"Stop that noise!"
The artisan left off filing and backed away, bowing.
"Mademoiselle de la Croix,"
His Majesty said.
"be so kind as to open the gate."
She descended, fitted the key in the keyhole, and turned it. The lock fell apart, the gate opened. Leaning on Count Lucien and Lorraine, His Majesty made his way to the fountain's rim. "She understands. I'll show you." Marie-Joseph descended the stairs to the platform. She patted the water. "Sea-woman! His Majesty bids you return." She sang the sea-woman's name. The sea-woman stretched languorously. She opened her eyes. With an abrupt and powerful kick she ascended. At the surface she coughed and spat out a great deal of water. She breathed with a great gasp, blew the spent breath out, and gasped again. The swellings on her forehead and cheeks expanded and deflated, making her face grotesque.
"It's alive,"
Monsieur Boursin whispered.
"What is this thing, Mademoiselle de la Croix?"
His Majesty said.
"If not a monster."
"She's a woman. She's intelligent." "It's no more intelligent than a parrot," Yves said.
"This vision of ugliness a woman?"
"Look at the skull of the sea-woman's mate, sire. Look at his bones. Look at his hands. Listen to the sea-woman, and I'll tell you what she says."
"The monster's nothing like a man," Yves said. "Look at its grotesque face, the joints of its legs, the concealment of its parts, if your Majesty will forgive my mentioning the subject." "A dog, a parrot, a creature!" His Majesty exclaimed. "But certainly not a woman."
He turned away. The shock of failure overcame Marie-Joseph. as cold and suffocating as if she had fallen into the sea-woman's prison. The sea-woman, swimming back and forth at her feet, understood the king's refusal. She shrieked and spat.
"Monsieur Basin," His Majesty said, "your plans, if you please."
"Your Majesty, I've discovered perfection." Monsieur Basin joined His Majesty inside the cage. He opened his shabby old book and displayed it for the king.
"Excellent, Monsieur Basin, I'm pleased."
"Be so kind as to throw at a fish, Mademoiselle de la Croix. Make it leap so I may estimate it." Monsieur Basin gazed greedily at the sea-woman. Marie-Joseph gazed with disbelief at Monsieur Basin and the king. The sea-woman spattered droplets at them with sharp flicks of her webbed toes. "Your Majesty, the Church deems it a fish suitable for Fridays, but its flesh is said to be succulent as meat. If I butcher it now, Your Majesty, I might make a little dish for Your Majesty alone, perhaps a pâté, for your supper alone, so you need not wait for midnight feast."
"That is most thoughtful of you, Monsieur Basin."
"And with the rest of the flesh I'll recreate Charlemagne's banquet. It will be my masterpiece." He leaned precariously over the rim of the fountain, glancing from the book to the sea-woman and back. He displayed the book to the academicians, to Yves, to Marie-Joseph. A sea-woman lay on her belly on a huge platter, her back unnaturally arched and her knees bent. Her webbed feet nearly brushed the top of her head. She held a dead sturgeon as if it were suckling at her swollen breasts. "I'll fatten its teats with shrimp and scallops. I'll stuff its body with baked oysters. I'll dress its hair with golden caviar. What a shame the male died. What a shame I can't prepare two. I must butcher this one soon." In the woodcut the roasted sea-woman stared with eyes wide open and empty. Marie-Joseph screamed. "I'll need a Caspian sturgeon. Why, Mademoiselle de la Croix, don't be alarmed. The creature is grotesque, but I can almost make it beautiful." "Close your book, Monsieur Basin," said Count Lucien. Lorraine took the stairs in one leap and snatched Marie-Joseph into his arms, holding her, muffling her sobs against his chest. "What's the matter?" Monsieur Basin said. "Mademoiselle de la Croix, don't you like seafood?" "Where's my smelling bottle?" Monsieur said. "I put it in my pocket. Did I leave it in my muff?" "Your Majesty," Yves said, "I beg your forgiveness. My sister has forever been tender-hearted. She's made a pet of the monster." Marie-Joseph huddled against Lorraine, trembling terribly, fighting to control her sobs. "Here it is," Monsieur said. A pungent explosion in her nostrils sent her into a fit of sneezing. Tears blurred her vision. "May I take it, Your Majesty? The meat must hang, Your Majesty, or it will taste gamey, Your Majesty." "The creature is a fish," Count Lucien said. "A fish, Monsieur de Chrétien?" "If the sea-monster isn't human," Count Lucien said, "then it's a beast. Monsieur Basin himself brought to Your Majesty's attention that the Church has judged sea-monsters to be fish. If Monsieur Basin kills it today, its flesh will be rotten before Your Majesty's banquet." "But," Monsieur Basin said.
"Monsieur de Chrétien is correct,"
His Majesty said. "But—"
"No more, Monsieur Basin. You may not butcher the creature today. Monsieur de Chrétien, if you please, arrange for Dr. Fagon to attend Mademoiselle de la Croix."
The king remained perfectly calm, perfectly in control. "Yes, Your Majesty." Count Lucien departed. Lorraine swept Marie-Joseph up into his arms. His musky scent overpowered the sharp sweetness of Monsieur's swooning compound. "My deepest apologies, sire," Yves said. "I overtaxed her. Her natural sympathy— a shock—" Lorraine pushed past courtiers and academicians alike, carrying Marie-Joseph from the tent. Sunlight spread over her face like hot wine. Zélie's hoof-beats struck a rhythm in the distance. Count Lucien rode away toward the chateau. "Let me down," Marie-Joseph whispered. "Call Count Lucien back, please. I don't want to see Dr. Fagon."
Shush.
Lorraine embraced her more strongly. His Majesty climbed into his wheeled chair and sat at his ease while his deaf mutes pushed him away.
"Be easy, mademoiselle. Dr. Fagon will set you right."
Lorraine laid Marie-Joseph on her bed. Halid jumped from the window-seat, dropping the lace and wires of Queen Mary's new fontange.
"Mademoiselle Marie, what's happened?"
Yves sat beside Marie-Joseph. Lorraine said,
"The surgeon will be here soon."
"That's what I fear," Marie-Joseph whispered. Halid sponged her face. "You know the creature's to be butchered," Yves said. "How could you become so attached to it? This is just like your lamb when you beg Papa not to kill it."
"Don't task me with what I did as a child,"
Marie-Joseph said. "I'm not a child any longer. Your behavior— I'm attached to the sea-woman as I'm attached to you. As I'm attached to Mademoiselle Halide. I beg for her life because she is a thinking, reasoning person, a being with a soul, and because I do not wish my king to be a cannibal." Dr. Fagon cleared his throat. Marie-Joseph fell silent. "You're speaking nonsense," Yves said. Dr. Fagon and Dr. Felix entered Marie-Joseph's room without asking her consent. Marie-Joseph thought wildly that her apartment was becoming as crowded as one of His Majesty's evening entertainments.
"His Majesty is right to be concerned with your well-being,"
the first physician said.
"I'm perfectly well, sir."
Her voice was steady, but she was trembling. She felt cold and light-headed.
"Hush, you are pallid and hysterical."
Fagon bent over her and peered into her eyes.
"What happened?" "She received a shock,"
Lorraine said.
"She fainted."
"Nonsense," Halide said. "Fainted."
"Be silent,"
Dr. Felix said.
"She's only tired,"
Halide said, outraged.
"She's hardly slept since Monsieur Yves returned."
"No one spoke to you."
Dr. Felix swung around toward her so violently that Halide flinched.
"Sir,"
Yves said, "the king's favor doesn't allow you to abuse members of my household."
"Don't touch her,"
Marie-Joseph said.
"Don't touch me."
"Marie-Joseph, let him examine you," Yves said. Halide flung herself across Marie-Joseph. Marie-Joseph buried her face against her sister's shoulder, grateful and terrified. Dr. Felix and Lorraine pulled Halide up. She struggled and keened. Felix propelled her toward Yves.
"Take your servant away," Fagon said. "We cannot work with two hysterical women in the room."
Yves held Halide so she could not move from his side.
"Brother!"
Halide cried.
"Take this mad woman away," Fagon said. "I shall send the barber to bleed her as well."
"It's for your own good, sister," Yves said. "I'm sure it is." He backed out of Marie-Joseph's room, into his dressing-room, taking Halide with him.
"Yves, don't let them! Please, remember Papa!"
Fear overtook Marie-Joseph, for she was lost. Felix held her face between his powerful hands. Fagon forced her mouth open. His fingers tasted of blood and dirt. She could not scream. He poured a bitter draught down her throat. She gagged and struggled.
"Sir,"
Dr. Fagon said to Lorraine,
"will you condescend to help for His Majesty's sake?" "I'll help for my own sake, for she's mine."
Lorraine pinioned Marie-Joseph's arms with his hard hands.
"I never fainted! I never faint!"
She turned her head away from Dr. Fagon's dirty fingers.
"I assure you, sir—"
"I shall bleed her," Dr. Felix said. "Bloodletting will calm her mind."
Marie-Joseph fought, terrified, but she could not overcome the strength of all three men. She tried to bite.
"Don't struggle so, we're acting for your benefit."
Her scream came out as a strangled cry. Kneeling on the bed beside her, Lorraine covered her with his musky scent. He pressed her shoulders down with all his weight. The long locks of his peruke tumbled around his face and curled at Marie-Joseph's throat. She kicked. Someone held her feet, one bare, one shod.
"Show some courage,"
Lorraine said.
"Make His Majesty proud of your fortitude, not ashamed of your cowardice."
Felix pushed her sleeve above her elbow and held her wrist tight. He took up his blade. The sharp steel pierced the soft skin of her inner arm. Hot blood flowed through pain, its coppery scent cutting through Lorraine's heavy perfume. She moaned. Her blood gushed into the bowl, spattering her riding habit and the bedclothes. Bright flecks stained the lace spilling from Dr. Fagon's sleeves. Smiling, gazing into her eyes, Lorraine held Marie-Joseph down. Lucien limped along the narrow, dim corridor, ignoring the faded pain of his wounded leg and the stronger, nearly constant ache in his back. He disliked the attic of the chateau. He disliked its shabbiness, its smell, its memories. As a child, a page, he had lived in the Queen's apartments. After the Moroccan embassy, returned to the King's good graces, he had lived in the town of Versailles until the builders finished his own country lodge. He had lived here in the courtier's warren only during the most miserable months of his life, when he was alienated from His Majesty. Mademoiselle de la Croix's door opened. Dr. Fagon, Dr. Felix, and Lorraine stepped into the hallway. Mademoiselle de la Croix's cry of despair dissolved into a whimper. Lucien frowned. He judged character well. He did not often mistake courage. He had considered her stalwart, if impetuous. Lucien nodded to Fagon and Felix. He returned Lorraine's cool bow. Felix rubbed his thumb over the back of his hand, smearing drops of blood to faint streaks. "I have cured her hysteria," Felix said.
"His Majesty will be glad to hear it. He's fond of the young lady and her family."
"And of her golden hair and her white bosom," Lorraine said. Lucien replied with a conventional compliment.
"No one could fail to admire her."
Though Mademoiselle de la Croix was entirely innocent, rumors of a liaison with the king could only work to her benefit. Lucien wished his Majesty would in fact form such a liaison. His connection with Madame de Maintenon, drawing him deep into piety, did little to sustain his vital spirit.
"She may require another bloodletting tomorrow to augment the cure."
Fagon tilted the basin. Liquid blood moved beneath the clotted skin. Felix probed the blood with his finger, breaking the elastic surface. Fagon righted the basin as the blood flowed over the edge and stained the carpet.
"Her blood is far too thick, as you must observe,"
Fagon said.
"But I shall balance her bodily humours."
He chuckled.
"Though she may bite my finger off."
"She tried to bite me, too," Lorraine said as they walked away.
"The minx,"
he chuckled.
"like a trapped animal. But she has quite trapped my heart."
All alone, Mademoiselle de la Croix lay crying in a tangle of bedclothes and bloody lint, her face hidden in the crook of her elbow. She heard or felt Lucien standing beside her. She reached weakly toward him.
"Dear God, please, no more."
She touched his arm, fumbling. A blood-stain widened on the bandage. Lucien took her hand.
"Oh!"
She drew away, shocked and startled. Her hair fell in damp, untidy strands around her drained face.
"Forgive me. I thought you were my brother."
"I will call him."
"No, I don't want to see him."
"Do you feel better, calmer, cured of delusions?"
"I don't see delusions. I can talk with the sea woman. You must believe me, sir. Oh, if you don't, why did you take such a risk on her behalf?"
"His Majesty does as he pleases," Count Lucien said. "I only offered him the rationale."
"Is that the only reason you spoke?"
Lucien did not reply.
"Very well,"
she whispered.
"You care for nothing but His Majesty. You spoke because you know he mustn't murder the sea woman. He mustn't risk his immortal soul."
"Sleep," Lucien said, preferring not to continue a conversation that took this direction.
"Dr. Fagon will return in the morning."
"Do you want me to die of bleeding? Like my father?"
Her voice fell to a horrified whisper. Lucien regretted dismissing her courage, for everyone he had ever known possessed a secret terror. As far as Lucien was concerned, fearing physicians was perfectly rational.
"Do you hate me?"
she whispered.
"Of course I do not hate you."
"Don't let him bleed me again,"
she said.
"Please."
"You do ask too much of me."
If the king ordered Mademoiselle de la Croix to be bled, Lucien could do nothing to stop it. He devoted himself to carrying out Louis's wishes, not to hindering them.
"Please, please promise me."
She struggled up, clutching his hand with awful desperation. Fear and pain had leached the intelligence from her face.
"Please help me. I have great need of a friend."
"I'll do what I can."
"Give me your word."
"Very well," he said, against his better judgment, but moved by her fear.
"I give you my word."
She collapsed, still holding his hand, trembling. She closed her eyes, her agitation calmed, her fingers relaxed. Lucien sighed and smoothed her sweat-darkened hair. Marie-Joseph drifted, awake, asleep, aware of Count Lucien, comforted by his promise, aware of the denizens of her imagination, afraid to see them in her dreams. She feared sleep, but she shrank from waking. When she woke, moonlight spilled through the window, pooling on the floor like molten silver. Count Lucien had gone. Halide slept beside her, holding her, a welcome warmth. Dr. Felix must have forgotten his threat to bleed Marie-Joseph's sister. Halide's arms bore neither wound nor bandage. Yves dozed, slumped over a sheaf of papers. He would have a terrible crick in his neck in the morning. Yves and Halid must have undressed her, for she wore only her blood-spattered shift. She hoped Halid had asked Count Lucien to withdraw. She hoped she had not been unclothed before the king's adviser. She was no royal lady to be dressed by tailors and observed by men at the most intimate times of her life. She sat up, weak and light-headed. Yves woke. "Sister, are you recovered?"
"How could you let him bleed me?"
"It was for your own good." He had found her sketches. He flicked through them, his face impassive.
"The sea-woman told me that story," Marie-Joseph said. "The true story of the hunt. You caught 3 sea-people, not 2. They struggled. The sailors killed one—"
"Hush," he said. "I told you the story."
"You never did. They killed one. They ate his flesh. You ate—"
"The flesh of an animal. It was delicious. Why shouldn't I eat it?"
"You claim to love truth, but when you hear it, you deny it. Please believe me. Yves, my dear brother, what's changed so that you have no faith in me?"
Her agitation woke Halid.
"Mademoiselle Marie?"
She pushed herself up on her pillow, blinking sleepily. Marie-Joseph took her hand, desperate for her comfort. "The sea monsters are beasts created for the use of man," Yves said. He sat next to her on her bed. "You should retire from court. Too much attention has distracted you. In a convent you'd be safe from this agitation of your spirits."
"No."
"You'd be happy back in the convent."
"She'd never be happy there," Halid cried. "For 5 years I read no books," Marie-Joseph said. "The sisters said knowledge would corrupt me, like Yves."
She had tried to forgive her brother his awful decision, but she could not let him repeat it.
"I heard no music. The sisters forbade it. They said women must be silent in the house of God. The Pope demands it. I did without books, without studying. I had no choice. I couldn't stop my thoughts, my questions, though I couldn't speak them. Mathematics!"
Her laugh was wild and angry.
"They said I was writing spells. I heard music that was never there. I could never stop it, no matter how I prayed and fasted. I called myself a madwoman, a sinner."
She looked into his face.
"Monsieur Newton replied to my letter, but they burned it unopened before me. How could you send me there, where every moment tortured me? I thought you loved me."
"I wanted you to be safe." His beautiful eyes filled with sudden tears. He put his arms around her, relenting, hugging her protectively. "And now I've asked too much of you. The work is too difficult."
"I love the work," she cried. "I do it gladly. I do it well, and I'm not a fool. You must listen to me."
"I have the obligation to guide you. Your affection for the sea monster is unnatural."
"My affection for her has nothing to do with what she told me. You know her stories are true."
He knelt beside her bed. He took her arm. "Pray with me," he said. Prayer will comfort and sustain me, Marie-Joseph thought. Marie-Joseph slipped to the floor and knelt. She folded her hands, bowed her head, and waited for the welcome embrace of God's presence. "Odelette, join us. Pray for Marie-Joseph's recovery."
"I will not," Halid said. "I'll never pray like a Christian again, for I am a free woman and a Mohammedan, and my name is Halid."
Hugging herself for warmth, she turned her back and stared into the moonlit gardens.
"Dear God,"
Marie-Joseph whispered.
"Dear God."
Does God have a plan for my suffering? She wondered. But my suffering is nothing compared to the martyrs, compared to the despair of the sea-woman. Other people undergo bleeding without a second thought. I should submit to it bravely. Instead, she had forced Lorraine to behave in a way that destroyed her high opinion of him. She no longer cared what Lorraine thought. She had diminished herself in Count Lucien's estimation, which mattered to her a great deal.
"Dear God,"
Marie-Joseph whispered.
"Dear God, please speak to me. Please direct me. Tell me what is right and proper for me to do."
She begged, she even dared to hope for a reply. But in the face of her entreaties, God remained silent.